Chapter 1144 to 1146. Chapter 1144. Smooth Scouting. Seeing Zhao Hai intending to fight with the Zhang family, Charles and Leo's expressions dropped. They don't want to provoke the Zhang family at this time. Such an action would only cause more casualties on their side. Most importantly, Charles was afraid that Zhao Hai was doing this in order to weaken the other camps. To be honest, they didn't expect this outcome when they started this mission. In their view, Zhao Hai's strength wasn't that significant. Because of this, they weren't afraid of Zhao Hai. Tai Sheng looked at the eyes of the two. With Charles being from the ghost symbol camp, Tai Sheng knew what he was thinking about. You too. Zhao Hai didn't want to fight just because he wants to. He currently has a newly refined weapon, so he wants to get accustomed to using it. Moreover, this is required so that we can all return to Dark Demon Planet. Since it is a new weapon, Little Hai is still not comfortable in using it. The more battles he goes into, the quicker he can adapt. Because of this, he needs to fight. Upon hearing Tai Sheng, Charles and Leo stopped themselves from talking. Whether this was true or not, they couldn't disagree on Zhao Hai's plan at this point. Otherwise, they would be seen as hindering everyone's return to Dark Demon Planet. This would only make them everyone's enemies. Naturally, this wasn't something the two wanted to happen. Seeing that nobody was talking, Zhao Hai turned to Tai Sheng and said, "Brother Tai Sheng, I'll go scout ahead to locate the Zhang family's people. Meanwhile, you arrange the team to look at the surrounding terrain. It would be better for us if we are acquainted with the surrounding area before we fight the Zhang family." Tai Sheng nodded and said, "Alright, go. Leave matters here to me." When Zhao Hai left, Charles turned to Tai Sheng and said, "Tai Sheng, is the bone symbol camp alright with being used by Zhao Hai? Why do you agree to anything he says?" Tai Sheng looked at Charles and coldly snorted before he replied, "If you have someone like Zhao Hai in your ghost symbol camp, then you would also be willing to be used by him." Also, Little Hai had never fought with the others for resources. Ever since he joined the camp until now, he had never consumed potions from the camp. Although he was given a reward, all of that was gained through his own effort. It can be said that the camp was the one treating him unfairly. Naturally, Charles wasn't thinking about the bone symbol camp's well-being when he asked this question. He was just planning to put a wedge in between Tai Sheng and Zhao Hai. However, he wasn't informed about Zhao Hai's matters in the bone symbol camp. Because of this, his plan was put to waste. When Leo saw that Tai Sheng wasn't joking nor deliberately smudging facts, he couldn't help but be curious. What other things did Zhao Hai do for the bone symbol camp? Tai Sheng smiled and said, "I can't tell you that. However, I can say that not only did he give something to the camp, he also offered a gift to the family. Otherwise, Zhao Hai wouldn't have been able to meet the patriarch that easily. Moreover, didn't you notice that the patriarch didn't do anything about Zhao Hai and Ms. Margaret's relationship?" Charles and Leo stared. Then their expressions changed. They had been thinking about competing with Zhao Hai, but they actually forgot about Margaret's status. Naturally, people in their level knew more than others regarding Margaret. At the time when they heard about Zhao Hai and Margaret, they couldn't help but sigh about Zhao Hai's good luck. He actually managed to snatch the family's princess. However, they actually forgot about the underlying matters. Upon thinking about the future, Charles and the others couldn't help but feel envious. If Zhao Hai continued to have a relationship with Margaret, then he would soon leave the bone symbol camp and become a core member of the family. Although it wasn't the same as directly looking after the bone symbol camp, his future position would still allow these spars to stop worrying about the camp. At this moment, Zhao Hai already left the meteorite base. Since nobody was with him, he could use all of his abilities. Zhao Hai's figure flashed as he returned to the space. Laura and the others were currently in front of the monitor looking at the situation outside. To be honest, the meteorite field was beautiful. Although it was filled with danger, the colorful scenery was still something to look at. Seeing Zhao Hai come back, they immediately went to welcome him. It has been more than 10 days since Zhao Hai entered the space. Since he was with other people during the ambush, he didn't have the chance to leave. Zhao Hai hugged Laura and the others. Although 10 days wasn't a long time, he still missed them. After everyone had settled down, Meg immediately offered Zhao Hai a cup of tea. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and then said, "The space is really good. Nothing outside can compare to it." Laura and the others smiled. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and said, "Laura, how are the Zhang family's people doing?" While Zhao Hai was absent in the past few days, Laura and the others were busy. They took on the task of mapping the meteorite field. This wasn't a difficult matter to accomplish. They divided liquid silver into smaller versions and then explored the meteorite field. They even treated it as a game. At this point, almost all of the rainbow meteorite field had been mapped by the space. Zhao Hai didn't need to personally investigate the area. He could just relax inside the space and look at the monitor. Laura quickly opened the map of the meteorite field. It can be said that the field was really big. There were also small dots on the map. These dots surrounded a small passage. There were also rows of red dots on both ends of the passage. Laura pointed at the red dots and said, "Brother Hai, look, the Zhang family sent 50 medium-sized battleships altogether. They're currently patrolling the passage. The ones currently pursuing you are only comprised of mages and warriors. Most of the meshs retreated when your group entered the meteorite field. All in all, there are 20,000 pursuers." They divided themselves into 4 to 5 groups and scoured the passage. They're doing a comprehensive search on the immediate surroundings of the abandoned ship. After she said that, Laura gestured towards an area on the map. The region she pointed out were filled with red dots. These red dots indicated the Zhang family's search parties. Zhao Hai looked at the monitor and nodded. Then he said, "It seems like the Zhang family are working really hard. This is good. It's time to clean them up." Lizzie, which of the teams do you think are the easiest to deal with? Lizzie pointed towards the team that was the farthest from Zhao Hai's base. Then she said, "It should be this one. They have meshs among them. Although meshs have strong combat power, they're far less flexible than mages and warriors in this meteorite field. Additionally, they can't deal with long-term battle." Zhao Hao nodded. Although the meteorites in this field weren't too close together, they weren't far apart either. And don't forget, besides meteorites, there were also other things in the meteorite field. At the same time, meshs aren't good for one-man combats. In a one-on-one battle against a mage or a warrior, it was likely for the mage and warrior to win. The reason why people thought that meshs were more powerful than mages and warriors was because their average strength was better. Mages might win against one mech. However, in a battle that involved thousands, mages and warriors would certainly lose against them. If one were to make an analogy using ancient Chinese terms, mages and warriors were martial artists while meshs were soldiers in the army. In a one-on-one battle, martial artists could certainly kill a soldier. However, when it came to large-scale battles, martial artists could never contend against an army. And in this meteorite field, meshs couldn't fight a large-scale battle. Because of this, mages and warriors were in an advantageous position. Thus, Lizzie chose the team with the most meshs. Zhao Hai turned his head to Lizzie and said, "Let me see the details of that team." Lizzie nodded. Then the picture on the screen changed. A region was zoomed in, showing a team. There were 2,000 mages and warriors as well as another 2,000 meshs. This number wasn't small, but it was obvious that these people weren't stupid. The reason why they had meshs among them was because there weren't a lot of meteorites in this area. Moreover, the distance between each meteorite was much greater compared to other areas. Nevertheless, this wasn't an issue for Zhao Hai. Even if the meteorites were far apart, as long as the battle begins, these meteorites would shatter, causing smaller rocks to splinter out. Mages and warriors might be able to dodge these fragments, but meshs would certainly have problems with it. The information that Laura and the others collected didn't stop at this. Since the Space's network was connected to the outside world, they managed to get more than the locations of these teams. For example, they were able to know that these people were from the Zhang family's external hall. Moreover, their identities were public. One could even see their information on the net. Chapter 1145. Ambush. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't return to the temporary base so soon. It has been some time since he returned to the space, so he decided to stay here for a while. He would go out from time to time to carry out a personal surveillance of the meteorite field. Although he can look at the area while sitting inside the space, Zhao Hai still wanted to see the place for himself. It was only when he was personally there could he become familiar with it. The area wasn't small, but the enemy only had 4,000 people. This number wasn't anything compared to the scale of the area. However, Zhao Hai was still very careful. He knew that he couldn't underestimate the Zhang family. Most of these people were mages, and even if their spiritual force was being suppressed, nobody can guarantee if anomalies would happen. If Zhao Hai was found out, then he would be in trouble. Even if he can escape, the situation still wouldn't be good. Because of this, Zhao Hai was paying close attention to their movements through the monitor. Then he would visit the area section by section. Although he was in the vicinity, Zhao Hai believed that the Zhang family couldn't find him. This was because he believed that nobody in the Zhang family had the same level of spiritual force as him. Zhao Hai returned to the space after touring the meteorite field for a while. To be honest, there really wasn't anything to see here. However, it was a very good place to stage an ambush. There were magnetic storms happening everywhere, and no matter what scale it was, it would still affect meshs and even people. And there was also the meteorites. If they were large enough, then spiritual force would find it hard to penetrate through. If it weren't for the space, then Zhao Hai wouldn't have been able to properly scout. Upon returning to the space, Zhao Hai looked at the situation back at the temporary base. Tai Sheng and the others managed everything well. There were already teams of people scouting the area surrounding the base. After staying inside the space for a couple of hours, Zhao Hai proceeded to exit the space. The place he reappeared at wasn't that far from the temporary base. Zhao Hai returned stating that he has something to report. Tai Sheng and the others immediately met with him. Those present were Tai Sheng and the other commanders, their assistants, and also Margaret. Seeing that Zhao Hai was back, Tai Sheng immediately said, "Little Hai, how is it?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The entire passage has fallen under the Zhang family's control. There are 50 ships all in all blocking both exits of the passage, and it seems like they've sent more than 20,000 people for this operation. I don't know the specific numbers, but they have separated into 4 to 5 teams. With the destroyed ship as the center, they branched out to search for us. There are about 3,000 or 4,000 people on each team." Tai Sheng and the others didn't expect this much people to be going after them. Their expressions weren't attractive to look at. Tai Sheng looked at Zhao Hai asked, "Little Hai, do you have a plan?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Of course, I discovered a good place to attack. We can certainly wipe out one team." Tai Sheng stared, then he said, "Wipe out one team? How many people are there?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "There's about 4,000 people in that group. 2,000 mages and warriors as well as about 2,000 meshs." Upon hearing this, Tai Sheng's expression changed, then he shook his head and said, "That's no good. There's too many of them. It's too dangerous. They have more people than us. Moreover, half of them are meshs." Charles and the others nodded, but Zhao Hai just smiled and said, "It's because of the meshs that I suggested to attack that team. If it was outside, then we might have trouble fighting them. However, we're currently inside the meteorite field. Those meshs won't be able to deal with us. As long as we prepare an ambush ahead of time, we can definitely wipe them out." Tai Sheng didn't know where Zhao Hai's confidence came from. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Tell us your plan." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he took out a map of the meteorite field and placed it on the stone table. As Tai Sheng and the others listened to Zhao Hai's plan, their eyes turned brighter and brighter. To be honest, the Zhang family's pursuit made them feel suffocated, but they were also clear that if they vent their anger, then the Zhang family would catch them all. The outcome couldn't justify the action. Because of this, they decided to endure. However, this didn't mean that they didn't want revenge. There seems to be no flaws in the plan Zhao Hai proposed. It has a high probability to succeed. As long as they execute everything perfectly, then they could certainly kill 4,000 Zhang family members. This would allow them to breathe out some foul air. Before long, Zhao Hai finished explaining his plan. Without even waiting for Tai Sheng to talk, Leo slapped his hand on the table and said, "Let's do it. This plan, it's most likely to succeed. I've been itching to kill some of those Zhang family bastards." Charles smiled and said, "Since the Zhang family doesn't want us to leave this place, then we might as well clean them up. Let's make them understand how terrifying we are." Seeing the two agree, Tai Sheng knew that the plan was going to get executed. Sure enough, the other commanders also agreed to Zhao Hai's plan. When everyone agreed to the plan, Zhao Hai looked at those present and said, "It's not too late to start now. I reckon the other party would soon go back to their ship in order to take a rest. We can head there and stage an ambush. Perhaps we can even rest before the attack starts." Tai Sheng nodded. Then he turned to look at the other commanders and said, "Call everyone over. Let's take an hour to rest and eat. After that, we make our move." Nobody opposed to this. In fact, all of them were quick to move. Before long, all those who were scouting outside were recalled. Then Zhao Hai took out food for everyone to eat. When the commanders told their people about Zhao Hai's plan, all of them couldn't help but be excited. People from external halls were like mercenaries, and because of this, they developed an unruly nature. Now that they had been pressured by the Zhang family, they couldn't help but feel a fire burning inside them. Hearing that they have an opportunity to take revenge, it was natural for them to burn with excitement. After eating and taking a short rest, everyone was up and ready to move. This time, everyone including Margaret would move. After all, Margaret alone couldn't defend the base, and if Margaret was left behind, then she would need people to accompany her. However, the group was currently short on manpower. If they leave some people behind, then their manpower would be further reduced. Therefore, Tai Sheng decided to take Margaret with them. Under Zhao Hai's lead, everyone went around specific areas in the field. After traveling for several hours, the group finally arrived at the area Zhao Hai decided on, and it seems like fortune was looking favorably at the Ashley family. The Zhang family's people had already retreated to take a rest. This allowed Zhao Hai and the others to safely prepare an ambush. Since there weren't a lot of meteorites in this area, everyone couldn't hide inside one. Instead, They separated into groups and hid inside separate meteorites, waiting for the time to attack. The reason Zhao Hai was confident was because he already knew the Zhang family's movements. Laura and the others analyzed the Zhang family's patterns and found out that in order to perform a carpet search on an area, they would separate into smaller teams and search each meteorite one by one. In this case, they would be able to find their target much more easily. And now, the place where Zhao Hai and the others were in had a high probability to be searched next. According to the computer analysis that Laura and the others did, the probability that this place would be searched was over 90%. This was the reason why Zhao Hai brought everyone here. Zhao Hai, Margaret, as well as 100 people from the Bone Symbol camp were currently inside a small meteorite. Since the meteorite wasn't huge, they could immediately push it the moment the enemy approached them. After everything has been taken care of, Zhao Hai made everyone take a rest so that they could maintain their optimum condition. While Zhao Hai was sitting cross-legged on the ground, he was talking with Laura and the others to see when the enemy would resume their search. Laura and the others already grasped the patterns of the other party. When Zhao Hai and the others left their temporary base, the Zhang family were still doing their search. They only stopped their search 30 minutes before Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the area. Because of this, Zhao Hai's group still had plenty of time to rest, allowing them to restore any energy they managed to expend during travel. After some calculations, Laura and the others estimated that the Zhang family would take 3 to 4 hours before they resumed their search. Also, from the passage to this place, the Zhang family would take another 2 to 3 hours. In other words, Zhao Hai's group would have at least 5 to 6 hours to relax. Whether it be mages or warriors, 6 hours of rest wasn't a short time. Even if they underwent a long fight, 5 to 6 hours of rest would be enough for them to recuperate. With this result in mind, Zhao Hai immediately left and delivered food to the various groups. But even if Zhao Hai had a lot of good food inside the space, he didn't take them out. He made sure that the ones he handed over were food that he had taken out of the Zhang family's merchant ship. Chapter 1146, Ambush. Kelly was currently leading a group of people as they slowly flew forward. To be honest, he didn't agree to the family's decision. In order to deal with a few warriors and mages from the Ashley family's external hall, they actually dispatched a lot of people as well as battleships. They were making a huge fuss over something trivial. Moreover, the family even commanded a strict search of the surrounding region. To Kelly, this wasn't necessary. The people from the Ashley family had already been scared silly. They have already run far, far away. It was impossible for them to stay in the vicinity. Perhaps they might even be deeper in the meteorite field looking for another way to leave. If Kelly was a member of the Ashley family, then he would do the same. He would try to leave the meteorite field through another place. This was a much better decision than staying in the meteorite field. However, Kelly cannot defy the family's orders. Although it has been more than 10 years since he ascended, he still wouldn't dare say anything about the family's decision. Additionally, this action wasn't done by only a single camp. They were even followed by a group of meshs. Therefore, when they started their reconnaissance on a region named Sector 5, they immediately divided it into smaller lots. Then they would carry out a comprehensive search on each area. And they didn't only search each lot, they also installed strong alarms inside lots they already searched. As long as people enter these areas, the alarm would immediately send out a notification. Naturally, it was impossible for them to install these alarms everywhere. What they do is put alarms only on places that would have a huge potential of being entered. And as the Zhang family pushed on, they would reposition these alarms whenever applicable. Kelly's group continued to move forward. Before long, they arrived at the area they were about to search. Those who entered the lot first were the meshs. In the machine realm, meshs held a much higher reputation compared to mages and warriors. Moreover, mech pilots were mostly comprised of machine field natives. The reason for this was that the natives don't look highly upon ascenders. Although Kelly was leading the team, he wasn't the commander. Conversely, Kelly was the one who needed to listen to the commander of the mech unit. Kelly watched the surroundings while they advanced. Even if they haven't gone to this area before, it wasn't any different compared to other lots they searched. There were only meteorites everywhere, nothing else. Kelly had met people from the other teams before they set out. Therefore, he knew that the others were doing their search on areas much more complex than his. This caused Kelly to be glad. In his mind, the less complex the terrain, the least danger they would be in. As he was going forward, Kelly suddenly felt a movement of energy. He couldn't help but stare. Then he stopped and sensed the surrounding area. He discovered that the surrounding meteorites were actually flying straight towards them. Kelly was shaken. Then he immediately shouted, "It's an ambush, prepare to fight." However, Kelly's warning came too late. The target of the meteorites weren't them, it was the meshs. Although the meshs were powerful, their mobility was still inferior compared to mages and warriors. The meteorites were like huge stone balls that were fired towards the meshs. Although the meshs were doing their best to dodge, only a few managed to remain unscathed. Moreover, there were quite a lot of meteorites, dozens of them. Although they weren't large, they were at least a few notches bigger than the meshs, and each one of them were fast. It didn't take long before the scouting team suffered a huge loss. But this wasn't the end. The meteorites weren't just shot randomly. Instead, all of them met in the middle. Once they collided, they fragmented, attacking the meshs once more. Among the 2,000 meshs present, more than 1,000 were rendered useless. As for the remaining meshs, they were also damaged, reducing their functionality by a few layers. While Kelly and the others were flustered, several hundred sword chi were suddenly fired from all directions. The protective armor of the meshs were already burst by the meteorites, so upon being hit by sword chi, the entire mech troop was annihilated. Following the sword chi were spells targeted towards Kelly and the others. These spells were at least 10 layers, with most of them being 50-layer spells. Naturally, all of these spells had long since been prepared. Although Kelly and the others had set up their own protective shields, it was still useless against the magical attacks. Before long, a large number of casualties emerged from the Zhang family's troop. Another thing Kelly noticed was that these spells weren't casually targeted. It seems like most of the spells were going towards the warriors. The first wave of attacks took the lives of 300 warriors. After these 2 attacks were released, 2 attacks soon followed. It was already too late for Kelly's side to retaliate. The group had already broken up, with people running in all 4 directions. However, this was good for them. This way, the attacks coming from the Ashley family wouldn't deal with them at the same time. There were several people who came out unscathed. From the beginning of the ambush up to now, Kelly's group had eaten 4 rounds of attacks. Now, the meshs were annihilated, the warriors were severely cut down, and the numbers of the mages were also slashed. At this point, Kelly's group only had a bit more than 1,000 people that were able to fight. At this time, Zhao Hai's side already began rushing towards the Zhang family's people. One side was full of morale while the other was in a panicked state. There was no need to ponder about the winner of this battle. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai was eyeing Kelly. This was because he was the leader of the mages and was the first to respond to the ambush. This meant that Kelly should have stronger spiritual force than the other mages. Therefore, Zhao Hai wanted to experience Kelly's strength. As soon as Kelly felt Zhao Hai's focus on him, he couldn't help but stare for a moment before sneering. Kelly knew that escaping was pointless at this point. The only thing he could do was fight. Kelly was identified as a level 5 mage. However, nobody knew that he had 3 staffs in his hand. One staff had a 10-layer formation, another had 50 layers, and then the last one had 100 layers. What he normally used was the staff with 50 layers. The other staffs were his secret weapons. Moreover, he had large quantities of restoration potions in his hand. Kelly believed that he has no need to be afraid of a level 6 mage. Kelly was quite an ambitious person. Almost all of the money he raised since he ascended were spent on buying armaments. He didn't buy a villa nor did he indulge in leisure. All of his money was spent on strengthening himself. Because of this, Kelly's armaments could be said to be the best in the Zhang family's external hall. Kelly didn't only have the 3 staffs, he also has a protective item. At the same time, his mage robe was a high-level item, providing another point of protection. He also had a piece of metal with a restorative magic formation set inside. It can be said that with these items, Kelly had enough confidence to face level 6 experts. So when he saw Zhao Hai approaching him, he didn't panic. On the contrary, Kelly took it as an opportunity. He was preparing to capture Zhao Hai and use him as a hostage. This would give him a token to ask for freedom. Because of this, Kelly just stood in place and sent a spell towards Zhao Hai. The spell was sent out by the 10-layer formation staff. At the same time, Kelly also activated his defensive formation. Upon seeing the other party's magic, Zhao Hai knew that they were using items. However, he didn't care much about it and just waved his hand. Then a 10-layer formation appeared in front of him, blocking the incoming spell. But shortly after that, Kelly took his 50-layer formation staff out and sent another spell towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's body changed direction as he moved back. At the same time, he erected another 10-layer formation in front of him. However, this formation didn't block Kelly's offensive magic. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's retreat was very fast. He arranged another 10-layer formation in front of him. Then immediately after the shield appeared, yet another one was cast. In turn, Kelly's magic was blocked by 3 succeeding defensive formations. Actually, it was completely unnecessary for Zhao Hai to do this. He just wanted to see how strong other people's 50-layer magic formation were. But to be honest, Zhao Hai was disappointed by what he saw. Kelly didn't expect Zhao Hai to block his attack, After all, it was a 50-layer magic formation. Kelly couldn't help but give Zhao Hai even more importance. Then he traded his magic staff for the one with a 100-layer formation inside. In the current machine field, 100-layer formations were rarely seen. This was because 100 layers were very hard to make, and engraving this kind of formation into a staff was much more difficult. The material requirements for this kind of endeavor was very high. Generally, staffs with 100-layer formations inside were made out of metal. Mithril as well as other additives were needed for the engraving to succeed. Because of this, the staff's weight would increase, as well as its cost. Mages who carry a 100-kilogram staff into a fight would certainly suffer, and because of the formations needed to be engraved, different types of materials were needed, further increasing the staff's price. Kelly hoisted his magic staff and inserted his own spiritual force on it. Since it was for a 100-layer formation, the amount of spiritual force needed was quite a lot. However, this sacrifice was worth it for the result. The 100-layer formation was Kelly's strongest metal element formation. This magic formation was known as Metal Storm. When the magic formation materialized, it began to absorb the metal element energy in the surroundings. The spell grew bigger and bigger before it exploded into shards. Then the shards turned into huge tornadoes. These tornadoes collided once more as it flew like a storm towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's eyes shone. Then he said, 100 layers. Good. This is what I like to see. Then he locked his fingers together, releasing a 100-layer formation in front of him. However, his formation was somewhat different. Half of the formation was red while the other half was azure. When the formation had materialized, Zhao Hai loudly said, "Wind and fire is eternal. Wind eats fire. Fire eats wind." Explode. Along with Zhao Hai's voice, the formation in front fiercely exploded. A column of inferno began to shoot itself towards the metal storm. Kelly sneered. He was very confident of his own 100-layer formation. This formation was made out of the most offensively powerful element. He doesn't believe that Zhao Hai's formation would block it. But Kelly would soon realize that he was wrong. When the two formations hit each other, Kelly's metal storm melted under Zhao Hai's spell. The metals liquefied and before long they vaporized. Kelly was left standing there, dazed. He didn't expect this outcome. The magic staff he expensively bought was actually rendered useless. Shortly after that, Zhao Hai said, "Fiery feathers, metal arrows, rain of 10,000 arrows, shoot." As his voice fell, a rain of metallic arrows began to fall onto Kelly. These arrows were very fast, but fortunately, Kelly's defensive formation activated. When the arrows hit the shield shook fiercely, as though it would break at any time. Kelly gawked. He immediately funneled his spiritual force towards the defensive formation. At the same time, he took out his 50-layer formation staff. He wouldn't dare use his 100-layer formation staff for a long time. This wasn't only because the staff was heavy. The spiritual force needed to sustain the formation was too huge. Kelly didn't have the ability to make use of it for a long time. Just as Kelly was about to launch his magic, he suddenly heard Zhao Hai, "Silent demon killing arrows, fire." After Zhao Hai said this, a 50-layer formation appeared in front of him. The formation was pitch black. Then a pointed tip appeared on the formation, shortly followed by a black shaft and a blue tail. These arrows flew quickly, but they were eerily quiet. Their target was Kelly. Kelly was caught while drinking. Because of his usage of magic, Kelly needed to replenish using a magic potion. Although potions recovered one's magic quickly, the effect wasn't immediate. And while Kelly was restoring his magic, Zhao Hai's arrow suddenly appeared in front of him. Chapter 1147 to 1151. Chapter 1147. Time to head back. Kelly was an old fighter who had a lot of experience in battles. Even if he was drinking a restoration potion, he was still channeling his spiritual chi towards his defensive formation. He knew clearly that his opponent wasn't easy to deal with. Just the fact that Zhao Hai was able to break a 100-layer formation was enough evidence for his power. Since he knew about this, Kelly drank a potion ahead of time. He was prepared for a long-term fight. But at this time, Zhao Hai's dark arrow was already flying over. This arrow was specifically made for killing. It was a dark element formation with 3 metal element formations mixed into it. And judging by the fact that it was a 50-layer formation, one should be able to imagine how powerful it was. While Kelly was drinking from his potion bottle, he suddenly felt his defensive formation vibrate. Just as he was about to notice what happened, the shield broke. It didn't take long before Kelly felt pain from his body. When he put his bottle down, he quickly noticed pitch black holes on his body. The holes kept spurting corrupted blood. It was clear that he was poisoned. "I should drink a detoxifying potion," was the final thought that came through Kelly's mind before he died. The silent demon killing arrows were more lethal compared to other layered formations of its level. This was because the entire power of the 50-layer formation was concentrated on 5 arrows. Moreover, These arrows weren't shot at the same time. Instead, they were successively released in a straight line. Because of this, all 5 were aimed towards a single point of Kelly's shield. It took 2 arrows to destroy Kelly's shield while the other 3 hit him. The arrows were also rotating, causing greater damage to Kelly's body. The arrows were poisonous too. With these effects stacked together, there was no way for Kelly to survive. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't respect Kelly's corpse. He immediately sent it to the space and turned him into an undead. After that, he switched his target to another person. They needed to finish this fight as soon as possible. This way, they could retreat sooner. Otherwise, they would be surrounded by the Zhang family. Actually, the fight was already nearing its end. Those who can escape had already escaped. Those who were left behind were already trapped and were nearly eliminated. From the initial 4,000 people, 500 escaped while the rest were wiped out. With Zhao Hai making his move, it didn't take long before everything has been cleaned up. Immediately after that, Zhao Hai's group left the area. As they were leaving, Zhao Hai took all of the destroyed meshes as well as the corpses. If there weren't smaller mech fragments as well as crushed meteorites in the area, then nobody would know that a fight happened here. Naturally, Zhao Hai had care cleaned these up after they left. He didn't want other people to know about this ambush as much as possible. By this point, the undead Zhao Hai created were much stronger compared to his other undead. Before, Zhao Hai's undead were at most rank 9 apprentices. On the other hand, these new undead were actually level 3 and above. For Zhao Hai, this wasn't a weak fighting force. After Zhao Hai and the others made several turns and circles, they managed to return to their temporary base. Everyone was very excited. Their action this time allowed them to expel the foul air they've been keeping in all this time. Wiping out more than 3,000 people from the Zhang family was truly satisfying. However, they didn't celebrate until their brains shut down. Tai Sheng and the others quickly assigned people to act as sentries around the base. Then they commanded the others to take a rest so that they could maintain their optimum condition. Bodhi opposed to this. All of them knew that they were still in danger. Only when they returned back to Dark Demon Planet would they attain true relaxation. In the following days, Zhao Hai didn't propose going out to attack the Zhang family. Of course, the Zhang family responded to the attack they just suffered. In their mind, the Ashley family's camp should be near the battlefield. Because of this, they carried on a strict investigation on the surrounding area. Naturally, they weren't able to find anything. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai and the others didn't stay in the same temporary base all these days. They moved further into the meteorite field. At this time, their location had become very dangerous. Tai Sheng and the others knew that the most dangerous element in the meteorite field wasn't the Zhang family. It wasn't easy for the Zhang family to find Zhao Hai's group. The meteorite field was just too big. With the number of the Ashley family's team compared to the size of the meteorite field as well as the Zhang family's numbers, it was almost impossible for Zhang family to find them. The most dangerous aspect of the meteorite field were the meteorites, magnetic storms, and other natural disasters that might happen in the field. These things don't discriminate when it came to their victims. Meteorites would collide with each other and cause chain reactions on the surroundings, and these things happen randomly, making the meteorite field dangerous. Because of this, Tai Sheng and the others chose their temporary bases very carefully. They preferred bigger meteorites since they were more robust compared to the smaller ones. Although Zhao Hai didn't leave the new base, he continually placed great attention to the movements of the Zhang family. Zhao Hai discovered that the Zhang family had changed their approach. They no longer separated into teams to perform a search. Instead, all of their attention were focused on the passage. They also built temporary bases along the passage. Meanwhile, their ships patrolled the path between the passage and the direction to Dark Demon Planet. Naturally, they were planning to block the Ashley family with this method. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai understood that the Zhang family didn't want to sour their relationship with Ashley family yet. Otherwise, they would have used the occupied ship as a reason to wage war. At this time, Dark Demon Planet was still very peaceful. There were no signs of an approaching war. The Zhang family's goal this time seems to be obtaining a ransom from the Ashley family or even preventing Zhao Hai from attending the 6 Realm beginner competition. The latter point wasn't just plucked by Zhao Hai from thin air. He speculated these from talks he heard from the mages and warriors of the Zhang family. It seems like the Zhang family really had a high-ranking spy placed in the Ashley family. It was because of this that they managed to understand the internal matters of the Ashley family. It was also through this spy that they understood Zhao Hai's strength. Therefore, they wanted to stop Zhao Hai from gaining benefits in the beginner competition. In the past, Zhao Hai wasn't clear about the 6 Realm beginner competition's importance for the family. But after After this event, Zhao Hai knew that for a medium-grade influence like the Ashley family, it was absolutely important. Zhao Hai wasn't planning on bringing trouble to the Zhang family. He knew that it was impossible. The Zhang family were now clumped up in and around the passage. They also built several bases on huge meteorites. Once Zhao Hai's group attacked them, they would immediately be surrounded by walls of iron. Moreover, the Zhang family set themselves up so that support would quickly arrive once a certain area was attacked. So instead, Zhao Hai spent his time idly inside the base before the time he decided to return to Dark Demon Planet. Tai Sheng and the others didn't pester Zhao Hai to deal with the Zhang family. In fact, even they didn't want to attack the Zhang family. They were aware that attacking the Zhang family was very risky. There was a huge possibility for them to suffer heavy casualties if they do attack. Those who joined the mission were among the elites of the Ashley family's external hall. It wouldn't be good if they suffered heavy losses. And since Zhao Hai didn't raise any plans of attack, the commanders also spent their time with ease. In any case, Zhao Hai had enough food to feed all of them. The only thing they did now was to relax inside the base. Days quickly passed by. All this time, Zhao Hai was seen to be closing up to practice. However, nobody inside the base were discontented. What they knew was that Zhao Hai was anxiously practicing so that everyone can go home sooner. Margaret was beginning to look unhealthy as the days went by. Seeing Zhao Hai working hard while everyone was living comfortably hurt Margaret's heart. Those who didn't suffer couldn't reach Zhao Hai's level. With Zhao Hai's strength, it was clear that he had suffered hardships before. Imagining what might have happened to Zhao Hai made Margaret's heart ache. During the last incursion, Margaret was able to see Zhao Hai's merciless side. At the same time, Margaret could see Zhao Hai acting patiently, watching the enemy first before making a decisive move. As she thought of this, Margaret began to see Zhao Hai as a bottomless pit. She wanted to know more about him. Everyone already knew that Margaret and Zhao Hai were quite close. Most of them knew who Margaret was and were clear that Zhao Hai would become a core member of the family in the future. But even if they were envious of Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but be convinced upon seeing his strength. Time passed and soon there were only 10 days left before the realm qualifiers starts. Zhao Hai had been closing up all this time, making Tai Sheng and the others more and more anxious. Every day, Tai Sheng and the others would send people to Zhao Hai's cave to see if he came out. They were truly afraid that Zhao Hai might not be able to join the realm qualifiers. Actually, what they didn't know was that Zhao Hai was just doing normal training all this time. He did nothing else other than delaying. He didn't want people to think that it was easy for him to send everyone back to Dark Demon Planet. Seeing that there were only 10 days left before the realm qualifiers, Zhao Hai finally decided to head out. He thought that it was time for him to return to Dark Demon Planet. Chapter 1148. Coming back. D-Spars recently lost a lot of weight, and those who had insider information knew exactly why. He thought that his plan was seamless, but it actually turned out to be a trap. Most importantly, they were the ones who fell for it. It can be said that the one who suffered the most loss was the Bone Symbol Camp. This was because the mission not only included Tai Sheng, it also had the camp's most promising member, Zhao Hai. Additionally, with Zhao Hai's close relationship with Margaret, the camp would be losing heavily if they couldn't return. Although it was said that Margaret went on her own decision, if something really happened to her, then it would be put on D-Spars' head, and the patriarch wasn't a very reasonable person. The only good news was the fact that the Zhang family didn't send any word that they had captured a lot of experts from the Ashley family's external hall. In the past, the Zhang family would return the captured people and then send a warning to the family. But if the Zhang family manages to capture a large quantity of external hall members, then they could use this as leverage to publicly break off their relationship with the Ashley family. Although the Zhang family had yet to send word, this matter still placed a huge rock in everyone's hearts. This was especially true for D-Spars. These days, it seems like he had halved his usual size. Even if the family had yet to cause trouble for the Bone Symbol Camp's camp lord, D-Spars himself felt very depressed in the past few days. Zhao Hai was the Bone Symbol Camp's hope for revival, and now that he didn't know when Zhao Hai would come back, D-Spars couldn't help but have a massive headache. Moreover, it can be said that Zhao Hai was the family's primary representative in the 6-realm beginner competition. If Zhao Hai doesn't come back, then the loss to the family would be too huge. This would cause Thunder to make D-Spars pay for his mistake. With this situation weighing on his shoulders, no wonder D-Spars became so thin. And as the realm qualifiers got closer and closer, D-Spars' face got more and more unsightly. The other camp lord couldn't help but feel grief at the sight of him. The camp lords had fairly similar states as D-Spars. Although some of them had their own authorities, the power they held wasn't that huge. Among them, Despars clearly held the greater position. He was the patriarch's childhood friend and was a trusted date of the family. This was evidently clear by Despars's position as the external hall's manager. But even if each camp lord had a competitive relationship, they were also allies in a way. Since the external hall was a weak entity, they needed to band together so that they had the right to speak out. Seeing Despars suffer bad luck, the other camp lords were also feeling bad. Even Dia, who liked to take a jab at Despars, didn't say a single word about this event. Actually, it wasn't only Despars. The entire Bone Symbol camp was feeling depressed. Zhao Hai just came to the limelight by defeating the other camps and emerging as the family's champion. All of them were thinking that the revival of the Bone Symbol camp was near. They didn't expect a matter such as this to happen. This caused the Bone Symbol camp to feel an unprecedented disappointment. People were like this: if they don't hope, then they won't be disappointed. However, once they were given hope and that hope was shattered, their disappointment would be magnified by several folds. The Bone Symbol camp's mood was as low as a deep valley. Although Tao Wang saw this, he couldn't do anything. He was also feeling down in the past few days, and his physique was much worse than Despars. He wasn't fat to begin with, so after all these days, Tao Wang was as skinny as a skeleton. Seeing that there were only 10 days left before the realm qualifiers, Despars and Tao Wang began to feel despair. Even if Zhao Hai managed to escape now, he still wouldn't be able to make it to the qualifiers. Silence conquered Despars's office. He had lost any motivation and energy to speak at this point. Then suddenly, running was heard from outside. Then a person with a happy expression opened the door. He looked at Despars and said, "Camp Lord, come out, quick." Something just came up. Despars looked at the person and said, "Something happened? What is it?" The person excitedly said, "Commander Tai Sheng. Commander Tai Sheng is back." Upon hearing this, Despars and Tao Wang stared. They looked at each other for some time before they simultaneously stood up. Their faces seemed to light up. Then Despars asked, "Tai Sheng, are you sure it's him?" The person immediately answered, "It's him." "Camp Lord, you should take a look yourself." Despars and Tao Wang didn't wait for the person to lead them out as they quickly ran. When they arrived at the Bone Symbol camp's field, they saw people coming out of an enormous spatial rift. These people were completely covered in dust. They might look haggard, but none of them were injured, and all of them had bright expressions on their faces. One of these people stood right by the rift as he led the others out. This man was Tai Sheng. Despars took a deep breath. Then he quickly flew towards Tai Sheng's side, his face evidently brighter than before as he asked, "Tai Sheng, what is this?" When Tai Sheng saw Despars, he immediately gave a salute. Then he replied, "Camp Lord, we've come back safely. It's Little Hai. He used his spatial ability to send us here." Despars looked at the people coming out of the rift. He scrutinized each person but couldn't see Zhao Hai. When Tai Sheng saw Despars's action, he couldn't help but smile as he said, "Camp Lord, there's no need to worry. Little Hai is behind the rift. He's doing fine." Despars nodded. Then his mood returned to normal. Nobody from the Bone Symbol camp were among those who were currently pouring out of the rift. Despars quickly understood that the evacuation was done according to camps. It didn't take long before the people from the Bone Symbol camp were sent over. When these people saw their friends, they immediately went over to talk. Before long, laughter filled the camp. Seeing this situation, Despars removed the worry in his heart. Moreover, he could see that the losses suffered by the external hull wasn't that heavy. It didn't take an hour for everyone to go through the spatial rift. The last people to go through were Zhao Hai and Margaret. Zhao Hai's expression was calm while Margaret had a faint smile on her face. As she followed beside Zhao Hai, she looked like a wife following her husband. When Zhao Hai came out, the rift quickly closed. Despars immediately moved forward to meet him. Seeing Despars arrive, Zhao Hai quickly gave a salute and said, "Camp Lord, I'm back." Despars grabbed Zhao Hai's shoulders and laughed. "Good, it's good that you're doing well. I'm sure it has been hard on you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's okay. There's no need for the camp lord to worry." Despars gave a nod before he looked at the people from the other camps. Then he laughed and said, "Today's a happy day. Don't leave yet. Share a meal with my Bone Symbol camp." "Tao Wang, send word to the camp lords explaining the situation." "Tai Sheng, have everyone wash up while I go and report to the patriarch." Tao Wang also went over to Zhao Hai and gave him a tight hug. Only then did he go to arrange matters. Meanwhile, Tai Sheng nodded and led everyone to the Bone Symbol camp's building to take a rest. Despars didn't delay and immediately flew towards lofty Demon Island. Margaret was currently inside a villa prepared for her by the Bone Symbol camp. Also, this place wasn't far from Zhao Hai. When she came back to her room, Margaret washed her face and combed her hair. Because of the state of the meteorite field, Taking a bath was not an option. Although there were people who can use water element magic to produce water, the amount they were able to take out wasn't enough for people to take a bath in. This was the reason why everyone appeared haggard. Originally, Charles and the others readied themselves to return to their camp. However, Spars already made preparations for them and even reported the matter to the camp lords. Because of this, people from the other camps had no choice but to accept the Bone Symbol camp's hospitality. At this moment, Spars arrived at Lofty Demon Island. Due to his excitement, he didn't ride a car and just flew the entire trip. After arriving at the island, Spars went directly to Thunder's study. This was also the place where the patriarch did his work. In the Ashley family, there were only a few people who can directly find the patriarch in his study, and Spars was one of these people. This was also a demonstration of Spars's status. Kajo wasn't in the study. He was the Ashley family's manager. Because of this, he couldn't just follow Thunder like a secretary. Moreover, Thunder already had his own female secretary. When Spars saw the secretary outside Thunder's office, he quickly said, "Notify the patriarch quickly. I have something important to report." Naturally, the attractive female secretary knew about the relationship between Spars and Thunder, so she didn't dare to delay as she quickly pressed a key and sent a notification. "Patriarch, Manager Spars is here asking for an audience. He said that he has something important to say." Thunder's reply was quickly heard, "Let him in." The secretary nodded. Just as she was about to ask Spars to go in, the fatty already pushed the door and impatiently entered the study. Thunder was currently sitting in his chair while reading a document. Although computers were prevalent in the machine field, documents were still in paper form. Spars bowed and said, "I've seen the young master." Thunder looked up at Spars and nodded. "Sit, Fatty Day, you've become thinner." Spars smiled and said, "Young master, you can rest assured, I'll be back to being fat in no time." "Right. Those who went out for the mission have come back." This includes Zhao Hai and Miss Margaret. Upon hearing Spars, Thunder couldn't help but gawk. He placed the document on his hand down as he said, "They're back?" "How?" Spars quickly answered, "Tai Sheng told me that it's because of Little Hai's space magic. They're now resting in the Bone Symbol camp. I've invited everyone to a meal after. I'm sure they also suffered a lot." Chapter 1149, Breaking the Engagement. When he heard this, Thunder couldn't help but raise his eyebrow as he responded, "So it is space magic. That is quite a rare ability. But Zhao Hai can send them back using space magic. Then why did they only return now?" Spars stared. He didn't expect Thunder to ask a question at this time. He paused for a moment before he answered, "I don't know, young master. I'll go ask him when I go back. Then I'll report back to you." Thunder waved his hand and said, "There's no need. I reckon the timing of their return is related to that thing. Don't worry about it." "Right. Have Zhao Hai take a rest. If he needs anything like potions, make sure to give it to him. We need him to be in his optimum condition. The Ashley family cannot lose in the qualifiers." Spars nodded. "Young master, you can rest assured." Thunder nodded and said, "Tell the Zhang family that the Ashley family denies their allegations. The members of our external hall have already returned from their mission. If the Zhang family still dares to be impolite, then we'll publicly break our relationship with them. Also, tell them that their conduct this time has made me very discontented. Therefore, I'm breaking Margaret and the Zhang Minayu's engagement." Spars stared, then he immediately knew why Thunder did so. The Zhang family had been publicly saying that since a large part of the external hall elites were missing, and that an Ashley family ship was found in the meteorite field, then the Ashley family were the ones who attacked them. Actually, the two families knew that this was nothing more than the Zhang family catching the Ashley family's plan. Therefore, the Zhang family was just using it as a means to pressure the Ashley family. But now that Zhao Hai and the others had returned, the Ashley family could say that there was no such thing. This caused the Ashley family to sigh in relief. And at this point, Margaret's feelings for Zhao Hai were very clear. However, Margaret still had an engagement with the Zhang family. This might affect Zhao Hai and Margaret's relationship. Because of this, Thunder decided to use this opportunity to break the marriage agreement. Spars immediately nodded, but he warned, "Young master, the Zhang family is becoming more and more brazen recently. It seems like it is a matter of time before they begin moving against us. We need to guard against them." Thunder clicked his mouth before he sighed and said, "The Zhang family has been preparing to deal with us, and we're a step later than them. However, the Zhang family is not done with their preparation. They wouldn't dare fight large-scale battles at this time. Because of this, they were still sending cheap shots at us. HMPH. If the Zhang family really wants to fight the Ashley family, then I'll make sure to beat them so hard that they would return with no teeth left." After he spoke this, the atmosphere around Thunder began to turn cold. Despars was intently listening. Actually, Despars and the others were already aware of the Zhang family's plan and had repeatedly reminded Thunder about it. However, Thunder didn't care about it before. He was still thinking that the Zhang family were the Ashley family's strongest ally. Thunder finally accepted the warning against the Zhang family when Margaret was attacked. Moreover, upon further investigation, it was proven that it was the Zhang family who did it. It was also because of this that Thunder agreed to the assault mission. He wanted to strike the Zhang family in order to test their response. If the Zhang family was innocent, then they wouldn't know about this matter and wouldn't retaliate too heavily. However, the Zhang family's response was fierce. They even set up a trap to take a bite out of the Ashley family. This opened Thunder's eyes to the fact that the Zhang family wanted to deal with the Ashley family. The Zhang family's plan was good. They wanted to catch Zhao Hai and the others, and even if they can't, they could still block Zhao Hai from entering the realm qualifiers. This way, the Ashley family's benefits would suffer a huge hit, and also, it would be easier for them to deal with the Ashley family in the future. However, the Zhang family didn't expect how significant Zhao Hai's impact would be. Now that Zhao Hai was able to bring everyone back to Dark Demon Planet, the Zhang family's plan was destroyed. Moreover, their actions had made Thunder vigilant. The Zhang family tried to steal a chicken only to lose the rice used to bait it. However, the Ashley family wouldn't use this event to strike the Zhang family. They didn't have the strength to do it yet. In fact, if it weren't for Zhao Hai, then the Ashley family would take even greater losses. Asking a small price in order to deal with this grievance was enough. Despars looked at Thunder and said, "Young master, with this altercation with the Zhang family, the importance of the six-realm beginner competition has become more apparent. As long as we make good progress in the competition, we'll be able to gain more benefits and would no longer worry about not having an ally. The Zhang family made a significant move against us. They even want to prevent Little Hai from entering the beginner competition. It seems like they're afraid that we would get a good position. It's now certain that the Zhang family has a high-level spy in our family. The most pressing matter for now is to find this spy." Thunder Ashley wasn't a fool. Although he rarely accepted comments, he still knew what to do at certain times. Therefore, he understood what Despars wanted to say as he nodded and said, "Rest assured, I will make sure to look this up." There weren't a lot of people who knew about the mission. "I believe we'll be able to see results soon. Meanwhile, Fatty Day, you make sure that Little Hai gets what he wants. You need to take good care of him." Despars nodded before he turned around and left. When Despars returned to the Bone Symbol camp, the other camp lords were already there. At this time, they were talking to the commanders about what happened. Despars didn't go to see them, but instead he called Tai Sheng over to his office. Despars looked at Tai Sheng and said, "Tai Sheng, tell me exactly what happened." Tai Sheng nodded and then explained everything from the start up to their return. Despars listened intently and then nodded and said, "It looks like Little Hai has become better in using liquid silver. Moreover, Little Hai's strength is probably getting closer to ours. It seems like his claims of becoming top 10 in the six-realm beginner competition wasn't just a boast." Tai Sheng nodded and said, "Little Hai has become very strong. He will surely blossom in the beginner competition. I'm just afraid that the Ashley family wouldn't be able to retain him." Despars smiled bitterly and said, "With the Ashley family's strength, it's impossible for us to keep him. Little Hai will certainly become a famous powerful expert. However, even if the Ashley family couldn't keep him, as long as everyone knew that he came from us, then that is already enough to make people think differently about the family. It doesn't matter if he stays or not." Tai Sheng nodded. Then Despars said, "Alright, let's go to the dining hall. The other camp lords should already be aware of the situation. They owe us a huge favor this time." Tai Sheng smiled faintly before he followed Despars back to the dining hall. The dining hall has been filled up. Besides those from the other camps, everyone currently in the Bone Symbol camp came to the hall. The entire room looked very lively. Their faces were full of excitement. It can be said that this mission concerned the entirety of the external hall. This was because elites of the external hall participated in this mission. These people had fairly high status in the Ashley family's external hall. They were the backbone of the force. Whenever a camp loses people like them, the camp would surely suffer a serious blow. It has been some time before these people had ascended to the machine field. Because of this, they were able to make friends with people from other camps, and some even became tied by familial ties. It can be said that these people were more or less involved with each other. In this case, the fact that everyone returned was a very joyous matter. As for the Zhang family spies that Zhao Hai captured, they had already been handed over to the family to deal with. Zhao Hai and Tai Sheng had guaranteed their safety as well as return to Dark Demon Planet. As for what happens to them after arriving at the family, that was something that Zhao Hai cannot control. After Zhao Hai returned to his room, he immediately cleaned himself inside the space before going back out and heading towards the dining hall. Zhao Hai wore a black robe. Although it wasn't ugly, it wasn't eye-catching either, and with Zhao Hai's ordinary looks, it would be hard for people to see him in a crowd. The reason for his lack of presence was Zhao Hai's decision to not display anything. This made sure that he looked as ordinary as he can be. After he came out, Zhao Hai immediately saw Tao Wang approaching him. When Tao Wang saw Zhao Hai, he immediately said, "Let's go quick. Our brothers want to see their hero." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "How come I became a hero?" "Right. Did Margaret head out already?" Tao Wang smiled and said, "Not yet, but you should know that women would take a long time to dress up. I have already told her robot to relay the message." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he followed Tao Wang to the dining hall. Zhao Hai and Tao Wang arrived at the dining hall at almost the same time as Dispars and Tai Sheng. As soon Dispars saw Zhao Hai, he immediately waved at him. Tao Wang and Zhao Hai quickly went over and took a seat. Dispars smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you've done very well. Those guys now owe us big time. Let's see how they'll pay us back." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Camp Lord, don't you think seizing this opportunity for benefit is a bit out of place?" Dispars smiled and said, "There's no need for you to worry about this matter. In any case, this will be good for you." "Right. You returned just at the right time for the realm qualifiers. The Patriarch is placing great importance to the competition. He wanted to make sure that I relay this information to you." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Camp Lord, rest assured, I know what I need to do." Dispars gave nod. Then he asked, "Are you injured, or perhaps feeling uncomfortable anywhere?" The Patriarch said that we should fully support you. He wants you to stay at your best state as much as possible. Zhao Hai waved his hand and smiled. "Camp Lord, I absolutely fine." Dispars nodded. Then he said, "That's good. Those fellows are here. I need to deal with them. We'll talk later." Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't stop Dispars. Dispars stood up and then walked towards Tia and the others. The arrival of the 7 camp lords made the dining hall's atmosphere a bit weird for those from the Bone Symbol camp. Under normal conditions, these camp lords would not step foot in the Bone Symbol camp. This was because of the camp's constant decline over the years. These camp lords even looked down on the camp. But this time, they actually went to the camp themselves. Moreover, they came to express their gratitude, which made those from the Bone Symbol camp proud and elated. Dispars didn't go too far this time. He just chatted with the other camp lords for a moment before asking them to sit down. Naturally, Zhao Hai was also present on the table. Zhao Hai didn't say anything and just gave the camp lords a salute. Dia and the others returned the courtesy while expressing their gratitude to Zhao Hai. But at the same time, their eyes couldn't help but show a sense of deep envy. After everyone had sat down, Dispars went to the dining hall's stage. He waved his hand to silence the hall before saying, "The mission had been a huge trial for our external hall, but it was fortunate that everyone managed to return safely. I need to commend everyone here for their bravery. You certainly didn't make the Ashley family lose face. You're the pride of our external hall." After he said this, everyone in the hall issued a cheer. Dispars waved his hand once more. After seeing everyone calm down, he continued, "Everyone has certainly suffered in the past few days. I have already discussed it with your camp lords. Your contribution points for this mission will be increased. Additionally, each camp will add a bonus on top of your initial reward. Brothers, you're now rich." Dispars's words brought laughter and whistling to the hall. People from the external hall liked to hear about rewards. Dispars's words were completely aimed at their hearts. There weren't even any official statements, which made everyone feel great. After Dispars calmed everyone down, he said, "Everyone, I know that you haven't had a good meal and a good rest in the past days, so I won't be saying anything more. Brothers, eat, drink. Welcome home." Everyone cheered. Then robots began giving everyone food and drinks. The feast had officially begun. Throughout his speech, Dispars didn't mention a word about Zhao Hai's merit. This was a brilliant move. Zhao Hai's action of saving everyone had already been engraved in their hearts. If Dispars mentioned it, then it would seem too petty. When Dispars returned to his table, Dia and the others looked at him strangely. They never talked like this to the people in their camp. It was at this point where they saw their gap with Dispars. Chapter 1150. Finding out. The dining hall's mood was very warm, but what surprised Zhao Hai was the fact that Margaret wasn't in sight. But even if he was confused, he didn't think too deeply about it. After everyone became drunk, Zhao Hai returned to his villa. He wasn't able to eat a lot at the feast since he was drinking with Dispars and the others. However, he used spatial water to dissolve the alcohol, so even if he drank a lot, he wasn't drunk at all. Then suddenly, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare when he came close to his villa. He just felt someone's presence inside. However, Zhao Hai didn't feel any danger because he saw that it was Margaret when he swept his villa using his spiritual force. Although Zhao Hai was somewhat puzzled, he still entered his villa. Margaret was currently sitting in the living room. When Zhao Hai saw Margaret, he couldn't help but gawk. This was because the present Margaret was different than before. In the past, Margaret looked like a humble mage. Although she still took care of herself, she had a simple image. She also wouldn't put makeup on her face. She was old-fashioned. But today's Margaret was different. She wore a new mage robe. Although the robe was still black, it seemed more attractive than what she wore before. Her hair had also been attractively set up. Most importantly, Margaret was wearing makeup. Although it was only a faint application, it actually complemented Margaret's calm temperament. Margaret had a different temperament compared to Zhao Hai's wives. Laura sent off an aura of a capable woman. Her presence could be felt in a room. There was no need to say about Lizzie and Megan. The two of them were practically brought up to be princesses, so their presence exudes majesty. Meg didn't have much aura to talk about. However, she had a quiet temperament that told people that her life revolved around Zhao Hai. Ruian's aura was a bit less compared to Lizzie's. After all, she was only a princess of a small duchy. Moreover, with her past reputation, she always felt that she was inferior to Lizzie and the others. Barry had a different aura compared to the others. She was from a succubus clan and also a demon. Her talent was in assassination, so her temperament was kind of cold. On the other hand, Margaret grew up researching magic formations. After she grew up, she spent her life as an instructor. Because of this, she exudes an aura of a scholar. She had a gentle and solemn temperament. When Margaret saw that Zhao Hai was staring at her, her face couldn't help but turn red. Then she slowly stood up and smiled before saying, "Am I attractive?" Zhao Hai recovered. He looked at Margaret and said, "Of course you are. You're beautiful." Margaret walked towards Zhao Hai, her eyes fixed on his. Then she said, "Zhao Hai, ever since you saved me from Tyro Planet, I began to see you differently. Although you have killed a lot of people, I still couldn't help but like you. And after the mission, I came to see that I liked you more. I want to marry you. It doesn't matter if you have other wives or if they don't like me. I still want to marry you. Do you want to marry me?" Zhao Hai didn't expect Margaret to be so forward. Margaret looked like a silent person whenever they met. He didn't even feel a bit of intimacy from her. Her words truly made him surprised. But what Zhao Hai didn't know was that Margaret had changed after experiencing near-death experience twice. The environment back in the meteorite field would make anyone pessimistic, and naturally Margaret was not an exception. She basically grew up in a greenhouse and hadn't faced hardship before. At that time, Margaret thought that she might really be trapped in the meteorite field or be captured by the Zhang family. Also, during that time, Margaret began to discover that life was unpredictable. If they died at the meteorite field, then she wouldn't have the chance to confess to Zhao Hai. Although her depressed state disappeared when they returned to Dark Demon Planet, the thought of confessing to Zhao Hai never vanished inside Margaret's mind. Instead, the idea became more and more intense. Margaret thought about another accident approaching where she really wouldn't have the chance to show her feelings. Therefore, after she returned to her villa, Margaret decided to tell Zhao Hai as soon as possible. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret, then he lightly sighed and said, "Margaret, I can understand what you're thinking, but you should know that I love my wives. So if you really want to marry me, then you have to share. Are you still willing?" Margaret didn't even think about it as she answered, "I'm willing." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Margaret, you don't understand. You're thinking that my wives are in the lower realms, so you only have to share with me spiritually. But this isn't the case. I brought my wives with me, so if you marry me, then you will also share physically. Do you understand?" Margaret had a confused expression. She shook her head, showing that she couldn't understand what Zhao Hai was saying. What did Zhao Hai mean that he brought them with him? Zhao Hai looked at Margaret, then he sighed and said, "Please stay calm. No matter where you end up, don't be afraid. And if you decide not to marry me after this, I hope that you keep things you see as a secret." Margaret was still confused at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand, opening a spatial rift on his side. Then he took Margaret's hand and said, "Margaret, come in and take a look. This is my biggest secret." Despite being confused by what Zhao Hai said, Margaret still entered the spatial rift. She believes that Zhao Hai wouldn't harm her. Right after she emerged from the other side of the rift, Margaret was shocked. What met her vision was an infinitely large space. She was currently standing on a meadow with a somewhat ancient-looking villa in the distance. The villa was covered with 7 colored vines while also have huge trees on its sides. Naturally, this wasn't the most important thing. What was important were the 6 beautiful women standing in front. All of them were beauties, not any worse than Margaret herself. Some were even more attractive than her. Right when Margaret appeared, the woman at the front of the group smiled faintly and said, "Hello, Miss Margaret. We're Zhao Hai's wives. My name is Laura. Perhaps you might not know us, but we've known you for a long time." Upon hearing Laura, Margaret quickly recovered. However, her mind was still not cleared. she could only mechanically reply, "Hello, I am Margaret." Lizzie and the others also took the chance to introduce themselves, with Margaret blankly replying. She repeated her response multiple times, looking somewhat silly. Then at this time, Zhao Hai's voice was heard. "Margaret, this is my biggest secret. You can follow Laura and they will explain this to you." "Laura, please explain everything to Margaret. I'm tired and would like to take a rest." Laura nodded and took Margaret to the villa. Margaret was pulled by Laura as she dazedly walked towards the villa. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai returned to his room in the bone symbol camp. He was afraid that these spars might come looking for him, so he could only wait there for now. At the same time, Laura pulled Margaret to the villa and invited her to sit. Meg offered some tea to Margaret as they looked at the space's monitor. Displayed on the screen was Zhao Hai inside his bone symbol camp villa. Laura looked at Margaret and smiled as she said, "We can see everything using this monitor. It can be said that when you first met Brother Hai, we also saw you, and every time you see Brother Hai, we know." Upon hearing Laura, Margaret's face couldn't help but pale. She suddenly thought that she was like someone who was having an affair with another woman's husband, and she was now being exposed. Laura saw Margaret's expression and immediately understood what she was thinking, so Laura smiled and assured her, "There's no need to be nervous. In fact, we urged Brother Hai to get closer to you. If you don't have our support, then I'm afraid your relationship with Brother Hai wouldn't have developed this quickly." Margaret turned her head to Laura. Her face couldn't hide her confusion. Laura smiled and said, "Let us tell you everything about Brother Hai. I believe you'll understand how good he is after." Then Laura and the other proceeded to tell Margaret everything about Zhao Hai. Margaret listened to the legendary life that Zhao Hai had. She heard all sorts of stories about his accomplishments in the lower realms. Zhao Hai's matters couldn't be expressed in just a few words. Moreover, Laura couldn't tell everything herself, so when she was tired, someone would take her place and continued the story. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was inside his villa. Despars and the others didn't visit him this time. However, Zhao Hai wasn't worried since he also needed time to think about the future. When he attends the 6th realm beginner competition, he doesn't know whether he would meet Lu Wei or the Yin Wind Spirit Emperor. In the past, if he really met the two of them and they take revenge, he wouldn't know if he can be their match. But now that he obtained liquid silver, Zhao Hai's state of mind had changed. Instead of harboring deep dread in meeting these two enemies, Zhao Hai was even thinking of challenging them. This was because these two people were his biggest personal enemies. He needed to defeat them. It was his duty to do so. This way, his status wouldn't be revealed. Chapter 1151. On the nuptial chamber. The biggest reason why Zhao Hai doesn't want his identity revealed was because he had another enemy stronger and more terrifying than Lu Wei and the Yin Wind Spirit Emperor, and this enemy was the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Zhao Hai knew some details about Lu Wei. He was an elder of the Five Gates sect, but Zhao Hai knew that his position didn't have a huge authority in a sect. This was because Zhao Hai was able to find out about known elders from first-rate sects, and it seems like Lu Wei was just an ordinary elder of his sect. As for why Lu Wei, who didn't have much influence, was able to collect faith power from the lower realms, there was a good explanation for it. Those who were able to collect faith power did so in secrecy. Even those they were closest to were not told about it. Moreover, collecting faith power from the lower realms required specialized artifacts. These artifacts needed to have a certain relation to the lower realms and could only be obtained through chance. Zhao Hai looked up some experts from great sects in the cultivation realm. However, he wasn't able to see Lu Wei's name. This made Zhao Hai understand that Lu Wei was just an ordinary elder of the Five Gates sect. He didn't have real strength to speak of. There was nothing to say about the Yin Wind Spirit Emperor. The Emperor's true threat was the fact that he was a free person who didn't have any foundations that tied him up in place. It might also be possible that his connection with the underworld was due to luck. So although he was quite strong, there was no need for Zhao Hai to be afraid of him. After all, the ability of a single person was limited. Moreover, the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor had offended formidable people and was chased down to the point of forcing him into hiding. In his current state, he had no time to chase Zhao Hai down. But the Myriad Treasures Pavilion was different. The pavilion was a huge trading company in the cultivation realm. It can be said that they were a huge power, and because of their scale, they were very rich. This also made them able to have massive amounts of experts working for them. It can be said that offending such an existence wasn't wise, and through the internet, Zhao Hai was able to look into how the pavilion was able to grow so quickly. The reason for their growth was the unique Yin attribute items that they were able to sell. Upon seeing this report, Zhao Hai knew that he was in big trouble. Breaking a merchant's source of income was the same as breaking their legs. This hatred would forever remain unforgotten, and Zhao Hai just severed the Myriad Treasures Pavilion's main source of income. Breaking the pavilion's source of income meant that Zhao Hai was now the pavilion's biggest enemy. Additionally, The Myriad Treasures Pavilion was different than Lu Wei or the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. Unlike the latter two, Zhao Hai didn't just offend one person, but the entirety of the pavilion itself. If the pavilion were to know about Zhao Hai's identity, then a huge trouble would come for him. Although Zhao Hai had cut off the pavilion's benefits, the pavilion was still unaware as to who he was. Their connection to the underworld was just a low-level transmission formation, and it was impossible to see Zhao Hai through that formation. But things were different when it came to Lu Wei and the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor. The two sent avatars to the lower realms, so they were able to see Zhao Hai's appearance. If the two knew about Zhao Hai's enmity with the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, then it was possible for them to work together with the pavilion to deal with Zhao Hai. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't want this to happen. Therefore, he needed to hunt down Lu Wei and the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor as soon as possible. While Zhao Hai was pondering about these matters, Laura and the others had already told Margaret about Zhao Hai's accomplishments in the lower realms. They didn't only tell Margaret about these matters, they also showed her pictures and recordings taken by the space. In addition to Zhao Hai's accomplishments, Laura and the others also told Margaret about the space, which without a doubt surprised her. After the talk, Laura looked at Margaret and said, "Margaret, we can see that you're interested in Brother Hai. We always encouraged him to pursue you because he needs you. Your identity will allow him to integrate better into the Ashley family. However, Brother Hai doesn't want to pursue you for this exact reason. If you didn't confess to him today, then he would never reveal this place to you. This is because this place is Brother Hai's roots. He can move unhindered in this world because of this. Do you understand?" Margaret gave a nod. Then Lizzie added, "It's also because of the space's abilities that Brother Hai wouldn't easily tell other people about it. Him letting you enter the space today means that he has already accepted you. But if you really don't want to share Brother Hai with us, then we hope that you'll forget everything you heard about this place. Otherwise, Brother Hai wouldn't be able to have a place in this realm." Margaret looked at Laura and the others, then she smiled and said, "I've already decided on Zhao Hai. Naturally I won't regret my decision. Zhao Hai not pursuing me because he is thinking about you only told me that he is a person who won't betray me. With a man like that, I wouldn't have anything to worry about." Upon hearing Margaret, Laura and the others couldn't help but smile. Then Laura pulled Margaret and giggled as she said, "Then you need to be at your best. Megan, help Margaret with her makeup. We'll have her share a room with Brother Hai today." When Margaret heard Laura, her face couldn't help but turn red. However, she was faintly smiling as she was taken away by Megan. Meanwhile, Laura called Zhao Hai over. "Brother Hai, come here quick." Zhao Hai immediately broke out of his thoughts. Then his body flashed as he entered the space. Seeing Laura grinning from ear to ear, he couldn't help but ask, "What happened?" Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. Then she said, "Brother Hai, Margaret has agreed to marry you. Go get ready quick. Everything's been taken care of. It's time for you to go to the nuptial chamber." Upon hearing Laura, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile bitterly as he said, "Margaret just learned about the space. Why is the nuptial chamber already involved?" Laura pouted and said, "Brother Hai, you're really stupid. Margaret has already confessed to you, so there's nothing to worry about. Go get ready." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Why do you need to make a big fuss over this?" "Alright, I'll go prepare." Laura didn't delay and immediately made Zhao Hai wear formal clothing. Then he had Zhao Hai sit down so that she could handle his hair. It was necessary for Zhao Hai to be in his best attire when he enters the nuptial chambers with Margaret. Zhao Hai was a man, so he was clueless about how important a wedding was to a woman. This was especially true for men that they loved. They would make sure that it was special. If Zhao Hai was too casual about this, then Margaret would regret it all her life. Before long, Margaret was sent over by Laura and the others. Zhao Hai was also in his best attire. Then Laura and the others performed a simple Chinese wedding for Zhao Hai and Margaret before they pushed the two towards the nuptial chamber. Seeing Zhao Hai and Margaret entering the nuptial chamber, Laura and the others let out a long breath. After cleaning up, Laura said, "Alright, Margaret's matter has finally been solved. I believe Brother Hai's status in the Ashley family would become more solid, and with Margaret's help, our identity will slowly be solved." Lizzie and the others also nodded. To be honest, they weren't really jealous of Margaret. Since Zhao Hai already had multiple wives, adding one more wasn't a problem. After cleaning the place up, everyone proceeded to take a rest. There was no need to say about Zhao Hai and Margaret's matter inside the nuptial chamber. The next day, the two of them shared breakfast with Laura and the others before saying goodbye and then leaving the space. After coming out of the space, Margaret turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, although we've officially become a couple, I think we should keep it from others in the meantime. Otherwise, we don't know what kind of things would come up." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Margaret, you're underestimating the family too much. You came over here but you didn't return for the night. The patriarch has surely gotten word of it. Forget it, just stay here." When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but get startled. Then she quickly said, "What do we do? What if he doesn't agree?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, there's no problem. Take a seat while we wait for the camp lord and the others to arrive. It seems like they've been looking for us the entire night." Margaret nodded. Then she sat down, albeit her face was red. Zhao Hai waved his hand, then a pot of tea appeared on the table. This tea wasn't from the machine field, instead it was from the space. The tea from the space tastes much better than tea from the machine field. Not long after the two began drinking tea, Dispars's group of 3 arrived. The 3 didn't think much after seeing Margaret. She was seen more and more often with Zhao Hai, so they were already used to seeing her. After the 3 were asked to sit down, Zhao Hai quickly offered them tea. But this time, the tea wasn't from the space, it was already replaced when the 3 arrived. Drinking a sip of his tea, Dispars looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you need to prepare. We're leaving for the realm qualifiers." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I don't have much to prepare. We can go whenever you want." Dispars nodded, then his face turned serious as he said, "Little Hai, this realm qualifiers is very important for the Ashley family. You need to get good results or else the family would face huge problems." Zhao Hai nodded, "I understand. You can rest assured." Camp Lord, the Zhang family also wanted to block me from entering the realm qualifiers, right? Chapter 1152 to 1154. Chapter 1152, 10 Great Experts. When Dispars heard Zhao Hai, he nodded and said, "Correct, the Zhang family is indeed planning to do that. Since they have spies in the family, they were aware about your abilities. They don't want you to join the realm qualifiers and then gain benefits for the family. This is because once you show your ability in the competition, the family would no longer worry about having allies. When that time comes, the Zhang family would have no way of dealing with us. This is also the reason why you should win and gain the best position you can. The better your position, the safer the family would be." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Rest assured, Camp Lord, I understand." Dispars nodded, then he turned to Margaret and said, "Miss Margaret, will you be coming with us?" Margaret nodded and said, "Of course I'll go. We can go anytime. I also don't have much to pack." Dispars smiled bitterly and said, "All right, then we'll be heading to Lofty Demon Island first." "The Patriarch wouldn't be going with us. Instead, Kajo will be leading our fleet." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, let's go. The family's matters are important. We can't afford to waste time." Dispars nodded, then he brought Margaret and Zhao Hai out of the villa. But as they went out, Dispars looked at Margaret and noticed something different about her. Dispars was an experienced person, therefore, he knew that something happened between Zhao Hai and Margaret between now and last night. With this thought in mind, Dispars couldn't help but worry. Although Thunder had agreed to Zhao Hai and Margaret's relationship, the two were doing things prematurely. Dispars wasn't sure if Thunder would be provoked by this or not. The group went out of the building and immediately rode a car to Lofty Demon Island. While sitting inside the car, Dispars looked at Zhao Hai and said, "After you came back, the Patriarch immediately warned the Zhang family. Moreover, the Patriarch dissolved Miss Margaret's marriage agreement with them. This is literally a slap to the Zhang family's face. The Patriarch is afraid that we might meet danger along the way, so he told us to leave as soon as possible." When Margaret heard Dispars, she couldn't help but stare. Then her face lit up as she asked, "Fat uncle, did the Patriarch really dissolve my marriage agreement?" Dispars nodded with a smile and said, "Of course, I wanted to tell you this yesterday, but because I drank too much, I wasn't able to." Who knew that you two would reach this point? Hearing Dispars, Margaret knew that he had already found out about Zhao Hai and her. Her face couldn't help but turn red as she lowered her head in silence. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Camp Lord, will the Patriarch blame me for this matter?" Dispars sighed and said, "At present, there's no way for the Patriarch to blame you. After all, the family still needs you. Moreover, the Patriarch has already agreed to wed Ms. Margaret to you." Zhao Hai didn't worry about this matter. He believed that Thunder should already know about Margaret not returning to her villa last night. Judging by the fact that Thunder didn't send anyone over last night, it's highly probable that he wouldn't send someone today. The car arrived at Lofty Demon Island while everyone was talking. The island was very huge and also quite lively, but the car didn't stop and just immediately sped towards the port. Cars and small-sized ships were already waiting there as well as Kajo and the people from the other camps. Only the Bone Symbol camp was missing. When the car stopped, Dispars immediately went out of the car. When he saw everyone, he laughed and said, "I apologize for being late. I drank too much yesterday." Kajo stared at Dispars before turning his head to look at Zhao Hai. Then he smiled and said, "Forget it, I'll let you be proud this time. Get in quick." The Patriarch said that he wouldn't see us out. But when everyone heads back victorious, the Patriarch will personally fetch us. Everyone nodded and entered the ship with Kajo. Dispars went to the other camp lords and said, Everyone, there's no need to worry about the fellows from the external hall. I'll take care of them." Dia and the others nodded. They didn't say anything. They just owed Despars and Zhao Hai a huge favor this time. They could no longer act like before. Despars didn't say anything else as he boarded the ship. Since this ship was just used for transport to the outer space base, the ride wouldn't take too long. Therefore, Kajo didn't assign any rooms to everyone. They were all just standing inside the command hall. The ship smoothly took off and soon it was passing through the planet's atmosphere. Kajo looked at the view outside the ship and said, "The family will send 5 medium-sized ships this time. Additionally, we're going to take 10,000 meshs. This should be enough to ensure our safety. Our goal is the planet at the core of the machine field, our realm's capital. The qualifiers will be held there." Zhao Hai and the others nodded. Then Kajo continued, "It will take us 8 days of full-speed travel to get there from Dark Daemon Planet. The time we have left should be sufficient enough. As for any accidents on the road, you won't need to worry. The family has already taken care of it." The ship arrived at the outer space base during Kajo's speech. They didn't stop here as the small ship immediately went towards the family's medium-sized ships. Not long after everyone had transferred, they took off once more. The medium-sized ships that they were in were larger than the one used in the previous mission. Not only can this ship store thousands of meshs, it also had smaller emergency ships inside. Moreover, this ship had much stronger firepower. After assigning everyone their respective rooms, Kajo called them over to the conference room. Although it was smaller than large-sized ships, this medium-sized ship actually had complete facilities along with several conference rooms. Everyone was called over to a small conference room. Present inside were Kajo, Despars, Zhao Hai, Margaret, and then the other participants from the other camps. After everyone had sat down, Kajo said, "I called you over to tell you about the opponents that you might meet in the qualifiers. These are very powerful people. You need to be careful if you encounter them." Besides Zhao Hai, everyone should have already received information about the participants from the other families. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "You can use these days to read up on them. It's fine as long as you get a general idea of their strength." Zhao Hai gave a nod. Then Kajo continued, "I am here to tell you about experts that you need to pay special attention to. These people are said to be the strongest participants in the realm qualifiers." After he said this, Kajo moved to the side as the wall behind him turned into a display monitor. On the monitor was the image of a person, a mage. Displayed on his side were pale blue formations. His hair was also pale blue. He was quite handsome with his faintly smiling face. One would feel intimate while looking at him. On the person's side was an introduction. Zhao Hai read the description. Name, Streep. Nickname, Saint of Ice. Background, Water Temple. Ascendance, 4 years. Strength, Level 4 Mage. Conclusion, extremely dangerous. Some reports state that he fought with a small battleship and ended up destroying it. Then there were even more detailed introductions. Zhao Hai looked at it and understood that Streep was truly strong. He managed to reach level 4 just 4 years after ascending, and from the time he ascended up to the present, he had already experienced hundreds of battles and suffered no defeat. After the introduction, Streep's fighting scenes were seen. These video clips were very short, some were even fuzzy. One of these fuzzy scenes seems to show an arena, most likely from the local qualifiers. From the video, one could see Streep cast 10-layer formations with no problem, and he could also cast 50-layer formations in a short time. One could see that his spiritual force was strong from this point, with Zhao Hai as an exception. All other participants had unattractive expressions as they looked at the video. When they saw the 10-layer formations were easily being sent out, they thought that it was because of a magic staff. However, the person on the video didn't actually use one. This ability was too formidable. They knew that only Zhao Hai could face Streep. It was impossible for them to fight these kinds of people. Although the equipment that the family provided them were the best there was, the other participants would be the same as them. Since everyone deemed the competition as a very important matter, people like Streep would also have top-graded equipment. At this time, the image on the monitor changed. When he saw the person depicted on the monitor, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. It was because this person looked so strong. It also seems like he wasn't a human being, more like a giant. However, his height was somewhat shorter than most giants. The man was about 2.5 meters tall. He was bald and had skin akin to molten copper, and with his well-developed muscles, the man looked like an ancient giant that came out of the earth. He was currently wearing armor that covered his whole body, boosting his formidable image even more. However, the most noticeable aspect of this person were the 2 sledgehammers on his side. They were quite large, looking almost impossible to wield. One must know that spatial equipment weren't uncommon in the machine field. It was a general practice for experts, even some normal people, to have spatial equipment on them. And whether one was a mage or a warrior, those of notable ability would be bestowed at least a spatial item by their families. Because of this, It was impossible for this burly person to not have any spatial equipment on him. Nevertheless, he was still carrying his impossibly huge sledgehammers on his side. Zhao Hai looked at the person's information and found out that he was named Zhuang Li, nicknamed Violent Bear. He was a warrior from the Wu family that had ascended 3 years ago. He was already a level 4 warrior and was known for the powerful sword chi that he could send from his hammers. He was also physically and defensively strong, judging by his copper-like skin. After making his debut, he was already undefeated in 1,000 battles. Zhao Hai knew that the Wu family was a famous warrior clan and was a huge influence in the warrior association. Moreover, people from the Wu family were famed for their strength. Zhuang Li ascending in the Wu family was his absolute luck. The third expert was an assassin named Lone Wolf Yan Xinshan. He wore black clothes to cover his dark and thin body. His facial features were ordinary, but his eyes had a sharp and cold look. He was also at level 4. His hand techniques were very formidable. Without using any swords, he was able to one-shot his enemies. He was merciless. In the 4 years since he ascended, he already assassinated 1,000 people, and all of them died. Nobody survived. The Tian family where Yan Zhanshan came from was quite a special existence. Unlike the Ashley family or the Wu family that were famous for being mages or warriors respectively, the Tian family dabbled in both practices. However, their mages were always dark mages while their warriors were always assassins. But even with their special practice, the Tian family was a member of the Dark Church. This was because the people from the Warrior Association didn't like them. They always thought that they weren't a warrior family. Because of this, the Tian family joined the Church Alliance, becoming one of the forces that the Alliance had against the Warrior Association. The fourth expert was named Swift Wind and Rain Lazy Ocean. He's a wind and water element mage from the Wind God Palace's Lei family. He wasn't surnamed Lei initially, but after he ascended and demonstrated his innate skills, the Lei family decided to take him in and bestow him the surname Lei. This man was a level 4 mage, and because he was a double element mage, his strength was quite formidable. In his 3.5 years since ascending, he was able to fight more than 100 battles undefeated. The fifth expert was Divine Fire Dragon Sword Dongfeng Yu. This man ascended 3 years ago and joined a family from the Flame Dojo of the Warrior Association. He's a level 4 warrior with a fire element sword technique named Fire Dragon Sword. He became a force to be reckoned with in the Dongfeng family. All of his 300 missions in the family were all completed in a perfect manner. He was a person who was serious in his duties. The sixth expert was Strong Wind Li Kuangren. He wasn't very tall, but his muscles were quite developed. He wields a two-handed axe and practices the strong wind technique. He's a level 4 warrior from the Song family. The seventh expert was named Meteor Zhu Chen. This man was from the Earth Temple and had ascended 3 years ago. His handle on earth magic was superb. He could use 10-layer formations as comfortably as drinking water. Moreover, he claimed that he was the strongest level 4 mage in the realm. The eighth expert was Army Breaker Lu Dingshan. He's a level 4 warrior from the Warrior Association's Dong family. With his one-handed axe, it was said that he managed to hold off against a 1,000-man army. The ninth expert was Fire Saint Sun. Unexpectedly, this person was from the Fire Temple's Zhang family who had an enmity with Zhao Hai. He ascended 4 years ago and was also a level 4 mage of the fire element. He was known to use 10-layer formations easily. The last expert was Golden Egg John King. This person had just ascended 3 years ago. There were no metal element ability users back in his lower realm. However, after he ascended and taken in by the Divine Palace of Metal's Rhea family, his talent in metal element formations blossomed. It took him 3 years to reach level 4, and with his talent in metal element formations, both his attack and defense were beyond formidable. He's someone whose strength couldn't be underestimated. Chapter 1153, Quicksand Starfield. TN looked into LNMTL and P Ocean 5 to see where the first half of the chapter went. However, both were replaced by a section from another random novel. However, the context should still be found in the next chapters. These things happen occasionally, but this is the first time where a part of the chapter actually went missing. Usually, the chapter would just be pushed down. Zhao Hai also heard about Quicksand Starfield. However, he didn't worry about it. He looked at Kajo and said, "General Manager, do we know what kind of ship they are using?" Kajo looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. He doesn't know why Zhao Hai was asking this, but he still answered, "About 20 medium-sized warships. Although their level is lower than the ones we have, 20 is still enough to cause us serious damage." Zhao Hai replied, "If we wipe them out in the Quicksand Starfield, what consequences would we face?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Kajo couldn't help but smile faintly and said, "And how could we do that? Although our 5 battleships are more advanced compared to theirs, they have the numbers. Perhaps we might be able to survive, but wiping them all out is impossible." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Naturally, it would be impossible if we only depend on the family's 5 ships. But if you add me, Then it's possible. Everyone in the room stared. Mages couldn't fight against a fleet. This was a well-known fact in the machine field. But now, Zhao Hai actually wanted to fight against the enemy's battleship fleet? This was completely out of everyone's expectations. After Despars recovered from his shock, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Are you confident?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I am. If they come, then they would not be able to return. Perhaps we might even seize a couple of ships for ourselves." Despars looked at Kajo. Naturally, Kajo also thought about liquid silver. He doesn't oppose this idea, but he still hesitated before he asked, "Do you need any help from the ships?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Actually, our fleet doesn't need to face the enemy fleet. Our ships can form an encirclement around their ships. After that, we will disrupt their communication systems. This way, even if they can still talk to each other, they wouldn't be able to send a message back to their family." "Can the general manager do this?" Kajo blankly looked at Zhao Hai. Then he said, "It wouldn't be difficult. However, it seems like you want to face all of their ships alone." "Little Hai, don't joke. The other side has 20 medium-sized battleships." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Even if they have a lot of ships, I'm only a single person. If they cannot hit me, then what use do their numbers have?" Kajo couldn't help but nod. In fact, one person destroying a battleship fleet wasn't unheard of in the world of cultivation. However, there wasn't a case where someone from the machine field was able to do so. Zhao Hai looked at Kajo and Despars and said, "General Manager, Camp Lord, I'd like to talk to you two alone. What I'm about to say is quite important." When Kajo and Despars heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but pause. Then they nodded before commanding everyone to leave. Only the three of them and Margaret were left in the small conference room. Once the others had retreated, Despars looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, what do you need to say?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's good news this time. General Manager, Camp Lord, you should already be clear about my relationship with Margaret. Although Margaret and the Patriarch's relationship isn't good, they are still father and daughter in the end. Moreover, Margaret is already closely tied to the Ashley family. Although I wouldn't dare to insert myself in the Ashley family's matter, now that Margaret has become someone from my side, I need to do something." Kajo and Despars were intently listening to Zhao Hai. They were waiting for what he has to say next. Zhao Hai continued, "In the past few days, Margaret and I have been analyzing the refinement method used on liquid silver, and after we had a glimpse of the method, we were able to discover something. Although we can't make something as strong as liquid silver, we can still make inferior replicas of it. If we can successfully achieve it, then this would be an absolutely good news to the family." Kajo and Despars were immediately shaken. They never expected a windfall such as this to appear. It has been a dream for many generations in the machine field to refine liquid silver. However, even with how many materials and methods were used, none were able to succeed. And even if the machine field was becoming much more advanced compared to the past, this matter was still left unaccomplished. The many failures caused people to be disinterested in this matter. It was precisely because of this that liquid silver has been seen as a waste in the machine field. People only regarded it as an antique with a significant history behind it. They never did look at it as a weapon. Chapter 1154, A Good Plan. After some time, Kajo and Despars sobered up. Then their eyes lit up. Kajo looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, are you telling the truth? You really can make replicas of liquid silver?" One couldn't blame Kajo for his excitement. Zhao Hai wasn't from the world of cultivation, so he might not know that replicas were almost always easier to use than the original copies. It was widely known that the cultivation realm was the most powerful realm in the world of cultivation. Almost all huge sects and factions in the cultivation realm had incomparably powerful magical artifacts, each one capable of turning mountains to seas. However, such artifacts couldn't be easily taken out. But in addition to these powerful artifacts, these huge powers also had replicas of said artifacts. These replicas were made by these powers themselves. But even if they were just replicas, one shouldn't underestimate their might. The power held by these influences wasn't unrelated to the quality of their artifact replicas. Because of this, there was a huge market for artifact replicas in the cultivation realm. Thinking that the machine field would have these replicas thanks to liquid silver, it was no wonder that Kajo became excited. Zhao Hai looked at Kajo and nodded as he said, "Yes, we can certainly produce replicas. Little Silver has already chosen me as its owner. It has my spiritual imprint, allowing me to study it better. If I hand liquid silver over to the family, then it would only be useless. As long as I have the time, I reckon I'll be able to find out the materials used to make it. As for the refining method, it would take a while, but when the time comes, I'll have to ask the family to provide me the materials for refinement." Kajo happily replied, "There's no problem with that. As long as you can make replicas of liquid silver, then the family will give you anything you want." Despars looked at Zhao Hai and said, Why didn't you reveal this before? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly as he replied, Camp Lord, the time just wasn't right. If Margaret couldn't become mine, then what benefit would I have if I reveal it? If I did, then I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to guarantee my freedom. When Spars heard Zhao Hai and thought about Thunder's temperament, he couldn't help but sigh and stayed silent. Zhao Hai looked at Spars and said, Camp Lord, I'm aware of how well you treated me, and it has been engraved deep inside my heart. However, liquid silver already belongs to me, and no price can make me hand it over. If the Patriarch wants to take liquid silver away because of its value, then I would have no other choice than to leave the Ashley family. Of course, I wouldn't preemptively do this. After all, I already have a deep relationship with the camp. Nevertheless, I wouldn't just recklessly reveal the matter of the replica. But now that Margaret has become my woman, I'm already a member of the Ashley family. Because of this, I have already placed the family's benefits inside my mind. Therefore, I decided to reveal this matter. I'll have to ask the general manager and the camp lord for forgiveness. Kajo nodded and said, this matter has already passed. Little Hai, you don't need to worry too much about the family. Also, when the time comes, don't forget to call me uncle. Kajo was indeed worthy of being a general manager. He knew when to let things go. Naturally, people in the family who had the power to forgive numbered only a few. When Margaret heard Kajo, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She adorably pouted and said, Uncle, you're teasing me. Kajo laughed and said, this little girl, you actually knew about these matters but decided to hide it from me. Hi, it seems like there are no good women left in this world. Margaret turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai didn't tell me that it was liquid silver. He just told me that it was a special metal and he needed my help to study it. Zhao Hai and Margaret reached a tacit agreement about what to say about this matter. But since Laura already told Margaret about the space, she naturally knew about liquid silver, and because Laura and the others didn't hide anything from her, Margaret knew that Zhao Hai was deliberately lying. But in order to not expose the identity of the space, Margaret decided to help Zhao Hai with his lie. Kajo teased Margaret several times more. Then after some time, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, are you confident in dealing with the enemy fleet? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I was able to return from the Rainbow Meteorite Field with more than 1,000 people. Taking care of a fleet wouldn't be any harder. Since we don't want the Zhang family to know that their fleet has been destroyed, I'll have to ask the general manager to disrupt their communications. We cannot let the Zhang family know about this information. If a war were to happen before the end of the 6-realm beginner competition, then the Ashley family would suffer. Kajo has been a general manager for the Ashley family for decades. He has seen a lot of things. Therefore, he understood what Zhao Hai meant. He immediately nodded and said, Little Hai, you can rest assured that information about this wouldn't be sent over. All of us here are core members of the family, so there's no need to worry about loyalty. You just need to put your mind into fighting. Hurting the Zhang family would make us expel some bad air. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, General Manager, you should send a message back to the family. Have them go to Quicksand Starfield in order to take the captured battleships. Kajo laughed and said, alright, I'll go send a message. You go rest. However, Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I can't rest now. I still need to look at the general situation. General Manager, Camp Lord, I'll be heading out first. Then after he said that, Zhao Hai vanished from the ship. When Kajo saw Zhao Hai disappearing in a flash, he couldn't help but turn to Margaret. Margaret just smiled faintly and said, Brother Hai has left. Uncle, you forgot that Brother Hai can use the space element. If he wanted to leave the ship, then he wouldn't need to open any doors. Kajo stared, then he understood that Zhao Hai was showing him his capabilities. Moreover, Kajo knew that although Zhao Hai said that he got help from Margaret to study liquid silver was complex enough that Margaret wouldn't be able to give much help. And as for Margaret being his woman, that was just a reason that Zhao Hai thought up. Kajo was convinced that Zhao Hai not telling the family about liquid silver's replicas was in order to leave a backdoor for himself. Everyone knew that Spars has been good to Zhao Hai, and it seems like Zhao Hai took the matters of heart very seriously. Therefore, Zhao Hai shouldn't have any reason to betray the family. Moreover, if the Ashley family did decide to deal with Zhao Hai, it wouldn't be very easy to do so. Zhao Hai had his spatial abilities. With the help of liquid silver, he was even able to send more than 1,000 people to Dark Demon Planet from the Rainbow Meteorite Field. Such capability couldn't be looked down upon. If Zhao Hai really wanted to leave, then nobody would be able to stop him. Zhao Hai using his spatial ability in front of Kajo might be him showing that nobody can stop him if he really decided to leave. And if the family decided to take action against him, then they wouldn't just gain nothing, they would also have a formidable enemy. Such a plan wasn't worth it, so the family might as well treat Zhao Hai well. Kajo sighed at Zhao Hai's thorough plan. Although he was still weak compared to the Ashley family's overall strength, Zhao Hai still had cards he could play. allowing him to stand at an equal position with the family. At this point, it wouldn't be wise for the Ashley family to make a move on him. Kajo turned to Margaret and said, "Little Margaret, go take a rest. I'll send the message back to the family. I reckon it wouldn't be long before we need them to take the captured ships away." Margaret nodded before turning around and leaving. Her face had no signs of worry. After experiencing the marvels of the space, Margaret was already confident in Zhao Hai's survival. Once Margaret had left the room, Kajo sighed as he turned to Despars and said, "Fatty day. This Zhao Hai is quite the character. I only hope that he can be tied down by Miss Margaret. This way, the family will gain a lot." Despars smiled faintly and said, "I believe that as long as the family doesn't make a move against him, then Zhao Hai will not betray the family. Even if he gets separated from the family in the future, he will still look after the family because of his relationship with Margaret. Once he becomes an expert of the realm, then the family can sleep without worries." Kajo looked at Despars and smiled. "You fatty, you really think so? You're that confident in Zhao Hai?" Despars smiled and said, "Do you think someone who completed liquid silver is a normal person? Maybe the whole machine field wouldn't be enough to contain Zhao Hai." Kajo didn't say anything more about the topic. This was because he was beginning to believe Despars' words. When Margaret entered her room, a spatial rift suddenly appeared in front of her. Margaret stared for a moment before she entered the rift. Once she was on the other side, she saw Zhao Hai along with Laura and the others. Margaret stared, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, didn't you go scout? Why are you here?" Laura looked at Margaret's expression and smiled. "Silly girl, we have the space, so why does Brother Hai need to scout himself? Unless it is a special area, Brother Hai doesn't need to head out." "Alright, let's go to the living room to have some fun." Before long, Margaret entered the living room. Upon entering, Margaret noticed that the monitor already had some images displayed on it. There wasn't much to look at it since it was a view of outer space, but it wasn't just stationary space. The image seemed to be moving fast. Margaret knew that this wasn't the space moving, but something was moving quickly through it. Then Margaret was attracted to an area close to the monitor. Laura and the others were playing with liquid silver replicas to control flying needles outside. Although Zhao Hai hadn't gone to the quicksand star field before, there was already a star map saved inside the space. This star map was something that was publicly distributed in the machine field. Although the star map had yet to be incorporated into the space, Zhao Hai and the others can still use it as an ordinary map. Chapter 1155 to 1159. Chapter 1155. Fig leaf. 3 days later, Zhao Hai returned to the ship. But what made Kajo and Despars wonder was Margaret being always absent at the same time Zhao Hai was gone. She would make people deliver food to her room and would just stay inside. When Zhao Hai returned to the command hall, Margaret was also with him. Seeing that Zhao Hai had come back, Kajo and Despars quickly welcomed him. Zhao Hai went to the command hall's main computer and opened the quicksand starfield map and said, "The Zhang family hid in these spots." They made sure that they were hidden well. Moreover, their ships don't emit any electromagnetic signals, making it hard to detect them. If we weren't prepared, then we might get too relaxed and fall for their sneak attack. Kajo didn't become an expert by doing nothing. He clearly knew that the Zhang family's positioning was the optimal setup that they could do. It seems like the Zhang family really wanted to destroy them. Kajo nodded and said, "So what do you need us to do next?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "We'll deviate from our original route. Although we may still encounter the Zhang family, I will deal with them. There's no need to worry. The general manager just needs to encircle these ships and interfere with their communication systems." Kajo nodded and said, "That's not a problem." "So when do we make our move?" Zhao Hai replied, "We'll just go along our usual time frame. After we arrive at the destination, then you do what you need to do. The battle will start immediately." "Alright, then I'll start getting busy." Then Zhao Hai's figure vanished from the ship. Kajo looked at Despars and smiled bitterly as he said, "This kid, he's already giving us commands. Alright, let's start getting busy as well." Then he turned to Margaret and said, "Little Margaret, what have you been doing these days? Why did you decide to head out of your room now?" Margaret yawned and said, "I came out because I'm starting to get bored. I don't have much to do unlike you old men. I just enjoyed playing games inside my room." "Alright then, uncles, I'm taking my leave." Then she turned around and left Kajo and Despars puzzled. Despars quickly stopped Margaret and said, "Little Margaret, aren't you worried about Zhao Hai? He's going to face a fleet." Margaret turned towards Despars and just smiled as she said, I'm not worried. There's nobody in this world that can kill Brother Hai. Then she waved her hand and returned to her room. Kajo and the Spars looked at Margaret, speechless. They didn't expect Margaret to be this confident in Zhao Hai. What they didn't know was that Margaret spent the last days inside the space with Zhao Hai. The two had been together all this time. Zhao Hai went back to the space with Margaret following behind soon. When he entered the space, he immediately looked at the huge monitor. This time, everyone wasn't planning on playing any games. They were planning the attack on the Zhang family's fleet. The Zhang family's fleet was now fully being monitored. Zhao Hai even stationed some of the silver needles around the ships. In this case, there's no way for the fleet to escape. The only thing left for them to do was to begin to take action. Lizzie looked at the map and said, the Zhang family's fleet has 20 ships and about 40,000 meshs. This isn't a small number. Dealing with them wouldn't be easy. I think we should use the undead to assault them. Brother Hai, you'll use liquid silver to break their shields so that we can lead the undead to attack them in close proximity. We'll destroy them in one go. Zhao Hai agreed to the plan. The Zhang family didn't bring any mages or warriors with their fleet. As long as Zhao Hai breaks their shields, the undead could overwhelm them. When the time comes, the ships would just be sitting ducks waiting for slaughter. Zhao Hai also recently discovered that the liquid silver's needles couldn't touch the other ships if their shields were up. Because of this, he wasn't able to see the situation inside each ship. It was only once the shields were down that the needles could get in close and invade. Because they were staging an ambush, the Zhang family's ships had been passive in the past few days. They would only erect their shields if meteorites came close. This situation provided Zhao Hai opportunities to make some experiments. Zhao Hai knew that he would encounter more battleships in the future. Therefore, he needed some time to understand them more. This way, he would know their strengths and weaknesses, and his recent results came out very good. Actually, when Zhao Hai discovered that he could send undead into the battleships, he didn't immediately think about handing the ships over to the Ashley family. But soon, Zhao Hai realized that the more valuable aspects of warships were its operators. It wasn't easy to train people that can run a battleship. Once he defeated the Zhang family's fleet, not only could he get their battleships, he would also gain undead operators that could help him run the ship. In the end, Zhao Hai decided to give the ships to the Ashley family. However, the soldiers and operators inside would have to be taken away. Megan looked at the ships and said, we need to keep everyone in the ships inside. It would be a problem if the meshs headed out. Zhao Hai nodded and said, if those meshs manage to escape, I'll personally go deal with them. The space doesn't have enough materials to make a lot of liquid silver replicas. We're quite lacking in that aspect. The space's army is still not enough to contend against a mech army. I have to deal with the meshs myself. But as long as we take control of the battleships and turn the operators into undead, we'll be able to deal with those meshs. There's no need to worry much about it. Megan and the others nodded. Then they discussed other aspects of the attack. Actually, what was left to discuss was very simple. They were only waiting for the right time to make an attack. After the discussion, Laura turned to Margaret and said, Margaret, do you want to lead a team? When Margaret heard Laura, she couldn't help but stare for a moment. Then she felt cold. She just heard them talk about murder as though it was a game. She wasn't used to it. When Laura saw Margaret's expression, she immediately knew what she was thinking. Laura smiled and said, it's fine. I can't even count the number of people Brother Hai killed since his debut. However, all of these people are his enemies. Enemies needed to be destroyed or else they will come after us in the future. Margaret nodded. She practically grew up in the greenhouse, so she was quite pure. However, she was already prepared for these events when she decided to follow Zhao Hai. This was the real Zhao Hai, and she must adapt in order to follow him. It can be said that Margaret was a complete idealist in the past. She always lived inside a very safe environment. The most cruel and ruthless situation that she experienced were internal family issues. But after following Zhao Hai in the past few days, Margaret began to see the true face of the machine field. Although the machine field was dominated by the three major forces, the smaller influences were bearing grudges against each other and were constantly fighting. One could only kill their enemy if they wanted to improve themselves. Because of this thought, Margaret agreed to commanding a team of undead. Since she already accepted Zhao Hai, then she would need to help. Once they were done with their discussions, Laura changed the monitor's display to the quicksand star field. There were a few green dots seen on the map. Besides these green dots, there were also red dots seen. These red dots were the Zhang family's fleet. Zhao Hai saw this situation and said, calculate when the general manager will arrive at the area. Laura nodded and said, there's no need to worry about that. It would take a day for the general manager and the others to enter the area, and another 4 hours before arriving at the predetermined place. Then it would take another 2 hours before they could suppress the electronic communications. When the time comes, we can make our move. Brother Hai, you should take a rest. After all, When the time comes you will need to personally act. Zhao Hai nodded and said, you take a rest as well. We can leave this area to care. We don't want you to be exhausted when the battle begins. Laura smiled and said, rest assured, we will do well. Zhao Hai nodded before turning around and entering his room. Kajo and the Spars didn't share the same relaxed mindset. They stayed inside the command hall all the time. They didn't even think about asking for reinforcements from the family in order to help Zhao Hai. They believed that once the family makes a move, the Zhang family would notice it, and when that time comes, the Zhang family would also send their own troops, triggering an open war between the two, which was very bad for the Ashley family. The Zhang family were doing everything they can in order to prevent Zhao Hai from participating in the competition. With the realm qualifiers happening in a few days, Kajo's fleet couldn't afford to be delayed. Since Zhao Hai was confident enough to eliminate the enemy fleet, what they needed to do now was to send a message back to the family asking for personnel to man the soon-to-be captured ships. This would allow them to rush to the machine field's capital as soon as possible. At this point, the Zhang family and the Ashley family's contradictions were beginning to reveal itself. Only a piece of fig leaf was keeping everything from blowing up. However, none of the two sides wanted to remove this fig leaf. Once this barrier was punctured, things wouldn't bode well for both groups. And with this fig leaf, it was impossible for the two sides to fight on a large scale. Since they couldn't fight with huge numbers, they could only resort to small-scale conflicts like this fight between a 20-ship fleet and a 5-ship fleet. The number of ships involved wasn't large and none of them sent large-sized ships. Most importantly, both sides were still official allies. Even if they knew that the other party was responsible for a small conflict, they would still deliberately ignore it. They would take it as a pirate versus army situation. Since battles between those two sides were common, nobody would be able to say anything. Actually, from what Zhao Hai can see, the current farce was disadvantageous to both families. They need to wait until after the beginner competition ends, then they could have a final showdown. The 10 great experts gave the people from the machine field hope. Therefore, high-level figures of the machine field regarded this competition as crucial. If the two families dared to disturb this event, then the 3 major powers would certainly take action. Even if the Ashley family and the Zhang family held great power and influence, they would still suffer if they offended the 3 major powers. After all, the rulers of the machine field were still the big 3. With this thought in mind, Kajo and the Spars only sent for personnel to operate the captured ships. They didn't ask for military reinforcements since they already decided to believe in Zhao Hai. They believed that Zhao Hai's liquid silver was something that the gods had bestowed to the machine field. Therefore, they were very confident in liquid silver. The two stared at the computer screen for a while. Then Kajo turned to the Spars and said, Fatty Day, what do we do if Little Hai isn't able to take control of those ships? When the time comes, we would have to meet head-on. Spars coldly snorted and said, if we need to fight, then we would do it. We're not afraid of fighting head-on. Also, if Little Hai didn't propose this action, wouldn't we still need to fight them? We don't have much choice. We need to believe in Little Hai. Kajo sighed and said, it seems like we can only proceed like this. Let's hope that Little Hai succeeds. If he does, then his ability is already enough to reach the top 10 in the 6-realm beginner competition. Spars looked at Kajo and said, don't underestimate Little Hai's strength. Do you think beginners from the other realms are able to defeat 20 medium-sized battleships on their own? If Little Hai succeeds, then he might as well snatch the top position. Kajo looked at Spars and said, Fatty Day, don't boast too much. We're talking about the 6-realm beginner competition. Spars rolled his eyes and said, I know what I said. Or do you want to bet on it? Kajo looked at Spars's expression. Then he waved his hand and said, I wouldn't dare bet against you. I'm not dumb enough to jump into a pit you dug. When he heard this, Spars couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 1156, Done. Zhao Hai calmly looked at the Ashley family's fleet through the monitor. They had already arrived at the designated area. However, they were an hour later than what Zhao Hai expected. Zhao Hai knew that this was because Kajo and the others were still reluctant about his capabilities. Nevertheless, he didn't say anything nor go see Kajo. What he needs to do now was to maintain his mysterious capabilities, making Kajo and the others feel that he was an unreadable character. Maintaining one's mystery can save you a lot of trouble sometimes. Others would hesitate to take action against you if they have yet to grasp your capabilities. Zhao Hai was doing this exact thing. He would help the Ashley family with their matters, but he wouldn't reveal everything to them. Besides his family, he wouldn't easily trust anybody else. Upon seeing Kajo and the others entering the predetermined area, Zhao Hai shifted his attention towards the Zhang family's fleet. Because the Zhang family's fleet had their communications withdrawn, they weren't able to detect the Ashley family's fleet. They could only rely on the sentries they sent outside for information. However, These sentries had already been dealt with by Zhao Hai. Because of this, the Zhang family fleet wasn't in any state to fight, which gave Zhao Hai the best opportunity to attack. Zhao Hai saw that Kazhou was almost prepared to start. However, he wouldn't immediately take action. He would wait until Kazhou and the others began to suppress the enemy's electronic communications. You ask why Zhao Hai knew that Kazhou's fleet was prepared to take action? Zhao Hai had been inside Kazhou's ship for a long time. At this point, he knew how many cockroaches were inside the ship and where they were. When Kazhou and the others began suppressing the enemy's communication system, Zhao Hai immediately began to move. In a flash, large quantities of undead appeared inside the Zhang family's ships. However, these undead weren't controlled by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai came out of the space and arrived in front of the Zhang family fleet. Just like what Zhao Hai expected, the ship operators couldn't resist the onslaught of the undead. On the other hand, the mech soldiers were still on standby when the undead attacked. A lot of them engaged in melee combat with the undead. Some of these soldiers died while some were able to ride their meshs and exit the ship. Zhao Hai calmly looked at these meshs. Meshs pilots were all elite soldiers. If these people didn't have meshs, then their strengths would be worse than mages and warriors. But as long as they were inside their machines, they would then be able to fight groups of mages and warriors. These people started their training earlier than mages and warriors. Among the major influences, their status was higher compared to mages and warriors of their level. Being able to exit the ships in a short period of time was a testament to these mech pilots' capabilities. Now that the battleships were being overrun by undead, the tall meshs would be inconvenienced to fight inside. Moreover, it seems like they have guessed that the other battleships were also under attack. Because of this, they ran out of their ships to either escape further into the Starfield or regroup with the meshs from the other ships. It can be said that they made the correct choice. They were truly elite soldiers. However, it was a pity that they were against Zhao Hai, and there was no chance for Zhao Hai to be polite to them. The meshs were still flustered from the surprise attack, and with Zhao Hai killing them one by one, the panic among the pilots was increasing. But just before the meshs were about to find their footing, they suddenly saw their ships starting to open fire. This collapsed the mech army. They were now aware that there was no way for them to survive this ordeal. Even if they were able to realize this, the thought came too late. The battle was over very quickly, and just like Zhao Hai expected, the Zhang family fleet tried to report the situation to the family. But with Kazhou's suppression, their last hope was destroyed. 20 battleships were defeated just like that. The battle was extraordinarily simple. In less than 5 hours, all ships were captured and the meshs were destroyed. Besides the ships and mech fragments, not much else was left. Bloodstains were the only things left inside the ships. Not a single living person nor dead corpse was seen. Meanwhile, the ships and the unmanned meshs were left in fairly perfect condition. After Zhao Hai swept the battlefield, he glanced at the battleships before returning to the space. At this time, Laura and the others had already finished their work. Seeing Zhao Hai return, Laura immediately said, "Brother Hai, are we done?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Margaret and said, "Margaret, we should head back." Margaret's expression wasn't good. She just commanded a team of undead to slaughter the people inside a ship. Although she was looking at the situation through a monitor, her face was still quite pale. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret, then he softly comforted, "It's fine, Margaret. Don't forget that they are enemies." Margaret nodded. Zhao Hai couldn't bear to see her pale expression, so he immediately changed to another topic. "Right, Margaret, how powerful is the jammer that you made? Is it strong enough to stop the flight recorders inside the battleships?" Flight recorders were machines used to record what was happening in the ship during an emergency. This machine was connected to the main computer of the ship but was set up independently. It was contained inside a high-strength alloy which cannot be easily destroyed. Sometimes, even if a battleship was destroyed, these flight recorders would still work with no problems. Although flight recorders and the main computer were connected, flight recorders were independent from the main computer. As long as unauthorized people entered the ship, the flight recorder would immediately start recording everything that happened on the ship. Zhao Hai knew about these things before he began his attack. This was also where he had some problems. Whether it be the Ashley family or the Zhang family, both of them would be able to use these flight recorders to look into what happened, which was very bad for Zhao Hai. However, this issue was actually solved by Margaret. Besides being a mage, she was also interested in magic formations inside electronics. In fact, in the machine field, mages and electronic products have an inseparable relationship. The technology here was different than on Earth. Earth electronics were generally made with a combination of mechanical and electrical engineering. But in the machine field, Electronics had magic formations mixed in them. Each electronic product in the machine field had some sort of magic formation inside, and there was no need to say about the compositions of battleships and meshs. The magic formations inside these meshs and electronic products weren't just ordinary formations, they were specifically designed for electronics. The main function of these formations were to assist, not to fight. Because of this, mages wouldn't normally dabble too deep into these formations. In the machine field, there were only a few mages in each family who researched these formations. The lack of any offensive and defensive capabilities of these formations made most mages ignore it. Even Zhao Hai ignored these formations when he started learning magic theory. Only when he took note about flight recorders did these formations enter his eyes. If this matter wasn't solved, then there was a risk that his secrets would be revealed. But at the right moment, Margaret actually offered some help. She made a type of jammer for Zhao Hai to use. The range of this jammer wasn't huge, but its power was quite large. As long as a jammer was inside a ship, then the flight recorder would be as functional as space junk. It was through this matter that Zhao Hai began to look into the significance of supporting formations, and after looking into it, he found out that these supporting formations were able to increase the offensive and defensive strength of formation sets. Zhao Hai asked the question in order to distract Margaret, and he succeeded. Margaret quickly replied, "Brother Hai can rest assured, there won't be any problems." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Margaret and said, "That's good. Now, my strength wouldn't be exposed. Let's head out. After you return to the space, you can study these formations. They might provide great use for us." Margaret's thoughts immediately shifted to these formations. Her face turned for the better as she nodded repeatedly. Seeing her recover, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Margaret was shaping up to become like Karen and the others. After sending Margaret back to her room, Zhao Hai also teleported inside Kajo's ship. Despars and Kajo were eagerly looking at the direction of the Zhang family's fleet. They want to see when Zhao Hai's fight would begin. However, nothing happened in the distant space. There weren't any lights nor sounds being captured by the ship. This caused them to be puzzled. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly appeared in front of them. Seeing Zhao Hai come back, Kajo quickly asked, "Little Hai, how is it? Do we need to ask for help from the family? If so, then I'll immediately send a message. However, we cannot stay here for long. We need to rush towards the capital." Kajo thought that Zhao Hai had yet to engage the Zhang family. Therefore, he said these words. Zhao Hai looked at Kajo and smiled faintly as he said, "General Manager, we can leave. I've already dealt with the Zhang family's fleet. The family can come and collect the ships." Kajo and Despars stared. They looked at each other and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. 20 battleships were dealt with just like that? How is that possible? Chapter 1157, Ever-Present Ancient Sand. Zhao Hai looked at Kajo and Despars's expressions. Then he smiled and said, "General Manager, Camp Lord, you can rest assured. I've already taken care of it. If you want, we can go and see the situation. In any case, confirming it wouldn't take too long." Naturally, Kajo and Despars agreed to visit the site. They directed their fleet to where the Zhang family's ships were, and as soon as they arrived, everyone was dumbfounded. Besides a few mech fragments in space, everything else in the fleet was completely preserved. It looked like they didn't receive even a point of damage. If not for the absence of shields as well as incoming attacks, they might have thought that the Zhang family were still manning the ships. Kajo and Despars turned to Zhao Hai with completely confused expressions. Zhao Hai just smiled at them and said, "Camp Lord, General Manager, do we head inside a ship to take a look?" The two couldn't help but look at each other. At this time, Margaret, who had already entered the room, smiled and said, "All right, let's go and take a look. I want to see how different the Zhang family's ships are compared to ours." Since they didn't have anything to say about the matter, Kajo and Despars just nodded when they heard Margaret. Before long, their ship suspended a bridge to connect towards a Zhang family battleship. Entering another ship through a connection bridge required the approval of the ship being boarded. If nobody were inside the other ship, then the connection bridge would be useless. Kajo and Despars turned to Zhao Hai and wondered how it worked. If it weren't for Margaret, the two wouldn't have been confident in boarding the ship. Once they entered the decompression chamber of the other ship, Kajo and Despars couldn't help but stare. This was because those in the decompression chamber weren't human, they were undead. There were no living beings in sight, but the two undead present were wearing the Zhang family's uniform. When the undead saw the group arrive, they immediately gave a salute before going to the side. Zhao Hai didn't care about this as he led the others towards the ship. Once they were inside, Kajo and Despars finally began to believe Zhao Hai. This was because they were able to see bloodstains inside the ship. However, besides the bloodstains, not a single person nor corpse was there. Zhao Hai looked at the scene, then he smiled and said, "General Manager, Camp Lord, I have turned all of the people in the Zhang family fleet into undead. The ships have been completely preserved. As long as the family arrives, they can have the operators take over the ship and be more familiar with it. With enough practice, they would be able to use these to fight. Kajou stared at the battleship, then he laughed all of a sudden. He repeatedly pat Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Good, little Hai, well done. I'll immediately explain the situation to the family. Also, I'll leave a ship behind to guard this area. I'll also leave some operators behind. At the very least, we could erect the ship's shields and weapons. It's highly probable for these ships to be hit by meteorites at any time. If we don't guard them, they might be destroyed." Despars and the others were also laughing with happiness. After they returned to their ship, operators were left behind to staff the captured ships. Then shortly after that, they continued on with their journey. Kajou detailed everything Zhao Hai said in his report to the family. When Thunder read it, he couldn't help but be surprised. He never thought Zhao Hai to move this flawlessly, but what made him confused was how Zhao Hai was able to enter these ships silently. Nevertheless, Thunder proved that he was equipped to be a patriarch. He didn't ask much about the process and instead just sent people to retrieve the ships. Naturally, the people who were with Zhao Hai on the fleet knew about his accomplishments. Their admiration towards him was now going through the roof. At the same time, those from the other camps completely removed the dissatisfaction in their hearts. When someone who defeated you only had a bit more strength, then you might feel that the result was unsatisfactory. However, when that person shows overwhelming strength, you couldn't help but just accept it. 2 days after Kajou's fleet left the quicksand starfield, the Ashley family's operators arrived. They quickly took over the 20 ships. The Ashley family basically gained a fortune by doing nothing. At this moment, Zhao Hai was inside the space, observing the quicksand starfield. Naturally, the scene he was observing wasn't the meteorite field outside the quicksand starfield, but instead the wide expanse of desert in the center. Laura and the others were also looking at the vast desert. After some time, Megan said, "Big brother Hai, don't you want to take a look at the desert?" After following beside Zhao Hai for a long time, Megan and the others were already aware of his thoughts. Seeing how Zhao Hai looked at the vast desert, they immediately knew that he wanted to personally see it for himself. But there was one of them who was still clueless. When Margaret heard Megan, her expression changed as she asked, "Brother Hai, you really want to go there?" "You shouldn't. It's too dangerous." Zhao Hai looked at Margaret, then he smiled and said, "It's fine. Nothing's going to happen to me. I just want to take some sand and send it to the space to see if it's something useful." Margaret was still unwilling to let Zhao Hai go. But at this time, Laura said, "Margaret, it's fine. There's no need to worry about Brother Hai. And Brother Hai, you can go, but don't go deep into the sand sea. Just take some sand for the space and then exit the area." Zhao Hai nodded, then his body vanished. The next moment, he appeared on the screen. Margaret was looking at him with worry in her eyes. When Laura and the others saw Margaret's expression, then couldn't help but smile. They weren't worried about Zhao Hai at all. This was because they knew that nothing will happen to him. Zhao Hai stood on a meteorite just on the outskirts of the sea of sand. Looking at the boundless desert, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh inside. This desert was too big. Under the radiance of the nearby stars, it shimmered with 7-colored lights. Such scenery wasn't present inside the space. However, Zhao Hai wasn't planning on taking a step towards the vast desert since he didn't want to make Laura and the others worry. Instead, Zhao Hai waved his hand as a spatial rift appeared 10,000 meters in front of him. Before long, the spatial rift began sucking up the nearby sand. But what Zhao Hai didn't expect was the corrosion brought up by these sand particles. As they came in contact with the rift, they actually made it even bigger. Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately closed the spatial rift. Then at this moment, the space issued a prompt. Ever-present ancient sand detected. Earth element attribute detected, as well as the property to last for a very long time. It can be used to augment a weapon. It has effect stronger than black iron. It also has the ability to corrode materials as well as eliminate spiritual force. When Zhao Hai heard this prompt, he paused for a moment. He didn't expect the sand to be this formidable. It could actually corrode all things. Moreover, it can eliminate spiritual force. These properties were terrifying. The ability to corrode might be alright. However, the property to eliminate spiritual force was another thing altogether. Take the cultivation realm, for example. Weapons that underwent spirit attachment could be branded using one's spiritual force. Once one was able to brand their spiritual force into a weapon, then that weapon would forever belong to them. Fortunately, the spiritual force in most weapons could be eliminated once their masters were killed. However, if one killed a descendant of a powerful being, then they would need a substantial amount of spiritual force to remove the branding. Even if a trace of that powerful being's spiritual force was left, it would still be very hard for it to be eliminated. Moreover, the powerful being could use that branding to locate the weapon and kill the thief. In the cultivation realm, murders because of weapons were common. However, not a lot of people dared to kill those with powerful backgrounds. If they did, then they would be tracked down and killed. However, with the everlasting ancient sand, eliminating spiritual force on a weapon would be easier. Even those powerful experts would have no way of tracking their weapons. Besides weapons, there was also another thing. In the machine field, most spatial equipment had no spiritual branding, so if it was lost, it would be very hard to find it. But in the cultivation realm, spatial items were like magical artifacts and were branded with spiritual force. If you cannot eliminate the owner's spiritual branding on the spatial equipment, then it would be impossible for you to access its contents. And if you decide to be forceful in breaking through the spatial equipment, then it might create a spatial disturbance inside and destroy everything. What you need to do was to erase the spiritual branding bit by bit, and this process would take quite a long time. However, if one uses the ever-present ancient sand, this issue would be easily solved. It can be said that this material would be very useful for robbing the people from the cultivation realm. Zhao Hai entered the space and immediately examined the sand. The sand was extremely small, much finer than ordinary sand. However, it was very heavy. Zhao Hai felt that the handful of sand he held weighed about 10,000 jin 5,000 kg. Such weight-to-volume ratio was too astonishing. The sand was golden yellow, bordering the color of gold dust. Because of this beauty, Laura and the others couldn't help but look curiously at it. After seeing nothing else, Zhao Hai stored the sand as everyone returned to the living room. The image currently displayed on the screen was the situation inside the ship. Seeing that nothing was out of the norm, Zhao Hai turned to Margaret and said, "Margaret, how far are we from Machine Field Planet?" Margaret smiled and said, "We're not that far. We should be able to begin seeing ships from other families in 2 days." Chapter 1158, Uses of Supporting Magic Formations. And just like Margaret said, after 2 days of travel, the Ashley family's fleet began seeing the fleets of other families. These fleets weren't huge. At most, there were 10 ships in a fleet. Zhao Hai was somewhat puzzled by this situation. After asking Margaret, he came to know that each family wouldn't send too many ships during the realm qualifiers because Machine Field Planet couldn't handle a lot of ships. In the machine field, there were no less than 10,000 small and large powers. Imagine if all these groups sent large numbers of ships over, then how many would fit in the space around the capital? Therefore, every realm qualifier, it was agreed that each power wouldn't send too many ships. Zhao Hai also saw Kajo and Ispars beginning to get busy greeting the other fleets. They even made direct communications from others. As for the rest, flashing their signal lights was enough. Zhao Hai stayed in the space for over 2 days before returning to the ship. He didn't stop his cultivation during this time. His body tempering technique was beginning to get more and more refined, and as his body got stronger and stronger, his spiritual force was also increasing. Although these effects were only appearing slowly, Zhao Hai still kept pushing on. Moreover, Zhao Hai began condensing formations once more. But this time, the formations he used were supporting magic formations. Zhao Hai also discovered that the number of supporting formations weren't less than offensive and defensive formations. It was even possible that there were more. It wasn't easy making new combat formations. This was because there are latent dangers during each testing. However, this danger didn't exist when it came to supporting magic formations. Some of these formations were used to increase the strength of metals. Some were designed to increase a metal's radioactivity, some for increasing its property of transmitting signals, and many more. Most importantly, there were no dangers in testing these formations. Even if the test failed, 2 or 3 things might be destroyed, nothing else. Because of this, there were more supporting formations than offensive and defensive formations. Zhao Hai didn't know whether he could find any uses for these formations. In any case, he still decided to condense them. Even if they were useless, nothing remarkable would be lost. However, Zhao Hai didn't expect the result he would get. After these supporting formations were condensed and analyzed, it actually elevated the quality of Zhao Hai's formation sets. Now Zhao Hai can use his spiritual force to support 3,000 layer formation sets. These formations sets had a lot of supportive formations inside. After these supportive formations were added, not only was the strength of these formations preserved, the spiritual force needed to operate them also reduced by a lot. This was a very good news for Zhao Hai. There was no need to mention his 5-layer and 10-layer formations. Their power increased by several folds while also reducing the time needed to cast them. Zhao Hai didn't expect these supporting formations to have this effect. But more surprised than Zhao Hai was Margaret. In the machine field, people always believed that supporting and combat magic formations were different. The two cannot be combined, otherwise the power of formation sets would drop. But after seeing Zhao Hai's formation sets, Margaret's thoughts were changed. This event made Margaret more curious. She wanted to understand what was happening. Margaret knew that if supporting formations and combat formations could really be united and have this effect, then it would be a huge boost for the machine field's mages. This will cause magic theory to obtain a huge qualitative leap forward. This didn't mean that nobody in the machine field tried to combine supporting and combat formations together. However, nobody had succeeded before. After seeing what just happened, Margaret knew that the issue was with how the two were combined. There were simply too many supporting and combat formations in the machine field. Combining combat formations together was already hard, so there was no need to say what would happen if supporting formations were added to the mix. The more factors there were in a combination, the more complex the results would become. Finding a suitable combination for a formation set was easier said than done. The machine field failed to combine combat and supporting formations because they had yet to find success. After carrying out experiments, they weren't able to find an appropriate combination to make into a useful set. Because of this, the might of the resulting formation set was reduced, causing the current misconception. But with the Spaces scanner, things like finding a suitable combination was made much easier. Because of this, the effect of supporting formations was seen. At this point, in Margaret's eyes, liquid silver was no longer the most valuable item in Zhao Hai's hands. Instead, it should be the universal scanner. If people came to know about this godly device, then they would certainly find means to snatch it. The uses of the scanner far surpasses liquid silver. Liquid silver was a formidable weapon, enough to shake the current state of the realm. But in the end, liquid silver was just that, a weapon. Moreover, the spiritual force needed by liquid silver was enormous. Not anyone could use it. On the other hand, the universal scanner would calculate differently according to different people. It was the most formidable device for making magic formation sets. Imagine if a family had their hands on a universal scanner. All of their formations would be combined to form more powerful formations. Powerful experts were certainly important to families. However, a comprehensive increase in strength was something that they needed more. While Zhao Hai was being busy, they finally arrived at Machine Field Planet. When they reached the planet, Zhao Hai and Margaret quickly went to the command hall. They wanted to take a look at the Machine Field's capital. Machine Field Planet was the realm center, its capital. This was where the three major powers stationed themselves. They even have their fleet stationed in its outer space bases. From outer space, Machine Field Planet had three colors: green, blue, and silver. The green part was the forest, the blue part was the oceans, while the silver part were the buildings built on the surface. Almost all of the buildings in the Machine Field Planet were made of metal. This place was the most developed area in the entire realm. All of the talented natives were also here, at Machine Field University. The Machine Field University was an institution studying all sorts of fields. There were departments for magic, martial arts, magic formations, magic formation sets, mechs, battleships, military command, and other fields. All of the realm's best teachers were also hired by the university, making it the best learning and research environment in the realm. Majority of the Machine Field's patriarchs were graduates from this institution. Besides the university, Machine Field Planet also had the most special place in the realm: Lang Wuxia's tomb. Lang Wuxia held a very special status in the machine field. It could even be said that the machine field would not exist without him. Therefore, every year on Lang Wuxia's day of passing, plenty of people would come here to pay homage. This has become a tradition in the machine field. Looking at the beautiful planet, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel somewhat excited. This place was an amalgamation of the realm's talents. He would be lying if he said he wasn't thrilled. Kajo looked at the planet. Then he looked at Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai's calm expression as well as the burst of fighting intent in his eye, he couldn't help but smile and said, "While we wait for the qualifiers to start, I'll be taking you to visit people who had made friends with our Ashley family. We'll also visit Bishop God from the Dark Church. You can explore the place when the competition ends, but before that, we can't have you aimlessly wander the planet." All the family's representatives nodded. At this time, the ship's captain received confirmation for their dock. Before long, the ship was anchored on a dock with a platform. Once the ship has stopped, Kajo brought Zhao Hai and the others out of the ship. This dock wasn't an outer space base. Instead, it was a place where outsider ships could dock their ships. It was designed roughly the same as outer space bases. When Kajo and the others got down from the ship, a person wearing dark mage robes immediately walked over and said, "General Manager, Camp Lord D. Spars, welcome. The vehicles have already been prepared." Kajo smiled faintly and said, "Luke, you're too courteous." "Little Hai, let me introduce you. This is Luke. He's a family director stationed in Machine Field Planet." "Luke, this is Bone Symbol Camp's Zhao Hai, the champion of the family's qualifier." Luke looked at Zhao Hai. His eyes shone as he nodded said, Zhao Hai, I've heard about you, the family's new genius. I'll be eyeing you in the realm qualifiers. Zhao Hai was also observing Luke. The man was about 1.8 meters tall. His hair was very neatly combed. His robe was also carefully organized that one couldn't see a single crease on it. One could see from this point that he was a very old-fashioned man. Zhao Hai quickly returned the greeting. I wouldn't disappoint Director Luke. Luke nodded. Then he turned to Kajo and said, everything has been arranged. As for the ship's staff, somebody else is in charge of taking care of them. Then he led the group to a nearby small ship. After everyone entered the ship, it immediately took off and flew towards the planet. From what Zhao Hai saw, Machine Field Planet was much more prosperous than Dark Demon Planet. There were a lot of other small ships shuttling back and forth in the planet's atmosphere. It was a very busy scene. The ship quickly entered the planet's atmosphere. Before long, the ship stopped in front of a building. This building wasn't very high, at least 30 floors, with the building surrounding it having more than 100 floors. It appeared on the shorter side. On this large building was a huge emblem. Upon looking at it, Zhao Hai identified that the insignia belonged to the Ashley family. After the ship stopped, Luke quickly led everyone down. Along the way, Luke was seen whispering things into Kajo's ear. Luke was quite casual with Kajo. Neither one of them exuded authority over the other. One could see from this point that Kajo trusted Luke very much. Luke led everyone into the building. Then after everyone were assigned their own room, Luke invited Kajo and Ispars to his room. Not long after the three met, a robot arrived outside Zhao Hai's room and knocked on the door. When Zhao Hai opened the door, the robot immediately said, Mr. Zhao Hai, Director Luke is asking for your presence. Please come with me. Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He just closed the door and then followed the robot to Luke's room. When Zhao Hai entered Luke's room, he couldn't help but stare. He expected everyone to be here. Instead, the only other people inside were Kajo and Ispars. Nobody else was here, not even Margaret. Although Zhao Hai paused for a moment, he immediately recovered. He didn't say anything and just gave the three a salute and then sat down. After Zhao Hai sat down, Kajo said, Little Hai, we invited you over to let Luke introduce you to Machine Field Planet's situation. This is to prepare you for the future. At the same time, we also want to tell you about an order from the family. Zhao Hai stared, but he still nodded and asked, what order did the family give? Kajo's eyes flashed a cold light. Then he said, the patriarch wants you to cripple Sunf. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised. He nodded and said, all right, the moment I face Sunf, I will immediately cripple his cultivation. The general manager doesn't need to worry about this. Even if the family didn't give me this order, I will still cripple him to lessen the Zhang family's benefits. Luke was somewhat surprised at Zhao Hai's response. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to accept the order this easily. One must know that Fire Saint Sunf wasn't someone that could easily be dealt with. He was known as a rare talent in the Zhang family. Moreover, his title wasn't just nonsense. His fire element magic was indeed more powerful than most. Average people wouldn't even think of winning against him. So why was Zhao Hai talking about this matter as though it was as simple as brewing tea? But what surprised Luke more were Kajo and Ispars's responses. They didn't think that Zhao Hai was saying something strange. They wore normal expressions when they heard Zhao Hai. Kajo nodded and said, try to not head out in the next few days. Now that only a few people know about your true strength, people will want to understand you better. If someone provokes you outside, make sure to endure. Zhao Hai just nodded and didn't say anything. Chapter 1159, Visit. Ispars sneered and said, if they really want to test Little Hai's strength, then he might as well show them. Let Little Hai go out and challenge those bastards. I can still remember what they did in the past. Kajo smiled and said, all these years, we're always at the receiving end of their bullying. It's good to expel some bad air. When Luke saw how confident Kajo and Ispars were, he couldn't help but get curious. He looked at the two and asked, is Little Hai really that strong? Kajo smiled and said, if you face Little Hai, then even you might not survive. Alright, Little Hai, you can head back first and study the materials we gave you. Zhao Hai nodded before he turned around and left. Seeing Zhao Hai leave, Luke looked at Kajo and Ispars and said, you really are that confident in Zhao Hai, huh? Anyway, you two really showed off this time. You defeated 20 ships of the Zhang family. You even managed to leave them intact. The young master is very happy. I'm sure he will reward you when you return. Kajo and Ispars looked at each other and smiled. Then Kajo said, you say we defeated 20 Zhang family battleships? What if we tell you that they were defeated by Little Hai alone? Will you believe me? When Luke heard Kajo, he couldn't help but stare. Then he exclaimed, he did that. Are you telling the truth? Don't you lie to me. Kajo rolled his eyes and said, Bah, Luke, I'm telling you this because Zhao Hai's relationship with Miss Margaret is doing well. It wouldn't be long before he becomes a powerhouse of our Ashley family. Do you really think that we will falsely give him merit? Luke muttered. So the kid is really a hero, huh? It seems like it's time for us to hold our heads up high. One must say that Luke had been feeling suffocated all these years. It wasn't only the Ashley family who had a building in the Machine Field planet. The other families also opened branches here. If the relationship between two families were good, then they would lend each other a hand. However, if two families were at odds with each other, then it's normal for them to compete. In the Machine Field planet, people wouldn't act unreasonably. After all, this planet was where the three major powers did their work. Moreover, this was where Lang Wuxiang was buried. If they dared to disturb the peace, then the three major powers definitely wouldn't let them off. However, things like discouraging talks couldn't be avoided. In the past few years, the Ashley family has been getting bad results in the realm qualifiers. Naturally, this gave the Ashley family's enemies an opportunity to take shots at them. The amount of negative words that Luke had received all this time was enough to kill a human being. Because of this, Luke had always been hoping for the family to produce a powerful expert. This way, the Ashley family could turn the tables and allow Luke to breathe out some foul air. And now that Zhao Hai was here, Luke couldn't help but be happy. While the three were talking to each other, a knock was suddenly heard. Then a voice came in. Director, Zhang family's young master Minayu is here. He wants to see Miss Margaret. When he heard this, Luke immediately opened the door. He looked at his assistant and said, "What?" The assistant replied, "Director, the Zhang family's young master brought people over to pay Miss Margaret a visit. They're currently in the guest room." Luke knitted his brows. Then he waved his hand and said, "All right, I'll go down soon." The man responded before turning around and leaving. Luke looked at Kajo and Isparis and asked, "What do you think?" Luke knew about the dirty matters regarding the Zhang family. Therefore, he asked the two for their opinion. Kajo sneered and said, "Let's inform Ms. Margaret about this first. I want to see what she has to say." Luke nodded. "All right, you wait here while I go see her." However, Kajo and Isparis stood up and said, "Let's go together." Then the three walked over to Margaret's room. Just after Kajo knocked on the door, Margaret's voice was heard. "Yes," Kajo said, "Little Margaret, it's me." Margaret opened the door and was shocked. She didn't expect Kajo and the others would look for her. She looked at the three and asked, "Uncle, what's the problem?" Kajo replied, "Young miss, Minayu is here. He wants to see you." "What do you think?" Margaret's expression sank. Then she coldly said, "Minayu wanted to see me? And why should I meet him? Our engagement has already been broken." Kajo nodded and said, "All right, I understand." Then he turned around and went towards the elevator. He will go meet the Zhang family's young master. When Margaret saw the three of them leave, she didn't immediately go back to her room. Instead, she went to Zhao Hai's room. She thought that it would be best to tell Zhao Hai about this. After all, she was once engaged to the Zhang family. She didn't want Zhao Hai to misunderstand. Although she hasn't seen Zhang Minayu for a long time, she didn't have any feelings towards him. Margaret knocked on Zhao Hai's door. Before long, Zhao Hai's voice was heard. "Come in." Margaret pushed the door open and saw Zhao Hai sitting beside the table reading the materials Kajo gave him. These materials were information regarding the various participants in the realm qualifiers. Naturally, it was impossible to list all of the participants. Kajo made sure to sort them out and leave only those with substantial strength. However, the list still had several thousand people. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret and said, "Margaret, why are you here? Come take a seat." Margaret looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, Minayu came. He said he wants to see me. But since I don't want to meet the Zhang family, I had Uncle Kajo see him." Zhao Hai said, "Zhang Minayu? Who's that?" "Ah, it's the third young master from the Zhang family. The one you were engaged to." "Why is he here? Doesn't he know about the current state between the Zhang family and Ashley family?" Margaret replied, "I don't know. Even I don't understand. I haven't even met him that many times. His visit here is somewhat strange." Zhao Hai wrinkled his brows. Then he suddenly smiled and said, "Interesting, very interesting. I think this Minayu didn't came to see you. He wants to challenge me. He. It seems like the Zhang family is unwilling to give up." When Margaret heard this, she couldn't help but feel relieved. Then she looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Brother Hai, what do we do now?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This Minayu didn't bring Sunf. Instead, he wants his family's experts to cripple me, reducing the risk to Sunf. Let's head inside the space." Margaret nodded and the two went to the space. Upon entering the space, the two saw Laura and the others in front of the monitor. On the screen was the confrontation between Kajo and another party. The other party only had 10 people in it. Leading them was a young man. This young man was wearing a fire-red mage robe. He had a delicate and pretty appearance. as well as a masterful bearing. However, arrogance could be clearly seen on his face. His two eyes were cold, making everyone he looked at feel uncomfortable. Behind him were 5 warriors and 4 mages. The 5 warriors looked much older than the young man, with the youngest looking at least 30 years old. All of them carried a sword and seems to share the preference for two-handed swords. Their swords were longer than what seems comfortable and was also wider than normal swords. The sword cross also looked very imposing, which made them look magnificent. As for the 4 mages, they were also wearing fire-red mage robes. Just like the warriors, they were older than the young man. They also held red magic staffs on their hands. Although one couldn't see what the staffs were made of, it was clear that they were advanced level goods. Zhang Minyu stood up when he saw Kajo and said, "Kajo, don't give me that smiling face of yours. I want to see my fiancé. This isn't something you can budge into." Kajo was smiling. However, his eyes began to narrow down. Those familiar with him would know that he was close to losing his temper. But Kajo still chuckled and said, "Young master, you must be joking. Your fiancé isn't here. My family has already renounced our arrangement with the Zhang family's patriarch." "Is the young master unaware of this?" Zhang Minyu coldly snorted and said, "So you're saying that my engagement has been broken? Who gave you such power? Did this young master agree to it?" Kajo just smiled when he replied, "Young Master Minyu misunderstands. I didn't renounce your engagement. The Ashley family's patriarch and the Zhang family's patriarch agreed to it. Does the young master not know this, or you just don't agree with your family head's decision?" Zhang Minyu expression changed. He knew that he would need to think about his next words. Otherwise, his father wouldn't let him off. Although they were father and son, in the face of the family's matters, paternal love was useless. Zhang Minyu sneered and said, "Of course I know about the decision. However, we've been in a good relationship all these years. I just want to see Margaret. Am I demanding too much?" Kajo smiled and said, "So this is what young master meant. However, I'll have to apologize. Our young miss is not here. She just left and I don't know when she'll be back. I'll have to ask the young master to return another time." Zhang Minyu's expression changed. He knew for certain that Kajo was deceiving him. However, he didn't have the means to push through. If he decided to force himself in, then Kajo might make a move. If this matter reaches outside, then the Zhang family would face consequences. After all, this was Machine Field Planet, not the Zhang family's domain. Zhang Minyu also had talent for cultivation. After years of cultivation, he managed to reach level 6. However, he still fell short compared to the cunning of Kajo. With Kajo here, Minyu was left not knowing what to do. At this time, a mage behind Minyu stepped forward and said, "I have seen General Manager Kajo. Since Miss Margaret left, then we'll have to let this matter go. However, the young master is also here to meet the Ashley family's new genius. His name is Zhao Hai, right? We heard that he's quite strong. Although he just ascended months ago, he's already able to win your family qualifiers." When our patriarch heard about this, he couldn't help but feel happy. Because of this, he prepared a gift specifically for Zhao Hai. He wants us to personally hand it over. I don't know if General Manager Kajo will allow us to see him. Chapter 1160 to 1162. Chapter 1160. Exhausted. When Kajo heard the mage, he immediately knew what they were after. They just wanted Zhao Hai to appear so that they could challenge him. Then they would find an opportunity to kill him in battle. To be honest, Kajo wasn't afraid of Zhao Hai being challenged by these people. He believes that Zhao Hai could easily defeat them. However, it might force Zhao Hai to explode with his true strength, which wouldn't be good for Zhao Hai. Kajo smiled faintly and said, "This is really unfortunate. Zhao Hai has been closing up recently, not just here, but also on the ship. Because of this, he couldn't see young Master Zhang. If young Master Zhang has something to give Zhao Hai, then I can give it to him on your behalf." Shameless. Minyu and the others had this same thought inside their hearts. They had seen shameless people before, but they haven't seen someone so shameless that they would lie straight to their face. There wasn't even a tinge of red on his face. However, Minyu and the others couldn't do anything about it. This place was the Ashley family's office. If they caused any trouble here, then their family would be directly affected. Zhang Minyu rolled his eyes. Then he suddenly had an inspiration. He looked at Kajo and laughed. Then he said, "I didn't expect the Ashley family's so-called genius to actually be a cowardly turtle. I heard that Margaret has been playing around with him lately. So is he just a pretty boy that she feeds? Ha ha ha. Only knowing how to hide under a woman's skirt. So this is the Ashley family's genius. Such a person wants to receive my gift. I'm leaving." Zhang Minyu made sure to use magic alongside his voice so that the entire building could hear him. Although Zhang Minyu said that he was leaving, he didn't actually have any intention to head out. He just stood there arrogantly and waited. Awkward silence. Kajo and the Spars looked at the proudly standing Zhang Minyu. Nobody made any noise. At the same time, Minayu stayed there, as though waiting for Kajo to say something. 5 minutes passed by. Jong Minayu's expression began to turn dark. 10 minutes passed by. Jong Minayu turned pale. In these 10 minutes, Kajo didn't say a single word. Despars and Luke were also similarly silent, and Eva Zhao-hai, who was bad-mouthed, stayed silent. Jong Minayu began to feel like he was acting like a fool, jumping on the limelight in order to attract attention, and now that nobody bought his antics, he looked like a stupid monkey. Kajo and Despars naturally knew about Jong Minayu's thoughts. To be honest, they were afraid of Zhao-hai falling into Jong Minayu's trick. In the beginning, Kajo intended to berate Jong Minayu with a few words. However, after looking at his proud expression, Kajo began to want Zhao-hai to come out and deal with Jong Minai's group. But what Kajo didn't expect was Zhao-hai's absence. Seeing Jong Minayu left drying up in the sun for several minutes, Kajo really wanted to speak. But after seeing Minayu's expression turn darker and darker as Zhao-hai continued to be absent, Kajo decided to stay silent. He just stood there to watch the fun. He suddenly found out that ignoring someone was also a good way to deal with taunts. Not only that, knowing that they were being ignored, the perpetrator would become angrier as time goes by. Kajo observed as Jong Minayu's expression turned blue. He couldn't help but suppress his laughter. He felt that Minayu would spit out some blood soon. It was actually amusing to look at. Despars was also happily spectating at the side. On the other hand, Luke's expression was somewhat distorted. His stomach was contracted too much that it might get shredded. If he wasn't facing the Jong family, then he would have long since laughed out loud. Seeing that Jong Minayu was about to spit out some blood, Kajo couldn't help but cough lightly and said, "Young Master Jong, Zhao-hai is unavailable. If you have anything to give Zhao-hai, then I can send it on your behalf. If you don't have any other matters here, then I'll have to ask you to leave." At this moment, Zhao-hai's stomach was already hurting from laughter. Not only him, Laura and the others were also making fun of Jong Minayu's current expression. Seeing Jong Minayu leave, Zhao-hai stopped laughing and turned to Margaret and said, "Margaret, stop laughing. Let's go out. It's time to return." Margaret nodded as she wiped the tear on her eye. Then she took deep breaths to calm herself down from laughing. After some time, she stopped and the two returned to Zhao-hai's room. When Minayu and the others were out of sight, Kajo and the others wildly laughed. It took almost all of their strength to stop themselves from laughing, but now that the other party was gone, they laughed loudly. It took some time before the group calmed down. Then they went back to the elevator and headed towards Margaret's room. But when they knocked on the door, nobody was in. Then when they thought about it, they immediately went to Zhao-hai's room. Sure enough, after knocking on Zhao-hai's door, Margaret was the one to open it. The three entered and saw Zhao-hai sitting beside the table, looking through materials. Kajo looked at Zhao-hai and smiled. "Little Hai, did you hear Jong Minayu?" Zhao-hai nodded and said, "Of course I heard it. That person is interesting. He came here just to shout like an idiot. Ha ha ha. He actually wanted to trick me." Did he leave? When Kajo recalled Jong Minayu's dark expression, he couldn't help but laugh once more. As they talked about what just happened, Eva Zhao-hai and Margaret laughed at times. After talking about this matter, Kajo looked at Zhao-hai and said, "Right, Little Hai, you need to hold back even if you get taunted by them. The family isn't officially at war with the Jong family. If you deal with Jong Minayu now, then the situation would escalate. This wouldn't be good for our future plans." Zhao-hai smiled faintly and said, "I didn't intend to head down at all. If I know that the other side is tricking me and I still go, then wouldn't I be the fool? But they better make sure that I don't meet Sunf, or else I'll immediately kill him." Kajo smiled faintly and said, "Alright, then you go take a rest. Don't leave the building in the next few days. I'm certain that the Jong family has sent people to monitor your actions. Once you get spotted, they will immediately attack you. I can only ask for your forgiveness for the next few days." Zhao-hai smiled and said, "General Manager, it's fine. You can rest assured. I wouldn't leave the building." Kajo nodded. Then he patted Zhao-hai's shoulder before leaving. When the three men left, Zhao-hai brought Margaret to the space. While Zhao-hai was sitting on the side reading some information, Margaret and the others divided liquid silver and then used it to explore the entire planet. It has already become a custom for Laura and the others to release needles to scout whenever they reach a new area. This way, they would become more familiar with the place and also monitor their enemies. The silver needles were originally tiny, and with Laura and the others commanding it to fly at high altitudes as well as deep underground, it was impossible for other people to discover them. Because of this, The women looked like they were playing around. Zhao Hai actually wasn't paying much attention to the things written in the materials he was provided. It was impossible for these people to be a threat to him. Paying attention to them would only be a waste of energy. Therefore, he just swept through most of the material without any care. The levels of these participants weren't too high. The strongest among them were level 4 while the lowest was level 1. The mages and warriors sent by the smaller powers had some qualities worth looking at. Some of them were level 3 or level 4. It seems like these smaller powers were trying to use these qualifiers to elevate their positions. Nevertheless, Zhao Hai still didn't care. He just read these materials in order to get acquainted with the general state of the realm. After all, no participant could match him in this competition. In addition to reading about the beginners, Zhao Hai also checked their situation using the internet, but unfortunately, the network of the machine realm wasn't so interconnected. He couldn't find a lot of useful things. At this time, while Zhao Hai was browsing through information, Laura suddenly yelled, "Brother Hai, come here, quick, we found something." Zhao Hai quickly put his computer down and went to the living room. Shown on the monitor was a fight, and among these people was someone who left an impression on him. Strong Wen Likuangren. This Likuangren was one of the 10 experts that Kajo introduced. Judging by the information they had on him, this person was quite strong. When Zhao Hai saw the fight, he became curious and immediately sat down to spectate. Likuangren was about 1.8 meters tall. He had withered and uncombed hair with a full beard. His 2 eyes were cold. He only had ordinary clothes on, and in his hand were his 2 broad axes. He didn't look very big, but it was evident that he was strong. His face was quite long horizontally. He had a dark skin that seemed to have a special luster to it. When he saw this, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but flash. His defense was quite formidable, otherwise his skin wouldn't turn into this appearance. Zhao Hai was curious about his opponent, but as he looked at the other side, Zhao Hai couldn't help but get surprised. This was because he knew these people. They were the 5 warriors that Zhang Minayu had with him, the ones with the heavy cross swords. Chapter 1161, Strong Wen Likuangren. Zhao Hai noticed these warriors at that time. All of them had heavy cross swords and they also have similar temperaments. From what he can see, it seems like they practiced a coordination technique. Zhao Hai wanted to see it in action. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "Laura, can you look into how these people had a conflict with Likuangren? Aren't they with Zhang Minayu just earlier?" Laura turned to look at Kair. Kair waved her hand and changed the image on the monitor. When Zhang Minayu left the building, he was very angry that he needed to drink at the hotel, and because of his anger, he heavily scolded a hotel staff. Meanwhile, Likuangren was at the same hotel. When he saw Zhang Minayu, he coldly snorted. Zhang Minayu was already incensed about Zhao Hai. Hearing someone snort at him, he immediately stood up and pointed towards Likuangren and said, "What are you snorting about? You have something to say?" Naturally, Likuangren wasn't a peaceful monk. He also stood up and said, "Pretty boy, do you know who you're pointing to?" This made the situation even more difficult. Minayu just called Zhao Hai a pretty boy, and now Zhang Minayu was called the same thing. This caused Zhang Minayu to be even more angry. He coldly snorted and said, "I'm talking to you, outsider. You think you can just call everyone out when you're from the lower realm? Know your place." Zhang Minayu's words weren't unusual here in the machine field. However, only a few people would dare to publicly say this, unless they want to offend all the lower realm ascenders. One must know that there were a lot of ascenders in the machine field. There's no benefits to offending all of these people. Zhang Minayu's words made the room turn colder. The words he spoke were taboo. It wasn't only Likuangren whose expression changed. Even the other warriors and mages in the room had ugly expressions. Likuangren looked at Zhang Minayu, then he laughed and said, "Pretty boy, you're quite fearless, aren't you? Since you don't know your manners, let this grandfather teach you a lesson." Then after he said that, he went straight for Zhang Minayu. Although Zhang Minayu looked delicate, his strength was the real deal. He waved his hand and released a 5-layer defensive formation to protect himself. At the same time, he retreated behind the 5 warriors who already pulled their cross swords out and rushed forward. These 5 were indeed cultivating a special technique. All of their moves were well coordinated. Their 5 swords proceeded to assault Likuangren, attacking him at all points. Likuangren was also an expert. When he saw the situation, he immediately retreated backwards. Then he flew out of the hotel with his 2 broad axes. At the same time, he yelled out, "Pretty boy, you still owe 300 rounds with this grandpa." But before he could add to his sentence, the 5 warriors already jumped out of the hotel and stood opposite him. And this led to the present situation. The display on the monitor changed once more and returned to Likuangren's confrontation with the 5 warriors. Likuangren gripped his axes. He looked at the 5 warriors opposite him, Then he said, "The Five Element Tigers, you're quite the celebrities in the Zhang family's external hall. This Li Kuangren has heard so much about you, but I didn't expect that you're just lackeys to someone like Zhang Minyu. Wanting to die for him is such a disgrace." Because Zhao Hai had just recently ascended, and had spent most of his time cultivating, he didn't know much about famous characters in the machine field. On the other hand, Li Kuangren had already ascended for 4 years, and with how many missions he has accomplished, he was well versed with experts of external halls. As for these 5 cross-sword-wielding warriors, Li Kuangren knew that they were the 5-element tigers of the Zhang family's Golden Sword Camp. The Zhang family's external hall was named differently from the Ashley family. Their external hall was divided into 8 camps: metal, water, wood, fire, earth, wind, light, and dark. The Gold Sword Camp was the Zhang family's camp that belonged to the metal element. All ascenders of the Zhang family would join these camps according to their attribute. It didn't matter if they were a mage or a warrior, they were categorized the same. As for the 5-element tigers, they were metal element warriors from the Gold Sword Camp. The reason they were called 5-element tigers was due to the technique that they practiced, a formation known as the 5-element golden light. With this formation set, the 5 were able to make a name in the machine field. One of the 5-element tigers coldly snorted and said, "Li Kuangren, it seems like you want to withdraw from this competition. You need to know that there are some people that you can't offend." Li Kuangren laughed when he heard this. "Unable to offend? You mean the pretty boy? Ha 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 ha. He's just a useless pretty face who had his marriage agreement broken. Ha ha ha. What ability does he have?" Zhang Minyu couldn't bear the humiliation as he pointed at Li Kuangren and said, "Kill him. Kill him for me." The 5-element tigers quickly moved and threw themselves towards Li Kuangren. The 5 surrounded their opponent in all directions. Li Kuangren began to wildly laugh as he said, "Good, good. Let this grandfather see the mighty 5 elements golden light." Then he began to wave his axes, causing strong winds to surround the area. Zhao Hai now knew why Li Kuangren was given the nickname Strong Winds. The attack of his axes had some special characteristics. When he attacked, the axes would cause turbulence in the surrounding area. Not only would this increase its power, it also added a rotational orientation to the attack, increasing the potential damage that it could inflict. Zhao Hai was thinking that Li Kuangren's axes must be very heavy, and it was certain that he was using a special technique to wield them. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to control his axes as he continued to wave them around. At this time, the winds surrounding Li Kuangren were getting bigger and bigger before finally turning into a whirlwind. The 5-element tigers were wrapped up in it. The sound of clashing weapons were endless. Zhao Hai watched this happen and couldn't help but secretly nod. He didn't only agree to Li Kuangren's method, he also commended the 5-element golden lights that the 5 warriors were using. When this formation set was used by the 5 warriors simultaneously, one could see that it was very powerful. If not for Li Kuangren's exquisite control of his axes, then he would have already been defeated. However, with the current situation, it wouldn't be long before Li Kuangren would admit defeat. To be honest, Zhao Hai quite liked Li Kuangren's character. However, he wouldn't go so far as to help him at this moment. This was because Zhao Hai knew that fights in this planet wouldn't last long. This was machine field planet. Causing too much commotion here would incur the ire of the 3 major powers. Just as Zhao Hai expected, not long after the 2 sides began fighting, several cars flew over and surrounded them. Then a voice was heard, "Stop fighting immediately. If you don't, then don't blame us for being impolite." Li Kuangren and the 5-element tigers slowly stopped their movements. Then they jumped out of their battle area. At this time, another announcement was heard: "Fighting is forbidden in Machine Field Planet. If you want to duel, you need to go to the police station and register. This is a warning. The next time you fight, you will be arrested." Then after they said that, the cars left the area. But even when the police had left, the 2 sides didn't continue fighting. Although Zhang Minyu was the Zhang family's young master, he was a nobody here. If he dared to act unreasonably, then there's no stopping the police force from being impolite. Because of the realm qualifiers, the planet was currently filled with a lot of influential figures. Some important members of smaller powers even came here to see the competition. One could say that the current machine field planet was filled with patriarchs. In such a situation, young masters were merely dogs on the street. If Zhang Minyu really dared to continue fighting, then he would be arrested by the police. By the time, he would become a joke in the machine field. And this wasn't something that Zhang Minyu would want. The same was true for Li Kuangren. Although he looked crude, he wasn't insane. He's a participant in the realm qualifiers. If he did get arrested by the police, then he might not be able to compete. Once he returns to his family, his status would certainly drop. The situation wasn't worth it. Since both sides had no intentions of fighting, Nobody made another move. Lee Kuangren stored his axes as he looked at Minayu and said, "Pretty boy, I'll remember your Zhang family. You best pray that I don't run into your participants in the competition. Otherwise, you can't blame me for being merciless." Then he coldly snorted and left. Zhang Minayu's face was pale as he looked at Lee Kuangren. Then he countered, "Commoner, you better survive this competition. I still have to kill you personally." Lee Kuangren laughed as he walked out. Seeing Lee Kuangren's actions, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "This is nice. The Zhang family just offended someone. Hee. Let's just hope that Lee Kuangren doesn't encounter Sunf, or else I won't get my chance." Laura turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, this Lee Kuangren is quite interesting. It might be good to be friends with him." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I also think that he's interesting. If I have the opportunity, then I'll befriend him. He might look rugged, but at least he still knows when to advance and retreat. He also has a good heart. He's worth paying attention to." At this time, Lizzie turned her head to Zhao Hai and said, "Elder brother Hai, look, I saw someone." Zhao Hai turned to look at Lizzie's screen and saw a person wearing mage robes. He had pale blue hair and was quite handsome. "It's actually the first of Kajo's 10 experts, Streep." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Saint of Ice Streep." He actually dared to walk outside. It seems like the water temple is confident that nobody would challenge him. Megan turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, who do you think is the strongest among the 10 experts?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm not completely certain, but I'm confident in Zhang King, Zhuang Li, Dongfang Yu, and Lazy Ocean. They look very strong to me." Megan stared, then he looked over their information. After she read through them all, she said, "Brother Hai, why do you favor these people?" Zhao Hai replied, "Zhang King is a rare metal element mage, and with Rhea family's training, his fighting strength has improved by a lot. You should already be aware about the metal element's offensive strength. As for Zhuang Li, he has been favored by God and was given an innate talent in cultivation. Additionally, Zhuang Li has very rich actual combat experience. Dongfang Yu has the fire dragon sword. Although it looks superficial, his ability to use this artifact allowed him to reach his current status. You should know that artifacts only choose those who are worthy of them. Being chosen by the fire dragon sword means that he has something special." And lastly, Lei Zhaotian is a dual-element mage. As long as he levels up and masters his elements, he will be much stronger than other mages of his level. Naturally, the others couldn't be underestimated. Take Lee Kuangren for example. I reckon that he's still holding back in the fight just now. During the competition, the participants would certainly show the aces in their hands. Margaret nodded and said, "Those 10 experts certainly have some secrets." Talents from the external halls are carefully trained by their families. Regarding these talents, families wouldn't be stingy when it comes to resources. They're not like the Ashley family that develops everyone equally. Therefore, these people would surely have powerful items. But since the competition has yet to start, they wouldn't dare take them out. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right. Not to say about the others, even our bone symbol camp has a very rich treasury." Taking into account that entire families are involved in this matter, these 10 great experts certainly had massive amounts of resources poured over them. It's impossible for them to not have any aces or two. Therefore, we can't just look at the surface to see who is stronger. Equipment is also a huge factor to consider. Laura and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai sighed and said, "If the experts from the machine field are already like this, then what would the other realms have?" People in the machine field are at the bottom in terms of strength in the world of cultivation. Seeing how strong these machine field experts are, one might wonder about the strength of the other realms. As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, Laura and the others couldn't help but feel heavy inside. Seeing their reactions, Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Alright, I'm just thinking too much. If they aren't strong, then it would be boring." Ha ha ha. Seeing Zhao Hai's soaring confidence, Laura and the others couldn't help but stare at him. Zhao Hai normally appeared ordinary, but at this moment, his body was extremely radiant. Chapter 1162, Survival Elimination Series. Time quickly flew past and the first day of the realm qualifiers had come. In these past few days, Machine Planet was anything but peaceful. There were more than several hundred duel requests that were submitted to the local police station. It was fortunate that the local police had already prepared for this. As long as both sides were willing to fight and the participants pay rent for the arena, they would no longer budge, and even if someone was killed. Naturally, these fights would be held in areas approved by the police. Unlike other people, Zhao Hai didn't head out to see the scenery outside. Instead, he looked at the planet through the space's monitor. But even if this was the case, other people were still able to gain information about him. One shouldn't underestimate a person's ability to find information. These families had existed in the machine field for many years, and their relationships had gone completely intertwined. Today, you might find a spy in your house, and then the other day you would plant a bomb on theirs. There was no such thing as secrets to the people in the machine field. Naturally, the core secrets of the families were heavily guarded, otherwise that family would be finished. So even if nobody knew that Zhao Hai completed Liquid Silver, the other families still knew that he was strong, and there were fuzzy videos of his battles being passed on to other people. Zhao Hai was already considered as the 11th expert after the 10 famous ones, and his information had also been placed on the desks of major families. To be honest, when these great families saw Zhao Hai's material, they were shocked. They never expected a monstrous talent like him to appear. He hadn't even ascended for a year yet he was already a level 4 mage. Moreover, he was able to win first place in the family qualifiers. Zhao Hai has already incurred the attention of all forces in the machine field. Information even from the time he ascended were dug up. Seeing Zhao Hai's enchanting growth, it wasn't a mystery why these people were surprised. Nowadays, a lot of participants had already tagged Zhao Hai as the most dangerous person in the competition. But even if Zhao Hai knew about this, he didn't care. After all, his goal wasn't in the machine field, but in the much broader world of cultivation. Zhao Hai and Margaret were currently inside the space while drinking tea. Then suddenly, Kair came over and said, "Young master, you need to go back to your room. Despars is looking for you." Zhao Hai nodded and returned to his room, and before long, a knock was heard on the door. Zhao Hai opened the door and saw Despars, Kajo, and Luke outside. He immediately invited the three in. After they had sat down and were drinking tea, Zhao Hai looked at Kajo and said, "General Manager, do you need me for anything?" Kajo nodded and said, "The competition is tomorrow. How do you feel?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I really don't feel anything. I'm just normal." Kajo nodded and said, "I'm here to tell you about the competition." As it turns out, this competition had a record high number of participants. Because of this, the competition committee decided to change how it went. Unlike the past, the competition wouldn't be a fight in the arena and instead would be an elimination series. Zhao Hai replied, "Elimination series? How different is it?" Kajo nodded and said, "There's a huge difference. This time, the fight won't happen in an arena. Instead, it's a survival elimination." Zhao Hai's eyes flashed a cold light, then he asked, "Survival elimination? We can kill others?" Kajo gave a nod. "Right, you can kill." Little Hai, I think you should have heard about Yellow Sand Planet, right? The elimination will happen there. Zhao Hai has certainly heard about Yellow Sand Planet. This planet was quite famous. Its existence was very special. It can be said to be one of planets that haven't been completely conquered in the machine field. Majority of the reason for this was because its environment was terrible. Yellow Sand Planet was situated at the edge of the machine field. Even if it wasn't far away from the cultivation realm, it was still closer to the machine field. But even if this was the case, only a few people from the machine field went there. In comparison, there were more cultivators that frequented the planet. Yellow Sand Planet consists of 70% land and 30% water. Then dividing the land was 70% desert and 30% mountains. Its years lasted for 12 months with 10 of them filled with hurricanes and 2 months where it rained. The winds that blew on the planet weren't ordinary winds. They were violent ones. These were the type of winds that would destroy a human body upon contact. Even experts wouldn't be able to last long once they were buffeted by these winds, and eventually, their bodies would end up drying up before they die. Generally, such unforgiving environment wouldn't be able to support life. However, the planet actually had a lot of life forms, both fauna and flora. There was nothing else to say about plants since they could live in the most extreme of environments. And on this planet, even the most common grass had strong medicinal characteristics. The most famous aspect about Yellow Sand Planet was one of the animals living there, the hurricane beasts. Nobody knew how these beasts were able to survive such a terrible environment, and even while being hit by merciless winds, they were still able to move freely and unfettered. And since they were living in a terrible environment, they evolved into strong beings. Even the smallest and weakest one of them were at level 1 strength. It was also rumored that the strongest beast could be considered a powerful expert in the cultivation realm. But what was peculiar about these beasts was the fact that even if they had the strength, they still wouldn't leave the planet. With all these things added together, Yellow Sand Planet became quite famous not only in the machine field, but in the entire world of cultivation. Every year there would be plenty of people who would go to the planet and take risks to harvest some plants. This was because the planet's plants fetch a very high price in the market. When Zhao Hai heard Kajo say that the elimination round would happen in Yellow Sand Planet, he couldn't help but stare. The planet was infamous for being unforgiving. There were plenty who risked entering the planet for riches, with only a few managing to survive. And more importantly, among these risk-takers were famous individuals in the cultivation realm. There was no exception to who survived or died in that place. Zhao Hai frowned and asked, Are they treating Yellow Sand Planet lightly? What results do they want to see, or do they want all of us to die there? Kajo smiled bitterly and said, this time, the number of participants in the qualifiers had exceeded 100,000. Can you imagine thinning these amount of people and leaving only 150 people behind? Among these 150 people, 100 are the official participants in the 6-realm beginner competition while 50 are reserves. Because of the amount of participants, the committee decided to choose Yellow Sand Planet for the competition. But you don't need to worry. The place that the committee chose is a relatively safe place in the planet. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, I'm not worried about myself. I'm concerned about the other participants. The participants are mostly comprised of elites from external halls. If a lot of these people die, then it wouldn't be good for the machine field. This survival elimination round is borderline unfair. We not only have to face our opponents, we would also face the environment and the beasts. Even the top 10 participants wouldn't be able to hold out for long when faced with those beasts. If one of those 10 gets killed by a beast, then it would decrease our chances of winning against the other realms. I really don't know what the idiots of the committee are thinking about, to actually come up with a stupid idea. Kajo couldn't help but bitterly smile. To be honest, he also didn't approve of this arrangement. However, it was easy for people to speak than to be heard. He gave his opinion to the committee only to be stopped and said that luck was a part of one's strength. Kajo thought that this reason was simply fart. However, he didn't have any means to change the decision. He could only accept it or have his participants withdraw. Despars sighed and said, forget it, if someone really dies, then that's their bad luck. Those fellows in the committee had their heads too high that they won't listen to us. The survival elimination will only last for 3 days. You only need to survive against the beasts for 3 days and then you'll be picked up after. And if you feel that you can no longer last, you can release a signal and someone will fetch you. However, all those who needed rescue would be eliminated. Kajo said, although 3 days isn't long, it isn't short either. After all, it is Yellow Sand Planet. And after 3 days, those who didn't die nor eliminated will enter a formal competition. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, in any case, it won't affect me. We should inform the others about this so that we can team up. This way, everyone can have more opportunities to survive. Kajo's expression changed as he said, Little Hai, you can't. You're the family's biggest hope. If you join up with the others, then they would drag you down. Your biggest priority is surviving. Understood? When Zhao Hai heard Kajo, he knew that he couldn't say anything to change his mind. However, he still said, I'm aware of that. But General Manager, I think it's still better to group up at the very beginning. I'll try to help them any way I can. Kajo smiled bitterly and said, even if I agree, it is still impossible. You aren't permitted to bring any electronics to the planet and each participant will be randomly assigned to a transport ship. It's impossible to team up in a short time. Because of this, I didn't consider forming teams. When Zhao Hai heard Kajo, he couldn't help but bitterly smile. It seems like the committee really wants the participants to suffocate and die. They even removed any means to better survive the situation. Chapter 1163 to 1166. Chapter 1163. Entering Yellow Sand Planet. Zhao Hai was currently calmly sitting inside his room in a ship. This room wasn't big, only at about 20 square meters. Moreover, he wasn't the only one in the room. All in all, the room accommodated 4 people. They lived together in bunk beds stuck on the wall. Zhao Hai didn't know anyone in the room with him. Although he scanned the information about the participants, he didn't pay any attention to them. But still, Laura and the others reminded Zhao Hai to leave a good impression. Therefore, when Zhao Hai entered the room, he greeted everyone inside in a friendly manner. However, what met him were hostile gazes. Naturally, since they were hostile, Zhao Hai didn't care about them anymore. Zhao Hai also knew why they were like this. Although they were roommates today, when the match starts, they would be enemies. There was no need to maintain any friendly attitude towards each other. This time, Kajo and Margaret weren't with him. There were 100 ships that set off from Machine Field Planet to send Zhao Hai and the others to Yellow Sand Planet. Then after that, they would be left alone to fend off against the planet's dangers. Although there was quite a distance between Yellow Sand Planet and Machine Field Planet, the travel between the 2 planets went peacefully. After all, these 100 ships were sent from the capital. Nobody would dare touch a fleet like this. It took the fleet 10 days altogether to reach Yellow Sand Planet. However, Zhao Hai's silver needles were faster than the ships. They arrived at the planet sooner and began to do a search on the area. The ships stopped right outside the planet's atmosphere as Zhao Hai and the others were grouped up in their ship's decompression chamber. There were 1,000 other participants inside the ship Zhao Hai was in. However, Zhao Hai didn't know any of them. None of the top 10 experts were here. At this time a mage walked over and said, all of you will be staying inside Yellow Sand Planet for 3 days. These are your transmitters. You need to have them on your body at all times. and they cannot be placed inside your spatial equipment. Not only do you need to survive for 3 days, you also need to protect these devices. If we lose contact with your device for an hour, then we'll take it that you failed and you will be rescued. There is also a rescue button on the device. If you feel like you need to forfeit, then you can use it so that someone can fetch you. But if you use this function, then it means that you've forfeited. Are we clear? Seeing Zhao Hai and the others nod, the mage added, then take these transmitters. Remember, you can't hide them inside your spatial equipment. If you place them inside, and we don't detect your signal for an hour, then you'll be eliminated. Then he proceeded to give everyone their own transmitters. These transmitters looked like small badges. One couldn't even see any antenna on it. However, nobody dared to neglect this thing since it was related to their future. Zhao Hai also received his own transmitter. Before long, the mage said, "Start the signal." Then just as his voice fell, everyone's transmitter flashed for a moment before it returned to its original look. The mage looked at everyone and said, "There's no need to worry about your transmitters being faulty. If your transmitter is proven to be faulty with no external influences, then you will immediately pass the test. Alright, prepare yourself. We're opening the decompression chamber." Then after he said that, the mage left the decompression chamber. Zhao Hai looked at the others around him and smiled. Then he attached his transmitter on his rope and stood in place. He waited for the decompression chamber to open. Before long, the decompression chamber was opened and Zhao Hai flew out of the ship. Not too far from where he appeared was Yellow Sand Planet. This planet was much bigger than Machine Field Planet and Dark Demon Planet. Moreover, it wasn't in a scale of 2. At the very least, it was bigger than Dark Demon Planet by 10 times. This caused Zhao Hai to be surprised. But what surprised Zhao Hai even more was the yellow surface of the planet. There was no other color seen, only yellow. Zhao Hai knew that the color of the planet was caused by the huge sandstorm that buffeted the entire planet, and it happened to be the time where the sandstorm was at its peak. At the same time, Zhao Hai noted a row of flashing red signals in a circle on the surface of the planet. Zhao Hai and the others were already informed that these signals showed the area where they should be in. If people died outside this area, then the committee wouldn't be responsible for them. Zhao Hai also noticed that the other participants were heading out of their own ships. Moreover, everyone was staring at Yellow Sand Planet. Zhao Hai didn't care about the others as he flew towards the planet. The space had already mapped the planet, so there was no need for Zhao Hai to be cautious. Seeing Zhao Hai flying towards the planet, those who were still observing couldn't help but stare. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to move forward this quickly. However, Zhao Hai's actions caused the others to move forward as well. Before long, Zhao Hai entered the planet's atmosphere. As he plunged into the planet, Zhao Hai casted a 5-layer formation. The formation was a yellow shield that surrounded his body. Upon entering the planet's atmosphere, Zhao Hai immediately felt the winds surround him. These winds were very strange. Even if the shield blocked the force of the wind, Zhao Hai could still feel a faint trace of coldness passing through his body. Zhao Hai knew that this was the special effect of the hurricanes. But even if he doesn't care, this didn't mean that nobody else did. At this time, he heard a prompt. Massive amounts of harmful energy detected entering the host's body. Extracting energy. Analyzing. Energy contains radioactive elements that are harmful to human blood. Making antidote to neutralize the energy. Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect the space to take action against Yellow Sand Planet's winds. Zhao Hai looked around him and saw that even if the others had followed him in, they were still far from reaching his position. It seems like they were afraid that he would attack them. Zhao Hai didn't care about it and just continued to descend down the planet. It also needed to be said that as Zhao Hai was getting closer to the surface, the winds were also becoming stronger. By the time he reached the ground, the winds were big enough to pulverize stone into sand. The moment Zhao Hai stepped into the surface, he immediately opened a rift. Just as the sandstorm entered the space, a prompt was immediately heard. Harmful energy storm with polluted yellow sand detected. Energy may be used to attack the enemy. The yellow sand can also be used for refining. Violent wind element detected, combining with the wind bead. Combination successful. Harmful energy storm is now ineffective against the host. When he heard this prompt, Zhao Hai couldn't help but pause for a moment. Then he was reminded about the wind bead inside the space. It seems like he was now immune to the storm because of it. Sure enough, after the space's prompt, Zhao Hai could no longer feel any wind around him. Even if it was windy, the least he could feel was a gentle breeze. Moreover, the cold he felt before had completely disappeared. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That was great. It seems like we'll have to collect more of this sand into the space." After he said that, Zhao Hai opened a spatial rift, taking in more wind and sand into the space. After some time, the space issued another prompt. Since the host has absorbed a large amount of negative energy and irradiated sand, the host can now designate an area inside the space for a sandstorm. This sandstorm can generate negative energy storms and irradiated sand on its own. These generated resources will be immediately stored into the inventory. When Zhao Hai heard this prompt, he smiled and closed the spatial rift. There was no need to absorb more. Zhao Hai looked all around him, then he smiled and said, I heard that the hurricane beasts here are very strong. I need to collect a few of them for the space. Then his body moved as he flew away. At Yellow Sand Planet's ground level, eyesight could no longer be used as a means of perception. The dizzying hurricanes blowing in all directions made visibility less than 5 meters. In this case, it was impossible to use one's eyes in order to spot any enemies. One could only depend on their own spiritual force. However, Zhao Hai discovered that the hurricanes had a property to suppress spiritual force. In the past, Zhao Hai could stretch his spiritual force to 10,000 kilometers, but now, this range was reduced to 10. Then all of a sudden, Zhao Hai stopped and then quickly moved upwards, and just as he moved, a huge figure emerged from the ground beneath him. If Zhao Hai didn't quickly move, then he might have already been swallowed by the thing that came out. When Zhao Hai moved to the side, he managed to get a glimpse at the creature that attacked him. It was a giant worm-looking thing. It was much larger than any worm he saw before. The tip of its head spread out like a flower, making its mouth bigger than its body. Most importantly, its teeth were stacked into 18 layers. All of the teeth were creepily moving around like a meat grinder. Seeing the glint on their tips, one could see how sharp each tooth was. 1. Zhao Hai was now 100 meters off the ground. However, the worm was still catching up to him as though it had endless length. Naturally, the worm was more than 100 meters, enough to call it a giant. Zhao Hai wrinkled his brows. He discovered that this worm wasn't that simple. This was because his spiritual force failed to detect its approach. He only discovered it when it was drilling up from underground. Its ability to hide itself was too formidable. I reckon it's this equals the sandworm. https://externalcontent.duckduckgo.com/is/?u equals https://38%2f%2 monsterlegacy.files.wordpress.com%2 f2014%2 f04%2 sandwormgropt.jpg and f equals 1 and nof equals 1. Chapter 1164, Formidable Yellow Sandworm. While Zhao Hai was wrapped up in his thoughts, the worm spun and bit towards him. Zhao Hai immediately cast a 5-layer formation and shot a fireball towards the worm's mouth. Zhao Hai looked at the worm but couldn't see its eyes, so he aimed for its mouth. When the fireball was sent out, the worm swallowed it in one bite and then closed its mouth. When he saw the worm swallow the fireball, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sneer. His fireballs weren't something that could be swallowed. After the worm swallowed the fireball, Zhao Hai found out that the worm had no bones and its skin was transparent. He could clearly see the fireball going down the worm's body and towards its stomach. The worm looks like it had swallowed a jug of water and was satisfied. When it closed its mouth, it slowly sank back into the sand. At this moment, the fireball suddenly exploded. Zhao Hai expected the worm to be instantly killed by the blast. However, the worm's stomach just bulged and then shrank back in. Then it opened its mouth and burped black smoke before going back down underground. Zhao Hai just stared at the worm as it returned to the sand. This worm was too absurd. It could actually eat everything. His fireball should be able to roast the worm on the spot. Instead, it was eaten. Wasn't the worm a bit too strong? At this time, Laura's voice was heard inside Zhao Hai's mind. Brother Hai, the thing is called a yellow sandworm. They're very famous in Yellow Sand Planet. The defensive ability of these beasts is formidable. However, their offensive method is simple. This thing wouldn't attack people under normal circumstances. They could eat anything. If they don't find anything else to eat, then they would consume sand. This thing is very difficult to kill. Even if they are bisected, they could still survive. Zhao Hai responded, there's such a thing? It seems like it would be good if we take this thing to the space. Kair, take that thing to the space. Kair said, young master, it's about 200 meters underground. However, this yellow sandworm is more than 1,000 meters long. Do you really want to bring it into the space? Upon hearing Kair, Zhao Hai immediately reacted. It's more than 1,000 meters long? Are you sure? My goodness, interesting. It's about 10 meters thick but it's actually more than 1,000 meters long. I have to take it to the space. Then his figure moved and burrowed into the yellow sand. Then Zhao Hai discovered that although the sand looked like ordinary sand, it was actually very different. This yellow sand had faint traces of energy that wasn't good for humans. Zhao Hai knew that this energy was the negative energy that was mentioned by the space. It's a kind of radiation that would adversely affect anyone who came in contact with it for a long time. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai penetrated 200 meters below ground. He saw the worm there, motionless. However, it completely blended into the surrounding sand. Not even Zhao Hai's spiritual force was able to feel it out. Naturally, the worm was able to feel Zhao Hai's existence. It squirmed its body, but it didn't attack Zhao Hai. After circling the worm, Zhao Hai knew how long this thing really was. It was actually 1,500 meters long. After taking a careful look at the worm, Zhao Hai opened a spatial rift. The rift went along the worm's body from the head to the tail. Before long, the entire worm was sent to the space. As soon as the yellow sandworm entered the space, a prompt was heard: discovered a sandworm that has mutated because of radiation. Mutation allowed the creature to be extremely tenacious. At the same time, it is able to absorb anything in its body. Host may breed it inside the space. Mutated sandworm has been placed inside the space's shop. Host may purchase creature in the shop. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai had Kair pick an area inside the space for the sandstorm. Now he has a constant source for violent winds and yellow sand. He also placed the sandworm to live in that area. After taking the yellow sandworm, Zhao Hai flew out and swept the surroundings with his spiritual force. Upon finding nothing else nearby, he immediately flew away. When he had flown for about 5 kilometers, Zhao Hai suddenly stopped. This was because he could discover something in front of him, and it looked quite familiar. On the yellow sand was a branch-like thing, and on its top was a small flower. Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he smiled as he asked Kair, "Kair, is that a sandworm?" Kair looked at the monitor, then she nodded and said, "Young master, it's a sandworm. That small flower on its head is used to attract prey. It's just that we haven't noticed it before. Do you want to take it to the space as well?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "No, I want to see how other people would deal with it." "Right, what level was that sandworm from earlier?" This time, Laura replied, "Brother Hai, there isn't much information about yellow sandworms in the internet. It was only rated as a grade 1 beast." Zhao Hai asked, "Grade 1 beast? How is that possible?" Laura smiled and said, "It's possible. It's really a grade 1 beast, and it's because of its growth potential. As long as it gets left alone, it could reach 10,000 meters long. When that time comes, nothing in Yellow Sand Planet could threaten it. There's a record of one appearing in the past. In the end, the cultivation realm sent more than 100 nascent soul experts to kill it." Zhao Hai stared. He didn't expect the yellow sandworm to be this formidable. More than 100 nascent soul experts. What kind of fighting power is that? Even the Ashley family would be exterminated with that much fighting force, and it was used to eliminate one yellow sandworm. Isn't this worm too overpowered? One must know that the stages in the cultivation realm were divided into body tempering, chi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, transcending tribulation, severed spirit, immortality, and much more. However, there were clear dividers between these stages, not to mention immortals. If a sect had a few transcending tribulation experts, it was already considered good. In the cultivation realm, nascent soul experts were overlords of a region. They can open their own sects and establish their own school of thought. Although Zhao Hai was already very strong, he estimates that his level could only contend against core formation experts, and most core formation experts would find it very hard to contend against nascent soul experts. So after hearing about the yellow sandworm's capabilities, Zhao Hai was truly startled. But in the end, he couldn't help but rejoice. If he grew a few sandworms, then he would have helpers in the future. At this time, Laura's voice was heard once more. It's also said that the yellow sandworm is only considered dangerous whenever it's hungry. Otherwise, it would stay docile and will not actively attack anyone. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This yellow sandworm is interesting. Alright, let's wait here and watch the fun. In any case, we've already mapped the planet. Moreover, the beasts here aren't something we can just find at will. We'll stay in this worm's territory for now, and when we grasp the planet's strength, we'll go out and take some of the planet's beasts." Laura nodded. "From what I can see, the reason the committee chose this area is because it is the territory of the sandworms. These worms don't attack people most of the time, therefore, there won't be too much casualties." Zhao Hai agreed. "That might be it. I'll stay here for 3 days, but I cannot enter the space during that time. It's a pity that you can't come out here and join me." Laura and the others laughed. Then Megan said, "Brother Hai, you came here for the competition, not for vacation. If we go out to join you, then you're just insulting the other participants." Zhao Hai laughed. Then he took some furniture from the space and sat down. Then he pulled out a pot of tea and slowly drank it. His easy manner doesn't match with his surroundings. If other participants saw Zhao Hai, then they would certainly feel irritated. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. Yellow Sand Planet was filled with danger. Take the yellow sandworm for example, it would take him quite the effort to deal with it. And if he really met a very powerful beast that he couldn't deal with, he would only hide inside the space and be eliminated. Therefore, there was no need to run around the entire time. While Zhao Hai was leisurely spending his time, the other participants were starting to feel the pressure. They didn't have the wind speed nor the space to overcome any obstacles for them. Therefore, they met the full brunt of the planet's winds. The hurricanes in Yellow Sand Planet had sand mixed in with them, making it enough to be called a formidable weapon. Most mages and warriors wouldn't be able to survive inside it for a long time. Even if they were powerful experts, they would still need a shield to support them from time to time. After all, prolonged exposure to the sands would cause damage to one's body. Although the machine field's cultivation method was different than the cultivation realms, they still knew about the cultivation realm's methods. In the cultivation realm, the most powerful attacks weren't the ones with elemental attributes. Instead, they were techniques infused with special chi. These types of methods were the most effective when it came to attack. For example, there were techniques called yin attacks in the cultivation realm. There were a lot of sects who had these methods. There were also variation in naming this attack. Some sects called it dark attacks, but no matter what they were called, these attacks merged chi into an ordinary attack. Because of this, the effects were formidable. Something similar to evil chi was astral chi. Both of these things could enhance offensive power. If one merges evil chi into their attacks, then they would be yin attacks. If astral chi was merged in, then that would be astral attacks. 1. However, merging evil chi or astral chi requires one to find a source for them. Then they would have to condense evil chi and astral chi into their bodies slowly. Also, condensing these two energies into one's body was a very dangerous matter. If 10 were to try this action, then 4 would succeed while the other 6 would die. One could see from this point the risks in using evil chi and astral chi. As for the machine field, they didn't have a method to merge these energies into their bodies. Because of this, both mages and warriors could only rely on protective shields in order to survive. Even then, it wasn't an easy matter. Astral chi attacks kill without shedding blood. Wan Xiang considers himself as an unlucky person. He ascended more than 3 years ago. Despite his short time of ascension, he was still able to reach level 3 and would reach level 4 soon. It can be said that he was a genius. However, he wasn't valued by his family. This was because his family was strong. There were already plenty of people like him. The strongest participant that their family sent for the competition was a level 4 expert. Wan Xiang's attendance in this competition was supposed to be his lucky break. If he could obtain good results, then this status in the family would improve. This was a very good thing for Wan Xiang. He even believed that he was blessed by good luck. But upon arriving at Yellow Sand Planet, he discovered that he was actually very unlucky. Not long after he flew into Yellow Sand Planet, he was met by an attack from a yellow sandworm. In the end, he was able to run away after spending a huge amount of his battle chi. Although he was drinking recovery potions all this time, supporting his protective shield reduced his strength to 70% of what was before. Wan Xiang sighed as he carefully advanced. He needs to survive in this place for 3 days, otherwise he would be eliminated. If he was out of the competition by the first round, then he would certainly gain 0 benefits from the family. Wan Xiang released his spiritual force as he advanced, paying careful attention to his surroundings. Although the spiritual force of warriors were inferior compared to mages, for all ascenders, their spiritual force was already enough to maneuver themselves on the planet. As he carefully moved along, Wan Xiang suddenly encountered something. When he saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. Astral might be a temporary term. I couldn't find other meanings to the character gang other than being related to planets or constellations or internal gods. Chapter 1165. Formidable supporting magic formation. There was a very small tree in front. It was yellow. In fact, most of the plants in Yellow Sand Planet were almost this color. Therefore, there was nothing strange about it. And in this small yellow tree was a little yellow flower. This flower shook amidst the wind. It might even look as if it would fall at any time. However, Wan Xiang clearly knew that it was impossible for this flower to fall. This was because this flower was part of a yellow sandworm's body. One shouldn't underestimate the yellow sandworm's bait. This little flower would exude a very unusual fragrance. As long as a beast smelt it, they will most likely run over. Naturally, those beasts who did became food for the worm. In the beginning, people didn't know about this ability from the yellow sandworm. Back then, when people killed a yellow sandworm, they would use these little flowers as accessories, but they didn't know that it was actually attracting large numbers of beasts. It didn't take long before people became aware of the little flowers' use. Now, whenever people see these little flowers, they know that they should walk around it. The area around flower would be the domain of a yellow sandworm. Yellow sandworms became beasts that nobody would provoke in Yellow Sand Planet. These worms generally won't attack people, and since they had no obvious weakness, they were very difficult to kill. Their tough skins also dissuade people from hunting them. Moreover, it was very difficult for people to find yellow sandworms. Once they hide in the sand, they would immediately become one with their surroundings. It was common for people to lose sight of them, even if they were mages with formidable spiritual force. Additionally, the speed of the worms under the sand was quicker than human flight. They had a strange body structure that allowed them to swallow sand and eject it from their behind. The process of ejecting sand would propel the worm further, increasing its speed. They depended on this trait in order to traverse the sand underneath the surface. Another reason why nobody provoked the yellow sandworms was because there were no indications whether a worm was only a few tens of meters long or 10,000 meters. Most of its body was buried under the sand, and one couldn't use their spiritual force to find it. Because of this, when Wan Xiang saw the little flower, he looked as though he saw a severe flood coming or a violent beast. He immediately turned and circled around the flower. Just as Wan Xiang stepped forward, he stopped and couldn't help but shake his head. It was as if he found something unreasonable. He couldn't believe what he just saw. However, he immediately found out that he wasn't seeing things wrong. There was actually a person in front of him, sitting on a chair and sipping tea. A man just drank tea as though nothing strange was going on around him. He seems to be unaware that he was at Yellow Sand Planet and was surrounded by violent winds. If someone did it at this environment, then they would have been eating sand. However, the person was really drinking tea. Moreover, he had a chair to sit on. This caused Wan Xiang to stare. He didn't know how to react. Wan Xiang already knew that this mage wasn't someone ordinary, and if this was the case, then he might have already been discovered. So now, Wan Xiang was stuck on how to face this person. He was currently in Yellow Sand Planet, and each person here was a competitor. With this in mind, he was left with two choices, either to run or to fight. But while Wan Xiang was having doubts on what to do, the mage kept leisurely sitting there. It was as though he had nothing to be afraid of. Wan Xiang wasn't sure if he can win if he rushed towards the mage. Before Wan Xiang arrived at the planet, he already had an understanding of the powerful contestants, and since he knew about the 10 geniuses, then he was naturally aware of the Ashley family's Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's name had already spread in the machine field, a level 4 mage that had ascended just a few months ago. This was an unprecedented event. Therefore, Zhao Hai can be said to be the most talented contestant in this competition. A genius character such as Zhao Hai wasn't someone that Wan Xiang could contend against. However, Zhao Hai's quick rise was precisely the reason why some people doubted his strength. How strong would a person be just a few months after ascending? How far could he have progressed in magic theory? Wan Xiang was one of those who didn't believe that Zhao Hai was strong. In his mind, Zhao Hai might just have a rare treasure on his body. Seeing Zhao Hai now, Wan Xiang's ideas were solidified. Yellow Sand Planet was covered with violent winds, yet Zhao Hai was leisurely sipping tea as though no wind came to touch him. Wasn't this very strange? He really does have a rare treasure. Wan Xiang was even more assured of this idea. With this thought in mind, Wan Xiang's greed couldn't help but emerge. He immediately kicked off and flew towards Zhao Hai, his sword already drawn. Naturally, Zhao Hai had already discovered Wan Xiang. Moreover, upon seeing him, Laura immediately gave him his detailed information. One could say that Wan Xiang wasn't simple. He was from the Shui family, the most powerful family in the Water Temple. Even the Ashley family wasn't at its level. The Shui family was able to send 15 people to attend the realm qualifiers. Of the 15, 14 were level 3 while the remaining one was level 4. Although this person wasn't among the 10 great experts, this person's strength was still very high. However, Zhao Hai didn't really care. He didn't mind attacking the Shui family. In this elimination round, him not provoking others was already their fortune. If he did go out of his way to attack people, then the participants would suffer extreme bad luck. Zhao Hai wasn't initially planning to kill Wan Xiang. In his opinion, this elimination round was very unfair. Even if they had some skills, resisting the winds and the sandstorm wasn't easy. And with beasts scattered around the land, surviving was already hard. And there was still the last element, which was the other participants. But even if one doesn't want to hurt the tiger would still harm humans. Zhao Hai didn't want to deal with Wan Xiang, but Wan Xiang wanted to deal with him. When Zhao Hai saw Wan Xiang pulling his sword out, he couldn't help but sigh deeply inside. However, Zhao Hai didn't make a move. He still sat there, with his teacup in hand. The yellow sand mixed with the wind made a very magnificent view of the surroundings. Wan Xiang waved his sword and sent a sword chi towards Zhao Hai. Seeing the attack, Zhao Hai sighed and waved his hand, releasing a 5-layer formation. The formation immediately became a huge shield, blocking the sword chi in front of him. Only a few sparks appeared on the shield before peace returned. There wasn't even a scratch on the shield. Upon seeing this situation, Wan Xiang's complexion changed. Although he just attacked, he was able to see Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai wasn't someone that can be easily dealt with. Wan Xiang and Li Kuei, the most powerful beginner in the Shui family, had compared notes before. Li Kun was also a mage. Although he specialized in the water element, his ice shield was something that could compare to metal element shields. During their spar, Wan Xiang was able to shatter Li Kuei's shield. Li Kuei even said that Wan Xiang's offensive strength was very formidable, and that he had a rare talent for offensive attacks. But now that he was faced against Zhao Hai, the offensive strength that he was so proud of was actually rendered useless. He wasn't even able to leave a trace on Zhao Hai's shield. But what Wan Xiang didn't know was that Zhao Hai was also very surprised. This was because the shield that he sent out wasn't an ordinary 5-layer shield. This one was a revised version that included a supporting magic formation. According to Zhao Hai's estimates, 5-layer formations should be able to contend against level 3 warriors. However, it was impossible for it to be unscathed. It should have shattered alongside the sword chi. And now that supporting formations were added, the shield actually blocked Wan Xiang's sword easily. There wasn't even a scratch on the shield. Moreover, the amount Zhao Hai used to release the formation was a third of what 5-layer formations usually required. This result was too astonishing. Arranging formation sets was a great subject of study. Choosing 5 formations from thousands of formations, putting them together, have them display the most amount of power while also maintaining the proper balance was something that was easier said than done. The 5 formations that Zhao used were a metal element supplying formation, metal element solidifying formation, a reinforcing supporting formation, a strengthening supporting formation, and a metal element shield formation. This wasn't the case before. Instead of 2 supporting formations, the other 2 formations used were metal element strengthening formations. Their effect wasn't as good and they used up more spiritual force. It was through this revised formation that Zhao Hai understood how formidable supporting formations were. At the same time, it made Zhao Hai happy. These supporting formations would increase his strength by 2-folds. He was now more confident in dealing with his enemies. Seeing his attack having no effect, Wan Xiang didn't stay and instead turned around and left. Looking at Wan Xiang escape, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he coldly snorted as he sent a sword chi towards Wan Xiang. This was Zhao Hai's first time using sword chi in the outside world. This sword was also sent through a formation set. However, the formation used to strengthen his sword chi was different from the conventional formations. He also included supporting formations in his sword, causing its effects to be elevated. Chapter 1166, Testing the Body Tempering Technique. Wan Xiang knew that it was impossible for him to match Zhao Hai. He was someone who was tactful of his actions. He would do his best to avoid extreme danger. This was the reason why he immediately ran away when his attack was effortlessly blocked. However, just as he turned around, he suddenly felt the hair on his back go up. Wan Xiang was an experienced warrior who had developed his own instincts. He knew that an attack was coming for him. Wan Xiang didn't immediately turn around but he continually waved his sword and sent sword chi flying behind him. Then he took a quick glance back and saw something he didn't expect. This time, Wan Xiang couldn't help but pause. He was almost certain that a magic spell was coming for him. However, what he saw wasn't a spell. Instead it was sword chi, a completely solid sword chi. Wan Xiang already noticed that the 3 sword chi that he sent was already destroyed. Despite his surprise, Wan Xiang was still able to use his sword to block the incoming sword chi. Clang! A sound of clashing swords rang out, and at the same time, Wan Xiang's figure accelerated forward. This wasn't due to Wan Xiang increasing his speed, but instead it was because of the collision that just happened. Wan Xiang felt his vitality take a huge dive. Even if he felt worse, he still used his own blood essence to propel himself further on. The only thing inside Wan Xiang's mind was to escape as soon as possible and as far as possible from Zhao Hai. Then he would find a place to hide and survive for 3 days. He needs to tell the family that Zhao Hai was both a mage and a warrior. Perhaps he might receive a reward for this information. Any influence attached great importance to information. especially those that involved talented characters. If one can uncover a previously unknown aspect of a great talent, then the family would most likely give a reward. Zhao Hai was considered to be a highly valued talent. He was a level 4 mage just after a few months of ascending. It was a talent that nobody would believe the first time they heard about it. And now, Wan Xiang was actually able to discover that Zhao Hai was not only a mage, but his skill as a warrior wasn't any worse than his skills as a mage. This information was too important for the Shui family. It's just a pity that Zhao Hai would never let him go. Zhao Hai tried to attack Wan Xiang using his sword chi to see how strong it was, and it seems like it was very good. Zhao Hai had the same thought as Wan Xiang. If he let Wan Xiang escape, then the whole machine field would know that he was a warrior as well. This wasn't good. As far as he knew, there were only very few people who were both a mage and a warrior. Zhao Hai moved and appeared in front of Wan Xiang, then he attacked. He didn't use liquid silver this time. Instead he tried his new fist technique. The fist technique was a separate aspect of the tempering method, and only when the stellar transformation body tempering technique was used that the fist technique would show results. Otherwise, it would just be a common fist technique. The attacks of the fist technique weren't the same as battle chi. When the fist techniques were carried out, they follow through the system widely used in the cultivation realm. This method was much more complicated than the ones warriors used. The cultivation realm uses the meridians of one's body to transfer energy from acupoint to acupoint. These acupoints were directly connected to one another, but they formed a small cycle. After each cycle of energy, a person's body would be geared to do their attack. In the machine field, this action was done with the support of weapons, which was an external influence. As for the stellar body tempering fist, it uses one's meridians to circulate chi and then send the energy in one go. This belonged to internal strength, which was different. When Wan Xiang saw Zhao Hai appear in front of him, his eyes shrank. He was a level 3 warrior, but he wasn't able to see Zhao Hai move. At this moment, Wan Xiang saw Zhao Hai wave his fist. He couldn't help but stare. There were very few warriors in the machine field that attacked using their fists. Even if they did, they would have a gauntlet or something to aid their attack. However, Zhao Hai was actually barehanded. This caused Wan Xiang to be surprised. Wan Xiang looked at Zhao Hai's fist as though it was a joke. This was because he couldn't feel any energy coming from Zhao Hai's fist. But just as he was about to open his mouth, Wan Xiang suddenly felt an extremely powerful chi coming towards him. This strength wasn't sharp like a sword, but it was imposing like a mountain. With such a colossal energy coming towards him, Wan Xiang found himself having trouble breathing. Wan Xiang didn't have any time to be surprised. He immediately used his last remaining energy to wave his sword. Then he released a huge amount of chi towards Zhao Hai. However, the sword chi became like a bubble when it met Zhao Hai's fist. When the sword chi was destroyed, Zhao Hai didn't give Wan Xiang any time to make another move as he immediately condensed his energy and charged towards Wan Xiang's direction. Wan Xiang discovered that he had made a huge mistake. He shouldn't have sent an attack. Now, he didn't have any energy left to defend against Zhao Hai. Wan Xiang suddenly felt his chi resisting the attack, but just like a fly caught in a spider web, he wasn't able to struggle away from Zhao Hai's attack. A large amount of energy kept pouring inside Wan Xiang's body. When he wasn't able to resist anymore, a bang was heard. As Zhao Hai's chi flooded Wan Xiang's body, all of Wan Xiang's bones and blood were shattered. His skeletons and meridians were torn into shreds. After experiencing a spike of intense pain, Wan Xiang's vision turned black. Zhao Hai looked at the mess on the ground. Wan Xiang became a huge splat on the sandy soil. This was the first time that he used the body tempering fist against an enemy. He didn't expect the amount of chi to be this overbearing. It completely destroyed Wan Xiang's body. It can be said that only Wan Xiang's skin could be seen. Everything else has been turned into a bloody mush. Zhao Hai sighed and waved his hand, receiving Wan Xiang's sword and storage ring. Although Wan Xiang was wearing chain armor, that armor has also been destroyed by Zhao Hai's fist. It was rendered completely useless. As he was burying Wan Xiang using earth element magic, Zhao Hai thought that he needed to tone down the amount of energy used whenever he attacked using his fists. It would be a complete waste if he wasn't able to turn his enemies into undead. After processing Wan Xiang's corpse, Zhao Hai shifted his attention to the storage ring. Upon careful inspection, the ring caught Zhao Hai's interest. This was because Wan Xiang's ring had something that cultivators normally had: a spiritual seal. Spatial items with spiritual seals were quite rare in the machine field. How was Wan Xiang able to get his hands on it? While he was thinking about this, Zhao Hai took out some ever-present ancient sand and then wiped it on the ring. The ring emitted black smoke as the spiritual imprint was removed. Then Zhao Hai used his spiritual force to scan the contents of the ring. Wan Xiang's ring was full of potions. Some of these potions restored energy, some were antidotes, and some healed wounds. They were basically things that people would take with them on a journey. Besides the potions, there were also some equipment inside like weapons and armor. However, what took Zhao Hai's interest was a jade slip. This jade slip looked ancient and didn't emit any energy. Nevertheless, it still managed to attract Zhao Hai. This was because Wan Xiang wouldn't just bring a random jade slip with him. Moreover, jade slips were very rare in the machine field. In the cultivation realm, jade slips were generally used to record things. On the other hand, there was little use for these slips in the machine field, and there wasn't a huge market for it. But one couldn't deny that jade slips were very convenient. One would only need to use their spiritual force to read everything that was recorded inside these jade slips, and this method was much more effective than reading through text. Zhao Hai took the jade slip out before tossing the spatial ring to the space, then he used his spiritual force to scan it. But not long after he began, Zhao Hai paused. This was because the jade slip was also protected by a spiritual seal. But this time, Zhao Hai wasn't surprised. Almost all things connected to the cultivation realm had these seals. This was especially true for important items. If one decided to forcefully break through these seals, then they would risk destroying that item. So when Zhao Hai discovered the seal, his interest was piqued. He immediately took out some ever-present ancient sand in order to remove the spiritual imprint. Black smoke kept coming out of the jade slip, but the imprint had yet to be removed. This caused Zhao Hai to be more interested. If the jade slip's seal was this strong, then the thing recorded inside should be valuable. Zhao Hai was getting somewhat impatient as he looked at the imprint being erased. As the process went on, Zhao Hai also began to discover that the ancient sand was being consumed when it removed the imprint. Each puff of black smoke took some ancient sand along with it. Before long, the amount of sand in Zhao Hai's hand has vanished. But at the same time, the jade slip's appearance changed. It now looked more attractive than before. Chapter 1167 to 1170. Chapter 1167, Condensed Astral Chi Art. Seeing what just happened, Zhao Hai knew that the seal has been dealt with. Then he immediately scanned the jade slip with his spiritual force. Just as his consciousness entered the slip, an explosion was heard, shaking his head. Then the five-element killing formation activated and kept the danger at bay. Zhao Hai stared, then he immediately understood what just happened. The five-element killing formation blocks all kinds of spiritual force that went to his head. It seems like there was something inside the jade slip that triggered the formation. Zhao Hai took the formation down and allowed the spiritual force from the jade slip to enter his mind. Before long, writings appeared inside his head. Zhao Hai proceeded to read through the words appearing in his mind. Condensed astral art. The heavens and the earth are righteous, evil, arrogant, and divine. The mind should be. As he contemplated on the writings, Zhao Hai finally knew what was recorded inside the jade slip. Inside was actually a secret art. It was an article detailing evil chi and astral chi, and further on, it dictates how to use them to make a life source weapon. There weren't only ordinary magic artifacts in the cultivation realm. Those that passed through evil chi or astral chi became life source artifacts. Since these artifacts passed through evil chi and astral chi, whether it be defensive or offensive strength, these artifacts were much better than ordinary ones. It can be said that this art came at a timely moment for Zhao Hai. Both Yellow Sand Planet and the space had a non-stop supply of astral chi. If he was able to make use of it, then his body would become more tenacious. And if he was able to join astral chi with his own strength, then his attacks would be more aggressive. And lastly, if he could add astral chi to his own treasures, he would be able to promote them at least a level higher. Zhao Hai badly needed these improvements. Therefore, he really wanted to find a method to utilize astral chi. Zhao Hai carefully looked through the secret art and found out that it was very complex. He would introduce astral chi into his meridians, then bit by bit he would merge it with his own spiritual chi. However, this process came with a huge amount of pain. Most people wouldn't be able to endure this type of pain. This was the main reason why most people go insane and die once they tried merging evil chi or astral chi to their bodies. But this issue wouldn't be a problem for Zhao Hai. He had already experienced something like this before when he was tempering his body. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't worry about introducing astral chi to his body. After looking through the entire secret art, Zhao Hai didn't immediately go and practice it. This was because there were still dangers in practicing this art. If people were to arrive and disturb him, then his concentration would be broken and the situation might turn sour. But even if Zhao Hai couldn't integrate astral chi into his own spiritual chi, he could still practice the art on some magic artifacts. Presently, Zhao Hai had liquid silver, which was also a magical artifact. Zhao Hai could definitely use astral chi to improve liquid silver. Zhao Hai believed that liquid silver could still become stronger. With this though in mind, Zhao Hai sat down and then took liquid silver out. Then he used his spiritual force to temper liquid silver using the astral chi around him. When Zhao Hai's spiritual force got in contact with the astral chi, he immediately felt a great pressure pulling at it. Then Zhao Hai's spiritual force was immediately twisted and shattered by the pressure. However, Zhao Hai was still fine. After all, he had prepared well for this situation. Although he could feel his head ache, this pain wasn't uncomfortable. Zhao Hai calmed himself down and then guided the astral chi using his spiritual force. However, the result was still the same. Zhao Hai slowly learned as he failed time and time again. His failures also reinforced his spiritual force. If his previous spiritual force was a silk thread, now it was already like a metal wire. Zhao Hai didn't know for how long he's been introducing astral chi to liquid silver, but suddenly, liquid silver shone with light. Then the space issued a prompt. New energy has been introduced to the host's staff. The space has judged that it is beneficial to the host. The energy's existence has been approved. The space will now take over in controlling the new energy. After hearing the prompt, Zhao Hai discovered that the astral chi no longer needed his control in order to enter liquid silver. Moreover, its progress was much better than when he was the one controlling it. Zhao Hai was glad with this development. Then he sat in place to recover his spiritual force. And just as he was feeling his spiritual force, Zhao Hai discovered that his capacity had increased. Moreover, his spiritual force was more solid than before. This was completely out of his expectation. After his spiritual force was fully restored, Zhao Hai was finally able to confirm that his spiritual force had increased. Originally, his spiritual force could support 1,000 layer formations at most. But now, he could support 3,000 layers with ease. Even if he cast 5 formations at the same time, it would still be possible for him. And if his formation sets had supporting formations, he could cast 10,000 layer formations with no problem. And this was without liquid silver's help. If he used liquid silver, then he could achieve 30,000 layers. Seeing his strength increase by more than a single fold, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel ecstatic. He was worried that his spiritual force wouldn't be able to catch up to his body's increase in strength. But now it seems like his spiritual force had already caught up. This was absolutely good news for Zhao Hai. Once Zhao Hai had sorted his spiritual force out, he suddenly discovered that a day had almost passed in Yellow Sand Planet. This caused him to be surprised. A day had passed but he only met Wan Xiang. Wasn't this too strange? One must know that there were about 100,000 participants in this region. Moreover, the region wasn't very large. It would be very easy for two people to meet each other. But ever since the beginning, Zhao Hai had only met Wan Xiang. At this time, Kair suddenly said, "Young master, while you were practicing, there were 50 people who scanned you with their spiritual force. However, since they don't pose any danger, I decided not to wake you up." When Zhao Hai heard this, he began to understand. Then he asked, "There are 50 of them, who are they?" Then as he said that, a list flashed inside Zhao Hai's mind. There were detailed descriptions about the 50 people in the list. The time when they scanned Zhao Hai and for how long they kept scanning him were also listed. Zhao Hai looked at the list and nodded. "Good. They're lucky that they didn't make a move. Otherwise I will have to be impolite." Kair nodded. "Young master, there's no need to worry. If they really dared to make a move, then we can release the undead you captured from Tyro Planet and the Rainbow Meteorite Field. They should be enough to kill all of them." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Right, just like what you said, we can just release the undead to eliminate them." The undead that Zhao Hai gained from Tyro Planet and the Rainbow Meteorite Field had preserved their original strength. This was to say that Zhao Hai had a few undead with level 4 and level 5 strength. If people dared to attack Zhao Hai, then these undead could just kill them. At this time, Laura said, "Brother Hai, why don't you try taking a stroll?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Forget it. It's not easy to survive in this elimination round. If I went to other places, even if I don't encounter other beasts, I would still see other participants, and in the end, I would have to defeat them. I'll give them a chance. As long as they don't make a move on me, then I won't actively attack them." Laura paused for a moment and then she nodded. "In any case, it doesn't matter if you meet anyone or not. And if you encounter a strong beast, even if you can run away, you would still disturb everyone around you. It would be good if you stay here." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's right. I think it would be best for us if I don't expose my strength. Therefore, we can't catch any beasts for now. If my abilities are discovered, then I would be at a disadvantage later on. We shouldn't forget that we cannot guarantee if the other realms are looking into the machine field. If they are really monitoring us, then we would be in trouble if they see my strength." Laura nodded. Then she said, "Brother Hai, you should build a house made out of sand. If there's an opportunity, we can head out and accompany you." Upon hearing Laura, Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "Forget it. If we do that, we will only attract unwanted attention. It's fine like this." Laura smiled and said, "All right, but Brother Hai, you need to at least take out an umbrella and a proper chair. You should be comfortable." Zhao Hai's eyes shone. He said, That's a good idea. Get me an umbrella and a recliner. Right, get me some cold fruit juice as well. I'll take the next few days as vacation time. When Laura and the others had this, they couldn't help but giggle. Before long, everything Zhao Hai requested had been brought over. Zhao Hai comfortably lied down on his recliner as he sipped from his cold drink. He even looked as satisfied as someone who was on a vacation. As Zhao Hai relaxed, several spiritual forces came to scan him, but after seeing that they were Zhao Hai's match, they decided to move on. The day quickly went past and night arrived. Zhao Hai didn't return to the space and instead just lied down on his recliner. At this time, a sound was heard. Zhao Hai opened his eyes to see a large group of huge spiders about 5 kilometers away from him. These spiders were very huge. Each one exceeded 5 meters tall, were 8 meters long. Their entire bodies were covered in fur, making people feel dread while looking at them. There were 40 spiders in this group, both big and small. It seems like they belonged to one cluster. Zhao Hai stood up. He knew that this was because the sandworms were already full. Once the sandworms were no longer hungry, their territory would become safe. Because of this, the spiders began to come out. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of these spiders. He would have the spiders come, then send them all into the space, adding new species to the space. Before long, the spiders were already close to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand and released a 3,000 layer formation, giving the spiders no chance. This was the first time that Zhao Hai used a 3,000 layer formation set. To be honest, these 3,000 layer formations were very strong, exceeding his expectations. From what Zhao Hai could see, these spiders had about level 4 strength. In this case, capturing them with a 3,000 layer formation was beyond easy. Of course, Zhao Hai believed that the 3,000 layer formation sets of other people weren't as powerful as his. It was necessary to know that Zhao Hai's 3,000 layer formation set included a large amount of supporting formations. At this time, Zhao Hai's formation sets were divided into 5 categories. The first type were defensive formations. It was needless to expand about this since they were just formations meant to defend. The second type were offensive formations. These were formations that focused on very strong attacks. As long as one was hit by these formations, then they would either get severely injured or get killed. The third type were trapping formations. These formation sets don't aim for killing. Instead, they were used for capturing their targets alive. But sometimes, it was harder to capture enemies than killing them. The fourth type were supporting type formations. These formations weren't usable during fights. Instead, they were very effective for mechs and battleships. The fifth type of formation were weapon formation sets. These formation sets were used for weapons, reinforcing them or giving them attributes. This type of formation set could also be used for defensive equipment, making their defenses stronger. These 5 categories were already known in the machine field. Moreover, each of these branches were being gradually improved, albeit the very long progress. Chapter 1168, Violent Torah. The space didn't issue much of a response when the spiders were sent to the space. It only gave simple responses like they were irradiated and were mutated versions of spiders. Although the space didn't level up, the spiders were still quite strong, but this was in the condition that they maintained their current state. The space's prompt informed Zhao Hai that if these spiders were placed in an ordinary environment, then they would slowly turn into ordinary spiders. Although their strength was still stronger than most spiders their size, they were weaker than the spiders who lived within astral chi. Strictly speaking, this was devolution. Because the environment that they lived in was good, these animals would no longer need their strong abilities to survive. As generations pass, their strength would naturally decrease. Zhao Hai doesn't want this to happen. Although the hell space was also an unfavorable environment, it was still different compared to Yellow Sand Planet. If he wanted to preserve the strength of these spiders, then he needs to keep their living conditions. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai immediately ordered Kair to transform an entire ordinary background into an environment similar to Yellow Sand Planet. Then he would make use of it later. This time, the space did not require Zhao Hai to spend money on the transformation. The space had already told him that he can transform any environment to be the same as Yellow Sand Planet. Because of this, even if he did it several times, Zhao Hai would not need to spend money to transform a background. Naturally, the space's Yellow Sand environment was different from Yellow Sand Planet. Currently, only beasts inhabit Zhao Hai's Yellow Sand background. As for plants, he would need to work on it in the future. Zhao Hai wasn't worried much about developing this Yellow Sand background. In any case, Yellow Sand Planet has already been mapped by the space. There were a lot of opportunities to come back here. Actually, The space now had the ability to improve genes. Zhao Hai could simply take ordinary plants and then modify them so that they could survive in the yellow sand environment. There was no need to take plants from the yellow sand planet. After instructing Kair what to do, Zhao Hai returned to his relaxed state. He lied down on the recliner and then folded his umbrella. Since it was already dark, Zhao Hai can only sleep. But just as Zhao Hai laid down, Kair suddenly said, "Young master, there's an assassin." They hid very well. They're currently 5 li 2.5 kilometers away from you. Judging by their strength, they should be level 3. Zhao Hai raised his eyebrow. He didn't expect this night to be lively. There were spiders earlier and now assassins came. Although he heard Kair's warning, Zhao Hai didn't do anything. He believed that the assassin had already discovered him. He wanted to see what it would do. Before long, the assassin was already about 2 li 5 kilometers away from Zhao Hai. He stopped and then carefully sized Zhao Hai up. Zhao Hai looked as though he was asleep. He was lying down on his chair, unmoving. The assassin couldn't make up his mind. There were still winds in Yellow Sand Planet, yet this person was sleeping peacefully. This was the first time that he'd seen this. It must be said that Zhao Hai wasn't the first person that the assassin met in Yellow Sand Planet. He had run into other participants before, but all of them were in a critical situation. Their bodies would be covered in protective formations or shields made from battle chi. The others would also have defensive equipment protecting them. Everyone was very cautious. They were guarding against other participants as well as the planet's beasts. Nobody even dared to think about taking a nap. And now there was Zhao Hai, the sole person who was unafraid in Yellow Sand Planet. It was because of this that the assassin was unable to make a decision. If Zhao Hai was the same as the other participants, then he would have already made a move. However, Zhao Hai wasn't the same. This made the assassin stuck on what to do. The assassin stopped 2 li away from Zhao Hai for 1 hour. In this hour, Zhao Hai was still lying down on his recliner, looking like he was sleeping soundly. He would even turn once in a while. He looks like he was really asleep. It can be said that when it comes to the skill of pretending to sleep, if Zhao Hai claimed that he was second, then nobody would dare claim first. This was a skill he perfected back on Earth. He could pretend to sleep for several hours at a time. People wouldn't be able to see any flaws in his acting. Zhao Hai would pretend to sleep back on Earth just to curb his boredom. But here, it seems like it was actually useful. As the assassin was observed Zhao Hai, he was beginning to be convinced that Zhao Hai was really asleep. Then his heart began to stir. He was the same as Wan Xiang, thinking that Zhao Hai's comfort amidst the astral chi winds was certainly due to some treasure. The thought of this treasure moved the assassin. Since it was the season for astral winds in Yellow Sand Planet, the participants needed to stay in these winds for 3 whole days. These 3 days would no doubt be very uncomfortable. Level 4 experts might have a better time, but for level 3 experts, even if they were in a fight, they would still need to allocate some energy inside them to support any protective shield. Even if they drank recovery potions, their strength would still be heavily affected. And now there was Zhao Hai, who was comfortable despite the harsh winds surrounding him. He didn't even bother erecting a protective shield. This would allow him to be in his peak condition all the time. Humans die of greed while birds die in pursuit of food. Since ancient times, people had died because of their greed. This assassin was the same. After he convinced himself that Zhao Hai was truly asleep, he made a move and then took out his dagger before slowly creeping towards Zhao Hai. Perhaps this was a habit of assassins. When assassins went for the kill, they needed to make sure that they did it in one shot. Therefore, they would usually get closer to their enemies. This habit didn't change in the machine field. The assassin reeled his aura in as he got closer to Zhao Hai. However, the assassin also knew that he couldn't fight like he did back in the lower realms. He knew that it was impossible to get really close to Zhao Hai in order to assassinate him. Therefore, he stopped about 1 li away before he waved his dagger, sending a jet black sword chi flying towards Zhao Hai's sleeping figure. If it reaches the target, there was no doubt that Zhao Hai's heart would be pierced. But at this moment, a sigh was heard, causing the assassin's hair to stand upright. He stared at Zhao Hai as he gripped his dagger. And then something strange occurred. Just as the assassin was feeling happy that the sword chi had hit Zhao Hai, he was suddenly met with a shock. As the sword chi hit Zhao Hai's body, a dang sound was heard, and nothing else happened. Zhao Hai slowly got up from his chair and then turned his head to look at the assassin's direction. Then he said, "I gave you an opportunity, but you still attacked me. I didn't want to finish you off, but since you took action, then allow me to retaliate." The assassin didn't say anything and just looked at Zhao Hai. Seeing the assassin's response, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Good, you're certainly a true assassin, but the most important thing for an assassin is being calm. Understanding the opponent's circumstance in order to judge if then can be killed. If your opponent is strong, then even if your goal is important, you need to accept that it's impossible." Unfortunately, You failed in this aspect. In any case, this doesn't matter anymore. Let's just hope that you learn this in your next life." The assassin kept silent. He didn't relax upon hearing Zhao Hai's speech. He kept all of his attention on Zhao Hai's movements. Zhao Hai smiled faintly at the assassin before his figure vanished from the chair. The assassin's eyes shrunk, then he immediately dodged to the side. However, just as he moved, a huge sword appeared on his side. Then the sword hit the assassin's body. The assassin discovered the sword too late. He expected that his action would give him enough time to block any attack. The sword stabbed through the assassin's heart and was immediately killed. The assassin turned his head for the last time to look at the attacker, but what he saw was actually a dark green skeleton. "I got killed by a skeleton." This was the last thought that ran through the assassin's mind before he died. Zhao Hai looked at the assassin before throwing its corpse to the space to be turned into an undead. He had already checked the assassin's identity. He wasn't valued that much by his family, so his death wouldn't be much of a threat to Zhao Hai. Even if the assassin's family knew that the killed was Zhao Hai, they still couldn't do anything. After all, this was a brutal elimination round. Dying was normal. Moreover, the participants were ascenders from the external halls. In the eyes of these families, the people from the external halls were tools to provide them with benefits. If they died, then they died. They simply weren't worth going to war on. After dealing with the assassin, Zhao Hai returned to lie down on his recliner. This time, nothing disturbed him as he slept until dawn. Zhao Hai woke up and then ate breakfast Meg cooked for him. Then he continued to enjoy the sun. A day had passed. Only 2 days remaining before this round ends. While drinking his fruit juice, Zhao Hai admired the dancing sands around him. He couldn't help but sigh deep inside about the beauty of the universe. The universe could actually make something like the yellow sand planet. Moreover, there were unique life forms living in it. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly felt a violent aura coming towards his direction. Although this person had yet to enter the range of Zhao Hai's spiritual force, this imposing aura allowed Zhao Hai to identify who it was. Chapter 1169, Meteor Zhuchen. It was Violent Bear Zhongli. Only Violent Bear Zhongli would have such imposing aura. Although Zhao Hai hadn't met him before, he had seen Zhongli's battles. Zhao Hai's memory of Zhongli's aura was still quite fresh. Violent Bear Zhongli, he had the same name as his title. Once a fight begins, he would turn into a violent beast, tearing and shredding the enemy in front of him. Zhongli's weapons were 2 sledgehammers. Moreover, these sledgehammers were connected by iron chains. He doesn't store these sledgehammers inside his spatial equipment and just hung them on his waist. Zhao Hai considered this person as the most threatening participant. Zhongli's offensive power was absolutely strong. Zhao Hai even believed that Street might not be able to deal with him. Most mages have their own bodies as their most vulnerable aspect. If 2 experts battled with each other, then this physical deficiency might be significant for the result. Zhongli's aura continued to rush over and soon entered the range of Zhao Hai's spiritual force. Zhongli was wearing armor while his sledgehammers were hung around his waist. His facial expression was unexpectedly leisurely and free, but it was obvious that spiritual force wasn't Zhongli's strong point. Because of this, he had yet to discover Zhao Hai. As the distance between the two decreased, Zhongli finally stopped when he was about 5 li away from Zhao Hai. It was at this point that Zhao Hai knew that Zhongli had discovered him. Zhao Hai continued sitting there without moving. He wanted to see what Zhongli would do. After staring for a moment, Zhongli continued flying forward. His speed was quick this time. Zhao Hai didn't mind it as he continued to relax. Before long, Zhongli was less than 100 meters away from Zhao Hai. Although there was sand and wind between the two, both sides knew that the other was looking at them. After all, once one reaches their level, spiritual force was no longer different than normal vision. Zhongli stayed silent as he stubbornly stared at Zhao Hai. After some time, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Zhongli, come over. How about we share a cup?" After he said that, Zhao Hai took out another recliner from the space. It took Zhongli some time to process what Zhao Hai said. Then suddenly, he laughed as he flew towards Zhao Hai's side and sat on the recliner. He looked at Zhao Hai and smiled as he said, "You're interesting. I didn't expect to see someone as interesting as you here. Why do you have these things? It looks like you're prepared to go to the beach." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "When I heard that we'll have a survival elimination round in Yellow Sand Planet, I immediately prepared them. After all, we're not required to kill other participants in this round, and defeating others also wouldn't give us any advantages. Therefore, I decided to just spend 3 days relaxing here." Zhongli stared, then he laughed and said, Right. We're not required to kill other people. Spending 3 days relaxing isn't a bad idea. Ha 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 ha. But you need to be careful. I heard that Brat Zhuchen has been going around looking for trouble." Zhao Hai gawked. "Meteor Zhuchen? That sounds about right. He's an earth element mage. Although Yellow Sand Planet is filled with astral winds, The sand carry an abundance of earth element. Fighting here would allow him to fight with 120% of his strength. He could use this 3 days to eliminate some competition. What's wrong? Did he find you? Zhongli snorted and said, HMPH, if he dared to fight me, then I'll just drive him away. I heard level 3 is suffering under his hands. He is quite ruthless. Almost everyone he met has died. Zhao Hai raised his brows and said, he's a bit peculiar. He should hope that we don't meet. Otherwise, he would have to withdraw from the competition. Zhongli looked at Zhao Hai. His understanding of Zhu Chen was much deeper than his understanding of Zhao Hai. Although Zhu Chen's rank was on the bottom end of the top 10 experts, this didn't mean that he was weak. In fact, the 10 experts were picked based on their performance during fights. For Zhu Chen, this was because he was very hard to deal with. His defense was just too abnormal. Zhu Chen seemed to have preference for defense. He has a lot of defensive equipment on his body, and along with his own cultivation, Zhu Chen was the most defensively strong among the top 10. Naturally, this didn't mean that since Zhu Chen focused on defense, his offense had suffered. Zhu Chen's offensive ability was also quite astonishing. However, compared to his defense, his offense fell short. Therefore, people only took note of his defensive abilities. People who were good at defending generally had a tenacious temperament. Such a person was like a tortoise inside their shell, very difficult to deal with. Because of this, most people would steer clear of these kinds of experts. Although Zhongli had a strong temper, he was still aware that if it was any other environment, then he would be able to deal with Zhu Chen. However, they were currently in Yellow Sand Planet. Even Zhongli needed to be careful. Yellow Sand Planet's environment was special. It had violent astral winds as well as thick earth element energy. In this place, Zhongli could fight with 80% of his strength. Although Zhu Chen would also be subjected to the same surroundings, his strength would be preserved due to his earth element specialty. So even if Zhu Chen's increased fighting strength was suppressed, he would still be able to fight with 100% power. Even if Zhongli was confident in his ability, a fight between 80% and 100% was something that he wouldn't go in. But now there was Zhao Hai who said that he would have Zhu Chen be eliminated in the competition if Zhu Chen decides to attack him. Moreover, Zhao Hai was very confident when he said it. This made Zhongli look curiously at Zhao Hai. Although Zhongli's character was wild, he actually wasn't bloodthirsty. This was the reason why he didn't immediately attack when he saw Zhao Hai. But at the same time, Zhongli had some problems regarding Zhao Hai's strength. Although Zhao Hai had the least information among all participants, his strength could be seen by how he acted. Zhongli wasn't an idiot. He didn't think that Zhao Hai did something behind the scenes. Zhongli was well aware that no family would treat the 6th-realm beginner competition as a joke. This was because the competition was closely tied to their interests. The more achievements the participants get, the more benefits the families would gain. Even the 3 great powers were tempted by these benefits, much less the Ashley family. The Ashley family attaching great importance to Zhao Hai only meant that Zhao Hai had real skill. Because of this, Zhongli didn't underestimate Zhao Hai just because it hasn't been long since he ascended. So instead of fighting Zhao Hai, Zhongli decided to join him and drink some refreshing juice. Now that he knew that Zhao Hai wasn't weak, Zhongli was at an impasse. After all, Zhao Hai was still his competitor, so he would like to see Zhao Hai's strength. However, Zhongli didn't try to spar with Zhao Hai. This was because he might make Zhao Hai misunderstand. They were currently in Yellow Sand Planet for the competition. Moreover, he just met Zhao Hai. If he suddenly proposed a fight, then Zhao Hai might see it as aggression. It wouldn't be good if the two of them were to fight now. Zhao Hai was strong, while Zhongli wasn't weak either. If the two were to fight now, then it was possible for the two of them to heavily wound each other. This wasn't something that Zhongli wants to see. If he was injured, then he would find it hard to drive away the other participants. Therefore, he decided to stay on good terms with Zhao Hai and safely survive for 3 days. Then they would see each other at the arena. Zhongli was confident that he could reap good achievements the competition. Zhongli's temperament was rough and wild, but he was still clear about his situation. Besides, he was declared as one of the top 10 experts of this generation. At the same time, Zhongli knew that if he wanted to become a core member of the Wu family, then he would need to obtain good achievements. So after weighing in on the advantages and disadvantages, Zhongli didn't make a move against Zhao Hai. Zhongli didn't react to Zhao Hai's words as he smiled and said, "How's your time in Yellow Sand Planet so far? Did you meet someone? Did any beast attack you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The moment I came down, a yellow sandworm attacked me. That thing is really difficult to deal with. I sent a spell over and it just ate it. But fortunately, the worm retreated after eating my attack. I also met a few spiders last night, but they've already been dealt with. There are also 2 other people, they're gone now. Although Zhao Hai's words sounded light, Zhongli thought about how hard it was to deal with yellow sandworms as well as astral wind spiders. Hearing Zhao Hai say that the yellow sandworm was difficult to deal with, Zhongli couldn't help but agree. Those worms were truly difficult to kill. He just didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this strong. Yellow sandworms and astral wind spiders weren't easy to deal with. For Zhao Hai to be this relaxed after dealing with them meant that Zhao Hai was quite strong. As for what Zhao Hai said about the two people, one wouldn't be able to see whether they were defeated or killed. But by looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, it seems like the two were more likely to have been killed. Most importantly, Zhao Hai was able to kill two people with ease. Zhongli could see that Zhao Hai wasn't a naive, kind-hearted individual. He surely had killed some amount of people before. Such a person was most dangerous. Fighting strength doesn't only mean one's strength level, it also included one's battle experience. From what it looks like, Zhao Hai had rich experience in battles. He wasn't someone that should be provoked. Chapter 1170. Zhongli processed his thoughts and decided to not provoke Zhao Hai. But Zhao Hai didn't know about this. He just sat there and took sips from his fruit drink. He also talked to Zhongli from time to time. When Zhongli discovered that Zhao Hai didn't have any evil intentions, he also began to relax. The two continued to lie down on their recliners and chatted. The two got more comfortable with each other as they talked. Although Zhongli was wild and was sometimes scheming, he wasn't that bad. He also didn't have a tendency to look for fights, which goes very well with Zhao Hai's character. The two unexpectedly connected. During the time the two chatted, spiritual force kept sweeping their bodies. However, it didn't take long before they shifted their attention elsewhere. They actually discovered Zhongli and Zhao Hai. Nobody dared to make any noise and just immediately went another direction. These two weren't known for being merciful, and seeing them being merry, nobody dared to disturb them. Time passed quickly and evening came. Zhao Hai took out some food from the space and shared it with Zhongli alongside a cup of wine. The two drank until midnight and then they fell asleep on their chairs. Spiritual forces kept sweeping them even while they were drinking. Naturally, these people decided to avoid provoking the two. But not long after the two had fallen asleep, a roar was heard. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai could see something coming from the direction of the roar. It was a group of apes, but their heads were actually from a wolf. They looked tall and majestic. When he saw these beasts, Zhao Hai immediately identified them. These were among the famous beasts in Yellow Sand Planet, known as coyote apes. Coyote apes were beasts that belonged to the earth element. They were super strong and their defense wasn't something to scoff at. Although they couldn't fly, the sand carried by the astral winds could actually become their weapon. They were quite formidable beasts in Yellow Sand Planet. After seeing these coyote apes, Zhao Hai turned to Zhongli and said, "It looks like a pack of coyote apes. They seem to be chasing someone." Zhao Hai could now see a man running for his life. He didn't fly and just ran. However, his speed seems to slow down. It was clear that he was running out of energy. Looking at the person's face, Zhao Hai discovered that he actually knew him. This person was none other than one of the Ashley family's participants. Zhao Hai knit his brows gently. He was thinking that he needs to offer his help. After all, this person was from the Ashley family. He couldn't just look at him die without helping. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai turned to Zhongli and said, "Brother Zhongli, the man being chased by the coyote apes is from my Ashley family. I couldn't just sit here and not help. Wait for me here, I'll return soon." Then Zhao Hai moved as his figure disappeared. When Zhongli heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. His spiritual force could only cover the distance of about 3 li 1.5 kilometers. Naturally, Zhao Hai would have stronger spiritual force. He was a mage after all. However, Zhongli was aware that his spiritual force wasn't that inferior compared to mages with the same level as him. In other words, the most a level 4 mage could see was about 5 li 2.5 kilometers away. But it seems like Zhao Hai had much stronger spiritual force than this. It was through this small matter that Zhongli was once again reminded that Zhao Hai was worthy to be called the most talented beginner. Most mages simply couldn't compare to him. But Zhongli didn't dwell too much on this thought. He let out a long breath and then muttered, "It looks like the realm qualifiers has become even more complicated." Actually, before Zhongli met Zhao Hai, he was very confident about his own strength. But after meeting Zhao Hai, Zhongli's confidence began to waver. This was because Zhao Hai's strength seemed to be on a different level. Zhongli wasn't able to see how deep Zhao Hai's skill really was. Zhao Hai didn't care much about these things. After seeing that Zhongli didn't follow, he felt relaxed. Then he reappeared right beside the man and identified him to be one from the upright symbol camp. When the man saw Zhao Hai, His expression couldn't help but light up as he said, "Zhao Hai, help me." Zhao Hai nodded. "You go first, I'll deal with these coyote apes." The man nodded before he quickly ran. Zhao Hai stood in place and then immediately released 5 spells. Upon seeing Zhao Hai's attack, the coyote apes roared. Unfortunately for the coyote apes, even if they were defensively strong, they couldn't be regarded as advanced level beasts in Yellow Sand Planet. They simply don't have the body to contend against Zhao Hai. It only took a few rounds before all of them were sent to the space by Zhao Hai. Once these coyote apes were sent to the space, Zhao Hai relaxed. He already knew that the casualties of this elimination round wouldn't be small. There were no weak beasts in Yellow Sand Planet, and there was the astral winds as well. However, Zhao Hai could also see that the committee had already thought through this point. This place was the domain of the sandworms, so there were no very powerful beasts here. So even if some participants would be killed or would withdraw in 3 days, the participants still wouldn't be wiped out. Although Zhao Hai didn't like this procedure, he didn't say anything. After all, he didn't have the qualifications to express his thoughts, and this was in addition to the fact that Zhao Hai just ascended months ago. He didn't even have the rights to speak in the Ashley family. Therefore, he could only endure for now. Zhao Hai sighed, then he headed back. Halfway back to his spot, Zhao Hai saw the man from the upright symbol camp. It was clear that the man was tired seeing how slow he was progressing. After he saw Zhao Hai, the man hastily said, "Upright symbol camp's Tao Li has met Mr. Zhao Hai. Thank you for saving my life." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alright, we're both from the Ashley family. There's no need to be polite. Let's go." Then he took the man and flew forward. Before long, the two arrived at Zhao Hai's spot. Zhuangli was still there, pouring some liquor on his cup and continued drinking. When Tao Li noticed Zhuangli, he couldn't help but get startled. Kazhou's introduction for Zhuangli was quite detailed, so he clearly knew about this person. It wasn't difficult to think that people would be surprised after seeing Zhuangli. Seeing Tao Li's expression, Zhao Hai immediately knew what he was thinking, but he didn't care as he just smiled and said, "Brother Zhuangli, this is our Ashley family's Tao Li." "Brother Tao Li, this is Brother Zhuangli. Come take a seat and eat something." Although Tao Li doesn't understand what was going on, he still gave Zhuangli a salute before sitting on the chair that Zhao Hai took out for him. Actually, he was awfully hungry. He had been pursued by the coyote apes the entire evening. If his meeting with Zhao Hai happened much later, then he might have already turned into ape excrement. Zhao Hai sat down as he looked at Zhuangli and said, "2 days have passed and we'll leave this place tomorrow." "Hi, to be honest, I really didn't want to participate in this round. It just seems unfair. Unfortunately, I need to participate for the family. Once we leave tomorrow, Brother Zhuangli and I would be enemies once more. Hee. It should be interesting." When Zhuangli heard Zhao Hai, he also smiled and said, "We really can't do much. As an ascender, if we want to live a good life in the machine field, then we could only rely on ourselves, right? And if we meet at the arena, let's make sure to have a good fight." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Right, a good fight. Let's drink." Then he took his glass and downed the liquor. Although it was still wine, it felt like it tasted a bit bitter. Of course, there was no reason for Tao Li to leave. The three drank liquor before going back to rest. This time, nobody disturbed them. The three slept until noon before they got up. After the three ate, they continued to chat. Tao Li began to admire Zhao Hai. Everyone who came to Yellow Sand Planet were all wary and cautious. On the other hand, Zhao Hai had a recliner out and drank fruit juice. As the three chatted, Zhao Hai suddenly discovered 2 people entering his 10 li 5 kilometers range. After sweeping them with his spiritual force, he couldn't help but wrinkle his brows. He knew these two. One was a person from the ghost symbol camp while the other was Fire Saint Sunf. Zhao Hai was already prepared to deal with Sunf. However, he didn't expect to see him chasing someone from the Ashley family. It seems like Sunf had been incited by the Zhang family to assault the Ashley family. Zhao Hai turned his head to Zhuangli and Tao Li and said, "I just discovered 2 people. One of them is from the ghost symbol camp. However, he's been chased down by Fire Saint Sunf. I'll head over to save him. You two wait here." Then his body moved as he flew east. When Tao Li heard Zhao Hai, his expression changed, but he just sighed and didn't say anything. Zhuangli looked at Tao Li and said, "You won't help?" Tao Li forced a smile and said, "Help? I'll just be a dead weight if I go. I would just divert Zhao Hai's attention if I went with him." Zhuangli smiled faintly and said, "So the Ashley family and Zhang family is actually at war? Otherwise Sunf wouldn't just chase your people." Tao Li coldly snorted and said, "Let's see how long the Zhang family can get arrogant." Sunf is really unlucky to meet Zhao Hai today. He'd be lucky if Zhao Hai didn't peel off his skin. When Zhuangli saw how confident Tao Li was in Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but curiously ask, "You're very confident in Zhao Hai. Is he that strong?" Tao Li smiled faintly and said, Of course I'm confident. His reputation has already spread throughout the Ashley family's external hall. He's stronger compared to most established level 4 experts. The family is very confident in him. Zhongli nodded. He also knew that Tao Li wouldn't say anything else, so he didn't ask for more information. But at the same time, his mood got heavier. He thought that he would really win in the competition, but now, his confidence wasn't as big. While the two were talking, Zhao Hai appeared in front of Sun Fin, the person from the ghost symbol camp, and then shouted, "Stop!" Then he sent a spell to block Sun Fin's magic. When the person from the ghost symbol camp saw Zhao Hai, his expression lit up. Then he said, "Zhao Hai, you're here. Great. This guy has already killed 3 people from the Ashley family. He's chasing me now." He also said that he will kill everyone from the Ashley family. Zhao Hai turned to Sun F and then smiled faintly. "Does Mr. Sun F really want to kill us all?" When Sun F saw Zhao Hai, his expression tightened up. As someone from the Zhang family, it was impossible for Sun F to not know about Zhao Hai. The Zhang family had already listed Zhao Hai as the most dangerous person from the Ashley family. He didn't expect to meet Zhao Hai here. After he heard Zhao Hai, Sun F quickly answered, "That's right, as long as I see anyone from the Ashley family, I'll immediately kill them." Instead of being angry at Sun F's response, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "When did the Ashley family have enmity with the Zhang family? Why does Mr. Sun F need to be this violent?" Sun F coldly snorted and said, "Offending the Zhang family will incur generations of enmity." "Zhao Hai, there's no need to waste your breath. It's your fault for running into me today. Go die." Then he began to make a move. However, Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Mr. Sun, please wait. Even if this is the elimination round, it wouldn't be good for the two of us to fight. I'm not afraid of fighting you, but Zhongli is close by. If we injure each other, then we'll just be giving ourselves to him. How about we resume our fight in the arena?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Sun F couldn't help but stare. Then he used his spiritual force to find Zhongli, who wasn't far away. His expression changed. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're quite lucky. I'll see you at the arena." Then he turned around and left. Sun F wasn't a fool. Upon seeing Zhongli drinking juice with someone from the Ashley family, he knew that he couldn't fight Zhao Hai. If he did, and was grabbed by Zhongli, then the Zhang family wouldn't let him off. On the other hand, the reason why Zhao Hai didn't fight against Sun F was precisely Zhongli. Although he was happily spending his time with Zhongli, Zhao Hai was still aware that Zhongli was someone from another family who was also fighting to change his position. Sun F wasn't someone who could be easily dealt with. With Zhongli nearby, Zhao Hai couldn't easily deal with Sun F with all of his strength. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to endure, surprising both Zhongli and Sun F. Before joining the 6 realm beginner competition, Zhao Hai wouldn't show his full strength. He needs to keep his cards hidden for as long as possible. Chapter 1171 to 1174. Chapter 1171. Invincible Enemy. A day passed by in a blink of an eye. Zhao Hai's group now had 4 people in it. Such group couldn't be looked down on. Because of this, nobody dared to annoy them. Moreover, there were no beasts around, allowing Zhao Hai and the others to spend the time in peace. This peace went on even during the night. As if knowing that this place was forbidden, no beasts dared to walk into the area. Zhao Hai and the others had a good rest that night. On the morning of the next day, the group ate their breakfast while waiting for the time to run out. After eating their breakfast, Zhao Hai and the others didn't immediately leave. Instead, they sat down and drank fruit juice until noon. When time was up, Zhao Hai sighed and then turned to Zhongli and said, "Brother Zhongli, it's time. We should head back. It's my luck to meet you here. Unfortunately, after we leave, we would become opponents once again." Zhongli laughed and said, "Brother Zhao Hai, it's true that we would fight once we leave this place, but as long as we qualify for the 6 realm beginner competition, we would be considered allies. My Wu family and your Ashley family doesn't have any enmity. We'll be able to walk together in the future." When he heard Zhongli, Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Right, just like you said. Once we go to the 6 realm beginner competition, then we'll be friends." Tao Li and the other person looked at Zhao Hai and Zhongli with envy. They were being tactful and didn't speak. They were clearly aware that they couldn't interrupt Zhao Hai and Zhongli's conversation. After all, they didn't have any qualifications to discuss friendship with the two, who were Zhao Hai and Zhongli. One was a gifted talent while the other was a famous existence in the machine field. Although Zhongli had ascended quite some time ago, he was still someone that was above their current position. After he heard Zhao Hai, Zhongli nodded and said, "Then it's time to leave." Zhao Hai nodded and then stored the tables and chairs before leading everyone out of Yellow Sand Planet. It was more difficult to leave a planet than entering it, but fortunately, The participants were strong enough to easily fly out of the planet's atmosphere. They also discovered people going out of the atmosphere from time to time. Zhao Hai greeted a few of these people before flying towards his assigned ship. Zhao Hai entered the ship through the decompression chamber. Upon entering, Zhao Hai felt the pressure slowly become normal. Then he exited the decompression chamber and went towards the main room. Upon entering the main room, a mage met him and said, "Leave your transmitter here, then you can go." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he took his transmitter out and gave it to the mage. Upon receiving Zhao Hai's transmitter, the mage nodded and said, "Your transmitter is in perfect condition. You pass this round. You can go take a rest or explore the ship." Zhao Hai nodded before he left. When Zhao Hai returned to the room he stayed in before, he discovered that his 3 other roommates had yet to come back. Since it might take them some time to return, he entered the space to take a bath. Then after he freshened up, he went out and then ate some lunch in the ship's dining room. After eating, he returned to his room to take a rest. When evening came, a person entered the room. This person's body was very wounded. He was quite dirty as well. It was clear that he didn't have a good time. When the person saw Zhao Hai, he gave a slight nod before entering the bathroom to wash himself. The man didn't eat and immediately went to sleep. It was clear that he hasn't slept in the past 3 days. The night passed by. Zhao Hai's 2 other roommates still haven't returned. Zhao Hai knew that those 2 wouldn't return. Although Zhao Hai didn't have any relationship with them, he still couldn't help but grieve for their loss. Another day passed and the 2 still haven't come back. Moreover, the fleet had made the decision to wait 1 more day. If nobody else came back, then they would no longer wait. Even if he didn't know whether Zhao Hai had suffered a life-and-death situation, Zhao Hai's roommate still began to chat with him. Although he didn't say much, Zhao Hai's room was no longer as boring as before. It's been 3 days since Zhao Hai returned to the ship. This was also the last day for the participants to return. If the participants couldn't return, then they would lose their opportunity to join the next round. While Zhao Hai was chatting with his roommate, the ship's alarm suddenly began blaring up. Zhao Hai and his roommate stared, then their expressions changed. They knew that this was the ship's warning alarm for an enemy approach. The ship immediately took action. Crew and staff scampered towards their own posts. However, this was a machine-field planet fleet. Who would dare attack a machine-field planet fleet? Space pirates? While he thought of this, Zhao Hai heard an announcement. "All participants pay attention. All participants pay attention. We ask everyone to stay in their rooms and don't leave without instruction. I repeat, don't leave without instruction. Thanks for cooperating." Then no other announcement was heard. At this time, Zhao Hai learned from Laura and the others that the fleet wasn't being attacked. Instead, they were being alert because they came upon a certain group, and this group was no other than people from the cultivation realm. When he heard that it was a group from the cultivation realm, Zhao Hai couldn't help but get curious. He wishes to enter the space to take a look, but since his roommate was still with him, he couldn't just disappear. But on the other side, Laura and the others were very excited to see people from the cultivation realm. They told Zhao Hai that the group seems to be from a big power in the cultivation realm and were performing a smelting trial in Yellow Sand Planet. The group were riding on a huge ship, but compared to the machine field spaceships, the cultivation realm's ship looked like a huge ancient boat. Moreover, this ship wasn't big. Comparing the size of the 2 ships was like comparing a watermelon to a soybean. However, this tiny ship actually caused the machine field's fleet to be anxious. They sounded out warnings to everyone. On the other hand, the boat didn't seem to care about the huge ships. They swaggered through the fleet and then entered Yellow Sand Planet. When the ship finally entered Yellow Sand Planet, the warnings from the fleet died down. Then the fleet immediately took off and left the area. Zhao Hai couldn't help but let out a long breath. He can see from this point how overbearing those from the cultivation realm were. They didn't even spare a glance towards the machine field's fleet. Hearing Zhao Hai sigh, the roommate thought that he was relieved that everything went back to normal. Therefore, he didn't feel anything strange about it. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Zhao Hai, who do you think attacked the fleet?" "Nobody in the machine field would dare come and attack the machine field planet's fleet. I reckon they're space pirates." Although he knew that the alarms were due to the cultivators, Zhao Hai couldn't just say it. So he shook his head and said, "I don't think that it's the space pirates. Otherwise they wouldn't be able to stay in the machine field anymore. This is Yellow Sand Planet. Although it is part of the machine field's territory, there are people from other realms that come here. It's possible that it's those people from the other realms. Otherwise the fleet wouldn't be so nervous." As soon as he heard Zhao Hai, the roommate thought that what he said was reasonable, so he nodded and said, "That's true. After all, our machine field is the weakest among the 6 realms. It's no wonder why the fleet got nervous." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't speak about the tropic anymore. However, the roommate opened his mouth and said, "I ran into those people just a few days after I ascended. Whenever they see someone from the machine field, they would always point their noses up high. At that time, I really wish that I could punch them in the face. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Did you manage to fight them?" The roommate shook his head and said, "I didn't. However, I've seen a sword cultivator from the cultivation realm fight. With just his own strength, he was able to fend off an entire pirate fleet of 30 ships. Every time he waved his sword down, a ship would be cut in half. It was too scary." After he said this, the roommate couldn't help but recall the horror of that time. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hai knit his brows and asked, "The people from the cultivation realm are that strong? And how come they're in the machine field's territory?" The roommate shook his head and said, "From what I heard, they were here because some pirates snatched something from their sect. That sect issued a mission and that person was the one who took it." He interrogated the pirates and found out that they didn't intend to get that item. They only thought that they were attacking a small merchant fleet. They didn't know that there was a special relic inside. It seems like that relic was an important item between the machine field and that sect. Therefore, they sent someone to find it. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he let out a long breath and said, "If I have the opportunity, then I'll try going to the cultivation realm to take a look. I reckon they have much more splendid things compared to the machine field." The roommate smiled and said, "There have been a lot of people with the same idea. However, there were plenty of them who weren't able to return. Nobody knows whether they died or became a member of a sect. As for those who managed to come back, they actually kept silent about their journey to the cultivation realm. It seems like something happened to them that they can't say." Zhao Hai nodded. "No matter what, we're people from the world of cultivation. Sooner or later we would have the urge to travel to other realms. At the very least, I would like to understand the other realms more. If I'm able to explore the cultivation realm, I would want to find out how strong they really are." As soon as he heard Zhao Hai, the roommate couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, he didn't try to stop Zhao Hai. Chapter 1172, Becoming Friends with the Wu Family. In the next couple of days, Zhao Hai stayed in his room and rarely went out. To be honest, Zhao Hai's greatest harvest weren't the things he gained from Yellow Sand Planet, but instead his meeting with the cultivators. These cultivators were so arrogant in front of the machine field's fleet. This caused complex feelings inside Zhao Hai's heart. He was able to take a glimpse of the cultivation realm's rules. Actually, it can be said that there were no rules in the cultivation realm. Whoever had the biggest fist gets the last word. If there were any rules in the cultivation realm, then it would be the law of the jungle. The weak were prey to the strong. Everything depended on strength. The cultivators just had a small boat, but they were still able to plunge the machine field's fleet into a state of alarm. One could see the strength of the cultivation realm from this point. This also made Zhao Hai more eager to get stronger. Unfortunately, his situation was different from the others. His strength was closely related to the space. It was almost impossible for him to have the same path of progression as the others. If others were to know that Zhao Hai wasn't satisfied with his speed of cultivation, then they would certainly be furious. It was good that Zhao Hai wouldn't reveal this thought to the others. 10 days quickly flew past. Zhao Hai spent most of the 10 days inside his room, but he was also chatting with Zhongli using their computers. Naturally, their relationship was getting better. On the other hand, when Zhao Hai's roommate saw Zhao Hai casually chatting with Zhongli, he couldn't help but feel envious. One must know that Zhongli was one of the 10 great experts. He was an idol to many people. The fleet arrived at Machine Field Planet after 10 days of travel. When Zhao Hai got down from his ship, he immediately saw Kajo, Spars, Luke, and Margaret. They were standing beside a car waiting for Zhao Hai and the others. And just as Zhao Hai took a step forward, Margaret immediately dashed towards him. She hugged Zhao Hai and didn't say anything else. On the other hand, Zhao Hai just chuckled. Zhao Hai let go of Margaret after some time. They haven't seen each other for 10 days. Even if Margaret was inside the space, she still wasn't able to meet Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai let go of Margaret, Kajo approached him. Kajo inspected Zhao Hai before he nodded and said, "Good, very good. I heard that only 2 out of 10 participants in this round managed to pass, and aside from the 2 participants that you saved, nobody else from the family was able to survive. It seems like the family would have to rely on you from this point on." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "General Manager, rest assured, I'll certainly bring in achievements." Kajo nodded. At this time, the other 2 participants from the Ashley family arrived. They gave Kajo a salute before Kajo led them towards the car. After doing this, Kajo turned to Zhao Hai and said, "I heard that you got to know Zhongli." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I did meet him in Yellow Sand Planet. Then we chatted the whole time, but we didn't try to spar since it might give others an advantage." Kajo nodded and said, "That's good. Zhongli is from the Wu family. We didn't have any relationship with him before, but a couple of days ago someone from the Wu family came to visit me. He was very polite. This is all because of you. This is a great contribution for the family." Zhao Hai smiled and said, It's nothing. I just thought that it wouldn't be good for me if I fight Zhongli. I even let Sunf go since the situation isn't appropriate. I'll wait until the official battles. I'll waste his cultivation in front of everyone. Kazhou patted Zhao Hai's shoulder before they boarded the car. Since there were only a few participants left, the entire group rode on one car. Zhao Hai and Margaret were in the middle seats while Tao Li and the person from the ghost symbol camp were on the back. After boarding, Kazhou turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, I heard that Zhu Chen has offended a lot of people. Did you run into him? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I didn't, but I heard from Zhongli that he has been terrorizing level 3s. But he's trained by the Divine Earth Palace. His backing should be strong. Is there a problem? Kazhou coldly snorted and said, Problem? Yes, but not for us. Although churches are very powerful, the influence of other families aren't something to be trifled with. Zhu Chen's wanton slaughter attracted the ire of these families. At this point, no matter which power Zhu Chen faces in this competition, all of them would go all out. Zhao Hai nodded. He also thought that Zhu Chen had been excessive. They were only competing for slots. They weren't personal enemies. There was no need for slaughter. It seems like Zhu Chen was one of those bloodthirsty people. Before long, the car arrived at the Ashley family's office. Kazhou brought everyone to the dining hall and treated everyone to a delicious meal. When the group arrived at the hall, everything was already prepared. After everyone had sat down, Kazhou lifted his wine glass and said, This glass is dedicated to the 3 who survived the elimination round. Then he downed the liquor in the cup. Naturally, Zhao Hai and the others followed after. After drinking from his cup, Kazhou poured himself another glass before turning towards Tao Li and the person from the ghost symbol camp. Tao Li, Zhu Zong, the family has decided to withdraw your participation in the qualifiers. It's too dangerous. The casualties in Yellow Sand Planet caused a heavy atmosphere in the competition. If you enter the arena, you might not be able to survive. You're also talents from the family and we don't want to lose you as well. The patriarch said that even if you were saved by Zhao Hai, this proves that you have luck on your side. You won't be treated badly when you return. What do you think? If you still want to participate in the competition, then the family wouldn't stop you. Tao Li and Zhu Zong looked at each other, then they nodded. Tao Li stood up and bowed to Kazhou and said, General Manager, please convey our gratitude to the patriarch. Actually, when the 2 of us got out of Yellow Sand Planet, we already thought of withdrawing from the competition. However, we're afraid that the family wouldn't allow us to, so we didn't say anything. General Manager just told us what we wanted to hear. To be honest, back when we first arrived at Machine Field Planet, we thought that we might have some chance. But after this elimination round, we realized that continuing would just be courting death. We really thank the family for this. Then the 2 bowed towards Kazhou and Despars. Kazhou waved his hand and said, It's good that you can still think clearly. Although you can get more rewards if you participate, it's not worth it for the risk. Alright, sit back down and continue drinking. Then the 2 sat down. Kazhou turned to Zhao Hai and said, Little Hai, since they won't be participating anymore, we only have you left. You're the hope of the family. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, General Manager, rest assured, the first place is already mine. When they heard this, everyone laughed. Nobody thought that Zhao Hai was bragging. After all, Zhao Hai's strength was the real deal. Even Zhongli recognized his strength. This caused the Ashley family's confidence in him to increase. After everyone drank another cup of wine, Tao Li and Zhu Zong lifted their glass and turned to Zhao Hai. Then they said, Sir, if it weren't for your help, then we might not have been able to get out of Yellow Sand Planet. Please accept this toast of our heartfelt gratitude. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he raised his glass and said, We're from the same family, so it's natural that we need to help each other. Before going to Yellow Sand Planet, I initially wanted all of us to be in a team, but unfortunately, the committee didn't allow us to do so. Meeting you 2 could be considered fate. There's no need to be polite to me in the future. Let's drink. Then the 3 downed the liquor in their glass. Despars looked at Zhao Hai's performance and smiled. He didn't say a word. He was quite satisfied with Zhao Hai's actions. It can be said that Zhao Hai was doing a huge favor for the Ashley family's external halls. Saving Tao Li and Zhu Zong was a huge favor to the upright symbol camp and the ghost symbol camp. Thunder was also satisfied that Zhao Hai managed to save 2 talents. He was happy that Zhao Hai was being considerate towards the family. Although he didn't follow this time, he was still talking with Kazhou and Despars, and there were no lack of boasting about Zhao Hai in these conversations. Thunder was also praising Despars. He thought that if Despars didn't snatch Zhao Hai soon, then Zhao Hai might have already been taken in by the other families. Thunder was happy with Despars' initiative to recruit Zhao Hai. The group happily ate their meal. Although 7 people died in the elimination round, this was something that Kazhou and the others already expected. Therefore, they weren't very sad. Conversely, They were ecstatic that Zhao Hai had become friends with Zhongli. Naturally, becoming friends with Zhongli wasn't significant. However, drawing a relationship with the Wu family through Zhongli was something extraordinary. The Wu family's position in the warrior association wasn't low. Their strength and influence was also formidable. They weren't any less compared to the Ashley family. In the past, since one of them was a warrior family while the other was a mage family, it was hard for them to establish a connection with each other. It can be said that the two were completely strangers to one another. And now, because of Zhao Hai's actions, a bridge had appeared that could connect the two families together. After the meal, Zhao Hai returned to his room. Of course, Margaret also came in with him. Then the two immediately entered the space. Zhao Hai was quite anxious because he wants to take a look at the cultivators currently in Yellow Sand Planet. He wanted to see what kind of trial they would do, and maybe he could gain some information just in case he met someone from the cultivation realm later on. Chapter 1173, Sword Pavilion Concentrating Astral Chi. As soon as Zhao Hai and Margaret entered the space, Laura and the others immediately greeted them. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, we're ready." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, I want to see what makes these people so arrogant." After he said that, Zhao Hai and the others sat down in the living room. Once everyone had sat down, Laura immediately opened the monitor. Displayed on the screen was a boat. This wooden boat wasn't small nor big. It didn't have an oar, and on its side was an insignia. The insignia showed an unsheathed sword pointed towards an expansive sky. Then Laura said, "We checked online. This is the insignia from the Sword Pavilion. It is a medium-sized sect in the cultivator realm. The people in this sect live by the sword for their entire life. Once someone joins the sect, an elder would make a sword that went along with that person's characteristics. This sword would be made from the best materials. However, this sword would practically be a blank. Then the person would place the sword in their danshan to be slowly nurtured. In turn, the person would become the sword and the sword would become the person. It was a state of unity between man and sword." Laura took a deep breath before she continued, "But because of their unique way of doing things, the sect was stuck in being a medium-sized sect. However, this didn't mean that their status in the cultivation realm was low. It was said that their offensive strength is second to none in the cultivation realm." Zhao Hao nodded. The sword was the lord of killing, so it wasn't a wonder for a person who studied the sword their entire life to have strong offensive abilities. Laura added, "When they reach core formation, they could use other magic treasures, but before core formation, they can't use anything else than their swords. Reaching core formation would transform their sword into a sword pill. The sword is the pill and the pill is the sword." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good. It seems like the Sword Pavilion isn't simple. Their cultivation method is pretty rare." Laura agreed, and the strength of the Sword Pavilion could only get stronger as time passes. Although everyone in the cultivation realm lived long lives, they were still mortal unless they reached the realm of immortality. Unless they encountered some accident, members of the Sword Pavilion who were at the end of their lifespans would go to the sect's ancestral grounds and spend the rest of their lifetime there. Once they die, they would leave their swords behind, along with a trace of their spiritual force. These life source swords would then exist in the ancestral grounds. Actually, every time the Sword Pavilion accepts a student, they would take them to the ancestral grounds first to pay respects to the swords of their ancestors. It might even be possible for these swords to choose a new master. Laura drank some water and continued, "These swords have traces of their original owner's spiritual force, allowing a sliver of the original owner's consciousness to exist inside. However, this consciousness couldn't function like a normal human. But even so, this spiritual force could still choose a person that has the liking of the original owner. And since these swords had been nurtured for a long time, their strength was greater than newly made swords. This would increase the chosen person's strength very quickly. It was precisely because of this accumulation that the Sword Pavilion gets stronger and stronger as each generation passed. Even top sects in the cultivation realm couldn't easily provoke them." Zhao Hai nodded, but his eyes were stuck on the monitor as the Sword Pavilion's people entered Yellow Sand Planet. Upon entering the planet, the small boat suddenly changed course and headed straight towards something. When he saw the trajectory of the small boat, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare as he said, "They're heading towards Astral Wind Canyon." The reason Zhao Hai gawked was because Astral Wind Canyon was quite a famous place in Yellow Sand Planet. Yellow Sand Planet's years comprises 12 months. 10 of these months would have extreme winds blowing through it. As for the remaining 2 months, there would be rain. This rain is filled with astral chi. If one was exposed to this rain for a long time, then their bodies would wither until they die. This event happens everywhere in Yellow Sand Planet except one place, Astral Wind Canyon. In other places, once the rainy season began, the winds would stop. But in Astral Wind Canyon, the winds would continue all year round. At the same time, The winds in Astral Wind Canyon were much stronger than the ones outside. Because of these strong winds, only a few people dared to go there. Before long, Astral Wind Canyon became one of the forbidden lands in Yellow Sand Planet. Sword Pavilion's destination was very easy to guess. After all, they were traveling in a straight line towards Astral Wind Canyon. Laura nodded and said, "Right, they seem to be heading towards Astral Wind Canyon." Then Laura controlled the monitor to show the small boat just right outside the canyon. However, this small boat didn't just stop at the mouth of the canyon. Instead, it went directly to the middle. The terrain of Astral Wind Canyon was very special. All around were gray and yellow rocks. These rocks stood upright looking like stone pillars. They looked quite ugly. However, nobody dared to underestimate these rocks. These rocks stood for tens of millions of years amidst the harsh astral winds of the canyon. Its degree of hardness couldn't even be compared to iron and steel. Even the cultivation realm's artifacts would find it hard to contend against these rocks in terms of hardness. The canyon looked like a river. However, it didn't go straight. Instead, it wound down through some sort of pattern, and instead of being obstructed by these curves, astral winds coming through the canyon were actually strengthened. But when Zhao Hai looked at the canyon more carefully, he found out that although it looked terrifying, the middle of the canyon actually had the weakest astral winds. Moreover, due to their placement, winds coming through this section weren't amplified by the canyon's curves. However, one should know that even if the winds were weak, they were still astral winds. It was still more dangerous than ordinary winds, and these winds were the most ideal for concentrating astral chi as well as refining weapons. It can be said that in the entire Yellow Sand Planet, no other place was better in concentrating astral chi than this section of Astral Wind Canyon. Zhao Hai found out about these points using the silver needles. Since these needles were made by the space where a yellow sand environment existed, they weren't affected by the astral winds. But after looking at the Sword Pavilion, it seems like they knew about this place. Their visit this time was probably to let their disciple concentrate some astral chi for themselves. When Laura saw Zhao Hai frown, she quickly knew what he was thinking. Although Zhao Hai hadn't been inside the space these days, he still knew about things inside. This was because Laura and the others could just talk to him wherever he was. Even if Zhao Hai couldn't see anything, he could still hear things. Laura turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, the Sword Pavilion, it seems like they're here to condense astral chi. We don't know how they knew about this place, but if the Sword Pavilion knew about it, then others might also be aware of it. It seems like we need to rethink our estimation of the cultivation realm's strength." Zhao Hai nodded. Astral chi's biggest benefit is increasing one's offensive strength. If the cultivation realm knew about this spot in Yellow Sand Planet, then they could send people en masse to condense astral chi. This would provide a huge increase of collective strength for the cultivation realm. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai said, "It shouldn't be that huge a problem. Astral chi doesn't only exist in the form it has in Yellow Sand Planet. After all, the wind is just a form the astral chi used in order to flow. The essence of astral chi doesn't change itself. Condensing it shouldn't be that easy." Laura nodded. Then she said, "Right. But even if that is the case, in the last few days, we were able to find out that people from the cultivation realm have a higher chance of condensing these special energies inside their bodies compared to other people. Brother Hai, we cannot take this issue lightly." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Rest assured, now that the space has its own yellow sand environment, we now have control over how intense astral winds could be. With this ability, we should have no problem condensing astral chi of our own. Right? How about we have some undead try concentrating astral chi? This way, we could see if they could get stronger." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others' eyes turned bright. Then Kair immediately answered, "Young master, I'll get on it." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Kair's body disappeared as she left. Zhao Hai was still looking at the cultivators from the Sword Pavilion. These people were really here to condense astral chi. But when Zhao Hai saw the group heading out of the small boat, he couldn't help but stare. There were a lot more people than he expected. Although the space was formidable, since the small boat was a magical artifact, the silver needles couldn't go inside. Therefore, Zhao Hai was unaware of the boat's internal situation. So when Zhao Hai saw more than 100 people going out of the small boat, he was stunned. But after some thought, he concluded that the small boat had a spatial expansion ability. Only through this method could a small vessel like this hold that much people. Before long, the group got out of the small boat. Then under the leadership of 5 people, they flew over towards a spot in the canyon to condense astral chi. As for the 5 elders leading them, they positioned themselves in 5 directions to protect everyone from unexpected events. Everything was calm when the Sword Pavilion's people began absorbing astral chi. But it didn't take long before they started sweating and their faces turned red and then paled. Nevertheless, everyone clenched their teeth and persevered. But soon enough, someone started spurting out blood and then start falling down. When this happened, one of the 5 protectors swept down and went to that person's side. Then he fed the person a medicinal pill. He broke the pill in his hand before shoving it inside the patient's mouth. Naturally, this pill wasn't any ordinary pill. After consuming it, the injured person began to slowly look better. However, the person was still dazed from the experience. The protector who fed him the pill quickly sent the disciple to the small boat before returning to his post. After that first incident, more and more people began spurting out blood. They were also fed a medicinal pill before being sent to the small boat to rest. Seeing this happen, Zhao Hai couldn't help but frown as he said, "It looks like the cultivation realm has found out a way to treat the backlash caused by astral winds." However, those who failed still looked very terrible. They would need some time before they could fully recover. This allows us to have a faint idea of the cultivation realm's talents. Laura and the others nodded. Of the 100 people that tried to absorb astral chi, 70 people were already eliminated. However, the 5 protectors seemed to be unfazed by it. They kept looking after those who were left, as if everything was within their expectations. As more and more people failed, 5 people were left in the end. These 5 were sweating hard and their faces were terrifyingly red. However, these 5 people endured. As for the 5 protectors, their expressions began turning bright at the sight of these remaining disciples. They were experienced people, and they were already aware that it was highly probable for these 5 remaining disciples to succeed. Sure enough, after 5 hours of waiting, the 5 disciples stopped absorbing astral chi. By this point, their own spiritual chi has astral chi merged with it. Although these 5 people were in extreme pain and were very weak, all of them were ecstatic. The same was true for the 5 protectors. They immediately took the 5 and then led them to the small boat. Then they quickly operated the boat to leave the planet. From the beginning up to the end, the group didn't find any beast in Yellow Sand Planet. Moreover, their time spent here was very short, only a few couple of hours. When he saw the cultivators leave, Zhao Hai frowned for a moment before he chuckled and said, "It seems like astral chi isn't easily absorbed. Those 5 might have succeeded, but they still haven't fully digested the astral chi. This shouldn't be able to dramatically increase their strength. It seems like I have overestimated them." Laura shook her head and said, "Brother Hai, you still need to be careful. You shouldn't just look at them at their current state. Since they were able to absorb astral chi, then it would be easier for them to absorb more in the future. After absorbing astral chi a few times more, their offensive strength would be much more powerful. As for those who failed, they could no longer absorb astral chi. We've checked this information with Margaret. The Ashley family's files have information about this. Therefore, it shouldn't be false." When Zhao Hai turned to Margaret, she nodded and said, "It's true. The first time condensing astral chi is a dividing line. Once you succeed, then condensing more astral chi in the future would be easier. But if you failed the first time, it would no longer be possible for you to absorb astral chi. Even if you can bear the pain, as long as astral chi enters your body, you will immediately be injured. This isn't something that can be avoided." Chapter 1174, Practice. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "No matter what, we know that the cultivation realm is much stronger than the machine field. It's quite clear seeing how the fleet reacted to the small boat. They couldn't do anything else other than turn around and flee. We need to increase our strength if we want to win." Laura nodded and then she said, "There's still a few days before the start of the next round of the qualifiers. What does Brother Hai want to do?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'll be closing up." "Margaret, when you leave, please tell the general manager that I'll be closing up. Tell him that I'll need some food and drinks delivered to my room and that I'll have you take care of me. This way, nobody should disturb us. Then you can head to back here as I try to condense astral chi in the yellow sand background." Laura and the others weren't surprised to hear Zhao Hai trying to absorb astral chi. They also weren't worried about him. Now that the space has its own yellow sand background, Zhao Hai wouldn't be in any danger at all. Therefore, none of them stopped Zhao Hai from doing so. When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, she immediately nodded and said, "All right, I'll take care of it." Then her body flashed as she left the space. Then she promptly reported that Zhao Hai was going to do closed-door cultivation. Zhao Hai didn't leave. Instead he turned to Laura and said, "I'll be heading to the yellow sand background to practice. If I hadn't come out when the round is about to start, have care call me." Laura and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai's body flashed as he reappeared inside the yellow sand background. Upon appearing, Zhao Hai once again felt the winds of Yellow Sand Planet. Since the background took after the planet, it wasn't strange that the two places were quite similar. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to the surroundings. To be honest, there wasn't much to see in the yellow sand background. Zhao Hai sat down on the ground and controlled his breathing. Once he reached a comfortable state, Zhao Hai stood up and began performing the body tempering fist. But this time, As Zhao Hai was using the fist techniques, he also tried using the astral chi concentrating art. This wasn't an easy task. One must know that the stellar transformation body tempering technique was a special technique for body tempering. The main function of this method was attracting the power of the stars into the user's body. However, the power of the stars was quite powerful. It can be said that it was much more powerful than astral chi. The energy between the two was just different. In such a case, using the technique in order to attract astral chi instead would be very difficult. But just like the stellar transformation body tempering technique, the most important and most difficult step for condensing astral chi was introducing it into the body. It was essential for the user to be sober during this process since they need to quiet the astral chi using their spiritual force. Otherwise, the astral chi would rampage. Astral chi wasn't a docile type of energy. If one loses control over it, then their body would certainly be damaged. Zhao Hai was much more uncomfortable when concentrating astral chi. This was because the body tempering technique was already a painful process. Adding astral chi to the mix made the process much more painful than before. However, since Zhao Hai had already underwent body tempering before, his capacity for pain has been increased. But even if this was the case, Zhao Hai was still sweating buckets. His entire body hurt so much. Fortunately, the body tempering technique didn't let Zhao Hai suffer for long. In less than an hour, he was able to do one circulation of the technique. When this was completed, a bit of astral chi had been completely integrated into Zhao Hai's body. Once Zhao Hai discovered that the astral chi had been integrated into the body tempering technique, he began to do his second cycle. But this time, Zhao Hai didn't plan to absorb any astral chi. This was because he saw that even if the astral chi had entered his body, it had yet to be fully absorbed. Therefore, Zhao Hai needed to refine it more to make the astral chi his own. So in his second go, Zhao Hai didn't use the astral chi concentrating art. He still used the separation between body and mind, which he used when practicing the stellar body tempering technique. This way, he could feel less pain. Zhao Hai knew that he just absorbed astral chi into his body and he needed to digest it. This way he would truly refine the astral chi. If people from the cultivation realm knew about Zhao Hai's plan, they would definitely be surprised. This was because Zhao Hai's method wasn't the same as theirs. Their method was combining astral chi to their spiritual chi. This way, whenever they attack, its offensive strength would be more powerful. However, what Zhao Hai was doing wasn't like the ordinary method. Not only did Zhao Hai absorb astral chi to combine with his spiritual chi, he was also using astral chi to temper his body. If the cultivation realm heard about this, they would certainly think that Zhao Hai was crazy. Astral chi combining with spiritual chi was already very painful. The pain from using astral chi to temper one's body should hurt a lot more. And Zhao Hai did it the first time, but to be honest, the process hurt so much, it almost reached the limit that Zhao Hai could bear. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't let more astral chi enter his body. Instead, he decided to digest it first. After separating his consciousness from his body, Zhao Hai began using his body to perform the fist techniques. But as he continued to perform the techniques, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel puzzled. This was because he discovered that his body seems to be faster at performing the body tempering technique. But even if this was the case, Zhao Hai knew that he couldn't stop. If he suddenly stopped in the middle of the routine, all of the previous results would be wasted. Therefore, he continued, and while he was doing so, he discovered that as he refined his astral chi, his spiritual force was getting consumed more and more. When the routine ended, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he had his spiritual force inspect his body. This was his most strenuous body tempering routine yet. After the routine, Zhao Hai felt that his spiritual force had been exhausted. This caused Zhao Hai to feel strange. One must know that Zhao Hai's spiritual force was fully capable of supporting 3 routines of the body tempering technique. And as Zhao Hai continued inspecting his body, he couldn't help but stare. This was because the current situation wasn't something that he expected. When he absorbed astral chi into his body before, he could feel that there were traces of astral chi that hadn't been fully combined with his spiritual chi and body. But actually, these traces were very faint. Zhao Hai didn't use his spiritual force to feel them. He couldn't feel their presence. Zhao Hai knew that even if he was able to digest astral chi into his spiritual chi and body, then he still wouldn't be able to feel a thing. But now, when he scanned his body, he discovered that this wasn't the case at all. His spiritual chi was improved. His spiritual force had become tougher as well. Most importantly, Zhao Hai could feel that the amount of astral chi in his body was far more than he imagined. It was more than what he calculated before. Zhao Hai paused for a moment before thinking about why this was the case. Then in the end he thought of an answer. It might be related to the stellar body tempering technique. The body tempering technique was beyond formidable. And after separating his consciousness and body, The stellar body tempering technique would draw in stellar energy in order to temper the body, and in the process of drawing the power of the stars, it also reinforces the user's spiritual force. So as Zhao Hai uses the tempering technique, both of his body and spiritual force were enhanced. This was the reason why Zhao Hai felt that there was more astral qi inside his body than he expected. Moreover, it was completely unified with his body and spiritual qi. It can be said that concentrating astral qi had been more than a success. But what made Zhao Hai even more surprised was the fact that some astral qi had integrated into his spiritual force. Zhao Hai discovered that his spiritual force now had some elements of astral qi, even if it was a very small amount. Zhao Hai just didn't know what this development would entail. However, Zhao Hai changed his mind in the end. This astral qi wasn't astral qi that existed outside, it was astral qi produced by the space. It was impossible for the space to harm the host. Instead of being harmless, this union would instead be beneficial. Zhao Hai inspected his spiritual force and discovered that it was tougher than before. If it was a silk thread before he underwent the body tempering technique, then it became like a steel wire after the tempering technique. It was now an alloy steel wire after being merged with astral qi. When he discovered this, Zhao Hai was elated. But even if he was happy, he didn't immediately go back to practice. This was because his spiritual force had dried up. Even if a depletion of spiritual force wasn't harmful to his body, one shouldn't forget that the stellar body tempering technique and the concentrating astral qi art needed to be carefully controlled. Otherwise, it would be easy for him to go crazy. Although these things had been curated by the space and were deemed non-harmful to Zhao Hai, this didn't mean that the space could protect him if he practiced wrong. After all, Zhao Hai's spiritual qi was inside his body, only he could affect it. Zhao Hai went out of the yellow sand background and then went to the hot spring to take a bath. Then after he was refreshed and relaxed, he returned to the villa. At this time, Margaret had already come back. Meanwhile, Laura and the others were looking into news regarding the machine field. This was because the elimination round had a lot of casualties. The machine field was currently in a depressive atmosphere. These deaths were talents that were nurtured by small influences. Resources and time were poured into them. But then, they just died in Yellow Sand Planet. This caused these small powers to get angry and start to question the fairness of the elimination round. Chapter 1175. The Perverse Yin-Yang Sect. When the elimination round started, Zhao Hai thought that it was very unfair. There were only a few who spoke up about this at that time, so Zhao Hai's concern was not very effective. But now, the situation was different. In order to gain benefits for their family, small powers cultivated talents using their resources. But in the elimination round, almost all of them lost every talent they invested time and resources in. Because of this, these small powers were very unsatisfied with the result. They thought that this was the huge powers trying to suppress their growth. It wasn't only these small powers were unsatisfied, medium powers didn't like the results as well. In fact, the Ashley family was one of them. Although they had Zhao Hai, the Ashley family still couldn't accept the results. They lost 7 people in the elimination round, and if it weren't for Zhao Hai, then they might have lost even more. Because of this, every one of these groups lodged complaints towards the qualifier committee. They wanted to form an investigation team to see who proposed the survival elimination round. They wanted to know why it was proposed and for what purpose it was approved. This matter escalated to the point where the 3 major powers could no longer control it. Although it can be said that the machine field was mostly controlled by the 3 major powers, one shouldn't forget that these powers were formed by a collective of groups, and these collective comprised of large and small powers, majority of which were the medium and small scale powers. Normally, these medium and small powers operated independently. Some of them even had grudges against one another. Because of this, the 3 major powers were able to trump against these powers. But this time, these small powers were all agitated. They managed to form an alliance to pressure the 3 major powers. With this situation in hand, the 3 major powers couldn't do anything else other than to relent to their request. The small and medium powers formed an investigation team to look into this matter. The Ashley family also joined this investigation team. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't have anything to do with this matter. After all, he was closing up. Zhao Hai practiced his stellar body tempering technique and would also absorb some astral qi from time to time. Not only was Zhao Hai absorbing astral qi for himself, liquid silver was also improving itself. Zhao Hai didn't have to worry about controlling liquid silver since the space can already handle it. After all, liquid silver was something that was made by the space. While Zhao Hai was practicing, another huge matter exploded in the machine field. Up until now, the investigation team formed by the small and medium powers had little progress. But suddenly, a person emerged. He was the person who proposed the elimination round. The investigation team initially wanted to find him, but this person disappeared. Even after looking for a long time, he was still nowhere to be found. This time, he appeared on his own initiative. The reason for his emergence was to ask for protection from the investigation team. Right. He wanted protection because he was being chased down, according to him. Some people wanted to get rid of him since he was a potential witness. His proposal for the elimination round was under the command of some people. He said that these people were from the Divine Earth Palace and the Fire Temple. Besides these two churches, there were also several famous warrior clans. It can be said that these groups were large influences in the machine field. The information he brought to light caused huge ripples throughout the machine field. They didn't expect an evil manipulator behind the scenes. The small and medium powers immediately formed an alliance, and then they collectively went against these several huge powers. The exposure of this matter severely damaged the reputation of these huge powers. After all, the small influences respected these huge powers. Although it was mainly because of their strength, they were also looked up to because they could offer protection. They could represent the small powers and fight for benefits on their behalf. But this exposure caused the small powers to see these huge powers in a new light. In a word, these huge powers were playing dirty. Correct. Now, in the eyes of these small powers, the great powers were actually playing dirty. These small powers clearly knew that they couldn't take the lion's share of benefits away from these huge powers. It was already certain that these huge powers would get most of the benefits. But these small powers were also aware that they couldn't get everything, or else they would have problems digesting it. Therefore, they allowed these huge powers to get the most things. But these huge powers actually withheld everything from them. This was unacceptable for the small powers. The huge influences didn't expect that the strength of the alliance would actually be so tremendous. All of a sudden, the huge forces found out that their products could no longer be sold, causing their factories to stop production. Their incomes dropped sharply. At the same time, their fleets and meshs no longer had freedom they once enjoyed. This was because they discovered that their enemy was 100 times stronger than themselves. Whether it is quality or quantity of meshs and battleships, the alliance of small forces far surpassed those of the big powers. Before long, the machine field's ecosystem changed. Nobody thought this matter to evolve into the big thing it was now. There were many significant events in history that was caused by the littlest of things, and it was clear that this was one of those events. Because of the event that happened in the machine field, the 6-realm beginner competition had to be postponed. In the beginning, it was postponed for 10 days, then it became a month, and then it was postponed even more. At this point, there was no definite match date for the competition. It can be seen from these points that the three major powers had completely lost control of the machine field. The smell of gunpowder in the machine field got stronger and stronger. It seems like even the smallest of sparks would ignite the entire realm. It wasn't only the huge influences that sensed this. The small and medium powers could also feel it. If any one of them makes a move, then the others would make sure to not elevate the situation. And because everyone had the same thought about this, the machine field was able to keep its peace. However, the huge influences decided to make a concession. They began sending representatives to the small and medium powers in order to perform a joint investigation. With more people working on this matter, a result was found before long. Upon seeing this result, every single power in the machine field, including the three major powers, were shocked. What they found out that this event wasn't accidental. Behind this event was an evil power in the cultivation realm. The core of this matter included famous families in the Fire Temple. Among them was the Zhang family that was hostile towards Zhao Hai. The same was true for the Divine Earth Palace as well as the warrior families. As it turns out, these people were controlled by a fairly known sect in the cultivation realm, the Yin-Yang sect. The Yin-Yang sect was quite famous in the cultivation realm. This wasn't because they were well respected by the cultivators. Instead, it was because they belonged to the evil faction. At the same time, they also have some forces in the devil realm. What they liked to do was to sabotage other forces. Their cultivation method was very strange. They practiced the Tao of Ruthlessness. Ruthlessness was the core of the Tao of Ruthlessness. There was nothing else that needed to be said about it. The ruthlessness of this Tao wasn't the same as ordinary ruthlessness. The people in the Yin-Yang sect believed that if one wanted to be ruthless, then they must feel emotions first, and then they would use this emotion to cultivate their ruthlessness. There were quite a number of people in the cultivation realm that cultivated the Tao of Ruthlessness. Most of them were from the evil faction. In order to cultivate this Tao, they would select a child with a good aptitude and then accept them to their sect. When these children had grown up, a person from the sect would take them back to their families and then kill them in front of their eyes. This would break the child's emotions. Seeing their family being killed, these children would have their emotions riled up. This was the optimum condition to cultivate the Tao of Ruthlessness. But even among the ones who cultivated the Tao of Ruthlessness, the Yin-Yang sect was a special case. Although they practiced the same Tao, the way they cultivate it was different from the other sects. When they select their disciples, The yin-yang sect did the same thing as the other sects. They would find children with good aptitude and then train them. However, what happened next was different. Other sects would take the children back to their homes and then kill the child's parents in front of the child. On the other hand, the yin-yang sect would have the child kill their family personally. If these children couldn't do it, then the sect would take action. However, they wouldn't kill the child. Instead, they would torture the family members up until the point where death was their only release. Then they would have the child kill their family members. Because of this conduct, the disciples of the yin-yang sect grew abnormally, allowing them to be the best candidates for the Tao of ruthlessness. It was because of this that the people from the yin-yang sect enjoyed upturning other groups and sects. And this time, the yin-yang sect had their eyes on the machine field. After investigating the suspected groups, the investigation team found out that there were saboteurs from the yin-yang sect among them. Moreover, these saboteurs were in important positions in these families. For the Zhang family, it was the most beloved wife of the Zhang family's patriarch. This meant that Zhang Minyu was the son of the Zhang family and the yin-yang sect. The machine field was in an uproar immediately after finding out of this situation. Although these people from the yin-yang sect were strong, it was still difficult for them to escape upon being besieged by meshs and battleships. At the same time, all those who had any relations to these saboteurs were executed, and the families that were involved in the matter were being heavily punished. Chapter 1176 to 1177. Chapter 1176. Seated participants. As the clouds in the machine field settled down, the people from the machine field were finally able to see something they never expected. A lot of families including the Zhang family disappeared like smoke. Even the Fire Temple and the Divine Earth Palace needed to reorganize themselves after the event. Although there were a lot of things left to do in the machine field, the time needed to accomplish them wasn't that much. It took 2 months for all sides to settle down, and all these days Zhao Hai didn't appear. Not only Zhao Hai, the other 10 great experts were nowhere in sight. After all, they didn't have any place to participate in this matter. However, 2 of the 10 experts were implicated in this wave that crashed down in the machine field. One of them was Meteor Zhu Chen. Zhu Chen was from the Divine Earth Palace, and in the recent elimination round, he was seen slaughtering people, incurring the discontent of many powers. As it turns out, this was another plot by the yin-yang sect. Zhu Chen became the yin-yang sect's blade. At the same time, he was also a victim of their plot. Another expert that was implicated was Fire Saint Sunf. He was a candidate trained by the Zhang family. His situation was the same as Zhu Chen. He was being used as a blade. However, unlike their patrons, the 2 were treated differently by the machine field. Even if the machine field exterminated the Zhang family's core members, Sunf was from the external hall. The machine field already treated these ascenders differently. Therefore, the 2 weren't treated as harshly as the family they belonged to. This wasn't out of Zhao Hai's expectation. After all, from the perspective of the machine field's forces, Sunf and Zhu Chen were useful tools, like sharp knives. Would you punish a knife that was used to commit sin? Of course not. The knife was just a tool. The person who used it was the guilty party. This was the case with Sunf and Zhu Chen. The 2 killed a lot of people, yes, but they had the strength to make the other powers think about recruiting them. As long as those 2 join any power, that power would instantly get a place among the 100 participants of the 6-realm beginner competition. In this case, nobody would want to pass up on them. However, an issue came up when there were a lot of people who wanted to get the 2 of them. In the end, nobody was able to properly recruit them. This matter became the center of the machine field's attention. Even the Ashley family participated in this competition. Although Sunf has killed a lot of the Ashley family's participants, these participants were from the external hall. If the family could trade a few talents for a true talent, then they would do so without hesitation. Zhao Hai knew about these matters, but he didn't do anything about it. This was because he was still closing up, but his practice session was about to end. At fixed times, he would go to the yellow sand background and then practice his body tempering technique. He already stopped absorbing astral chi. This was because his astral chi had already reached a saturated state. At this point, his body, spiritual chi, and even spiritual force had astral chi in them. Because of this, even if Zhao Hai deliberately absorbed astral chi, there would be no place in his body to place it, making his efforts useless. Therefore, Zhao Hai would just go to the yellow sand background in order to digest the astral chi he had accumulated. Zhao Hai also tried to see the strength of astral chi. During that time, Zhao Hai was given a scare. Whether it be his magic formations or his sword chi, its offensive power had been increased by about 5 to 10 times. Things would get even more insane if liquid silver was added to the mix. Zhao Hai didn't expect astral chi to be this strong when he started. Moreover, he discovered that, besides the first time, his digestion of astral chi was getting faster and faster. This caused Zhao Hai to be puzzled. However, Zhao Hai changed his mind when he understood what was happening. The first time he absorbed astral chi, He needed to maintain sober in order to guide astral chi using his spiritual force. At the same time, he also needed to perform the stellar body tempering technique. This amount of pain was something that no other man could endure. Because of this process, Zhao Hai was able to make his body much more suitable for astral chi. Although Zhao Hai separated his consciousness and body on his next session to escape the pain, the amount of astral chi he managed to absorb at that time was a lot. And after Zhao Hai separated his consciousness and body, things became different. He could still practice, but this time he didn't torture himself with the pain. With this situation, it would naturally speed up Zhao Hai's absorption and digestion of astral chi. Zhao Hai estimated that his current offensive strength wouldn't be any worse than cultivators of his level. If he used all of his strength, then he might even compete against nascent soul experts. Naturally, this was just Zhao Hai's own estimate. He had yet to fight a cultivator, so a lot of factors were still unknown. As for the matters of the machine field, Zhao Hai didn't care much about it. He doesn't have the strength to affect the big picture, so he could only observe from the space's monitor. The disturbance in the machine field didn't last very long. The patriarchs of the families in the machine field weren't stupid. They clearly knew that if the realm were to turn chaotic, the cultivation realm may use the opportunity to make a move. Besides their fear of being attacked by the cultivation realm, the reason these heads of the powers decided to solve the matter quickly was because of the six-realm beginner competition. If they didn't deal with this matter soon, then they would only be harming their benefits in the competition. Although the machine field hasn't been getting good results in the six-realm beginner competition, there were still rewards for participating. And the competition this time was much more important, given how much talent the machine field has been able to produce. Therefore, nobody in the machine field would want to miss the opportunity to join the competition. Since there had been a reshuffle and even elimination of some great families, this meant that the smaller powers would be getting a bigger slice of the pie. Sunf and Zhu Chen's assignment had already been determined. Zhu Chen was still under the Divine Earth Palace while Sunf was taken in by the Fire Temple. The two became direct members of the churches and weren't under any family. Zhao Hai agreed to the arrangement made by the machine field's higher-ups. Due to the recent scuffle, the Divine Earth Palace and the Fire Temple had been heavily damaged. It was proper for Zhu Chen and Sunf to gain benefits for them. This would allow the two churches to restore their strength. This decision was most likely influenced by the Mage Church Alliance. The three major forces of the machine field, Church Alliance, Mech Army, and the Warrior Association needed to be balanced. This way the realm would maintain its peace. The Fire Temple and the Divine Earth Palace had lost so much, and since these two were important pillars of the Church Alliance, they needed to regain their strength or else they would weaken the alliance. Because of this, the machine field's high-level figures went on with their decision. However, another matter occurred that surprised Zhao Hai. The small influenced began to discover the power they had when they united. They saw that they now had enough influence to talk with the major powers. There were thousands of small forces in this alliance. They also elected leaders to fight for them. They had the intention of being equal to the three major powers, but since this alliance was still on its starting stages, they didn't have much to work on. Moreover, the three major powers couldn't just leave them be. Therefore, even if these small forces were happy with their current state, they still couldn't get whatever they wanted. As things went on, the date for the six-realm beginner competition was finally set, and because of this, the machine field's qualifiers needed to change. What differs the machine field from the other realms this time was the existence of seeded players. All of these seeded players were geniuses with a level no lower than level 4. There were a total of 20 seeded players. 10 of them were from the 10 great experts. Nobody objected to this decision. As for the next 10, the committee as well as the top 10 experts nominated participants, and ranked on the 11th spot was Zhao Hai. The first person to nominate Zhao Hai to be a seeded player was Zhuang Li, and the second was Sunf. Although it can be said that Sunf's reputation had taken a huge dive recently, he was still quite a famous individual in the machine field. Additionally, he was a strong competitor. Therefore, there were a lot of people who favored his nomination. His proposal for Zhao Hai to be a seated participant was a huge surprise to everyone. Everyone knew that he had been enemies with Zhao Hai. Moreover, they heard that he and Zhao Hai had clashed back in Yellow Sand Planet. Although the two hadn't fought, their meeting was still bad. Sunf nominating Zhao Hai was quite unexpected. Of course, Zhuang Li's nomination for Zhao Hai also gave people some surprise. But after some time, people found out that Zhuang Li and Zhao Hai were friends. Zhuang Li's nomination for Zhao Hai wasn't strange, he just wanted to help a friend. In the beginning, only a few people heard about this information. However, as time passed, people found out about it. This caused a huge pressure for the qualifier committee. After all, the committee hasn't handled the qualifiers that well. Although the members of the committee had long since been changed, The trust to the organization remained negative. But at this time, Zhongli defended his stance. He stated that his friendship with Zhao Hai in Yellow Sand Planet had nothing to do with his nomination. Moreover, Zhongli openly admitted that even he might not be able to win against Zhao Hai. Zhongli's admittance caused the machine field to pause. There were very few people who saw Zhao Hai make a move. Zhao Hai's ascend and his rise to power was something that surprised many people. And now, Zhongli admitted that he wasn't sure of winning against Zhao Hai. This caused more interest towards Zhao Hai. But when these people tried to look into Zhao Hai, they discovered that Zhao Hai acted very low-key. He had already ascended for quite a few months already, but he spent most of his time closing up. There were very few people who saw him coming out, so there were so few records of his appearance. This caused even more interest to gather towards him. Very soon, Zhao Hai's place as the 11th seeded candidate was settled. Zhongli and Sun F's recommendation as well as the committee's investigation determined that Zhao Hai was qualified to be seated. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't clueless about these matters. He stayed inside the space all this time as he watched the changes happening in the machine field. At the same time, he was settling matters inside the space. Karen's laboratory has been churning out significant results. Since they learned magic theory, their study towards magic formations went on the right track. It can be said that their experiments weren't as simple as before. At this point, those kinds of research no longer interested them. What they liked to do now was to research new magic formations. Zhao Hai didn't say anything regarding Karen's current actions. He decided to just let them be and perhaps they might bring him a pleasant surprise. The other races in the space were also doing very well, even if they didn't have much changes. This didn't mean that they were slow in their development. After all, they hadn't been inside the space for long. Undergoing a huge change in a short time was almost impossible. On the other hand, Margaret became even busier than Zhao Hai. In the past, Margaret just had a general understanding of the space, but as she knew more and more about it, she became awed by the mystery of its existence. Margaret now preferred to stay inside the space instead of going outside. As for Zhao Hai's closed-door cultivation, the Ashley family did their best so that nobody would disturb him. No matter what happens outside, the Ashley family guaranteed that Zhao Hai was not to be disturbed. To be honest, Zhao Hai appreciated their efforts. The Ashley family did this also because Zhao Hai was their hope to gain benefits. Therefore, no matter what Zhao Hai wants to do, the Ashley family would give him their full support. Moreover, the Ashley family truly hoped that Zhao Hai would close up all this time. This was because the current machine field was too chaotic. It wouldn't be good for Zhao Hai to participate in it. After the seeded participants were selected, the date for the competition was decided, and the groupings were prepared. The only thing that everyone needed to do was wait for the next round to start. Chapter 1177, Heading Out. Zhao Hai finally went out of the space. Although Margaret liked to stay inside the space, she had to come out with Zhao Hai since the next round of the qualifiers was about to begin. But since Zhao Hai was a seeded participant, he doesn't need to participate in the beginning stages. At this point, there were 20,000 people left who were qualified for the next round. Although some of them had withdrawn, there were still more than 10,000 people left who would participate. About more than 10,000 people competing for 100 spots. One could imagine how fierce the competition would be. But things were much easier for seeded participants like Zhao Hai. They wouldn't need to participate in the beginning rounds. Nobody objected to this system of having seeded participants. This was because these seeded participants were the powerful experts the machine field had. They already had some reputation in the machine field, so everyone knew that they were strong. Also, this was the smart thing to do. And even if one was a seeded player, they would still face the more powerful participants in the final rounds. The reason for seeded positions was the fear of two powerful experts meeting in battle prematurely. If there were no seeded participants, then all remaining participants would be in the pool for selection. It might be possible for Zhongli to meet Streep in the first round. This means that one would be eliminated while a lucky level 3 would defeat their opponent and progress to the next round. Naturally, those who weren't strong wouldn't be able to reach the top 100. However, if either Zhongli or Streep were eliminated and couldn't join the 6 realm beginner competition, it would be a huge loss for the machine field. Because of this consideration, the machine field chose 20 people to be seeded. They also want to see how this would go. If it had great results, then they would select seeded participants for every qualifiers from now on. Upon hearing that Zhao Hai had come out, Kajo took Despars and Luke to Zhao Hai's room. While Zhao Hai was closing up, only Luke was in the building since Kajo and Despars returned to the family. They were elders of the family. Moreover, due to the restless state of the machine field in the past few days, they were needed to help settle things. The Ashley family wasn't implicated by the situation in the machine field. On the contrary, they benefited a lot since they participated in the investigations. Because of the Ashley family's position, They were able to lead teams and gain benefits for the family. The Ashley family's time had truly come. They no longer needed to deal with the Zhang family. And now that the Zhang family has been eliminated, the Ashley family were able to absorb some of the members of their camps, and they were even able to get several factories. These gains were certainly good for the family. Then there was Zhao Hai being nominated for a seated position. This caused the family to be ecstatic. It can be said that the Ashley family was in a festive mood. So upon hearing that Zhao Hai had come out, Kajo immediately took Despars and Luke to visit him. Seeing that the three had came to see him, Zhao Hai immediately asked them to sit down. Margaret offered them some tea before sitting beside Zhao Hai. Kajo looked at Margaret and Zhao Hai's intimate appearance and didn't give a comment. For 3 months, Margaret had been inside Zhao Hai's room while Zhao Hai was closing up. By this point, their relationship had gone public. Moreover, Thunder didn't object to the two of them. It was as if he already gave a non-verbal agreement to their relationship. Kajo looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, did you benefit a lot from your cultivation?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "My harvest isn't small. The reason I closed up is because I had been contaminated by astral chi back when I was in Yellow Sand Planet. I only noticed it after coming back. Therefore, I closed up so that I can refine it. Fortunately, I was able to succeed." As soon as Zhao Hai said this, Kajo and the others stared for a moment before their expressions changed. Kajo quickly said, "Little Hai, you're able to refine astral chi? You're kidding, right?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I won't joke about this. Don't forget, I'm both a mage and a warrior. If I wasn't, then it would be impossible for me to refine astral chi. But since I'm a mage and a warrior, I had the chance to successfully refine it." When he heard this, Kajo laughed out loud and said, "Good, that's fantastic. Fortune is really looking down on the Ashley family." "Little Hai, how is your offensive strength now?" "I heard that as long as one concentrates astral chi, their offensive strength would be outstanding." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, as long as it is absorbed by my body, the offensive strength of my attacks are enhanced. My formations are now much more powerful than before, even if I use the same amount of spiritual chi." Kajo's smile turned brighter, then he said, "That's good. It seems like the seat of this qualifier's champion is already reserved for you. Perhaps you might even get a good place in the 6-realm beginner competition. Our Ashley family will then be praised by the entire world of cultivation." Despars nodded. He was also smiling as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, you'll have to work hard this time. Make the cultivation realm know that our machine field couldn't be bullied." A lot of things happened in the machine field in the past few days, but in the end, all of the blame fell into the Yin-Yang sect. The machine field and the cultivation realm had always minded their separation. Although there were some scuffles from time to time, these were small conflicts. But this time, the Yin-Yang sect caused a huge chaos to descend into the machine field. Even if they didn't know the stance of the other sects in the cultivation realm, the machine field still decided to be on guard. Although it can be said that the machine field really wanted to retaliate against the Yin-Yang sect, the individual strength of the machine field is just too low. If the machine field sent battleships to the cultivation realm in order to deal with the Yin-Yang sect, the cultivation realm sects would certainly stop them. Because of this, Despars and the others could only suppress the anger in their hearts. They were born and raised in the machine field. Because of this, they had a very strong sense of belonging towards the realm. The machine field had always been held down by the cultivation realm. Whenever cultivators looked at the people from the machine field, all of them would raise their noses up high. There was no way for Despars and the others to agree to this. Therefore, the 6-realm beginner competition has given them the opportunity to vent their anger. If Zhao Hai didn't make any breakthrough, then Despars might not be this confident. But after Zhao Hai was able to concentrate astral chi, Despars was even more certain of Zhao Hai's success. Most of Zhao Hai's understanding of the machine field had come from the computer. But in the end, a computer was just an inanimate object. There were a lot of things that weren't true in it. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't know what impact someone who absorbed astral chi to the people in the machine field. The machine field didn't have any way to absorb astral chi. This has restricted the individual ability of the soldiers in the machine field. To be honest, the magical spells of the machine field weren't any weaker than any other attacks in the cultivation realm. Once someone was able to layer 1000 formations, they would have the same strength as a core formation expert. However, the machine field didn't have any technique to absorb astral chi and evil chi. Because of this, They didn't have any way to increase their offensive abilities. Naturally, after many years, it was impossible for the machine field to have no way to absorb astral chi and evil chi. However, there were extremely few people who were able to do it. This has a lot to do with the current system of the machine field. The machine field's practice gave priority to the battle chi and magic. However, both battle chi and magic weren't suitable for absorbing astral chi into the body. Battle chi specialized in refining the body from outside in, and when the blood was activated, it would produce energy, which was battle chi. Magic specialized in spiritual force. Instead of working on the body, it specializes in the mind. This made it hard to prepare the body for the introduction of astral chi. And since battle chi specializes in the body, battle chi became tightly knit with the warrior's body. There were similar methods in the cultivator realm, but this method made it very hard to attract astral chi to one's body. This method was just like Zhao Hai's stellar body tempering technique. To be honest, if Zhao Hai couldn't separate his body and consciousness, it would be impossible for astral chi to be digested into his body. Practicing stellar body tempering technique was in itself very painful. Zhao Hai's body had been adapted to the pain, allowing it to take in astral chi. If it were any other warrior in the machine field, then they would not be able to endure the pain. There was no need to talk about mages. Mages specialize in spiritual force. Spiritual force was linked with the brain. Therefore, mages needed to be careful whenever they cultivate their spiritual force, or else they would succumb to insanity. If their brains were to be heavily damaged, they would definitely turn into complete idiots in vegetative states. It was for this reason that mages wouldn't dare combine astral chi with their spiritual force. The reason why Zhao Hai was able to combine astral chi with his spiritual force was because of his ability to separate his consciousness and body. Actually, this method was truly ingenious. It separates one's mind to their body, turning them into spectators of themselves. So even if the mind was attacked, the body would stay in perfect condition. Additionally, with how strong Zhao Hai's body was, nothing would be able to hurt him. At the same time, since the astral chi that Zhao Hai absorbed came from the space, it was impossible for Zhao Hai to be harmed. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to succeed in absorbing astral chi. Chapter 1178 to 1179. Chapter 1178. Let's go drink. Zhao Hai was calmly sitting on the arena's stand. In the middle of the stadium was a huge platform. Its length and width exceeded 200 meters. It was made out of something that looked like bluestone, but actually, this bluestone was called blue steel. It was a mineral that was very hard and heavy. Ordinarily, this stadium was used for sports events. Although a lot of people cultivate magic and battle chi here, there were still some people who devoted their lives into sports. However, these sports weren't ordinary sports. The sport was either formations or some wrestling matches. In addition to mage and warrior-related sports, there were also some competition about mechs. These mech competitions were quite popular in the machine field, and since mech matches happen here, the stadium needed to be very big. And this time, the realm qualifiers would be held here. As for seeded participants like Zhao Hai and the others, since they wouldn't fight in the first rounds, they had been given seats by the committee. These seats would be reserved for them so that they could watch from the sidelines and then understand the strength of their opponents. Zhao Hai sat on his chair with Zhongli next to him. Zhongli looked for Zhao Hai several times these past few days, but every time he went to the Ashley family's building, Zhao Hai was in closed-door cultivation. This was the first time the two had met since Zhao Hai went out of the space. Seeing that Zhao Hai was staring at the platform, Zhongli opened his mouth and said, "Brother, there's nothing else to watch here. I can beat all of these people with one hand." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "That's true. Ha ha ha. Brother, let's head out to get a drink." When he heard that Zhao Hai was asking him to drink, Zhongli's eyes shone as he said, "Good, good. Let's have a drink." "Right. Wait for me here. I'll introduce you to someone." Zhao Hai nodded. Then Zhongli left. Before long, Zhongli came back alongside another person. Upon seeing the person Zhongli brought along, Zhao Hai couldn't help but gawk. He knew this person. It was one of the 10 great experts, Fire Dragon Sword Dongfeng Yu, the person famous for his Fire Dragon Sword as well as his Fire Dragon technique. It was said that every time this person went out for a mission, the result was complete destruction of the surrounding area. It was even rumored that the money he gained from the mission wasn't enough to compensate for the damage he did. Upon seeing Dongfeng Yu, Zhao Hai immediately gave his salute and said, "So it's brother Dongfeng. This one is Zhao Hai." Dongfeng Yu was a slim person. He wore warrior clothing that was longer than average. His face was also quite dark, perhaps because of his long exposure to fire. Dongfeng Yu also returned Zhao Hai's gesture as he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, I've been hearing good things about Brother Zhao Hai from Brother Zhongli. Brother Zhongli rarely praised others. It seems like you're also someone with real skill. His voice was loud and clear. His straightforward manner of talking makes other people look favorably towards him. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Brother Zhongli is overly praising me. Let's go and have a drink. Then Zhao Hai led their group out of the stadium. Naturally, Zhao Hai's group of 3 weren't able to leave the area without being spotted. The other people looked at the 3 with gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and disdain. As for those participants who weren't seated, they couldn't help but look at the 3 in envy. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard, Mr. Zhao Hai, please wait. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw that it was unexpectedly Fire Saint Sunf. The 2 didn't have any friendly relationship. They also were no longer hostile to each other. The Ashley family didn't seek revenge since Sunf now belonged to the Fire Temple. The Fire Temple was also depending on Sunf to help them regain their strength. If the Ashley family decided to retaliate against Sunf, then the Fire Temple would interfere, and it wasn't a good time to have a conflict in the machine field. Therefore, Kajo told Zhao Hai that if he met Sunf, then he should spare his life unless it was under extreme circumstances. Not only Sunf, he was also told to spare the other 20 seated participants. If he killed ordinary talents, then their families might let the matter go. But if a seated participant dies, then it would be equivalent to breaking the benefits of their family, and naturally, the affected family would retaliate. However, if Zhao Hai was provoked, then he would certainly be impolite. Zhao Hai didn't care much about this matter. Moreover, Sunf didn't have a grudge against him, only the Ashley family. In essence, this matter doesn't have anything to do with him. Therefore, upon seeing Sunf, Zhao Hai said, so it's Brother Sunday. Does brother need anything from me? Sunf bowed towards Zhao Hai and said, Mr. Zhao Hai, I have offended you back in Yellow Sand Planet. Please excuse me. Upon hearing Sunf, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh as he said, Brother Sun is too polite. At that time, you and I are under the command out our families. After all, we're from the external halls. What authority do we have to disobey orders? Brother Sun doesn't need to apologize. It's nothing. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Sunf gave Zhao Hai a bow. Meanwhile, Zhongli and Dongfeng Yu sighed deep inside. This was because Zhao Hai just said what was inside their hearts. They were outsiders to this realm and they could only obey the commands of their patron. They were treated like weapons by their families, weapons that can be discarded at any time. After Sunf gave a bow, he stood up. Then he looked at the 3 and said, if you don't have anything to do, then how about having this little brother treat you to a few drinks? Upon hearing Sunf, Zhongli couldn't help but laugh as he said, kid, Brother Zhao Hai just beat you. Since this is the case, then you might as well come with us to share a few drinks. Let's go. Upon hearing Zhongli, everyone laughed before they walked out of the stadium. Seeing the 4 men, those who saw them couldn't help but stare. People already knew about Zhao Hai and Zhongli's friendship. As for Zhao Hai and Sunf, they too didn't have any form of friendship. When Sunf nominated Zhao Hai to be a seated participant, Zhao Hai was still closing up at that time. It can be said that the 2 didn't have any friendship up until now. And now, they were together to have a drink? This was the question on everyone's mind. Zhao Hai and the others proceeded to leave the stadium's area. Outside, a car was waiting for Zhao Hai. This was a car that Kajo had given Zhao Hai to use. Once they got into the car, Zhao Hai turned to Zhongli and said, Brother Zhong, do you know of any place that has very good wine in the area? I have been closed up for a long time. I need something good to drink. Zhongli laughed and said, since you asked me, then let's go to Dylan's barbecue. You need to taste their barbecue and liquor. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, then let's go with Brother Zhong's suggestion. Take us to Dylan's barbecue. Zhao Hai didn't tell the instruction to the car. Instead, this car actually had a driver. It was an assistant that was assigned to Zhao Hai in order to cater to his needs. The driver nodded and then drove the car towards Dylan's barbecue. Dongfeng Yu looked at the driver before he turned to Zhao Hai and said, it seems like Brother Zhao is the most comfortable out of all of us. Not only do you have a car, you even have an assistant. I'm truly envious. Dongfeng Yu wasn't wrong at all. One must know that most families would only treat their core members like this. Members from the external hall wouldn't be treated like this. Unless you lead a battalion, is a camp lord, an elder of the family, or a functioning core member, you won't get the same treatment as Zhao Hai. Upon hearing Dongfeng Yu, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm just borrowing this in the meantime. Right, is this the place? Zhao Hai looked at the building outside the car. The small building was made entirely out of wood. It looked much like a cabin in the forest, but much larger at 4 stories high. Zhongli nodded and said, right, we're here. Their barbecue is roasted on top of high-grade charcoal. Its flavor is completely out of this world. It's very delicious. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, let's go have a taste. Then the group got out of the car and then entered the building. Upon entering, they were immediately welcomed by someone. Much to Zhao Hai's surprise, they weren't served by a robot. Instead, it was a real person who met them. This made Zhao Hai even more curious about the owner of the establishment. It was clear that this wasn't Zhongli's first time in this place, so when he saw the waiter, he immediately said, "Prepare a private room for us." The man nodded before leading the group further into the building. The first and second floor of the building were public areas. The private rooms were placed on the third floor. These private rooms weren't large, and since there were only 4 people in Zhao Hai's group, they were settled inside a smaller private room. After entering their room and then ordering their food and liquor, Zhongli turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Zhao, I heard that you've just ascended recently. Also, I heard that you've snagged a lady from the Ashley family, and that you might become a core member of the family in the future. Are all of these true?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's true. I'm currently in a relationship with the Ashley family's Miss Margaret. She's Patriarch Thunder's daughter, but since her relationship with her father wasn't good, she doesn't rely on the family for her income. Therefore, she became an instructor at the Ascender Academy. She used to be my instructor, but now she's my girlfriend." Zhongli sighed and said, "You really move fast, ha ha ha. But you are also talented. Who would expect you to reach level 4 in such a short time?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing. I just have an innate talent for magic formations. Moreover, I already have strong spiritual force when I ascended. This is the reason why I improved so fast." After Zhao Hai said that, a disturbance was suddenly heard outside. Zhao Hai and the others couldn't help but stare. One must know that they were in Machine Field Planet. Who had courage big enough to cause a huge disturbance here? Chapter 1179, Rampant Machine Field Army Soldiers. Zhongli also stared, then he frowned and said, "What's happening? Someone actually dared cause trouble? I heard that Dylan's barbecue is backed by the Fire Temple." "Sunf, aren't you from the Fire Temple? Do you know anything about this?" Sunf shook his head and said, "I don't know. I haven't been in the Fire Temple for long." But Brother Zhong is correct. The major churches have businesses in the Machine Field Planet. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's very likely that Dylan's barbecue has a powerful backer. The area it covered isn't small. Moreover, it has 4 stories fully made out of wood. It's impossible to do this if they didn't have any backers. Let's head out and see what's happening. If the Fire Temple is in trouble, we'll try our best to help." Zhongli and the others didn't object and just nodded. Then they all stood up and walked out. Just as they exited their room, they heard sounds coming from the second floor. As the group went downstairs, they saw people in military uniforms. These people didn't have any imposing aura around them. However, they all stood straight and it seems like they knew some fighting techniques. When Zhao Hai saw these people, he couldn't help but raise his brow. Then he said, "Aren't they mech soldiers? Why are they causing trouble?" Zhongli and the others also looked over. When they saw the mech soldiers, they couldn't help but gawk. No ordinary person in Machine Field Planet would dare offend those from the Machine Field Army. The status of these soldiers were higher than mages and warriors. Zhao Hai listened in on the conversation. After some time, he finally understood. These mech soldiers were here for a meal, but while they were ordering their food, one of them tried to hit on the waitress. Unfortunately, this waitress was the irritable type. As the soldier continued to flirt with her, the waitress gave him a slap. This caused the soldier to hit the waitress, causing the current disturbance. Upon understanding the situation, Zhao Hai's expression sank. Then he coldly snorted. Zhao Hai's snort wasn't loud, but it was heard clearly throughout the floor. It was like a thunderclap on everyone's ears. Even Zhongli and the others were shaken by Zhao Hai's little snort. They couldn't help but faintly smile. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this strong. Naturally, these mech soldiers were also shaken. When they got their bearings back, all of them turned to Zhao Hai. Their leader was a burly man with short hair and was also wearing a military uniform. He looked quite strong. However, there was a slap mark on his face, which ruined his image. This mech soldier looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Kid, what are you snorting at? Do you have indigestion? Why don't you mind your own business?" Zhao Hai looked at the mech soldier, then he smiled and said, "I was just eating upstairs and then I heard some wild dogs barking. It disturbed my appetite so I came down to see what is going on. Now I know that it's not just dogs barking, but one of them actually tried to seamlessly extend their paws to someone else. Only wild dogs would dare bully a woman. It seems like the quality of the Machine Field Army soldiers are getting lower and lower." After Zhao Hai said that, Zhongli and the others laughed out loud. The mech soldier's face turned red, but just before he was about to say something, a person behind him whispered something in his ear. The mech soldier's face changed and he shifted the way he looked at Zhao Hai. Upon seeing the soldier's change in expression, Zhao Hai coldly smiled and said, "What, you know us? Why don't you report us and see if your brothers will retaliate? If they would, then that's fine. We can just report this matter and say that the law and order of this planet isn't very good. There's no guarantee for us to participate in the competition and we'll just quit. You can find our replacements and I wish that they can get good results. The more these mech soldiers heard Zhao Hai, the more sweaty their backs became. They were mech soldiers who had higher status than ordinary mages and warriors, but who were Zhao Hai and the others? They were machine field's highly valued seeded participants. They would represent the machine field and compete against the other participants from the other realms. There were only 20 people in this seeded list. It can be said that Zhao Hai's group of 4 weren't people anyone could offend right now. If Zhao Hai and the others really did what Zhao Hai said, then these mech soldiers would be dead. While he was thinking about this, the mech soldier wiped sweat off his face. Then he calmed down as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "So it is Mr. Zhao Hai, Mr. Zhongli, Mr. Dongfeng Yu, and Mr. Sun. I'm a soldier from the 9th Squad of the 4th Company, 3rd Battalion, 36th Regiment, 2nd Division, 5th Corps of the Ascender Army, Wan He. It's a pleasure to meet you gentlemen." The man gave Zhao Hai a greeting but he also expressed his identity. This caused Zhao Hai to raise an eyebrow. Then he said, "So you're from the Machine Field Army. No wonder you're so rampant. So you people came here to humiliate us now that the Church Alliance has been weakened? Do you know who opened this shop? This is the Fire Temple's establishment." These mech soldiers were truly unaware of the owner of this shop. After all, they were just ordinary mech soldiers. They didn't have any significant background. So after hearing Zhao Hai, they knew that they were wrong. The leader looked embarrassed. Then he quickly said, "Please excuse our actions. We really don't know who this shop's owner is. We are willing to compensate for any damages we caused." Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and knew that they were truly clueless. If they knew that this was Fire Temple's establishment, then they wouldn't have any courage to cause any trouble. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Since you're not aware, I'll let this matter go. I'll leave it to you to settle things with the restaurant's manager." The soldier quickly replied, "Of course, please excuse us for disturbing your meal." Then Zhao Hai nodded before he left along with Zhongli and the others. Once the group had returned to their room, Zhongli smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, you're good." Those mech soldiers are usually very prideful, but this time, they had to retreat. They looked like small puppies. Ha 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 ha. It's satisfying. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "They aren't afraid of me. They're just afraid of our current reputation. We're seated participants of the machine field. In the eyes of the higher-ups, one of us is more important than 100 ordinary mech soldiers. They're too scared to offend us. Ha ha ha." However, Sun frowned and said, "Brother Zhao, we'll have to thank you for your efforts, but I'm afraid that now that you have offended them, you'll have more trouble in the future. After all, mech soldiers have great status in the machine field." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's true that he's a mech soldier. However, he is just an ordinary mech soldier. Meanwhile, I'm an important member of the Ashley family. He cannot do anything to me." Dongfeng Yu said, "There's no need to be afraid of those mech soldiers. But Brother Zhao, you have truly slapped their faces today. If they head back and talk to their brothers, I'm afraid those from the Machine Field Army would cause you some trouble." This time, 15 of the 20 seated participants are from the Warrior Association and the Church Alliance while 5 of them are from the Machine Field Army. Moreover, those 5 aren't weak. I'm afraid they will try to make trouble for you. Zhao Hai seemed to not care. He just smiled and said, "I'll just hope that they won't bother me. After all of us are from the same realm. But if they did come looking for trouble, then I'll have to teach them a lesson." When Zhao Hai said this, he let out some of his killing intent. This caused Dongfeng Yu and Sun to stare. Then they felt the hair on their backs rise up. They had killed people before. Moreover, their slaughters were quite frequent. Therefore, they were sensitive to killing auras. Because of this, they were able to feel Zhao Hai's killing intent. The thickness of Zhao Hai's killing aura was something that they had never seen before. Actually, Sun and Dongfeng Yu still had some doubts about Zhao Hai's strength. When Zhao Hai met people, he was very casual and didn't have any imposing aura at all. If he wasn't wearing mage robes, then people wouldn't even think that he was a mage. Additionally, Zhao Hai spent most of his time closing up. In their opinion, Zhao Hai was an ascetic mage who didn't have rich combat experience. But after Zhao Hai's short release of killing intent, Sun and Dongfeng Yu began to think that not only were they wrong about Zhao Hai's lack of experience, they were also made aware that Zhao Hai had killed more people than they expected. Being able to hide his aura to an untraceable level was a very fearful ability to have. On the other hand, Zhongli wasn't surprised. Zhongli had much more experience in combat compared to Sun and Dongfeng Yu. He knew very well how dangerous of a person Zhao Hai was. Just as Zhao Hai said that, the group suddenly heard someone call him out from outside. "Zhao Hai, come out here." Zhao Hai stared, then he looked at Zhongli and the others as he smiled faintly and said, "Interesting. let's head out and take a look. After he said that, Zhao Hai stood up and left their private room for the second time. After going down the stairs, Zhao Hai discovered a person on the first floor. His stature was tall and big, making him look strong. However, this person was actually wearing mage robes. He looked 40 years old with his beard and ferocious face. This was the person who was shouting out his name. Zhao Hai looked at the man and said, "This one is Zhao Hai. Are you the one looking for me?" The huge mage looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're Zhao Hai? Kind. You're quite arrogant, aren't you? Do you even put our machine field army in your eyes?" Zhao Hai looked at the mage and said, "The machine field army hasn't done anything worthy of my notice yet. And who are you? You didn't even introduce yourself. You don't have the qualifications to call me out." As soon as the mage heard this, his killing aura couldn't help but flare up. Then he coldly snorted and said, "Kid, listen carefully. I'm Captain Tauk of the Machine Field Army's External Halls Spear Camp. Now tell me whether I have the qualifications to call you out." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "So it is Captain Tao. So does being a captain give you the qualifications to call me out? Am I someone from the Machine Field Army? Am I your subordinate? If not, then you don't have the rights to call my name out loud." Tauk paled from anger upon hearing Zhao Hai. He thought that bringing up his status would make Zhao Hai afraid. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to actually retort. Zhao Hai looked at Tauk's expression and said, "Captain Tao, you're asking me if I placed the Machine Field Army in my eyes? Let me ask you this. Your people ate at this restaurant and then bullied the waitress. Your Machine Field Army is truly magnificent. I didn't expect you to act like space pirates. Why would you want to bully a waitress? Now ask me again why I don't place the Machine Field Army in my eyes. Also, Captain Tao, I don't know if your brothers told you about the background of this restaurant. I really respect your loyalty to each other, but you're just used as a tool. This isn't something that a mere captain like you could shoulder." Tauk looked at Zhao Hai and then coldly snorted and said, "So what? Isn't his place just a business of the Fire Temple? What's so great about that? Are you saying that my Machine Field Army should be afraid of the Fire Temple?" Zhao Hai seemed to stare when he heard Tauk. Seeing Zhao Hai's reaction, Tauk laughed and said, "What? You think the Fire Temple is anything in the eyes of the Machine Field Army? Let me tell you, Zhao Hai, we aren't afraid of the Fire Temple. Even if someone from the Fire Temple is here, I still wouldn't be afraid of them." "Really?" A calm voice was heard. Zhao Hai looked at the source of the sound and saw people wearing red robes walk in from outside. The one who just talked was an old mage. He looked close to 100 years old, and his hair was fully gray. However, one could see that the old man's eyes were still as sharp as the eyes of an eagle. The old mage arrived in front of Tauk. He looked at the Machine Field Army captain, then he sneered and said, "Little External Hall Captain, what gave you the courage to be so arrogant in my Fire Temple's territory? Do your words represent the Machine Field Army? Are you the commander-in-chief? And since you aren't afraid of the Fire Temple, then does that mean that the Fire Temple should be afraid of you?" Tauk stayed in place as he stared at the old mage. Sweat began trickling down his cheek. This was because he recognized who this old mage was. This person was a bishop of the Fire Temple, famously known as Blazing Condor Ma. This bishop wasn't exactly known as an amicable gentleman. All those who offended him ended up dead. Moreover, he wasn't afraid of anyone. It was even rumored that he cursed the Machine Field Army's commander-in-chief right to his face. He caused headaches to anyone he encountered. A person like this wasn't someone a small captain could offend. Tauk immediately felt his throat dry up. Cold sweat began building up on his back. He didn't expect that such a trivial matter in a small Fire Temple shop would cause this grandfather to appear. Tauk couldn't help but think about his dark days ahead. Chapter 1180 to 1182. Chapter 1180. Aren't you just looking for a woman? After speaking to Tauk, Ma Fengalai turned to Zhao Hai and said, "You're Zhao Hai? Good, very good. Let this old Ma express his gratitude." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Bishop Ma is too polite. Sunf and I are friends, and since Sunf is from the Fire Temple, it's natural that I would help him. I hope that Bishop Ma wouldn't think that I'm budging into your matters." When he heard Zhao Hai, Ma Fengalai laughed and said, "Kid, you're quite interesting." "Why would I think that?" "There are some people in the machine field who think that the Magic Church Alliance had become weak. They're like dogs and cats that can't wait to urinate on our territories." "What a joke. Even ants from the Machine Field Army dared to spit on our faces. Ha ha ha. And he doesn't even represent the army. Even if those old commanders come here, they would still need my approval to do anything." Zhao Hai didn't say anything as he just smiled. But on the other hand, Tauk turned pale white. If other people have said this, then he might not care. However, it was Ma Fengalai, often called Crazy Ma by a lot of people. There was nothing that he wouldn't dare to do. Seeing that Zhao Hai didn't respond, Ma Fengalai turned his eyes back to Tauk. He sneered and said, "What? You want to test my patience, Captain Tauk, right? I'll start with you." Then he waved his hand, causing Tauk to be held down by one of the fire temple's men. Tauk was pinned to the ground, but he didn't do anything to resist. After taking Tauk down, Ma Fengli said, "Find those people who came here earlier, then send word to the machine field army about what happened. Have them deal with their own men. If they can't do it, then this Ma Fengli will discipline them myself." After Ma Fengli said this, one of his men immediately complied and left to do the task. Seeing that the situation has been handled, Ma Fengli turned to Zhao Hai as he smiled and said, "Zhao Hai, you did well. However, this matter will bring you quite the trouble. How do you plan to deal with it?" Zhao Hai nonchalantly smiled and said, "How to deal with it? I'll do the same as Bishop Ma. In the competition, I'll make sure to erase any person from the machine field army unlucky enough to face me." Zhao Hai was smiling the entire time he said this line. He didn't have any hint of killing or an on him at all. His tone was natural and peaceful. It was as though he was talking with some folks while eating some steamed buns. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Ma Fengli's pupils shrunk for a moment, then he laughed and said, "Good, good, ha ha ha. So Zhao Hai, why don't you join my fire temple? If you do, I'll make you a camp lord." Upon hearing Ma Fengli, Zhuangli and the others couldn't help but suck in cold air. There were no ascender camp lords in the entire machine field. Ma Fengli's appreciation for Zhao Hai actually made him invite Zhao Hai to be a camp lord. This was a very important matter. Zhao Hai looked at Ma Fengli, then he smiled faintly and said, "Bishop Ma must be joking. You should be aware of my relationship with Margaret." "How could I join the fire temple?" Ma Fengli looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I see no reason why not. Aren't you just looking for a woman? As long as you join the fire temple, you can have all the women you want." Zhao Hai stared at Ma Fengli, then he laughed and said, "Bishop Ma, you think this Zhao Hai is lacking women? Aren't you looking down on me too much?" Hearing Zhao Hai's response, Zhuangli and the others couldn't help but get nervous. Ma Fengli's temperament was very infamous in the machine field. Zhao Hai was probably the first person to talk to Ma Fengli like this in the past several years. However, their worries were blown away when Ma Fengli suddenly burst out laughing as he said, "Good, good. I haven't misjudged you." Then he turned his hand before throwing something towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai caught the object and saw that it was a small badge. Zhao Hai looked at Ma Fengli in confusion. Ma Fengli smiled faintly and said, "It's a guest badge of the fire temple. We have a lot of guest experts in the temple. Since you don't want to join us, take that instead." Upon hearing Ma Fengli, Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right. Then I'll be impolite and take this." This Zhao Hai thanks Bishop Ma. Ma Fengli laughed once more before he waved his hand and left the restaurant. When Ma Fengli left, Zhao Hai turned to look at Zhuangli and the others and said, "We haven't eaten yet but people have already been disturbing us. But it seems like nobody will disturb us now. Let's eat. We're not leaving this place until we're drunk." Zhuangli looked at Zhao Hai and then he suddenly laughed and said, "Brother Zhao, I really admire your courage. Did you know that nobody talks to Ma Fengli like that? Even machine field natives wouldn't dare, much less ascenders." Zhao Hai just smiled and didn't say anything. He believed that Ma Fengli wouldn't move against him. Moreover, the fire temple was currently at its weakest point. If Ma Fengli decided to attack Zhao Hai, then he's not worthy of the position of bishop. The reason why Ma Fengli dared to publicly berate the machine field army was because he didn't only have the fire temple at his back, the Church Alliance would also support him. Because of the recent event, the Divine Earth Palace and the Fire Temple were heavily damaged. It can be said that their vitality had suffered an injury. These two churches were very important pillars of the Church Alliance. Damage to these two would also damage the Alliance. Because of this, the Alliance has to be united at this time. Whether it be the Warrior Association or the Machine Field Army, the Alliance would certainly counterattack if either of these two dared to move against them. Therefore, Ma Fengli dared to offend the Machine Field Army at this time. However, Ma Fengli wouldn't defend Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai held a very special status in the Ashley family. Ma Fengli also received information that the Ashley family had withdrawn all of their participants save for Zhao Hai. In this case, if Ma Fengli dared to touch Zhao Hai, then the Ashley family would certainly retaliate heavily. Actually, even if the fire temple was damaged, it was still not afraid of the Ashley family. However, the Ashley family was an important pillar of the Dark Church. If they fought with the Ashley family, the Dark Church would certainly insert themselves. This was something that the Fire Temple would never want to happen. Due to these considerations, Zhao Hai determined that Ma Fengli wouldn't do anything to him. Moreover, from what Zhao Hai can see, Ma Fengli wasn't the sort of person to do that. The group returned to their private room. When they got settled in, the staff immediately brought in meat and wine. Moreover, it can be seen that the items they brought in were the best quality goods. It was obvious that they were very thankful for what Zhao Hai and the others did. After the staff left the room, Dongfeng Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, Brother Zhao, are you really planning to erase the Machine Field Army's people in the qualifiers? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I am, but I'll have to look more into the matter. After all, I don't just represent myself, I'm also carrying the Ashley family's name. I don't want to cause trouble for the family. If the Machine Field Army is really concerned about their pride, then I'll have no choice but to be impolite. Dongfeng Yu looked at Zhao Hai, then he laughed and said, good, ha ha ha. If they really hold on to their pride, then make sure to inform me. If I meet anyone from the Machine Field Army, I'll also destroy them. Zhuangli laughed and said, why are you two making plans on your own? Count me in. Me too, Sunf said as he lifted his wine glass. Everyone laughed before they clinked their glasses and downed their wine in one go. The group ate meat and drank wine until they could no longer consume anything. When they wanted to get the check, the restaurant staff told them that their meal was free of charge. Zhao Hai wasn't too polite and expressed his thanks before leaving the restaurant. Just as Zhao Hai got outside, his driver greeted him and said, Mr. Zhao Hai, the general manager want me to tell you that he has something to talk to you about. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned his head to Zhuangli and the others and said, Brother Zhuang, Brother Dongfeng, Brother Sun, I'll have to leave first. Let's share more drinks in the future whenever we're free. Zhuangli and the others held their fists to salute Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai returned the gesture before he got into the car. Looking at Zhao Hai's car quickly speeding out of sight, Zhuangli sighed and said, Brother Zhao is truly not an average person. I can't compare to him. Dongfeng Yu smiled bitterly and said, not just you, even those old foxes wouldn't compare to Zhao Hai. It's ridiculous to think that I expected him to be someone who only knows how to cultivate. He certainly wasn't an ordinary person back in the lower realms. Sunf nodded. Brother Hai is strong. However, he wouldn't kill people easily. But if you become his enemy, then your future won't be bright. It's fortunate that I was able to meet you outside the stadium. If I didn't apologize, then I might suffer in the future. When Zhuangli and Dongfeng Yu heard Sunf, they couldn't help but laugh. They knew that what Sunf said was right. If he didn't meet them, then he would certainly suffer under Zhao Hai. After all, they were in a hostile relationship before. But what the three didn't know was that they were beginning to subconsciously think that they were no match against Zhao Hai. It was only a matter of time before they would truly be defeated. The three exchanged a few more words before bidding each other farewell. They needed to find a place to digest their experiences today. They also needed to tell their groups about what just transpired so that they could make the right preparations. After all, this incident involved a lot of big groups, and they believed that this incident was the exact reason why the Ashley family called Zhao Hai back. Chapter 1181, Suppression using a magnificent cover. After Zhao Hai boarded the car, he immediately took out some special water and then drank it. So after the car arrived at its destination, Zhao Hai was refreshed. Upon getting off the car, Zhao Hai directly went upstairs before he was led to Kajo's room by a robot. When they arrived outside Kajo's room, the robot knocked twice and said, General Manager, Mr. Zhao Hai is here. Kajo quickly replied, come in. Zhao Hai pushed the door and walked in. He saw Kajo, Spars, and Luke inside. Zhao Hai gave the three men a salute. Kajo waved his hand and said, Little Hai, I just received a message from old Ma Fengalai. He expressed his gratitude and said that he made you a guest expert of the fire temple. What is going on? Zhao Hai smiled and then told everyone about what just happened while in Deline's barbecue. Kajo and the others were intently listening. After Zhao Hai finished talking, Kajo nodded and said, so it's like that. Good, very good. Although you offended the Machine Field Army, you managed to hook the fire temple in. We already established a connection with the Wu family, and now there is the fire temple. This is going to be good for us. After all, the fire temple has a huge influence in the Church Alliance. With our relationship with the Warrior Association and the Church Alliance, offending the Machine Field Army is nothing. Spars nodded and said, I also think that today's matter isn't an accident. It's possible that the Machine Field Army sent those people to probe us. Otherwise, those mech soldiers wouldn't have been that courageous. They should be the first ones to know what would happen if they caused any disturbance in Machine Field Planet. Luke nodded as well and added, Dylan's Barbecue is a very famous establishment in the planet. Almost everyone knew that it belonged to the Fire Temple. However, those mech soldiers actually dared to cause trouble there. This matter isn't simple. Kajo, I think we should report this matter to the Patriarch. This way, he would make some preparations. Kajo nodded. I'll send word to the Patriarch. At the same time, I'll get in contact with the Wu family and the Fire Temple. It's best if we can contact the other churches as well, just to make sure. Luke nodded and said, The machine field army has 5 seated participants in the competition. Little Hai, they might try to deal with you. You should prepare. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and nodded. Kajo looked at Zhao Hai and said, if the machine field army doesn't go too hard, let them go. However, if they dared to be excessive, you don't have to be polite. Just kill them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, you can rest assured, General Manager. I know what to do. Kajo nodded. Alright, you can go take a rest. Although the machine field planet looks very calm, you shouldn't underestimate the undercurrents happening within. You need to be more careful. Zhao Hai nodded, before he bowed and left the room. After Zhao Hai left, Kajo smiled faintly and said, I didn't expect the machine field army's action to give the Ashley family an opportunity. If we can make the Wu family and the Fire Temple our allies, then it would be very good for the family. Despars smiled and said, to be honest, this is due to Little Hai's luck. If it weren't for him, then we wouldn't have been able to establish a connection with the Fire Temple. He actually managed to become a guest expert of the temple. It seems like old Ma Fingalai really appreciated Zhao Hai. Kajo nodded and said, I didn't expect Little Hai to amuse Ma Fingalai. Also, Little Hai actually refused a Camp Lord position. That's quite a rich offer. Despars smiled and said, Old Ma didn't expect Zhao Hai to care little about money and status. He's more concerned about sentiment. Little Hai already connected himself with the Bone Symbol camp. As long as the family doesn't harm him, I believe he wouldn't leave. Luke sighed and said, Little Hai is just too strong. I'm afraid the Ashley family wouldn't be able to keep him. Our Ashley family is just too small. A character as great as him would leave sooner or later. Kajo replied, if he leaves, then we can't do anything about it. As long as the Ashley family is in his heart, we could still rely on him when we encounter any trouble. Despars nodded. Right, I have the same thought. By this time, Zhao Hai had already returned to his room. As soon as he entered, Zhao Hai immediately went to the space. Margaret already went ahead of him. Seeing Zhao Hai arrive, Margaret and the others immediately welcomed him, especially Margaret, whose face was full of worry. After some time, she said, Brother Hai, you're being too risky this time. Ma Fengalai is a difficult person to face. If he decided to deal with you, then it'll be huge trouble. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, rest assured, I know where things stand. He wouldn't deal with me. It's fine. Laura and the others knew that Zhao Hai said was right. However, they were still nervous upon seeing Zhao Hai talk with Ma Fengalai. This was because the old man's reputation in the machine field was too well known. Before this, Laura and the others didn't know about Ma Fengalai. But when Margaret saw Zhao Hai speaking with the Fire Temple Bishop, her expression changed. Then she told Laura and the others about Ma Fengalai, which caused Laura and the others to be nervous as well. Since the matter has been settled, the group relaxed and then went to the living room. After everyone had sat down, Zhao Hai turned to Margaret and said, actually, I was thinking about the Ashley family during that time. The family needed several allies. I couldn't stay in the machine field all the time. Perhaps I might leave after the competition. Margaret, will you follow me or stay here? Margaret shook her head and said, it's fine. I don't have much connection to the family anyway. But this doesn't mean that I will abandon the family. Brother Hai, if the Ashley family were to meet any problems, we need to help them. Even if we can't save everyone, we should still make sure that Camp Lord and the others are safe. Zhao Hai smiled and said, rest assured, if anything happens, I will certainly offer my help. The day quickly went past. The next day, Zhao Hai decided to stay inside the space. After all, he didn't have any fights today. There was no need to go to the stadium. Moreover, the 2 days didn't have anything worth looking at. The level of those competing simply weren't enough to gain Zhao Hai's attention. Zhao Hai thought that after what happened to Yellow Sand Planet, the battles further on wouldn't be too bloody. However, he didn't expect the fights to be bloodier than before. Those who were eliminated had suffered injuries. There were even some people who were killed on the stage. Some were also crippled, and there was even an instance where both participants mutually wounded themselves. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then his expression turned difficult. When Margaret looked at Zhao Hai's expression, she couldn't help but ask, Brother Hai, what's wrong? Zhao Hai sighed and then said, it seems like the people in the machine field really don't regard ascenders as proper equals. Have you ever thought of how many ascenders would die after the qualifiers? There are nearly 100,000 people in the beginning, and there are also those who were crippled. No wonder the mages and warriors of the machine field couldn't compete against the cultivators. You should know that those who are killed in the qualifiers are elites of their respective families. If they were trained well, then they might turn out to be powerful experts. They might even be able to fight against the cultivators. But now, their lives ended in this competition. In this case, How could mages and warriors get powerful? It seems like there are some people in the machine field that doesn't want ascenders to get powerful. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Laura and the others stared, then their expressions changed as well. Margaret couldn't believe it. Brother Hai, how is that possible? Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, why would it be impossible? Think about it. Which people have the most power over the machine field? It's the battleships and the meshs. If mages and warriors get stronger, then their control over the machine field would be affected. Do you think those who control the battleships and the meshs would accept having their benefits taken? In this case, it's impossible for mages and warriors to rise up. And there's also the way the machine field natives discriminate against ascenders. It's natural for them to suppress mages and warriors. However, since they couldn't blatantly reveal the suppression, they needed to find a way to hide it. So isn't this competition a perfect way to hide it? This competition gathered every single talented ascender in the realm. Even if some geniuses were left in the end, the other realms would take care of them. In the 6th realm beginner competition, not only would mages and warriors get injured, only very few of them managed to survive. With so few numbers left, there would be no way for them to influence the machine field. Laura and the others couldn't help but unconsciously nod. They thought that what Zhao Hai said was reasonable. If what Zhao Hai said was true, then it would be too scary. This was basically the machine field getting rid of their capable subordinates. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and then said, meanwhile, the cultivation realm has a different idea. Since great sects absorb ascenders, as long as one of them becomes powerful, the sect would gain a powerful expert. Because the cultivation realm talk using strength, they couldn't suppress ascenders. For them, ascenders are another source for powerful experts. They wouldn't threaten the benefits of ascenders. Conversely, they would cultivate ascenders so that they could provide more benefits to their sect. This allowed the cultivation realm to progress quickly. But in the machine field, mages and warriors were kept powerless. The potential of magic theory is truly wasted. Chapter 1182, Circulating Rumor. Laura and the others were earnestly listening. Zhao Hai looked at them and then said, at this time, you should already have some understanding about magic theory. Magic theory is very formidable and special. Once you reach a very high level, 10,000 layer formations could allow you to fight battleships. If you continue to get stronger, then there's no reason for you to be any weaker than cultivators. At high levels, magic theory might even win. As for mid and early stages, it's possible to compete at an equal standing. But as you can see, mages and warriors are being suppressed. They have no way to fight back at all. Isn't this wrong? Bang! Margaret pounded on the table. Then with clenched teeth, she said, shameless, those shameless people. Zhao Hai stared at Margaret. He didn't expect her reaction to be this big. Zhao Hai looked at Margaret in confusion and then said, Margaret, why are you so agitated? You're a machine field native? Margaret breathed in twice to calm down. Then she turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, my mother is also an ascender. Moreover, I have worked in the Ascender Academy for many years. I saw the hope in the eyes of each ascender as they venture out to the machine field. For them to suffer such a fate is very hateful. Those behind this matter are bastards. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, alright, we can't do anything about it for now. If we get an opportunity later, I'll try to fix this matter. But now, I'm completely helpless. Margaret smiled and said, I don't expect you to do anything now. I'm just angry. The machine field has been suppressed by the cultivation realm for many years because our low middle level experts couldn't compare to the cultivators. But as it turns out, the machine field has been suppressing itself. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, alright, thinking about this right now is just useless. Instead, let's prepare. The 6th realm beginner competition would give us the opportunity to come in contact with the other 5 realms. Margaret nodded. At this time, Laura said, Brother Hai, do you think we would be recognized by Lu Wei because of this? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, so what if we get recognized? I'm no longer afraid of him. Lu Wei and the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor are no longer threats. What we need to worry about is the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Compared to the two, the pavilion is more dangerous. It's fortunate that the pavilion doesn't know what we look like. Until they find us, nothing should happen to us. Laura and the others nodded. They agreed to Zhao Hai's words. At this point, Lu Wei and the Yin Wind Ghost Emperor are no longer Zhao Hai's enemies. What Zhao Hai needed to worry about right now was the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Time passed by and soon the qualifiers were about to reach its final rounds. At this point, the original 100,000 participants had been whittled down to 1,000. And this was also the time where the 20-seeded participants would enter the competition. 19 of these participants had no issues to them whatsoever. The only exception was Zhao Hai. There were people who suspected Zhao Hai's strength. The core of this rumor was the fact that nobody saw Zhao Hai make a move. Although Zhongli and Sun were giving Zhao Hai's praises, the matter with Zhao Hai, Zhongli, Dongfeng Yu, and Sun Fu drinking together nullified their recommendations. Because of this, people began to think that Zhongli and Sun Fu were recommending Zhao Hai just because they were friends. During the time when Zhongli said his nomination, the voice of this rumor was very small. But this time, for some apparent reason, the voices were getting louder. Naturally, Zhao Hai knew that the machine field army was behind this. Even if it was Ma Fingalai who slapped their faces, the army couldn't do anything about his due to the fire temple. However, they could move against Zhao Hai. In the eyes of the machine field army, Zhao Hai was nothing more than an ascender of the Ashley family. Even if it were the Ashley family's core members, the army would still dare to kill them. Therefore, what could the Ashley family do? These questions about Zhao Hai's abilities were just the beginning. It seems like the machine field army was not yet ready to give up. Upon thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sneer. He thought, alright, machine field army, let's play. The battles between these top 1000 were still decided by electronic drawing of lots. The machine field prepared 10 arenas for this event so the 10 battles could happen at the same time. The 6-realm beginner competition is fast approaching. There's no need to waste time. Of the first 20 people drawn, Zhao Hai and Zhongli weren't among them. On the other hand, Dongfeng Yu and Sun Fu went on to fight their matches. Zhao Hai and Zhongli didn't bother looking at the fights. Their opponents weren't strong. There was nothing to see. Zhao Hai sat beside Zhongli in their assigned seats. All those around them were looking in their direction. Most of the looks were heading towards Zhao Hai, and these gazes were filled with suspicion. Upon seeing these people, Zhongli said, "These bastards, they actually suspect your strength. Little Hai, when your time comes, don't hold back. Kill your enemy in one shot." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I've already prepared a list. As long as I run into those in my list, I wouldn't let them off." Zhongli asked, "List? What list?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You'll know when the time comes." "Right, brother Dongfeng fights quickly. He should be back soon." When Zhao Hai told Zhongli this, Dongfeng appeared. When Zhao Hai saw Dongfeng Yu, he shouted, "Brother Dongfeng, aren't you too quick? Did you surrender?" Dongfeng Yu sneered and said, "Get lost. When will your dog mouth spout good words?" "When my enemy saw that he was against me, he immediately surrendered." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Alright, come take a seat. Since you won, today's your treat." Dongfeng Yu laughed and said, "Only you is this cheap to take advantage of this." "Alright, let's wait for Little F to return." "Oh, he's back." "Little F, you're quite fast." Sun F smiled and said, "I'm just lucky to meet a level 3. That fellow is very lucky. He actually reached the top 1000 while being level 3. As he said this, an announcement was heard. "Zhongli, prepare for the next battle in Arena 5. Zhao Hai turned his head to Zhongli and said, "Brother Zhong, it's your turn." Zhongli laughed as he stood up and left. Seeing Zhongli leaving, Dongfeng Yu turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, how long do you think Big Brother Zhong would take?" Zhao Hai and the others already knew about each other's ages. Zhongli was the oldest, followed by Dongfeng Yu, then Zhao Hai, then Sun Fu. This is the reason why Dongfeng Yu called Zhongli Big Brother. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Rest assured, Big Brother Zhong wouldn't take long. Brother Zhong is fierce when he goes to battle. As long as he is in battle, there's no need to worry about him. It's his enemy who needs to be afraid of being destroyed." Sun Fu nodded. "Right, there's no need to worry about him. On the other hand, we need to talk about Brother Hai. There are many bad rumors circulating around nowadays. I'm afraid people would try to deal with you. Be careful." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "I'm actually hoping that people would disturb me. It just so happens that my undead army needed powerful experts. I'll just use them to add to these numbers." Sun Fu smiled faintly and said, "Right, how strong is your undead army? I'd like to see them one day." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Forget it, you don't want to see them. Those who see my undead army would become one of my undead." "Do you still want to see?" Sun Fu smiled bitterly and then shook his head as he said, "Alright, just forget it. I haven't lived long enough." Big Brother Zhong is back. It seems like his opponent surrendered as well. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "Right, if he fought somebody, he would look very happy. But look at him now, he looks dejected. He definitely haven't fought someone." Dongfeng Yu laughed and said, "Big Brother Zhong, why the long face? Did you lose?" Zhongli stared, then he said, "Get lost. When did this grandfather lose? The coward surrendered the moment I began to power up. It was boring. I thought I could have a good exercise, but in the end, I wasted time." As soon as they heard Zhongli, Zhao Hai and the others laughed. At this time, another announcement was heard. "Zhao Hai, prepare to fight in Arena 3. Zhao Hai stretched his body and then said, "Finally, it's my turn. Let's see who I'm up against." If it's from the machine field army, then that fellow is truly unfortunate. Then Zhao Hai stood up and then left. Seeing Zhao Hai leave, Zhongli looked at Dongfeng and said, "Dongfeng, What were you talking about with Little Hai just now? Did the machine field army offend him? Dongfeng Yu's eyes flashed lightly and said, Big Brother Zhong, don't you think that the recent rumors about Little Hai appeared too sudden? Back when you said your nomination, not a lot of people doubted Little Hai's strength. But now of all times, these rumors became louder and louder. Isn't it strange? When Zhongli and Sun heard this, they stared for a moment before they understood. Then they turned to Dongfeng Yu and said, Are you talking about the machine field army? Dongfeng Yu nodded. Right. The machine field army. Little Hai offended the machine field army before. I heard that even if Ma Fingalai was the one who slapped the army's face, the army couldn't do anything to him. Because of this, they could only deal with Little Hai. I reckon they are the one who spread these rumors. Moreover, this could only be their first step. They should have something else planned. Zhongli's expression changed. Then he said, Then isn't this a problem? What do we do if they deal with Zhao Hai? Dongfeng Yu shook his head and said, Relax. If they want to take action, they wouldn't be able to do it outside. Otherwise, the machine field would turn into chaos. They can only deal with Little Hai in the arena. However, those idiots in the machine field army underestimated Little Hai's strength, wanting to kill him on the area. Ha ha ha. Even if they set in street, they still wouldn't be able to do it. Zhongli's expression loosened up, but he still coldly snorted and said, If the machine field army decided to do this, then as long as I meet anyone from the army, I will kill them immediately. Dongfeng Yu smiled faintly and said, I'm afraid they wouldn't give us that opportunity. Except the 5 seated participants from the army, all other participants would just surrender immediately. Zhongli's face turned ugly. Then he sneered and said, But we would still meet sooner or later, as long as the 6-realm beginner competition ends. I can just go after them. Dongfeng Yu smiled bitterly and said, Let's think about how to survive the 6-realm beginner competition first. This time, the other realms also had genius-level characters. We have no advantage over them at all. In this case, it would be difficult even for us to survive. Zhongli coldly snorted and said, HMPH. At worst, I can just go all out and kill as many people as possible before I die. At this time, somebody shouted, Zhao Hai is fighting someone. Everyone, let's go take a look. Then after that, a surge of people began going towards Zhao Hai's arena. Upon seeing this, Zhongli couldn't help but stare. Then the 3 of them shook their heads as they bitterly smiled. Zhongli muttered, Which idiot believes such rumors? If it's possible, let's figure out which people spread it. Alright, let's take a look at Little Hai's opponent. If it's from the machine field army, then Dongfeng might be able to save himself from treating everyone to a meal. Dongfeng Yu laughed and said, Alright, although I really don't care about saving money, I'd like to be treated by Little Hai. Then the 3 laughed before walking towards Arena 3. Upon arriving at Arena 3, the 3 stared. This was because there was a sea of people present. Compared to their own matches, Zhao Hai's had much more attention. The 3 looked at the stage and saw 2 people on it. One of them was Zhao Hai while the other was a warrior. The warrior was very tall at about 2 meters high. His skin was completely covered with iron. He also had a bald head. His weapon was quite special as well. On one hand, he has a huge tower shield while the other hand held a thick broadsword. Upon seeing this, Zhongli couldn't help but gawk. Then he forced a smile as he said, Damn, it's really someone from the machine field army. Isn't that the famous Iron Tower? He's very famous for being hard to deal with. He almost got into the 20-seated participants, but because of mine and Sun's recommendation, the spot went to Little Hai. I didn't expect Zhao Hai's first opponent to be him. Isn't his too suspicious? Dongfeng Yu frowned and said, Suspicious? It is very suspicious. Is it possible that this is arranged by the machine field army? Who would have thought that Zhao Hai's first opponent to be someone who is qualified to be on the
Am I unqualified? When Zhongli and Sun heard Dongfeng Yu say this, Zhongli said, Dongfeng, what are you saying? Are you saying that the random lot is being manipulated? Dongfeng Yu coldly snorted and said, Those fellows from the machine field army are getting more and more arrogant. It wouldn't be impossible for them to manipulate the random lot. If we let the machine field army go on like this, we would only suffer. If those machine field army bastards let us go against Zhao Hai, what do we do? Zhongli and Sun stared for a moment upon hearing Dongfeng Yu, then their expressions changed. They knew that the consequences of this matter is very serious. If they were to meet Zhao Hai, then their future opportunities would certainly be stopped. Zhongli immediately said, Let's go now. Dongfeng Yu stopped him and said, There's no need to be anxious. In any case, a fight will happen today. We should wait until tomorrow. After Little Hai's fight, we should go together and do something about it. Zhongli nodded. Then he turned his head to the arena. Zhao Hai was standing there and facing his enemy. He knew about Iron Tower of the Machine Field Army's external hall. This man was known for his height as well as the giant tower shield that he held. His cultivation method was also very special. In 3 words, his cultivation method was, work hard, work hard, work hard. It was a type of cultivation method that refined the body. This body refining method was very formidable. If it was practiced to a very deep state, one's body would become very resilient. Most swords and spears wouldn't be able to pierce through the skin. Moreover, Zhao Hai also knew that Iron Tower had the opportunity to be a seated participant. It's just a pity that he went up against Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at his opponent. Then he smiled and said, "Interesting. I actually met you in my first fight. Ha ha ha. The Machine Field Army's plans are very good." Iron Tower coldly snorted and said, "You can still afford to smile? Today, I'll let you know who is more qualified to be a seated participant." Zhao Hai looked at Iron Tower and then he smiled and said, "Being a seated participant isn't necessarily nice. Alright, it's useless to talk anymore. Let's just prove it." Iron Tower coldly snorted and said, "I have the same idea." Then after he said that, he slammed his tower shield in front of him and then roared towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai just smiled and then waved his hand, casting a 5-layer magic formation. Iron Tower quickly braced his tower shield in order to block Zhao Hai's spell. However, the formation suddenly exploded, surrounding the arena with black mist. This caused the spectators to be clueless about what was happening in the arena. But Iron Tower quickly found something strange. Although they were surrounded by dark smoke, the arena was free of any obstruction. He could still see properly inside. The dark mist looked like a shield that covered the arena. Iron Tower didn't know what Zhao Hai's plan was. He looked at Zhao Hai warily. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You think I'm unqualified to be a seated participant? I'll let you see why I was chosen instead of you." Then Zhao Hai made a move. He took out his own tower shield and on his other hand was a giant hammer. Iron Tower couldn't help but stare at Zhao Hai. Seeing his opponent's reaction, Zhao Hai smiled. "Come, let me see if you have any skill." Iron Tower regained his clarity. He stared at Zhao Hai before breathing in cold air. Then he said, "You're also a warrior?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Correct. I'm both a mage and a warrior. Ha ha ha. Here I go." Then his figure moved as he charged towards Iron Tower. Iron Tower immediately recovered. He roared as he prepared to defend against Zhao Hai. He settled his tower shield to his shoulder as he braced for impact. Boom. A loud sound was heard as the two parties collided with each other. Because of their collision, the entire arena fiercely shook. In this collision, both Zhao Hai and Iron Tower were subjected to a massive seismic force. However, when this force entered Zhao Hai's body, it merely rippled out before it vanished completely. The blue steel by his feet was just cracked and he wasn't blown away. On the other hand, Iron Tower suffered a different fate. He was shaken by the force and had to retreat a few steps. Every step he made caused an indentation to appear on the blue steel arena. Iron Tower was only able to stabilize himself after retreating 8 steps back. Just as Iron Tower regained his position, Zhao Hai rushed over with his tower shield, looking much like a giant charging elephant. Iron Tower saw this and knew that if he were to get hit, he would be finished. He roared and then held his shield up high before slamming it firmly straight into the ground. Iron Tower's shield was specially made. Below the shield was a sharp point. With Iron Tower's immense strength, a third of the shield easily sunk into the blue steel floor. Iron Tower wanted to stop Zhao Hai's charge using this method. However, Iron Tower underestimated Zhao Hai's strength. During their first collision, Zhao Hai didn't even use his full force, only about a fourth of his strength. It can be said that Zhao Hai's present strength was terrifying. In the past, Zhao Hai's strength wasn't this huge. However, after absorbing astral chi, Zhao Hai's strength skyrocketed. Don't forget, Zhao Hai uses the stellar body tempering technique. No matter what he does, his body would certainly get stronger as time goes by. Zhao Hai saw Iron Tower's move, but he didn't care. This time, he was charging over with 80% of his strength. After a bang, Iron Tower's body flew. Meanwhile, his tower shield was broken. It was clear that Zhao Hai had put much more power in this charge. Since Iron Tower's body was in the air, There was no way for him to stabilize his body. Zhao Hai took a few steps forward before jumping. Then he waved his hammer and smashed it straight down towards Iron Tower. Clang! Iron Tower was like an iron ball dropped from a plane. He fell to the arena. His broadsword had already been bent by Zhao Hai. Bang! Iron Tower's huge figure fell into the arena. At the same time, blood spurted out of his mouth. Although it can be said that Iron Tower was truly strong, he was still human in the end. This fall, along with Zhao Hai's powerful strength, shook Iron Tower's internal organs violently. At this time, Zhao Hai fell back to the ground and then he immediately rushed towards Iron Tower. Iron Tower knew that Zhao Hai was about to kill him, but he didn't shout his surrender. He knew clearly that shouting at this point was useless. Zhao Hai being both a mage and a warrior, this was information that the Machine Field Army's intelligence division failed to collect. Naturally, this was because Zhao Hai had been keeping it a secret all this time. Now that he knew about Zhao Hai's secret, Zhao Hai would certainly make sure to get rid of him. It was already certain that he would die today. Nobody wanted to die. The same was true for Iron Tower. He rolled on the ground before doing his best to stand. However, since he stood too quickly, he couldn't help but spurt out blood. Zhao Hai looked at Iron Tower, then he smiled faintly and said, "Iron Tower, now do you still think that I don't have the qualifications to be seated?" Iron Tower coldly snorted, but he didn't say anything. When he saw that Zhao Hai was a mage and a warrior, he knew that he could no longer win. Not only was Zhao Hai qualified to be seated, it was even possible for him to be the strongest participant in this qualifier. Zhao Hai looked at Iron Tower. Then he smiled faintly and said, "I decided that if the Machine Field Army really wants to deal with me, then I would kill every participant they have in this competition. So die." Then he moved as fast as a cheetah. But this time, he didn't have a shield and hammer in his hand. Instead, Zhao Hai took out a large glaive. Iron Tower's eyes shrunk. He didn't notice when Zhao Hai traded his weapon. Moreover, he had no idea what Zhao Hai's weapon was, but he knew that Zhao Hai's weapons weren't normal, and from the looks of this weapon, its purpose seems to be cleaving people in two. With this thought in mind, Iron Tower quickly lifted his tower shield. Although the tower shield only had 2/3 of its body left, it was still a huge piece of steel. Iron Tower had just managed to recover, so holding up the shield wasn't a problem. Just as Iron Tower lifted his shield, Zhao Hai's glaive arrived. After a caw sound, Zhao Hai stepped on the arena again, his glaive in his hand. On the other hand, Iron Tower stood in place with his tower shield in his hand. After some time, the tall shield fell to the ground. Iron Tower's hand fell along with it. Then shortly after that, Iron Tower's body seemed to lean on one side before it began falling on the ground. At this time, a red line appeared across Iron Tower's body. The wound went from his left shoulder to his right waist. Zhao Hai's glaive actually split him in half. Zhao Hai looked at Iron Tower, then he stomped his feet. The broken half of the tower shield that was embedded into the arena flew over. At the same time, Zhao Hai waved his hand as Iron Tower's other part of the shield as well as broadsword flew over. Then after turning Iron Tower into an undead, Zhao Hai repaired the tower shield as well as the broadsword. After taking care of these, Zhao Hai withdrew the dark mist surrounding the arena. When the mist dissipated, Zhao Hai saw an indignant crowd. However, he didn't care as he turned his head towards the referee. The referee was blankly staring at Zhao Hai. At the same time, he also swept his gaze towards the arena. It's obvious that he was looking for Iron Tower. When Zhao Hai saw that the referee didn't announce anything, he said, "Referee, could you announce the result?" The referee stared, then he said, "Zhao Hai, where's your opponent? Why is he not here? Without him here, I cannot announce anything." Zhao Hai just met the referee's response with a smile. This caused the referee to feel uncomfortable. He received a bribe from the Machine Field Army to help Iron Tower, but since the arena was covered, he couldn't do anything. Therefore, he could only give Zhao Hai a hard time now. Chapter 1184, New Rule. Zhao Hai looked at the referee and knew that the man was planning to make things hard for him. This was because there were a lot of instances in this competition where the outcome of the fight was unnatural. Therefore, referees were in place to dispute and decide the winner and loser of the match. If this was other people, then the people on the stands would have berated the referee. But since it was Zhao Hai, Nobody spoke. They also wanted to know where Iron Tower went. Zhao Hai looked at the referee. Then he smiled faintly and said, "He vanished. Is that an issue? Since he's gone while I stayed, should I be the winner? Why is the referee delaying the result?" The referee couldn't help but stare at Zhao Hai's question. According to the rules of the competition, the winner of the competition was decided by who remained standing in the arena. Even if Iron Tower wasn't killed by Zhao Hai, he wasn't on the arena, so he lost. The referee was somewhat angry. He looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted as he said, "I'm the referee, and this is my requirement." Zhao Hai looked at the referee. Then he suddenly laughed and said, "Alright, you are the referee, but don't forget, you're under the control of the committee. Do you remember what happened to the past members of the committee? Do you understand what I'm saying?" When the referee heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed. He really wanted to make things hard for Zhao Hai, but after hearing Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but hesitate. Just like Zhao Hai said, referees still answer to the committee. When the last committee members tried to suppress the participants, they were removed. The referee even heard that all of those members had already died, killed by the vengeful small families. As for the referee, he was just a small element in the competition. If he dared to cause trouble this time, he would definitely be killed. Upon thinking about this, the referee shivered inside. At this moment, he wanted to punch himself for accepting the bribe from the Machine Field Army. The referee was truly in a hard place. One must know that among all of the arenas, Zhao Hai's arena had the most attention right now. Because of the recent rumors circulating around, everyone's curiosity was directed at Zhao Hai. All of them wanted to see how strong Zhao Hai really is. It was because of this that the referee was afraid to make a decision. If he makes it hard for Zhao Hai, then he would be removed as the referee. At this time, someone from the crowd suddenly shouted, "Zhao Hai, stop talking nonsense. What did you do to deceive Iron Tower? You're unqualified to be seated. You took Iron Tower's spot." As soon as this person's voice was heard, more and more complaints came in. All of these voices hinted that Zhao Hai was very suspicious. Zhao Hai looked at the direction of the voices and knew from Laura and the others that these people had connections to the Machine Field Army. Their complaints caused everyone around them to get agitated. This caused a disturbance in the area. Zhao Hai wasn't surprised at all. He looked at everyone and said, "Does everyone really want to see Iron Tower?" The stands bursted with conversation. Zhao Hai didn't care. He just smiled and said, "Alright, I'll let you see Iron Tower." Everyone looked at Zhao Hai. They were wondering about what he would do. Will he take out a handful of ash, pick up a stone, or get a lump of charcoal? Zhao Hai didn't care about their reaction. He just smiled before waving his hand. A man appeared next to him. This man had green skin. He held a giant tower shield on one hand and then a broadsword on the other. He stood beside Zhao Hai for everyone to see. All the spectators stared. They didn't expect Iron Tower to really appear. Moreover, he seems to be intact. The referee still didn't know what to do up to this point. So when he saw Iron Tower, he immediately asked, "Iron Tower, where were you? Did you admit defeat?" Iron Tower didn't make any noise. He just stayed in place. Zhao Hai suddenly laughed, causing those under the arena to wonder. Zhao Hai looked at the referee and said, "Mr. Referee, you really need to practice your eyesight. At your current level, you shouldn't be a referee. If a misjudgment happens, things would get serious." When the referee heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but gawk. Then he inspected Iron Tower once again, and this time, he discovered an issue. Iron Tower wasn't breathing. Even if the referee was an idiot, he would still know what was going on. At the same time, he was shocked by what Zhao Hai did. He actually killed Iron Tower and made him into an undead. Zhao Hai looked at the referee. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Referee, can you announce the result now?" When the referee saw Zhao Hai smile, he felt his heart turn cold. He just found out how ruthless Zhao Hai was. It would be unwise to go against such a person. It wouldn't be good if he doesn't declare Zhao Hai a winner. Therefore, he immediately announced, "Zhao Hai is the victor." Zhao Hai smiled. Then he got down from the arena. Although the arena had stairs designed into it, none of the participants used it. They would show their magic and just jump down or fly away from the arena. It was rare for people to walk down the stairs like Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai calmly walked down the stairs step by step. Moreover, he didn't store Iron Tower and just had him follow behind. As for the people from the Machine Field Army, they were far away from the arena, so they weren't able to see Iron Tower's appearance. Because of this, one of them shouted, "Why did you announce the winner? Iron Tower is still on the stage." The referee wasn't a fool. He knew who were making the disturbance just now. However, he knew that he couldn't offend Zhao Hai. Moreover, those sent by the Machine Field Army were idiots. Creating a disturbance at this time wasn't useful. The referee gazed coldly at the person on the crowd and said, "Are you blind? Can't you see that Iron Tower has been turned into undead? And who are you to judge my decision? Are you the referee?" As soon as these people heard the referee, they couldn't help but pause. Then they turned their gazes towards Zhao Hai and then to Iron Tower behind him. It didn't take long for them to discover that the huge armored man was not breathing. The area turned silent immediately. Everyone was staring at Iron Tower and Zhao Hai. Even those who were somewhat familiar with Zhao Hai couldn't help but retreat upon seeing this sight. Zhao Hai looked at everyone's reaction and suddenly laughed. Then he continued to walk forward. Everyone stared at Zhao Hai's back and then looked at each other in horror, especially those from the Machine Field Army. They saw that Zhao Hai's eyes stayed the same, which made everyone even more shocked. Each one of them felt shivers running down their spines. Zhao Hai quickly met with Zhongli and the others. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, Zhongli patted his shoulder as he laughed and said, "Little Hai, good job, beautiful. Let's leave this place and have a drink." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, let's go have a drink." The group laughed before they headed out of the stadium. Everyone's gazes were on them, but they seemed to not care at all. Zhao Hai only put Iron Tower away when they were about to ride the car. Then the group proceeded towards the restaurant. This time, they didn't go to Dylan's barbecue. Instead they visited a different place. After everyone had placed their orders and had settled down, Sunf turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, second brother Dongfeng said that your match may have been tampered with. He wants us to act on it so that the Machine Field Army wouldn't pit us against each other. What do you think?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It definitely is the case, but it's not good to complain against the Machine Field Army right now. We have Iron Tower as a witness. He should be able to know what is going on. When the time comes, he will be a witness against the army. We have to follow the proper procedures. Let's have our families formally protest against the competition. I want to see how these things end." Zhongli's expression turned ugly. HMPH, the Machine Field Army should hope that I don't meet their people. I'll definitely kill them all. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alright, these are struggles of the higher-ups. It's something we cannot control. Let's drink. We still have battles tomorrow." At this time, their dishes and liquor were delivered. When Zhao Hai returned to the Ashley family's building, Kajo and the others immediately made an official protest. However, Kajo didn't target the suspicious drawing of lots. Instead, he complained about Zhao Hai having an unfair referee. This should be enough to keep the Machine Field Army in line. Also, the Ashley family weren't the only ones to issue a protest. The Wu family, Fire Temple, and Dongfeng Yu's Yan family also lodged a protest. But instead of the referee, their families targeted the suspicious drawing of competitors. The protest of these families turned into a very serious matter. It provoked a chain reaction, causing every influence to turn their heads to this matter. Another investigation began. The Machine Field Army suddenly found themselves playing a dizzy game of chess. The current Machine Field was in a very sensitive state, and during this time, they actually dared to do so many things. They were truly asking for trouble. They immediately made countermeasures, but the effect wasn't great. In the end, the investigation found some clues, and these clues were pointed directly at the Machine Field Army. However, the huge powers knew that this matter couldn't be made public. If the small powers were to catch wind of it, then the Machine Field would be plunged into chaos once more. The entire matter caused the Machine Field Army to pay a heavy price. In the end, the matter was successfully suppressed. This also made the Machine Field Army hate the Zhao Hai even more. After this matter, the committee announces a new rule to better ensure the fighting prowess of the Machine Field in the upcoming 6-realm beginner competition. the seeded participants would no longer be chosen to fight against each other. This rule would also extend to the top 100 talents in the machine field. This new rule caused waves in the realm, but after being pressed by the three major powers, everything calmed down. At the same time, Zhao Hai and the others felt relieved. Chapter 1185, Provocation. Iron Tower died without much attention, and besides a few unlucky referees, almost nothing happened. The machine field just passed through a huge chaotic event. They wouldn't want to enter another one at this time. Whether it be the machine field army, Church Alliance, or the Warrior Association, nobody wanted to see the machine field turn chaotic. Because of this, everyone took a step back. The machine field army was hit with light sanctions while the Church Alliance and Warrior Association stopped making noise. But in this small event, the machine field army managed to lose the most. While they were able to keep their 5 seeded participants, they didn't manage to gain anything. On the other hand, they lost a lot due to the penalties. This caused them to hate Zhao Hai even more. After all, he was the reason why their 2 plans failed. Zhao Hai didn't care about this. The machine field army would no longer dare to make a move on him now. If the machine field army decided to make another move, then the Church Alliance and the Warrior Association would no longer let them off. If it was a one-on-one fight against either the Church Alliance or the Warrior Association, then the machine field army would have no reason to be afraid. However, if the 2 groups were to work together, then the army would have a hard time. Therefore, they wouldn't dare to make a move at this time. Zhao Hai was well aware of these matters. The entire machine field had already been mapped by the space. He can see whatever he wanted to see, and there were no equipment nor magic that can stop him. Because of this, he was able to know the decision made by the various powers. Zhao Hai wasn't disappointed with the verdict. This was within his expectations. If the machine field didn't do it this way, then that would be very suspicious. After all, these people weren't idiots. They were still on guard against the cultivation realm. The cultivation realm had no comments about the yin-yang sex actions. So if the machine field army suddenly turned chaotic, the cultivation realm's cultivators would certainly make a move. In this case, all 3 major powers would suffer the same bad luck. Therefore, they had to find a peaceful way to solve this matter. But in the end, none of these matters affected Zhao Hai. If he met people from the machine field army, he would still kill them. Since the army already hated him, there was no need to curry favor with them. It was better to be ruthless to them since they were already on bad terms. But there was one thing that made Zhao Hai disappointed. He could no longer meet the people from the machine field army who were among the seeded ones as well as those in the top 100. However, Zhao Hai changed his mind after thinking about it. If he could still meet those from the top 100, then this meant that he might be set up to meet Dongfang Yu or Zhongli. It would be troublesome when that time comes. Another 3 days of competition passed by and the final 100 have already been chosen. And as expected, the 20 seeded participants were among these 100 people. And at this point, nobody dared doubt Zhao Hai's strength. After the top 100 were selected, the following event would be the ranking tournament. In this ranking competition, no casualties were allowed. If one kills or severely injures someone, then that person would be removed from the top 100. They would then be replaced by those who were close to being in the top 100. This rule was kept in place in order to protect the top 100 strongest people. This would ensure that the machine field would be in its best combat state during the 6th realm beginner competition. Zhao Hai had no objection to this new rule. After all, he was now considered to be a participant of the machine field. Moreover, it can be said that the top 100 were the most powerful beginners in the machine field in the past 5 years. Each injury to these 100 people was an injury to the machine field's benefits. But even if Zhao Hai didn't object to this rule, this doesn't mean that he appreciates it. In fact, Zhao Hai despised the rule. This rule was mainly enforced so that the ascenders would work harder for the machine field. If they were truly afraid of loss, then they wouldn't have made such brutal elimination rounds. Compared to these 100, the 100,000 participants should also be paid attention to. Relative to the strength of the cultivation realm, the power of these 100 participants was simply meaningless. On the other hand, if those 100,000 people were trained well, then they might provide ample strength to the machine field. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't voice these thoughts for now, because even if he did, people wouldn't listen. On the contrary, it would just attract the attention of everyone in the machine field. With the machine field army being the main combat arm of the realm, the benefits involved was too great. This cannot be changed in a short time. While the undercurrents was still surging, the 100 ranking competition finally started. This was one of the liveliest days in the stadium. This was because these 100 people represented the strongest beginners in the past 5 years, and this ranking competition would decide on who the strongest one of them was. People seemed to be born with a hint of competitive spirit. This was more evident in this ranking competition, which ignited the enthusiasm within everyone. This caused the ranking tournament to be the liveliest part of the realm qualifier. Most importantly, the top 100 ranking tournament would be broadcasted to the realm. This was because there wouldn't be a lot of bloody accidents that would happen. This would allow the majority of people to be able to watch it. Not far from the arena, the 100 strongest participants were assigned their own special seats. Zhuangli, Zhao Hai, and the others were sitting together. Zhuangli turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, are you excited to face Streep and the others?" Zhao Hai just smiled and said, "Not really. What I want to fight are those from the other realms. Fighting Streep and the others is simply useless." Zhuangli glared at Zhao Hai and said, "Get out. Are you saying that you aren't taking us seriously? But since you're powerful, then you might as well help us when we face the other realms." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. Then he turned to look at Dong Fangyu. Seeing Zhao Hai, Dong Fangyu smiled and said, "The 6th realm beginner competition starts just like the realm qualifiers. It would also start with an elimination round. But this time, the scale is much smaller. After all, each realm could only have 100 participants each. Generally, they would find a place and then give each person a number plate. Then the participants would snatch each other's number plates. These number plates would decide the seeded participants of the competition. Those who reached the top 10 would be seeded while the others would become ordinary participants. Seeded participants would be exempted from the first and second round of the competition. They would enter in the third. The first 2 rounds would be the elimination battles, while the third round is the battle for points, and the one with the most points wins the first place. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "And those placed beyond 100 would also be ranked?" Dong Fangyu nodded and said, "Right. Everyone from the 1st to the 600th will be ranked. From 600th 500th position, they would obtain some consolation prizes like weapons as well as pieces of precious ores, herbal medicines, and so on. 500th 400th position would obtain 10 of these items, 400 300 will get 50 precious items, 300 200 will get the rights to some mines. The prize gets more valuable as the rank gets higher. Naturally, the most valuable prizes belong to those ranked 100 and higher. These rewards include mineral-rich planets, and things of equal or greater value. However, it must be said that the most money one could make in the 6th realm beginner competition wasn't in these prizes. Instead, it was from betting. Zhao Hai gawked and asked, "Betting?" Dong Fangyu nodded and said, "Yes. There's a huge gambling scene whenever the 6th realm beginner competition draws near. Some of these gambling centers offer their services to individual bets. They would bet on players and see how long they could last. Naturally, the odds for each participant is different. There's also gambling for major powers. A group from the machine field, say the Ashley family, could send a representative to bet using some planetary resources or other valuable items. If they win, then they would gain a lot. Actually, we, the top 100, already have some bets placed on us." Zhao Hai nodded. "So it's like that. Interesting. It seems like the other realms are going to bleed a lot this time." Dong Fangyu understood what Zhao Hai wanted to say. He looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but gently shake his head. He really didn't know where Zhao Hai got his confidence. Although he knew that Zhao Hai could almost dominate the machine field qualifiers, it was a different story when it comes to the experts from the other realms. The other 5 realms were on a completely different level compared to the experts of the machine field. At this time, the computer had made its pick. Zhao Hai looked at the display to see who the 2 competitors were. One of them was a seeded participant from the machine field army. While the other person wasn't seeded, he was still a level 4 expert. In fact, Almost all of the top 100 participants were level 4. The sight of so many level 4 experts was also the reason why Zhao Hai believed that the mages and warriors could have the power to fight those in the other realms. With 4 years of practice on average, these people were able to reach level 4. If they kept practicing in optimum conditions, then who knows what they can achieve. It's just a pity that nearly 100,000 ascenders had either been killed or crippled with no hopes of recovering. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel anger deep in his heart. This was a complete suppression of the ascenders by the machine field natives, and since the ascenders were the minority, they simply had no way to rebel. At this moment, the fight had begun. The seated participant from the machine field army was a warrior who had a long spear in his hand. He was nicknamed Iron Lancer. The reason why he was called this name was because he was a rare cavalry warrior, and since Iron Lancer was a cavalry warrior, he also had his mount from the lower realm. This magic beast was a special species of horse that had formidable strength. Iron Lancer's strength as well as his mount made him a famous expert in the machine field army, which allowed him to be selected as one of the seeded participants in this competition. In the previous matches, Zhao Hai was able to see Iron Lancer's strength. He looked formidable, especially when he was on top of his mount. The mount wasn't any worse than magic beasts from the machine field. The result of the coordination between beast and man was more than adding the two together. Iron Lancer's opponent was a mage. This mage was wearing dark robes. It seems like he was a dark mage. The mage was thin, almost as though he was a skeleton. From what Zhao Hai saw in the previous battles, this dark mage specializes in summons. He could use 100-layer formations that could summon dark creatures to fight for him. His strength was also very formidable. The current arena was now 500 meters long and 200 meters wide. This way, everyone could exert their full strength. Iron Lancer and the Dark Mage were now about 300 meters away from each other. Iron Lancer was already on top of his mount. His mount looked very special. It had a horn on its head, a long and black body covered in scales, hooks on its tail, and fangs in its mouth. It doesn't look like a horse, more like a wolf-horse hybrid. When the signal to begin the fight was heard, Iron Lancer immediately held his lance and pointed it towards the Dark Mage. Then he tapped his horse's belly twice with his foot, causing him to careen towards the Dark Mage. At the same time, the Dark Mage held his hands to release a layered formation. Then in front of him, a giant wolf immediately appeared. This giant wolf wasn't any smaller than Iron Lancer's mount. Seeing the enemy, the giant wolf roared and charged. After releasing the giant wolf, the Dark Mage quickly retreated. Simultaneously, he also waved his hand as he mumbled. Another magic formation appeared. This time it was a 30-layer formation. A rhinoceros appeared from this formation. However, the rhinoceros didn't immediately charge towards Iron Lancer. Instead, it stood before the Dark Mage, acting as a hulking shield. When the Dark Mage was about to chant another incantation, Iron Lancer had already dealt with the giant wolf. Iron Lancer waved his lance and then sent sword chi towards the rhinoceros. The rhino roared and released a dark shield to cover itself, and at the same time, it lowered its head and charged towards Iron Lancer. But at this moment, Iron Lancer clamped his mount with his 2 legs, causing the horse to neigh and leap. It caused Iron Lancer to vault over the rhino and appear directly in front of the Dark Mage. The Dark Mage didn't move. This was because Iron Lancer's lance was already pointed at his throat. The Dark Mage was defeated. After defeating the Dark Mage, Iron Lancer withdrew his weapon and then turned his gazes towards the stands. Nobody knew who he was staring at except for Zhao Hai. Iron Lancer was looking straight into Zhao Hai with a heavy look of provocation. Chapter 1186 to 1190. Chapter 1186. Wind Sword and You. Zhao Hai looked at Iron Lancer's departing back. Then he smiled as he turned to Zhuangli and said, "This guy, he actually dared to provoke me. It's a shame that I'm not allowed to kill people, or else he won't survive." Zhuangli coldly snorted and said, "Just wait. An opportunity will definitely come. Aren't we all going to the 6th realm beginner competition? Judging by their skill, they wouldn't be able to survive the elimination round. We can make our move then." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Let's see when we arrive at the elimination round." To be honest, I really want to see how strong the other realms are. Big brother Zhuang, it's your turn. Zhuangli was picked. His opponent was a warrior not from the 20 seeded but from the top 100 participants. Zhuangli glanced at the list and his eyes couldn't help but light up. He stood up and said, "Yes, I finally get to play, brothers. I'll head out first." Then he immediately rushed towards the arena. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile after seeing this. Zhuangli's fight ended very quickly. Although his opponent wasn't weak, he was still not a match against Zhuangli. In the following fights, nothing managed to attract Zhao Hai's attention. Most of these fights ended quickly. Long drawn-out battles rarely happened. Zhao Hai knew that all of the participants wished their fights to end quicker. After all, the longer one fights, the more flaws they would reveal. For experts, the line between life and death was very thin. This was the truth that everyone understood. This was like wars where there were spans of days or even weeks where nothing happens, and then there would be a sudden fight to end it all. The first day of battle ended quickly. On this day, a total of 30 battles had been organized. Of Zhao Hai's group of 4, only Zhuangli was able to fight. The others had yet to be selected. On the next day, Zhao Hai and the others returned to the arena. But compared to the relaxed attitude on the first day, Zhao Hai and the others were more tense. This was because they were worried that they might meet each other in the arena. At exactly 8 o'clock a.m., the computer began to draw names. The first batch of fighters were soon selected. Upon seeing this list, the audience couldn't help but get into an uproar. There wasn't anything strange on the list, nor did the 4 brothers manage to go up against each other. On the contrary, the list was quite common. The first on the list was Zhao Hai, but the one he was up against was Machine Field Army's Wind Sword Zheng Yu, one of their 5-seeded participants. Ever since Zheng Yu ascended, he used his sword as well as his technique in order to gain the title of the fastest sword among the beginners of the machine field. And with Zheng Yu's fast sword, he was considered to be the nemesis of mages. Since his attacks were quick, his sword chi was also quick to hit the enemy. This timing would disrupt any mage trying to cast magic. This caused mages to be unable to use their skills and end up getting defeated. It was precisely because of his talent that the people were in an uproar upon seeing the matchup. Although ordinary people didn't know about the relationship between Zhao Hai and the Machine Field Army, just like the Machine Field Army, they initially suspected Zhao Hai's selection as a seeded participant. But after several fights, this idea soon vanished. Zhao Hai had proven to them that he had the qualifications to be seeded. Those who were skeptical at first became supporters. After all, besides Zhao Hai, the top 20 seeded participants were well-known characters in the machine field. It can be said that Zhao Hai was a dark horse. Everyone hoped to see him show his might and overthrow the established strong participants. This was the reason why people become chaotic upon seeing Zhao Hai go against the nemesis of mages, Zheng Yu. Zhao Hai didn't care about this as he slowly approached the arena. At this time, Zheng Yu was already on the arena, staring at Zhao Hai with a cold gaze. When Zhao Hai got on the arena's shields immediately rose up. Zhao Hai gave Zheng Yu a salute. However, Zheng Yu didn't return the gesture. Instead, he looked coldly at Zhao Hai and said, "Don't think that you're amazing just because you defeated Iron Tower. That guy is just someone who has thick skin. If you met me earlier, then you have already been killed. You should thank the committee for saving you." Zhao Hai looked at Zheng Yu. Then he smiled faintly and said, "And why did you only tell me this now that the top 100 has been selected?" "The words you said just made you look bad." Zheng Yu looked at Zhao Hai and then said with disdain, "If you still depend on your cheating method of reaching the top 100, then you can only be at the bottom of this ranking competition. You'll never be able to defeat another seeded participant." Zhao Hai just smiled and said, "Then let's see." At this time, the ring sounded out marking the start of the fight. Zheng Yu quickly waved his hand and taking his sword out. Then almost instantly, he waved it towards Zhao Hai, sending a sword chi flying along the way. The sword was swung really fast, and its sword chi was similarly as quick. In almost a blink of an eye, the sword had already reached Zhao Hai. At this moment, a formation appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Before the sword chi hit him, a shield was already there to block. Zheng Yu's aggressive sword chi was actually blocked by Zhao Hai's magic formation. Although Zheng Yu was very arrogant when facing Zhao Hai, he still knew that he needed to be careful. He knew Iron Tower's strength, so he knew that Iron Tower wouldn't just fall down in one blow. The sword chi he sent out was just a probe to have a fair assessment of Zhao Hai's strength, and at this time, Zheng Yu knew that Zhao Hai was strong. Zheng Yu knew that he couldn't stop. He waved his sword again and again, sending sword chi flying like machine gun fire towards Zhao Hai. This caused the spectators to be excited. The reason these people came to watch this battle was because they saw Zhao Hai as a dark horse. He was a mysterious character whose techniques were never seen before. During his past battles, Zhao Hai would always use his dark mist, making the audience unable to see what was going on inside. When the dark mist dissipates, only then would they know that Zhao Hai had won. Only a few people were able to see Zhao Hai's attacks. Because of this, everyone was very curious about him. Unexpectedly, Zhao Hai didn't cover the arena with dark mist this time. Because of this, people could now see how he fights. This caused them to feel excitement towards the show. When Zhao Hai saw Zheng Yu's speed in releasing sword chi, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. While his right hand was still holding the defensive formation, Zhao Hai made some gestures with his left hand, releasing a 10-layer formation in front of him. Seeing Zhao Hai's action, everyone watching couldn't help but gasp. Not only those watching, even experts from the machine field were surprised. Using both hands to use two magic formations at the same time wasn't an easy task. One needed to split their attention in order to accomplish this. Moreover, the ratio of this division needed to be seriously considered. After all, this relates to one's control over their spiritual force. Diverting one's concentration might cause the collapse of a formation and lead to a backlash. Because of this, most mages would never use two formations at the same time. Using one formation for each hand like Zhao Hai was something that only a few mages could achieve. After Zhao Hai's second formation was finished, large quantities of fiery arrows appeared. This formation had already become Zhao Hai's signature, 10,000 fiery arrows. These arrows weren't meant to attack Zheng Yu. Instead it was to block the sword chi that were being sent over. Boom, 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 boom. Each collision caused a spectacular light show for everyone watching. This caused the audience to applaud in glee. However, there were those who stayed calm and quiet among these displays. This was because they just discovered how strong Zheng Yu and Zhao Hai were. The arena was soon filled with smoke and sparks. Then suddenly Zhao Hai exclaimed, "Behead!" Upon saying this, he released a huge sword towards Zheng Yu's direction, and at the same time, Zhao Hai released hundreds of giant shields in front of him. The shields shuddered as a metallic collision was heard. At this time, the smoke on the arena had dissipated and the audience could finally see the state of the battle. Zhao Hai's giant shield had blocked Zheng Yu's attack. Meanwhile, there was a giant sword that had already been cleared out by Zheng Yu. As it turns out, not only his sword, but Zheng Yu himself was fast as well. He kept moving around to send attacks towards Zhao Hai while at the same time dodging Zhao Hai's counterattacks. Zhao Hai's shield was still resisting any attacks coming his way. Zhao Hai waved his hand once more in order to prepare for another formation. Zheng Yu was finally feeling threatened by Zhao Hai. He depended on his quick sword to disrupt mages and triumph against them. However, Zhao Hai's ability was completely out of his expectations. Zhao Hai could cast formations with each hand. This was equal to fighting two mages at the same time. One mage defends while the other attacks. There was no way for Zheng Yu to gain any high ground. Now, after seeing Zhao Hai prepare another magic spell, Zheng Yu couldn't help but feel anxious. He paid careful attention to Zhao Hai and at the same time he was closing their distance. Zhao Hai finally wielded his hand, releasing a 50-layer formation. This formation turned red before it became a 1-meter-tall fireball. Then this fireball flew towards Zheng Yu with a speed that couldn't be described as fast. Zheng Yu couldn't help but smile with scorn. He quickly moved past Zhao Hai's fireball and then swung his sword towards Zhao Hai's shield. In his opinion, a fireball as slow as that was no threat to him at all. But as Zheng Yu moved, he discovered that Zhao Hai's magic was tracking him, and after that fireball, 10 more came after. Even then, Zheng Yu was still able to dodge these fireballs. The spectators couldn't help but be confused. They didn't understand why Zhao Hai would use slow fireballs to attack an agile opponent like Zheng Yu. Chapter 1187, brothers against each other. Although Zheng Yu was also confused, he was in the middle of a fight and had not found anything strange. He continued to dodge Zhao Hai's fireballs while also sending his attacks. He discovered that Zhao Hai's giant shield was beginning to become less steady, which was good news. With this thought in mind, Zheng Yu hastened his attacks. However, he failed to see that something had managed to surprise the spectators. What Zheng Yu didn't see was Zhao Hai's fireballs still existing after he dodged them. Moreover, these fireballs slowly turned into fiery figures. These fiery figures were made entirely out of the fire element. It was one of the summoned fire element creatures. Any magic department had their own summoning magic. The life form that each element summoned were also different. These fiery creatures that Zhao Hai summoned were called flame demons. Actually, fire mages in the lower realms could also use summoning magic to summon flame demons. However, flame demons summoned in the lower realms were of the lowest level. Their strength was simply bad. But in the machine field, with magic theory as well as the rich amount of spiritual chi, the flame demons that were summoned had very formidable combat strength. Zhao Hai shot more than 10 fireballs, and now, these fireballs all turned into flame demons. It was only now did the spectators understand why Zhao Hai sent out so many fireballs. His spell was actually a summoning spell, not just an ordinary fireball. After launching about 15 fireballs, Zhao Hai's formation finally vanished. But Zhao Hai didn't stop here. He waved his hand once more to prepare casting another magic. Zheng Yu's full attention was on Zhao Hai. He was focusing on what spells Zhao Hai would use. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a burning hot sensation behind him. Zheng Yu was startled. Then he immediately moved to the side, evading a claw of fire directed at his back. Just as Zheng Yu evaded the flame demon, another flame demon came attacking. These flame demons weren't as slow as the fireballs they originated from. Their attack speed was very fast. More than 10 attacking flame demons caused Zheng Yu to be flustered. As Zheng Yu was dodging the flame demons, Zhao Hai was finally able to cast his magic spell. A formation appeared in front of him as 10 giant black arrows appeared. These were dark killer arrows, also one of the spells Zhao Hai used before. These arrows were made from both the wind and darkness element. Their speed was very fast, but they were as silent as smoke. This was the best magic to use for assassination. Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent the 10 arrows towards Zheng Yu. Although the speed of the arrows was fast, they didn't make any sound, causing the target to be fairly oblivious to their approach. Fortunately for Zheng Yu, he was still paying attention to Zhao Hai even as he was fending off the flame demons. Upon seeing Zhao Hai release fast arrows, Zheng Yu couldn't help but get startled. Then he waved his sword faster, causing his attack towards the flame demons to be inconsistent since he was also defending against the killer arrows. But at this moment, the 10 arrows curved and shot towards Zheng Yu in all directions. Zheng Yu was shaken. However, he didn't slow down as he waved his sword faster, causing a ball of sword chi to surround him, forming an almost impenetrable shield. At this point, the 10 dark killer arrows circled Zheng Yu's position. They circled for a few rounds before all of them shot towards Zheng Yu once more. Zheng Yu quickly consumed his battle chi in order to deal with these arrows. Just as he was able to fend off the arrows, arrow after arrow from Zhao Hai's 10,000 fiery arrows spell fell from the sky. But this time, Zhao Hai deliberately made the arrows hit Zheng Yu's surrounding area but not Zheng Yu's position. Seeing this outcome, Zheng Yu couldn't help but feel helpless. He knew that he had already lost. Moreover, his defeat wasn't due to cheating or some elaborate plot. It can be said that the fight was under Zhao Hai's total control. Magic after magic, Zhao Hai was able to lead Zheng Yu by the nose from the very beginning. Zheng Yu simply couldn't find his own rhythm. In this case, there was nothing left but for him to declare his loss. Zheng Yu dejectedly stored his wind sword as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I lost." "Zhao Hai, you're strong. I was defeated fair and square." Then after giving Zhao Hai a salute, he turned around and left the arena. At this moment, the referee also made a declaration of Zhao Hai's win. At this point, the referees wouldn't dare act unreasonably. They wouldn't dare turn any matter into something sensitive. Once they do so, they would certainly suffer extreme bad luck. Zhao Hai went down from the arena and returned to where Zhuangli and the others were. Zhuangli heavily patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Little Hai, You were really great out there. Very good, very very good. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, he's just a bit neglectful. Dong Fengyu shook his head and said, come on, little Hai, do you treat us as fools? He didn't underestimate you. He just isn't your enemy. I asked Little for his opinion and he told me that even he wouldn't have good odds winning against Zheng Yu. Sun smiled bitterly and said, it's just too hard. Zheng Yu is truly fit to be called the Wind Sword. His sword is very fast. If Big Brother Hai isn't able to cast 2 formations at once, then I'm afraid you would have lost. Zhao Hai gave a faint smile and said, yes, Zheng Yu's sword technique is very fast. He's truly formidable. Right. Let's stop talking about him. How about I teach you how to cast 2 magics at once when we're free? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Sun's eyes couldn't help but light up. One must know that being able to cast 2 formations at once was a huge help when it came to real battles. Although this meant that one's energy consumption would double, releasing 2 spells instead of 1 was an enormous advantage during fights. There were crucial times where another magic spell was needed in order to finish the battle. Also, having such an ability was a very good trump card to use against the enemy. Sun immediately agreed. At this time, the second batch of participants had been selected. This time, Dong Fengyu was called. However, his opponent wasn't one of the seeded participants but instead it was one from the top 100. Dong Fengyu said his farewell to the group before heading to his arena. Because of Zhao Hai, Zhuangli, Sun, and Dong Fengyu's close relationship, the people from the machine field had already called them the 4 brothers. In addition to their good relationship, they were also very strong, and since their relationship was good, the Ashley family, Wu family, Yan family, and the Fire Temple had already formed an alliance. This was completely out of the Ashley family's expectations. However, they really liked this outcome. Dong Fengyu's opponent was a mage. Moreover, the mage was quite strong, so Dong Fengyu proceeded with caution. But with Dong Fengyu's mastery of his fire dragon technique, the battle was over before long. At this point, of the 4 brothers, only Sunf had yet to fight. But Sunf's luck was very good. On the second to the last round, he was able to have his turn to fight. Sunf's opponent was also a mage. But since the mage wasn't among the seeded participants, Sunf was able to easily win. After 2 days of fighting, the top 50 was finally decided. The next few days would be Zhao Hai and the others' rest days. These days would be used to rank the number 51 to 100 positions. Although it was just the ranking battles for the 51st to 100th place, massive amounts of people still came over to watch. After all, these people were the most outstanding newcomers in the past 5 years. The quality of their fights would truly be worth looking at. After 4 days of battles, the ranking from 51st to 100th had finally been decided. Windsword Zheng Yu was able to easily take up the number 51st slot. This also made it clear to everyone how strong seeded participants were, and it also highlighted Zhao Hai's strength. Now that the ranking for the lower half has been decided, it was time to see who would get the 1st to 50th place. It was time for Zhao Hai and the others to return to the arena. After 1 day, the top 25 had been chosen. Zhao Hai and the others had another chance to rest. These days would be used to decide the 26th to 50th positions. Fortunately, Zhao Hai and his brothers had yet to meet. The 4 advanced smoothly up to the top 25. During this time, Zhao Hai was once again faced with another seeded participant. But this person wasn't from the Machine Field Army. Instead, it was a seeded participant from the Radiant Temple. But in the end, he was still defeated by Zhao Hai. After the 26th to 50th positions were dealt with, it was time for the top 25 to fight once more. But since there would only be 12 battles, 1 lucky person would be chosen to have a free passage to the next round. There was no other way of doing things. After all, 1 person couldn't fight 2 battles on the same day. And this good luck actually fell into Sunf's head. Since Sunf was able to progress with no effort, naturally, Zhao Hai and the others had him treat them to a meal. The remaining 24 people would be divided into 12 pairs. But this time, Zhao Hai and the others weren't in luck. Zhao Hai finally bumped into one of his brothers, Dongfang Yu. This battle naturally attracted a very large amount of spectators. Those viewing online had also skyrocketed. The reason for this was because the two were now very famous experts in the machine field. Another reason was because the two were very close friends. Because of this, the audience wanted to see the result of their battle. Zhao Hai and Dongfang Yu stood on the arena. Dongfang Yu looked at Zhao Hai and then smiled bitterly as he said, "I didn't expect to be this unfortunate this soon." "Alright kid, don't you dare show mercy. I don't want our fight to look lame." Upon hearing Dongfang Yu, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh as he replied, "I have always looked forward to receiving brother's fire dragon technique. Come, second brother, let's have a proper fight." Dongfang Yu also laughed and said, "Alright, let me have a look at your strength." Then he waved his fiery red dragon sword before pointing it towards Zhao Hai. Chapter 1188, Zhuangli vs Zhang King. At this time, the ring to start the battle was heard. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he waved his hand and a 5-layer formation appeared in front of him. Then the formation turned red before a red dragon flew out of it and then headed straight towards Dongfang Yu. When Dongfang Yu saw Zhao Hai's attack, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he waved his fire dragon sword and then sent a fiery red sword chi towards Zhao Hai's fire dragon. However, much to Dongfang Yu's surprise, just as his sword chi was about to cut the fire dragon, the dragon opened its mouth and then swallowed the sword chi. After the sound of an explosion, Dongfang Yu's sword chi vanished. On the other hand, the dragon's head was the only thing left of its body. Nevertheless, the head kept flying towards Dongfang Yu. Dongfang Yu shouted, "Ha!" Then he moved and retreated. At the same time, he continually waved his sword and sent sword chi after sword chi towards Zhao Hai's fire dragon. Dongfang Yu didn't expect Zhao Hai's control over magic to be this delicate. Moreover, his magic actually had this much power to it. What Dongfang Yu didn't know was that this was the most ordinary kind of attack Zhao Hai could do. If Zhao Hai mixed in astral chi to his attack, then his attacking strength would increase even more. The emotion below the arena was mixed. There were those who saw the magnificent display of the two fighters and felt excited. They shouted and waved their hands with each blow. But as for the other participants left in the competition, they couldn't help but turn silent as they looked at the two. Zhuangli and Sun Fu were sitting beside each other. While looking at the arena, Zhuangli turned to Sun Fu and said, "Little Fu, what magic did Little Hai use? How could it be that strong?" Dongfang actually used 3 sword chi strikes in order to get rid of it. Sun Fu smiled bitterly and said, "On the surface, it looks just like an ordinary 10-layer fire dragon spell. However, I am sure that 10-layer fire dragons cannot be that strong. From what I can see, Brother Hai uses formations that I had never seen before. I don't know what formations he used to make his sets. This is the reason why his spells are much stronger than average." Although Zhuangli wasn't a mage, he was still clear about matters regarding magic formations. So upon hearing Sun Fu, his brows couldn't help but tighten up as he said, "You mean Little Hai has been creating his own formations?" Sun Fu shook his head and said, "That's impossible. I might believe it if he created his own formation sets. But formations? That is absolutely impossible. Creating your own magic formations is much more difficult than creating formation sets. It's possible that those formations are the secret formations of the Ashley family. After all, secret formations of a family aren't allowed to be distributed outside." Zhuangli nodded. Then he sighed and said, "I heard that I am a genius. But comparing to Little Hai, I'm just too far off. This kid just ascended roughly a year ago and he's now this strong. It's really unbelievable." Sun Fu nodded. He sighed as he said, "I don't want to think about that right now, because whenever I do, I feel like killing myself." Upon hearing Sun Fu, Zhuangli couldn't help but laugh. He patted Sun Fu's shoulder and said, "Don't think about it too much. That kid is a demon that can't be compared to normal standards." As the two were talking, Dongfang Yu and Zhao Hai continued to exchange blows for several rounds. Although the attacks the two dished out looked impressive, those who were knowledgeable knew that the two were holding back. They were just comparing their qualitative abilities. It was basically an exhibition match. This caused those who were watching to feel confused. They knew that the two had a great relationship with each other. However, this competition had something to do with their rankings as well as the benefits of their families. In this case, They shouldn't be playing around. However, the two were doing just that. They were playing around. The two continued to clash for half an hour. The formations Zhao Hai used were mostly from the fire element. Meanwhile, Dong Fengyu proved his skill with his fire dragon sword as he swung it in all kinds of directions. Their fight looked very lively. It was very entertaining for the spectators. Meanwhile, the referee couldn't help but bitterly smile from time to time. The two actually used the ranking tournament as a place to spar. However, he couldn't stop the fight. After all, the two were still fighting and didn't stop for a moment to chat. This made the referee helpless once more. After 10 more minutes of fighting, Zhao Hai and Dong Fengyu finally got bored. They now had a fair idea of the other party's strength. Dong Fengyu was truly strong, but he was still inferior when compared to Zhao Hai. Once they reached this understanding, Dong Fengyu withdrew his fire dragon sword as he laughed and said, "Alright, that's enough. Then I'll have to depend on you when we face the other realms." Then he turned to the referee and then said, "I admit defeat." Upon seeing the conclusion, the referee didn't say anything and immediately declared Zhao Hai as the winner. In any case, nobody would oppose to Dong Fengyu losing. Zhao Hai looked at Dong Fengyu and then he laughed and said, "Don't worry, leave those fellows from the other realms to me. Let's go. We still need to make Little F bleed. After Boss Zhuang's battle, we'll go drink." After this, the two proceeded to walk off the arena. Looking at the two laughing and being friendly with each other, those under the arena were surprisingly not angry. Instead, they gave the two a heavy applause. For the people on the stands, this was a testament to the two brothers' friendship. However, those who were knowledgeable saw something else. Although the match between the two was merely a spar, they saw that Dong Fengyu was in fact exerting some effort in the last couple of clashes. However, Zhao Hai just easily received these attacks. Even if the two engaged in real combat, Zhao Hai would still be the winner. Also, those watching below recalled that Zhao Hai had yet to use any items to defeat his opponents. He did so ever since the start of the qualifiers. In this case, how strong was Zhao Hai really? A lot of people couldn't help but submit when they thought of this. One must know that Zhao Hai's previous opponents weren't pushovers. Also, there was Zheng Yu and Iron Tower, people from the Machine Field Army who had a grudge against Zhao Hai. In this case, it was impossible for these two to be lenient towards him. But even so, Zhao Hai still managed to easily defeat them. This just shows how strong Zhao Hai really was. After Zhao Hai and Dong Fengyu returned to where Zhongli and Sun Fu were, Zhongli looked at Dong Fengyu and said, "Dong Feng, how is Little Hai's strength? Is he a little bit strong? After all, I still need to beat him." Dong Fengyu gave Zhongli a look as he said, "Brother Zhuang, don't blame me for reminding you. Even if you are a little stronger than me, you're still a long way off from Little Hai. If I were you, I'd surrender immediately." Zhongli snorted and said, "Get lost. If I have to admit defeat, then it will be after a huge fight. Otherwise, people will think that I'm weaker than you." Upon hearing Zhongli, Sun Fu and Dong Fengyu couldn't help but laugh. At this time, the next round of participants were called over. This time, it was Meteor Zhu Chen versus Iron Lancer. It was a heavy matchup. There was no need to talk about Zhu Chen. Just like Sun Fu's situation, he was absorbed by the Divine Earth Palace. His defensive strength was astonishing while his offensive strength wasn't that bad. Moreover, he was vicious and merciless. Iron Lancer, on the other hand, was a rare cavalry warrior. He had a powerful offense while his mount adds to his mobility. A man and his mount managed to reach the top 25. Only a small number of people were able to fight him for more than 20 minutes. It was obvious that his strength wasn't low. These two against each other would surely be a good show. Zhongli became excited to see the match. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai looked at Zhu Chen's appearance. Zhu Chen wasn't tall. He was fat and looked a little like Buddha, but his eyes were very cold, enough to make one's hair stand up. Even with his cold eyes, Zhu Chen had a smiling face. He had the smile of a person who had just been on vacation for a very long time. It was hard to say what he was thinking about. At this time, Zhongli coldly snorted and said, "This Zhu Chen looks more annoying than Iron Lancer. He's still smiling as though he hadn't killed a lot of people. I hate these kinds of people the most." Zhao Hai turned his head to Zhongli as he smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, in any case, Murder is no longer allowed in the arena. Let's wait until the 6th-round beginner competition. Let's destroy him then. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhuangli and the others turned to him. Zhuangli looked around them as he whispered, "Little Hai, don't speak like that. If the others know that we're planning to kill people during the 6th-round beginner competition, they'll never let us off." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "As long as we get a good position and gain benefits for the machine field, they wouldn't dare touch us. When the time comes, they wouldn't even have enough time to give us praises." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, the three brothers looked at each other and saw a trace of excitement in their eyes. They weren't afraid of fighting other people. However, this was offending the machine field. They were still aware of their own strengths, but if they could deal with reprehensible people, that would be good as well. Zhao Hai looked at the three and smiled. Then he turned his attention to the arena. It seems like Zhu Chen and Iron Lancer were talking to each other. It's just a pity that the arena's shield blocked any noise from coming out. However, before long, the two began to make a move. Zhu Chen's defensive abilities were truly strong. 5-10-layer formations were conveniently thrown out. As for Iron Lancer, even if he had formidable offensive strength, he still couldn't break through Zhu Chen's defenses in a short time. Meanwhile, Zhu Chen was counterattacking using his earth magic. He used quicksand as well as earth spikes. These two spells were fatal towards cavalry units. Although it can be said that Iron Lancer's mount wasn't bad, it still couldn't do anything against those it was weak against. Moreover, Zhu Chen's attacks weren't actually weak, but one could say that it wasn't something on par with the others in his rank. And even if Iron Lancer's attacks were being dulled, this didn't mean that he couldn't deal with Zhu Chen's counters. This caused Zhu Chen to be unable to do anything to Iron Lancer. Zhao Hai and the others were already prepared for such an outcome. Zhu Chen was someone who was strong in defense but weak in attack. Generally, he would defeat his enemies by grinding them down until they could no longer go on. This meant that among the top 100, the longest battles would certainly involve him. This time wasn't an exception. Iron Lancer would attack but he couldn't deal with Zhu Chen's defense. Then there was Zhu Chen's weak counterattack. To be honest, his means of attack couldn't compare to his defense. His offensive means were too limited. Zhao Hai looked at the battle and couldn't help but feel sleepy. From the perspective of others, this might look like a beautiful battle, but in Zhao Hai's eyes, it was practically meaningless. This battle involved too many matters that both sides were unable to fight at a very solid level. And just like Zhao Hai thought, the battle went on for more than 1 hour. In the end, Zhu Chen was able to grind Iron Lancer down and then win. However, the audience was very discontented with the battle. This was because it was too boring. They preferred Zhao Hai and Dongfeng Yu's spar than this. After this fight, it was Zhuangli's turn. Zhuangli had a very good opponent this time. His opponent was one of the 10 great experts, 10th place Golden Egg Zhang King. Zhang King was a metal element mage. His confrontation with Zhuangli would certainly be full of action. Therefore, when Zhao Hai saw that he was Zhuangli's opponent, he turned to Zhuangli and said, "Boss Zhuang, you need to be careful. This isn't like your previous fights. You might be eliminated." Zhuangli coldly snorted and said, "I'll be fine. Don't forget, I still need to spar with you." Then he stood up and walked to the arena. However, his mood wasn't as relaxed as his words. It was clear that he was attaching great importance towards Zhang King. Zhang King being a metal element mage meant that his offensive strength wasn't something to joke about. And with his background of being a metal element ability user in the lower realms, this meant that he was flexible in his attacks. Moreover, it was rumored that his control over metal was formidable. He was certainly a very difficult opponent to face. To be honest, if talking about offensive strength, then Zhang King would be up there with Sun F. Zhuangli and Zhang King stood at the arena and then looked at each other. Both knew that the other party wasn't someone easy to deal with. Although the 10 great experts were one group, they haven't really met each other before. Also, they haven't experienced each other's strength. With this in mind, they would certainly be cautious when faced with each other. Once the bell rang, Zhuangli immediately roared and then took his hammers before charging forward. Zhang King waved his hand and released a huge iron ball. Then this iron ball divided itself into 5 smaller balls. After that, he cast a layered magic formation, causing an explosion in the sky that rained arrows towards Zhuangli. Chapter 1189, Streep enters the stage. Zhang Qing's rain of arrows was different than Zhao Hai's 10,000 fiery arrows. The latter was a mix between the metal and the fire element. Meanwhile, Zhang Qing's rain of arrows only involved the metal element. However, it was quicker, sharper, and had more penetrative power. Zhongli coldly snorted. Then he waved his sledgehammer, causing a round sword chi to appear. This sword chi was something unique to Zhongli's hammers. It was a type of sword chi transformation. Swords would send out slashes or arrow-type sword chi. Meanwhile, Zhongli's sword chi was round due to his hammers. Zhang Qing's arrow rain was quickly dispersed. Zhongli proceeded to wave his other sledgehammer, sending a round sword chi towards Zhang Qing. Zhongli didn't see Zhang Qing set up a defensive formation, so he wanted to send a long-range attack to see how defensively strong Zhang Qing was. Zhang Qing didn't dodge. Instead, one of the 5 iron balls stopped in front of him and transformed into a shield. Zhongli's sword chi that was supposed to hit Zhang Qing was instead blocked by this iron shield. The iron shield in front of Zhang Qing shuddered and made a large ringing sound. It managed to block Zhongli's attack. When he saw this, Zhongli's eyes shrank. He knew that even if his attacks looked normal, they actually contained 70% of his strength. And since his fighting technique was mainly based in strength, his attacks couldn't be blocked by any simple 5-layer formation. But now, Zhang Qing managed to block it by using an iron ball. It seems like his defensive ability was quite strong. Although he just found out that Zhang Qing was strong, Zhongli wasn't demoralized. On the contrary, he was even more excited. He had always wished for an even match. It's just a pity that his previous opponents couldn't satisfy his craving. With this thought in mind, Zhongli couldn't help but laugh loudly. His battle intent flared up as he said, "Good, Zhang Qing, you didn't disappoint me. Ha ha ha. Come, let's fight." Then he roared and then threw himself towards Zhang Qing. When Zhang Qing saw Zhongli's approach, he couldn't help but feel bitter deep inside. Although it seemed that he easily blocked Zhongli's blows, he was actually exerting great effort on it. Zhongli's attack was too strong. It would be uncomfortable if Zhongli continued his assault. Zhang Qing immediately changed his tactic. He went as far from Zhongli as possible. Then he used magic to attack. Also, he made it a priority to block Zhongli's round hammer chi. Naturally, Zhongli discovered this change of Zhang Qing. He wasn't annoyed by it. After all, this was a common tactic in a fight between mages and warriors. Although warriors in the machine field could send out their sword chi to attack mages at a distance, it would still take time for their attack to reach the target. Mages can use this time to either defend or dodge. It was the same thing as warriors strafing in order to avoid the spells mages send their way. Zhongli had experienced such tactics many times before, so he had ways to deal with it. Even so, in an arena with a limited surface area, Zhongli wasn't afraid of this tactic. Zhongli moved his body and turned sharply. The sledgehammers in his hand danced, causing shadows to fly towards Zhang Qing. Zhao Hai paid attention to this and saw that Zhongli's hammer technique was quite special. Not only was it a technique for close combat, it was a technique that combines both the hammer as well as the sword chi that was released during the process. Close combat techniques can only attack the enemy within the range of the warrior. Meanwhile, sword chi could attack the enemy from a distance. Zhongli's technique was a combination between close combat as well as sword chi. Together, his hammer technique would launch sword chi towards Zhang Qing, proceeding to restrict Zhang Qing like wall. This caused Zhang Qing's area of action to get smaller and smaller. At this point, keeping distance against Zhongli was becoming impossible for Zhang Qing. Zhao Hai looked at Zhongli and discovered that Zhongli's hammers were specially made. Not only can they launch hammer chi, they were also connected with each other by a chain. This chain was very long, allowing Zhongli to make the range of his hammers dozens of meters. This range couldn't be underestimated. Zhang Qing also knew Zhongli's plan. To be honest, Zhongli's tactic wasn't intelligent. However, it was a very effective brute force method. Zhongli was tall and sturdy. He was super strong and also had an astonishing defensive strength. At the same time, his talent for fighting was very good. His methods were very effective, causing Zhang Qing to not know what to do. As the space got closer and closer, The distance between the two got smaller and smaller. Zhang King knew that this couldn't go on. He clenched his teeth and exerted some energy as he waved his hand. His 5 iron balls slammed together and formed an enormous shield in front of him. At the same time, he released a spell. It seems like he wanted to block Zhongli using his shield while also using the opportunity to use powerful magic to make Zhongli retreat. This way, he could gain some space for himself to move. However, if he did this, the amount of spiritual force that he'd use would be huge and he'd risk losing to Zhongli. But if he didn't do this now, he can only be pushed back by Zhongli until he surrenders. But just as the enormous shield was set up, Zhongli pulled on the chains of his hammers and then received them. Then his body flew towards the shield. He held his sledgehammers up before smashing straight down towards the shield. Bang! A loud sound of collision was heard. Zhang King, who was casting his spell, was shaken. He knew that the matter he was most worried about had happened. Zhongli didn't wait for him to form his spell and instead just immediately attacked. Zhang King let out a long breath. He knew that he had lost since Zhongli managed to reach him. While he was disappointed at his loss, he looked at Zhongli and said, "I lost." Zhongli was just about to smash his hammer down once more when he saw that the shield had suddenly vanished. Then Zhang King admitted his defeat. Zhongli couldn't help but stare. Then he clicked his cheek and said, "Boring." Then he took his hammer down. After the referee announced that he has won, he unhappily went down from the arena. Zhao Hai looked at Zhongli's expression. Then he smiled and said, "Big brother, don't get too disappointed. Let's go have a drink. There's no longer anything worthy of watching anyway." Zhongli nodded and said, all right, let's drink." But just as the group was about to leave, Dong Fengyu paused and then stopped Zhongli and the others. This caused Zhongli and the others to stare. Then Dong Fengyu pointed towards the arena, and when they saw who was on, they decided to stay. After Zhongli's fight, the next group of fighters were selected. The person chosen for this battle made Zhao Hai's group stop. This was because the person that appeared on the arena was too famous. If fame was discussed, then he was much more famous than Zhongli. It was Streep, Saint of Ice Streep. He was the Water Temple's most talented genius in recent years. He was both powerful and handsome. He was the prince on a white horse that countless young girls in the machine field idolize. Moreover, he was polite to others and does good things. He was the incarnation of perfect. However, Zhao Hai knew that this wasn't true. Zhao Hai doesn't believe that a perfect person exists. If such a person existed, then he would have long since died. Moreover, Streep wouldn't have been able to ascend if he was that good. He surely had killed countless people in the lower realms. But in the machine field, Streep actually managed to gain fame by being a saint. This caused Zhao Hai to be confused. Who knew what kind of potion this guy managed to get? The machine field wasn't the same as ancient China. This wasn't the place where you could act like a saint and people would treat you like a saint. The machine field placed strength first. If you were weak, then even if you were good, nobody would save you. But if you were strong, even if you were a wicked person, some group would still protect you. It was because of this that Zhao Hai was confused. He didn't know what Streep was planning to do with his reputation. Since he had this thought, Zhao Hai wanted to see Streep. So when he discovered that Streep was going to fight, he couldn't help but stop as well. There was no need to talk about Zhongli and the others. Streep was ranked first among the 10 great experts. Zhongli wasn't convinced by the ranking, so after seeing that Streep was about to fight, he decided to stay back and spectate. In the past, whenever Streep was about to fight someone, his opponent would immediately admit defeat. And after reaching the top 100, Streep wasn't able to meet a good match. He managed to end his battles in 2-3 moves. Therefore, up until now, Zhao Hai and the others hadn't managed to take a good look at Streep's strength. The reason why they thought that Streep would have to fight properly today was because of his opponent. Streep's opponent was also one of the 10 great experts, Army Breaker Lu Dingshan. Army Breaker Lu Dingshan was the most secretive among the 10 great experts. People might expect Lone Wolf Yan Zhangshan to be the most secretive. However, ever since Yan Zhangshan ascended 4 years ago, he was already able to kill 1,000 enemies. Although these things were done in a low-key manner, the matter themselves weren't a secret. Lu Dingshan was different. He was very secretive in both his matters and his actions. However, Nobody doubted his strength. Being able to defeat an army only by using his dagger axe was enough for him to join the 10 great experts. Chapter 1190. Streep's peculiarity. Streep was an idol to a lot of young women. His appearance was very handsome and he also had hair that could make even the most beautiful women jealous. Compared to him, Lu Dingshan looked very ordinary. Lu Dingshan looked about 30 years old. He was dark and thin. He wasn't that tall. His facial features were on the cold side. He had a full body armor on as he held his dagger axe in his hand. He looked like a warrior from ancient times, but not the strong one. After the two stood on the arena, Streep bowed towards Lu Dingshan. Lu Dingshan returned the gesture with a salute. However, this salute was quite unusual. He just knocked his dagger axe on the ground, and that's it. The bell for the start of the battle was heard. Lu Dingshan held his dagger axe with his two hands and then looked attentively at Streep. Meanwhile, Streep had a faint smile on his face, looking very confident. Zhao Hai was about to concentrate on the battle when he suddenly heard shouting behind him. This startled him. He turned around and saw women behind him turning crazy as they shouted Streep's name. Zhao Hai stared. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. He didn't expect to see starstruck fans in the machine field as well, and it seems like they were manic fans too. Naturally, Zhongli and the others were able to notice these women, just like Zhao Hai. They also couldn't help but bitterly smile. Zhongli sighed and said, "This guy is really taking advantage of women." Zhao Hai smiled and replied, "I always hated guys like him. I'd like to face him once later on." At this time, Streep and Lu Dingshan have already begun to move. Just before Lu Dingshan moved, Streep sent out a 10-layer formation. Moreover, this was sent out instantaneously. However, Lu Dingshan wasn't a pushover. This caused their exchange to be very lively. Zhao Hai saw Streep's actions and couldn't help but feel strange. Streep used very ordinary magic formations. It can be said that these formations couldn't have huge power behind them. However, in Streep's hands, these formations had actually become powerful. It was very strange. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai talked to Laura inside his head. "Laura, look into Streep's situation. I want to know how he's able to improve the power of these magic formations." Laura and the others complied and immediately analyzed Streep's footage using the scanner. Before long, a result came out. Laura quickly reported, "Brother Hai, we found it. The reason of Streep's strength might be because of his cultivation technique. It's possible that he has something that is mixed with his spiritual force that made his formations more powerful. It's the same as your astral chi." Zhao Hai stared, then his expression changed as he said, "Like astral chi? But his formations doesn't have traces of astral chi. Maybe it's another energy, like evil chi?" Laura replied, "We don't know yet. We haven't seen evil chi." Zhao Hai didn't ask anymore. He already knew that Lu Dingshan would lose. Streep has something similar to Zhao Hai's astral chi. This meant that his strength was a stage or two higher than Lu Dingshan. There was no way for Lu Dingshan to win. However, Lu Dingshan wasn't someone to be trifled with. Although Streep was using an unknown energy to attack Lu Dingshan, Lu Dingshan was still able to defend. None of the two were able to gain an advantage for quite a while. After fighting for an hour, Lu Dingshan was finally caught with a freezing attack. Streep had won. Seeing this result, Zhongli and the others couldn't help but have a heavy expression. Zhongli could gauge that he and Lu Dingshan had the same strength. It might be possible for the two of them to injure one another when they fight. But now, Lu Dingshan was actually defeated. This meant that he wasn't a match against Streep. This caused Zhongli's mood to get heavy. Zhao Hai looked at Zhongli's expression. Then he smiled and said, "What's the matter, big brother Zhong? You feel afraid? Rest assured, I'll deal with him if ever we meet." When Zhongli heard Zhao Hai, he glared at him and said, "Get lost. Who says I'm afraid of him?" But to be honest, Streep really has true skill. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He knew why Streep was strong, even if he didn't know what exact energy it was. But Streep was indeed strong. It seems like he really deserved to be in the first place of the 10 great experts. The group found a place to eat and then proceeded to take a rest. The next day, they returned to the stadium in order to attend the competition for the final 13 competitors. They would be divided into 6 groups with one person being the bye. It didn't take long before Zhao Hai and the others knew who the lucky person was. The person selected to be the bye was one of the 10 great experts. swift wind and rain, lazy ocean. He was a mage of two elements and a person from the wind god Palace's lay family. Now that lazy ocean has been selected as the boy, the remaining participants had to be selected to fight. This time Sunf wasn't lucky. He was arranged to fight against Meteor Zhu Chen. They proceeded to fight each other in the arena, and in the end, Sunf wasn't able to penetrate Zhu Chen's defenses and was finally defeated. Zhuangli's opponent was also one of the 10 great experts. It was lone wolf Yan Xinshan. Yan Xinshan was fast and very agile, but he was eventually defeated by Zhuangli. However, Zhuangli also exerted some effort in order to win. As time went by, Zhao Hai was finally picked. This time his opponent was also one of the 10 great experts. It was the person Zhao Hai saw in the past, Strong Wind Li Kuangren. To be honest, Zhao Hai had taken a liking to Li Kuangren. Although this person was impulsive and hot-headed, he was straightforward. He wasn't someone who would let injustice happen in front of him. When Zhao Hai got on the arena and stood opposite Li Kuangren, he smiled faintly as he bowed and said, "I have long heard about the name Strong Wind Li Kuangren. I've admired you, especially the last time when you confronted Zhang family's Zhang Minyu. It's just a pity that the 5-element swordsman made things difficult. I've missed a great opportunity to get to know you. It's truly regrettable." When Li Kuangren heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but have a favorable impression of him. So upon hearing Zhao Hai, Li Kuangren laughed and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai is too polite. I'll be honest with you. I didn't agree to you being seated in the beginning, but after seeing you fight in the last few days, this Li Kuangren has been convinced. Meeting you today is my misfortune. This Li Kuangren knows that I'm not your match, but I still like to try." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, then how about we drink together after our fight? I'll introduce you to my brothers Zhuangli, Dongfang Yu, and Sunf." Li Kuangren was amused. He nodded and said, "That would be great, but mister, we need to begin." At this time, the bell rang to start the fight. Li Kuangren held his 2 axes in his hands. Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he immediately sent out a 5-layer formation to begin his fight with Li Kuangren. Although Li Kuangren knew that he wasn't Zhao Hai's match, he was still a warrior and he wanted to at least give it a try. At the same time, Zhao Hai didn't hold back. He knew that he couldn't hold back against people like Li Kuangren. If he did, then Li Kuangren would think that Zhao Hai was looking down on him. Therefore, Zhao Hai let loose on casting his spells, making the arena very lively. After exchanging blows for half an hour, Zhao Hai was finally able to see an opportunity to capture and defeat Li Kuangren. Once the two got down from the arena, Zhao Hai introduced Li Kuangren to Zhuangli, Dongfang Yu, and Sunf. The group proceeded to get some drinks, no longer caring about the rest of the fights. The next day was the competition to get the top 4. Naturally, since there were 7 participants left, another buy would be selected. Although it looks unfair, this was the fairest way to go forward. But when the result came about, people were doubting whether the results were being manipulated or not. This was because Lazy Ocean was chosen once again. Not to say Zhao Hai, even Zhuangli and the others were surprised. Nevertheless, the competition must continue. Zhao Hai was in the first match. This match was actually against an old acquaintance, Zhu Chen. Upon seeing Zhu Chen, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. He had always wanted to test out Zhu Chen's defensive capabilities. The two didn't talk and just waited for the bell to start. Once the bell rang, Zhu Chen immediately set up shields to protect himself. Zhao Hai would naturally be impolite. He immediately unleashed his spells. 10 50-layer formations were quickly thrown out towards Zhu Chen. This was something that has never been seen before. Zhu Chen didn't attack and just went full-on defense. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't bother to make any defensive measures as he went completely offensive. This caused the spectators to focus on the battle. This was a battle between offense and defense that has never been seen in this competition before. Zhao Hai had yet to use his astral chi in this competition. There simply was no need to do so. He also refrained from using astral chi in his battle with Zhu Chen, although he was now in the offensive side and was consuming more energy. Zhu Chen's energy consumption was surely not small. He could grind Zhu Chen down this way. People already had an idea about Zhao Hai's strength, but after seeing Zhao Hai send out 50-layer formations in an instant, they couldn't help but re-evaluate him. There was no longer any trace of doubt towards Zhao Hai. Their fight went on for an hour, and throughout this span of time, Zhao Hai's offense never got weaker. Zhu Chen actually couldn't bear the pressure and was forced to drink a restoration potion. However, the restoration was slowed with the rate of his consumption. Zhu Chen was quickly pushed into a corner. He didn't have any opportunity to counterattack. On the other hand, Zhao Hai didn't drink any potions until now. One could see from this point that he was stronger than Zhu Chen. Zhu Chen also knew that he could no longer go on with this fight. Because of this, he immediately announced his surrender. Chapter 1191 to 1198. Chapter 1191. Final Four. The Final Four were finally revealed. They were Zhao Hai, Streep, Zhuangli, and Lazy Ocean. This time, drawing a bye wasn't needed. But after they were selected, the four were given a few days of rest. What happened next was the battle between the 5th to the 25th place. This would make the battle between the four the highlight of the qualifier. Zhao Hai paid attention to the battle for the 5th to the 25th place. After all, Sunf and the others were among the participants, and the result was satisfactory. Sunf, Dongfang Yu, and Li Kuangren placed in the top 10. Li Kuangren was 6th, Dongfang Yu was 8th, and Sunf was 10th. Although the battle for the 5th to 25th place was very heated, the climax of the qualifiers, the battle between the top four, had yet to happen. The ranking competition for the 5th to 25th place used up 3 days. Zhao Hai used these days to watch the competition, and after each event, the brothers would go and have a drink. The time was spent merrily. The past several days also allowed Zhuangli and the others to understand Li Kuangren more. It was quite obvious that Li Kuangren had quite a fiery temperament. Moreover, not only was he hot-headed, he was the type of person who would give a person a beating right then and there. But generally speaking, this kind of character made Li Kuangren straightforward and likable. There was no right or wrong in his eyes, only something he accepted and didn't accept. Even if it was he was an emperor, as long as he agrees to something, then anything could work. Even if you took his axe in exchange for wine, he wouldn't say anything and would just laugh about it. If such a person fell under bad hands, then he would become a tool to do their bidding. But after Zhao Hai and the others came in contact with Li Kuangren, they knew that Li Kuangren's family weren't bad people. Finally, the day tens of thousands of people were waiting for had arrived. It was the start of the battle between the top four. The first battle immediately began. It was Streep versus Zhuangli. Upon seeing this matchup, everyone in the stands became excited. Streep was the first among the 10 great experts. He was the person most people expected to gain first place in the competition. He was also handsome and polite, making him very famous in the machine field. On the other hand, Zhuangli was second among the 10 great experts. His fighting strength was formidable, and with his tall and strong appearance, he was also a dream man for quite a few women. Moreover, he was the sole warrior among the top four. This made him very famous among the warriors. This was a collision between the first and second great experts. Sparks were flying in all directions. This caused everyone to be excited. The competition between the top four couldn't compare to any other ranking tournament. Because of this, the fight needed to be more formal. After the fighters were selected, both sides were given half an hour to prepare before they would fight. At this time, Zhuangli was sitting down as he looked at the faraway Streep. Streep also saw Zhuangli, but he just smiled and nodded. His demeanor was very polite. Although Zhuangli was repulsed by Streep, he also knew that there were a lot of people looking at them at this time, so he didn't lose his temper and just smiled and returned Streep's nod. Zhao Hai looked at Zhuangli's action and couldn't help but smile. Then he whispered to Zhuangli's ear, "Boss Zhuang, you need to be careful. I've received some information in the past few days. Streep is strange." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhuangli became curious, so he asked, "Strange? What's strange about him?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I suspect that Streep has experienced a lucky encounter. I've been looking into his battles in the past few days. His magic formations are just ordinary ones, but their attacking power is very powerful. I think he has something that could make his spells stronger than normal. So you need to be extra careful when you fight him." When Zhuangli heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded and said, "All right, I got it. Don't worry, I'll be careful." Zhao Hai nodded. Half an hour quickly passed by. Zhuangli and Streep proceeded towards the arena. When the two stepped into the arena, their expressions couldn't help but turn serious. The bell rang, marking the beginning of the fight. However, neither participant made a move. They knew that the other party couldn't be taken lightly, so they were very careful. Both of Zhongli's hammers were already in his hands. Streep had also set up a defensive formation for himself, but at the moment, none of the two made a move. This caused a deafening silence to descend on the entire stadium. After 5 minutes, Zhongli finally roared and then waved his sledgehammer and sent sword chi towards Streep. Streep was also able to respond quickly. He used a 10-layer formation to meet this attack. The battle had started. Zhongli's attack had been disrupted, but this time he didn't try to corner Streep like he did with Zhang King. Instead, he sent sword chi at a distance while also minding his defenses. Streep was also being very careful. He sent 5 and 10-layer formations forward while at the same time he uses formations to protect himself. The fight between the two was very strange. Nothing happened in the first 5 minutes, but after Zhongli moved, everything exploded like dynamite. Both attacked with all of their strength, hoping to end the fight sooner. Zhongli's thunderous attacks were fully unleashed. Each hammer chi was sent over with all of his power. But at this point, Zhongli began to realize what Zhao Hai said. Streep's attacks were indeed strange. He had fought ice mages before. Although the spells fired by these ice mages were strong, these spells could still be blocked by battle chi. These spells were never a threat. However, Streep's magic was different. Even if these spells were blocked by battle chi, there was a slight pinch of cold strands going straight to the opponent's body. This would cause one to spend some effort to resolve these strands, cutting one's focus towards attacking. In the beginning, Zhongli didn't care much about these cold strands. He thought that the small amounts wouldn't do anything to him. But as more of these cold strands entered his body, Zhongli discovered that they were beginning to wreak havoc inside his body. This caused Zhongli to waste battle chi in order to eradicate these strands. Zhongli became more cautious. However, he was slowly falling behind. Streep wasn't Zhu Chen whose attacks were weak. Whether it be offense or defense, Streep was equally strong in each aspect. As the fight reached the 1-hour mark, Zhao Hai began to wrinkle his brow. Dong Fengyu and the others' faces were also quite ugly. Zhongli was now clearly at a disadvantage. There was no hope for him to win. If this was a real-life situation, then Zhongli might use other methods. However, they were forbidden to hurt their enemy in the arena. Because of this, Zhongli's hands and feet were essentially tied. After another hour of battle, Zhongli discovered that there was no longer any point to this fight. So after thinking about this, he finally stopped and admitted defeat. Once Zhongli got down from the arena, Zhao Hai looked at him as he smiled and said, "Boss Zhong, are my suspicions correct?" Zhongli nodded and said, "He's indeed strange, very strange. His attacks has something other than spiritual chi. Other mages don't have it. It should be something that doesn't exist, but it did." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "This Streep certainly experienced a luck encounter. But Boss Zhong, rest assured, I'll teach him a lesson when we meet later on." Zhongli smiled and said, "If it was a real fight, then I might not be afraid of that fellow. But since we're at the arena, I'm limited by what I can do." This caused him to have an advantage. Zhao Hai gave a nod. At this time, he was preparing for the next battle. This time, there was no need to draw on who the two participants were. There were only two remaining people, Zhao Hai and Lazy Ocean. Half an hour passed in a blink of an eye, and Zhao Hai began walking to the arena. But when Zhao Hai arrived, he discovered that Lazy Ocean wasn't there. Zhao Hai waited for several minutes before seeing Lazy Ocean slowly walking over. Zhao Hai just calmly waited for Lazy Ocean. Even after he entered the arena and the shields got up, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He knew that if he got angry now, Lazy Ocean's plan would succeed. When Lazy Ocean saw that Zhao Hai kept silent and hasn't made any noise, he couldn't help but be surprised. However, he still smiled and said, "Zhao Hai, it's been hard for you to reach this place. How about you admit defeat so that you can avoid losing too badly?" Zhao Hai looked at Lazy Ocean, unsure if Lazy Ocean was extremely arrogant or was just overly good-natured. After reaching this point, even if Zhao Hai wasn't strong, there was no way for him to surrender. Otherwise, it would be hard for him to enter social circles in the machine field. Also, Lazy Ocean was talking as though he was giving Zhao Hai the privilege to surrender. This caused Zhao Hai to be speechless. Seeing that Zhao Hai remained silent, Lazy Ocean's expression turned unhappy. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "What, you don't want to surrender? Don't give me that expression. I think highly of you, so I gave you the opportunity to surrender. If you don't surrender, I'll have to be impolite." Zhao Hai looked at Lazy Ocean and said, "Are we clothes?" Lazy Ocean shook his head and said, "We aren't close." Zhao Hai nodded and then he said, "Then did we know each other before? Or do you know Boss Zhuang and the others? Do we have any connection with each other?" Lazy Ocean didn't know what Zhao Hai was going for, but he still replied, "What, you want us to be friends? I already told you, we're not close. I don't know anybody you know." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, since we're not close, we're not friends either. So why do you need to give me face? Is it because you're not strong enough and just won because others gave you face, so in turn, you want to give face to others? Am I right?" When Lazy Ocean heard Zhao Hai, his face couldn't help but turn red. Then he said, "Dog fart. This Lazy Ocean ascended when he is 20 years old, and I reached level 4 in just 3 years. My talent has been widely recognized in the machine field. I don't need to give others face. Alright, since you don't accept my goodwill, then excuse me for being impolite." You don't know how fierce this Lazy Ocean could get. After he said that, Lazy Ocean waved his hand and released a 10-layer formation that shot ice arrows towards Zhao Hai. These arrows were very fast, evidently passing through a wind element formation. Zhao Hai didn't really care about it as he smiled and then waved his hand, releasing a 5-layer formation. This formation turned into a shield that protected his body, keeping the ice arrows off. After the shield appeared, Zhao Hai waved his hand once more, releasing a 10-layer formation that produced a fire dragon that went straight towards Lazy Ocean. Lazy Ocean coldly snorted. Then he released another 10-layer formation that produced a contrasting ice dragon. When the fire and ice dragons met, it looked like a real fight between two dragons as they bit and clawed each other. After Zhao Hai launched his fire dragon, he immediately sent his 10,000 fiery arrows towards Lazy Ocean. Lazy Ocean was somewhat startled. Now that the fire and ice dragon were in a dogfight, they demanded strict control over them. Lazy Ocean's ice dragon also needed all of his spiritual force to control it. There simply was not enough spare spiritual force to release another spell. And now, Zhao Hai actually sent another spell. This only meant that Zhao Hai was stronger than Lazy Ocean. With this thought in mind, Lazy Ocean's expression couldn't help but turn ugly. He had been called a genius ever since he was very little. This caused an arrogant and conceited attitude to bloom inside him. Now that he saw someone more talented than him, how could he easily accept it? Lazy Ocean immediately let go of his control over the ice dragon. Then he quickly released a 10-layer formation that exploded and transformed into 5 huge ice shields, guarding Lazy Ocean in all directions. And right after this, Lazy Ocean was heard muttering an incantation as well as making hand gestures. He was planning to unleash advanced level magic. Zhao Hai looked at this and just smiled. Then he waved his hand, releasing another 10-layer formation. A huge ice cone flew out of the formation. Then soon after the ice cone materialized, winds surrounded it, causing it to spin like a giant drill bit. Zhao Hai waved his hand again, causing the ice drill to head straight towards Lazy Ocean. Lazy Ocean's ice shield soon met with the drill. However, the drill just paused for a moment before it punched a hole through Lazy Ocean's shield and then shot towards its target. Lazy Ocean, who was still making hand gestures, was taken aback. He immediately stopped casting his spell as he retreated. But at this moment, he suddenly felt heat coming from behind him. Chapter 1192, Defeating the Genius. When Lazy Ocean felt the heat on his back, he couldn't help but get startled. Then he turned his head to see the fire dragon that had fought against his ice dragon. He didn't notice it going behind him and was now opening its mouth to wait for him to come over. As soon as Lazy Ocean stopped, the ice cone immediately appeared in front of him. Lazy Ocean could already feel the coldness on his face. Ice and fire on both directions. He was in a dilemma. Lazy Ocean knew that he had already lost. He didn't think Zhao Hai could still control his fire dragon in this scenario. Although Lazy Ocean didn't see how the fire dragon went behind him, he was sure that the fire dragon moved right after he extinguished his ice dragon. This only meant that Zhao Hai could control 3 spells at the same time. Lazy Ocean's thought was correct. Zhao Hai could in fact maintain 3 spells at the same time. In fact, Zhao Hai can maintain more than 3. It was just that using 3 spells was enough for Lazy Ocean. When Lazy Ocean gave up control over his ice dragon, Zhao Hai continued controlling his fire dragon and had it go behind Lazy Ocean. This was done while Lazy Ocean was casting his spells, so he wasn't paying attention to the fire dragon. Because of this, Lazy Ocean was successfully trapped by Zhao Hai. Even if Lazy Ocean didn't admit his defeat, it was already clear that Zhao Hai had won. Therefore, Zhao Hai withdrew his ice cone as well as fire dragon. The referee also declared that it was Zhao Hai's win. Lazy Ocean had a difficult expression as he was looking at Zhao Hai. He didn't expect to lose this match. To be honest, he didn't look down on Zhao Hai nor did he despise him. The reality was because he was jealous of Zhao Hai. Lazy Ocean had always been called a genius. Some even tell him that he was a genius among geniuses. But compared to Zhao Hai, Lazy Ocean was nothing. Ascending less than 1 year ago but already managed to reach level 4. Lazy Ocean took 3 years to attain this achievement. His jealousy towards Zhao Hai caused Lazy Ocean to wear an arrogant appearance before the battle. The reason for this has something to do with his character as well as his intent to make Zhao Hai lose to him in front of many people. This way, he could prove that he was the most talented among the beginners. Although he had seen Zhao Hai's previous battles, he still believed that Zhao Hai couldn't match him. But now, not only did Zhao Hai defeat him, Zhao Hai managed to do so without much difficulty and in less than 20 minutes. Even compared to the battles for the top 25, a fight lasting less than 20 minutes was still considered short. Let alone in the semi-finals, 20 minutes was too short. Lazy Ocean could almost feel the sky falling down on him. Zhao Hai noticed Lazy Ocean's reaction, but he didn't have the mood to comfort him at this time. He wasn't related to Lazy Ocean and both of them didn't have any connections to speak of. There was no need for Zhao Hai to be charitable. So after the result was announced, Zhao Hai just walked off the arena. Upon returning to where Zhongli and the others were, Zhongli gave Zhao Hai a large hug as he laughed and said, "Good job, kid. That was beautiful. This is the shortest semi-finals I have seen. Ha ha ha." Dongfeng Yu also laughed and said, "I also didn't expect the fight to be this short. That was beautiful, little Hai." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's nothing. Maybe it's just because Lazy Ocean didn't take me seriously. But Boss Zhuang, you're going to fight Lazy Ocean next. I haven't fully tested his abilities so you need to be careful." Zhuangli smiled and said, "Rest assured, I'll win." Dongfeng Yu and the others smiled. They didn't leave the stadium yet since the battle for the 3rd and 4th position would happen soon. Lazy Ocean and Zhongli would fight after half an hour of recovery. As for the finals, it would be held the next day. Half an hour quickly went past. Zhongli already arrived on the arena but Lazy Ocean seems to be taking his time. But it was obvious that Lazy Ocean wasn't being intentionally late this time. Instead, he had yet to recover from his loss. His thoughts were still mixed up. The bell rang and Zhongli and Lazy Ocean's battle began. However, Lazy Ocean's actions seemed to be limited by something, making him use only 60% of his true power. This allowed Zhongli to win the battle. To be honest, Lazy Ocean's level wasn't just this. His confidence had been seriously damaged when he was defeated by Zhao Hai. This caused him to behave abnormally. Otherwise, Zhongli wouldn't have won this easily. After all, Lazy Ocean was a mage of 2 elements. Now that Zhongli and Lazy Ocean's battle was done, the qualifiers was nearing its end. The next day, the last battle of the competition would happen, Zhao Hai vs Streep. This was a battle between the machine field's most powerful beginner and the qualifier's dark horse. Everyone had their own guess as to who would end up winning in the end. In the eyes of the machine field's people, even if Zhao Hai had been performing well, it would still take some time for him to surpass Streep. Zhao Hai finished his battles in a relaxed manner and he didn't use any items. However, Streep was the same. He had yet to use any items. Moreover, Streep managed to easily defeat his opponents. The only exception was his fight with Zhongli where he exerted a bit of effort. But nevertheless, Streep managed to breeze through the qualifiers. Now that the two were going to meet, it would be a battle between a dragon and a tiger. Although Zhao Hai had gained a lot of supporters, there were a lot more people who were rooting for Streep. Since Zhao Hai could see that Streep's attacks weren't ordinary, Other people could naturally see it as well. One shouldn't underestimate the people from the machine field. They weren't fools. All who had some knowledge could see that Streep's attacks were different compared to others. And just like Zhao Hai, all of them were thinking that Streep managed to have a lucky encounter. The next day quickly arrived. Since it was the last and most important day of the qualifiers, there were even more people in the stadium. There were also some honored and distinguished people who came to watch the battle. Kajo and Ispars were naturally present. Besides the two, Luke and Margaret were in the stands. The group all had smiles on their faces. They didn't have any trace of worry at all. In fact, the progress that Zhao Hai made was satisfactory enough. Even if Zhao Hai was defeated, they wouldn't be disappointed. After all, the progress that Zhao Hai made was Ashley family's best record. Zhao Hai's placement would give the Ashley family a huge benefit. They could use Zhao Hai's progress to develop the family as well as gain new allies. Being able to draw the Fire Temple, Wu family, and the Yan family was already enough to offset being enemies with the Zhang family. Because of this, Kajo and the others were in a very happy mood, causing them to have wide smile whenever they meet people they were acquainted with. These acquaintances were also smiling whenever they meet the Ashley family. Even if they weren't that close, they would still say a few good words. The machine field's people were practical. The Ashley family would receive great benefits and could share it with other people. With the Ashley family's foundation, they would use these benefits to develop the family as well as their relationships. It was a good time to establish a good relationship with the Ashley family. Time quickly went past and it was already 9 o'clock. The bell of the stadium rang, making everyone settle themselves down. Zhao Hai didn't move and just stayed in his seat. The match was scheduled for 10 o'clock, so there was still an hour left. This hour would be used to prepare for his battle with Streep. But since they couldn't just make people wait in the stadium, there would be performances to pad out the time. This would be Zhao Hai's first time seeing live artistic performances in the machine field. There were a lot of performances set up. There were dances, songs, and even theatrical shows. All of these performers learned martial arts. Their moves were very delicately arranged and there were even mages at the side to assist in making gorgeous and beautiful magical visuals in the background. Since Zhao Hai didn't need to prepare anything, he just used this 1 hour to enjoy the performances. He was quite relaxed. Terry was also very relaxed. The two weren't tensed, making everyone else feel awkward. Before long, the bell rang once more. The performances stopped. Zhao Hai looked at the time and it was 10 minutes before the battle. Zhao Hai couldn't help but look at Streep. Streep was calmly sitting in place while talking to another person. There was no anxiety seen on his face at all. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He could understand why Streep was so confident. Streep's attacks contain a special energy. This would no doubt give anyone confidence in winning. Streep must have thought that nobody would be able to defeat him at this level. So even if Zhao Hai was strong, Streep still believed that he would win. Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh deep inside. He was afraid that he might kill Streep if he used his astral chi. Zhao Hai believed that his astral chi was stronger than Streep's unknown energy. The reason for Zhao Hai's confidence was the results of his analysis. He asked Zhongli in detail regarding his battle with Streep, and after running the information through the Spaces scanner, Zhao Hai reached this conclusion. From the Spaces analysis, Streep's unknown energy should be a variant similar to evil chi. However, his energy wasn't as strong as evil chi. He could increase the energy he could send by increasing the frequency of his attacks. However, this increment couldn't be large, which made it worse than evil chi or astral chi. Because of this conclusion, Zhao Hai could rest assured. He didn't want to exert too much strength in dealing with Streep. Zhao Hai wanted to hide his trump cards as much as possible. Chapter 1193, A Huge Move. Clang. After a melodious ring, Zhao Hai and Streep proceeded towards the arena. Once the two were on the arena, the shields went up. The two stood opposite of each other 100 meters away. Terry, with his ever-present confident smile, looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, I have known about you all this time. Being able to compare notes with you at this moment is truly an honor." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and then returned the greeting as he said, "Mr. Streep is too polite. I've long admired the person in the first place among the 10 great experts. I'm very lucky to be able to exchange 1 or 2 spells with you. If one just looks at them, they wouldn't look like two people who were going to fight. Instead, they looked like two friends who liked each other and were having a nice discussion. Naturally, none of the two believed what the other said. Those who took the other party's words seriously were certainly fools. At this time, the bell rang, signifying the start of the Realm Qualifiers Finals. As soon as he heard the bell, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Mr. Streep, the battle has begun. Excuse me for being impolite. I'll be making my move first." Although Zhao Hai was talking to Streep, his defense didn't relax at all. He had an uncomfortable feeling towards Streep. Despite Streep's nice and polite way of talking, Zhao Hai never had the inclination to be friends with him. This was due to the uncomfortable feeling that he had been experiencing all this time. It always told him to stay far away from Streep. Streep was also quite stunned by Zhao Hai. Actually, he was paying attention to Zhao Hai in the past few days. Zhao Hai had formidable strength even with him having ascended less than a year ago. In that short time, he was able to become a level 4 mage. Moreover, he managed to succeed in pursuing the Ashley family's young miss, making it possible for him to become a core member of the family. Most importantly, in just a very short time, he was able to become friends with Zhongli, Dongfang Yu, Sun F, and even Li Kuangren. It was clear that Zhao Hai was an extremely skilled person, and such a person was talking polite towards him, which made Streep's heart even more cautious. So upon hearing Zhao Hai, Streep stared. Then his expression turned serious as he said, "Mr. Zhao Hai is too polite. We'll have to exchange blows eventually. Please proceed." Zhao Hai looked at Streep's eyes, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right. Then allow me to be impolite." Then Zhao Hai made his move and released a 5-layer formation that sent out a fire dragon towards Streep. Streep looked at Zhao Hai's attack and then moved his hand to release a 10-layer formation. This formation appeared to be a huge machine gun. It sent out a barrage of ice cones towards the approaching fire dragon. Naturally, Streep knew about Zhao Hai's multicasting abilities. He knew that if he used an ice dragon to combat the fire dragon, then he would only be the one losing the exchange. Therefore he changed his battle plan and decided to just shoot ice cones towards the fire dragon. It was much easier to cast and operate. He would just adjust the direction in order to deal with Zhao Hai's fire dragon. This was the best way to deal with this situation. When Zhao Hai saw Streep's response, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he waved his hand and released his 10,000 fiery arrows. At this point, his fire dragon had already been shot down by Streep's ice cones. When Streep saw Zhao Hai's 10,000 fiery arrows, he immediately erected a giant 10-layer formation ice shield in front of him. This managed to keep Zhao Hai's arrows at bay. But this time, Zhao Hai's attack turned more violent. He used 2 offensive spells at the same time to attack Streep. However, Streep wasn't just any other mage. After he blocked Zhao Hai's 10,000 fiery arrows, he immediately countered. It must be said that Streep's spiritual force was very formidable, and since the ice shield was just there, he spent little to no effort to maintain it. This allowed Streep to use another magic with ease. Streep had naturally realized that Zhao Hai was a severe threat. He wanted to deal with Zhao Hai as soon as possible. Because of this, while he supported his ice shield, he muttered an incantation while performing hand seals. His seals were very quick and before long he had completed his incantation. Streep pointed towards Zhao Hai and said, "Extreme cold, permafrost, bind." Right after Streep said that, the entire arena was suddenly shrouded with white fog. This white fog was quite overbearing. Everything that was touched by this fog was immediately turned into ice. The arena was no exception. One must know that Streep's extreme cold, permafrost spell was a 100-layer formation. It was certainly very formidable. Zhao Hai saw this and knew that the spell was powerful. He waved both of his hands and then released 10-layer formation fire dragons from both of them. Lifelike dragons emerged from the formations. But this time, they didn't attack Streep. Instead, they circled Zhao Hai and revolved around him. Streep saw this and couldn't help but smile. He believed that his spell wasn't that easy to break. This spell wasn't only a level 4 formation with hundreds of layers, it also had a lot of yin energy added to it. This yin energy was Streep's biggest trump card. He depended on this energy to become the first of the 10 great experts. If not for this yin energy, then he wouldn't even be able to become one of the 10 great experts. Just like what Zhao Hai saw, even if Streep was a genius, his talent still fell short compared to Lazy Ocean and Zhuangli. His formations were very common even if he was able to obtain secret formation sets. But after yin energy was added to these formations, their attacking power greatly increased. This allowed Streep to be very powerful among the beginners. Ever since he discovered the uses of yin energy, Streep continued to collect it all these years, and as he collected more and more yin energy, his magic formations became stronger and stronger, and in the past 2 years, no mage nor warrior of his generation were able to match him. Because of this, he became very confident in his spells. He believed that Zhao Hai's fire dragons would never be able to hold the permafrost spell back. But much to Streep's surprise, after the white mist got in contact with the fire dragons, it began to dissipate. Although the fire dragons got smaller in the process, they still managed to hold off against the permafrost spell. Upon seeing this outcome, Streep's eyes became round. This was the first time he saw someone block his permafrost spell using a 10-layer formation. One must know that whenever fire magic was used to fight against permafrost in the past, both the fire spell as well as its user would be frozen. This was the first time where the permafrost was blocked by a fire element spell. After releasing more than 10 fire dragons, Zhao Hai stopped. Then he began whispering incantations and then making head seals. Actually, Zhao Hai's actions were just for show. He didn't need to mutter any incantations nor do any head seals. This was because the formations had already been recorded by the space. He could use them whenever he wants. However, he needed people to see that he was still casting spells and doing hand gestures. Otherwise, people would probably turn crazy knowing that he could cast 100 or 1000 layered formation sets instantaneously. How long has it been since Zhao Hai ascended? Being able to reach level 4 in less than a year was already monstrous enough. If he shows that he could release a 1000 layer formation instantaneously, he would no longer be seen as a monstrous talent, he would be seen as a monster. After whispering and making hand gestures for some time, Zhao Hai proceeded to release his magic. Wind breathes fire, fire rides the wind, raging inferno, burn. Along with Zhao Hai's declaration, fire began to shoot up into the sky. Then with him as the center, a fiery tornado appeared. The winds helped the fire to turn intense almost instantly. The tornado swallowed the fire dragons in before heading towards Streep's location. The permafrost spell launched by Streep was broken the instant the fire tornado came into being. When Streep saw this, his expression couldn't help but change. He quickly waved his hand and muttered some words. Before long, a more than 100-layer formation appeared in front of him as he said, "Ice as the body and water as blood. Ice dragon, roar." When Streep's voice fell, the formation consisting of hundreds of layers in front of him suddenly shook as a dragon roar was heard. Then a huge blue being came out of the formation. It was a giant dragon with a height of 100 jong 333 meters. When the dragon appeared, it immediately clashed with Zhao Hai's fire tornado. Boom! The entire arena shook. Meanwhile, the shields surrounding it began to develop cracks. It looks like it would split at any moment. When the referee saw this, he was greatly surprised. Then he immediately called over several mages in order to repair the shield. This allowed the shield to stabilize and not break. But due to the large explosion, the inside of the arena became hazy. Nobody could see what was going on inside. However, there weren't any sounds of fighting heard, which made people feel relieved. Although the sound of the explosion was very loud, the spells used by the two participants were very dazzling. This caused the spectators to cheer. Even after seeing the arena's shield crack, none of them left the area. Instead, their eyes were locked into the battle, although nothing could be seen at this time. Chapter 1194. The peak. The fog on the arena quickly dissipated and two shadows could be seen. One figure was on the left while the other was on the right. Both were about 100 meters away from each other. It looked like none of them moved from their initial positions. In fact, this was exactly what happened. Ever since the battle started, the two just sent their magic without moving. This also showed how evenly matched the two were. After the fog completely dispersed, people could finally see the two combatants. What they saw caused an uproar. This was because the participants on the stage were in completely different states. Zhao Hai was still calmly standing in place. His robes were in perfect condition. He looked like he didn't undergo a fight. On the other hand, Streep looked somewhat in distress. His robes were burned in a few spots. Moreover, his hair had been burned. There were black marks on his face. He looked very pitiful in his current appearance. This was also the reason why the people were in an uproar. This was because most of them thought that Streep was stronger than Zhao Hai. But now, it seems like Zhao Hai was the more powerful one. Streep was aware of his own situation, and he stared at Zhao Hai with a burning gaze. He had always cared about his image and he didn't expect Zhao Hai to place him in such a situation. What annoyed him more was the fact that Zhao Hai looked basically untouched. Streep began to form a hatred towards Zhao Hai. He hated Zhao Hai for embarrassing him. He also hated Zhao Hai for being stronger than him. And lastly, he hated Zhao Hai for defeating him. However, Streep was also a cunning man. He knew that he could no longer do anything to Zhao Hai in this arena. Therefore, he took a deep breath to calm his mood. Then he bowed and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai's strength is really extraordinary. You have my sincere admiration. I admit defeat." Then he turned his head to the referee to announce his surrender. When the referee saw Streep's signal, he immediately opened the arena's shield while at the same time announcing the winner. The Machine Field's Realm Qualifier champion is Zhao Hai. Holding second place is Streep. When the referee announced the result, the stadium was in an uproar. There were a lot of people who were cursing Streep for admitting his defeat. This was because Streep just made them lose a lot of money. Seeing Streep surrender, Zhao Hai couldn't help but get surprised. Then an intrigued smile bloomed on his face. Naturally, he could see the killing intent in Streep's eyes. Zhao Hai just didn't expect Streep to give up this early. Of course, Zhao Hai wasn't so naive to believe that Streep would let him off just like that. Streep just decided to endure, so that his retaliation would be bigger. Streep's revenge would certainly be fierce. He might even be planning on killing Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai wasn't afraid of Streep. If Streep really decided to kill him, then that would give him a reason to kill Streep. When the referee announced that Zhao Hai had officially become the Realm Qualifier's champion, the whole stadium immediately resounded with cheerful music. All kinds of magical fireworks flew up into the sky. Zhao Hai remained standing in the arena as he bowed in all directions. Actually, Zhao Hai didn't need to do that, but his actions gained him the admiration of the audience. Soon enough, people were standing up to give Zhao Hai applause. On the reserved seats, Kajo was wiping away his tears. The Ashley family will gain a lot from Zhao Hai becoming the champion, and these gains didn't only come from the tournament's prize. Since Zhao Hai was the largest dark horse of the qualifiers, Kajo made use of it to bet on him. After each victory, the Ashley family's winnings became bigger and bigger. Kajo knew that the Ashley family's opportunity to rise up has arrived. The current Ashley family was too vulnerable. They didn't have that much territory, manpower, resources, and allies. If they didn't aim to increase their status at this time, then it would truly be a huge waste. The award ceremony came immediately after. There was nothing special about it. The prize they sent Zhao Hai wasn't to his liking, so they negotiated the entire afternoon before the event formally finished. Once everything was done, Zhao Hai wanted to have a drink with Zhongli and the others. However, he was stopped by Kajo and was asked to prepare to attend a party that evening. Zhao Hai knew that this was something he couldn't avoid, so he agreed. However, he told Zhongli and the others that they would be drinking the next day. Then after that, Margaret and Zhao Hai returned to the Ashley family's building. When they returned, they immediately went to their room and then entered the space. Laura and the others welcomed them with happy faces. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Congratulations, Brother Hai." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What's there to congratulate about? It's just the realm qualifiers, right? Did you monitor Streep's situation?" Laura nodded and said, "Rest assured, he's under surveillance. But this man is really shameless." The moment he returned to his room, he immediately went and looked for a woman. While Laura said this, her face turned red. It seems like Streep did something that shouldn't be looked into. When Zhao Hai heard Laura, he couldn't help but knit his brows as he said, "He's looking for a woman." It seems like Streep's strange energy had something to do with the female gender. Continue paying attention to him. Of course, don't look at him when he's with a woman, otherwise, I'll be jealous. Laura and the others twisted Zhao Hai's sides immediately after he said that. However, Zhao Hai just laughed it out before leading everyone in. After taking a bath, He returned to the living room to see that Laura and the others were doing something. Zhao Hai went behind him to see what they were doing on the computer. From what he could see, they were designing clothes that would look good for him to wear. When Zhao Hai saw this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It must be said that Zhao Hai didn't care much about what he was wearing. Normally, he would just use his transforming garment that turned into mage robes. This mage robe looked ancient and ordinary. It was just black and not anything special. However, this didn't sit well with Laura and the others. In their eyes, Zhao Hai's fashion sense was very bad. And this time, clothing was very important. He would meet distinguished people in the party, so he needed to look special when facing them. Zhao Hai just smiled and went along with what they were doing. He didn't want to be the one to take care of this. He usually prioritized comfort when it came to his clothing. But if he were to attend a formal occasion, he needs to wear formal clothes, otherwise he would lose face. Zhao Hai sat on one side drinking tea while Laura and the others were discussing about what he should wear. His heart couldn't help but enter tranquility. This was what he yearns most in life, a life with no disputes. It can be said that once women discussed clothing, their spirits would reach an astonishing degree. Time passed, 2 hours, 3 hours, and they were still discussing. They had already selected one outfit, but they seemed to think that there was still something better, so they kept discussing. Zhao Hai didn't care much about it. Now that Kazhou was preparing for the party, nobody went to look for him all this time, and they also didn't want to disturb him. Zhao Hai comfortably changed the space's monitor to look at Streep. At this time Streep was currently practicing. The woman that Laura and the others talked about was no longer there. Actually, Streep wasn't injured at all. He was just ruffled up. Zhao Hai didn't dare hurt Streep, or else he would have to give up being first place. Zhao Hai didn't dare to do such a thing. There were other opportunities to deal with Streep outside of the arena. But while Zhao Hai fought against Streep, he released a very thin silver needle and inserted it into Streep's scalp. At that time, Streep was so focused on fighting that he didn't notice pain that was only a bit stronger than a mosquito bite. Moreover, Zhao Hai's silver needle can't turn soft, so when it pricked Streep's scalp, it immediately turned soft, disguising itself as white hair. Streep's hair was blue, so it was able to hide the silver hair much better. Because of this, Zhao Hai believed that his silver needle wouldn't be discovered. After watching Streep, Zhao Hai changed the monitor's display to the machine fields channels. There were movies, TV series, and news. There were a lot of content to watch. Upon seeing the content of the news, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because it was currently showing the awarding ceremony. He was there bowing to the audience. Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he looked at himself turning to face the audience. But this time, Laura suddenly shouted, "Brother Hai, turn the volume up. We want to hear what they are saying." Zhao Hai turned his head and saw that Laura and the others were also watching the news. Their eyes turned bright upon seeing him in the monitor. Zhao Hai smiled and then waved his hand to increase the volume of the television. Zhao Hai ascended less than a year ago, but he has already become a level 4 mage. He's a genius in cultivation, and through his indisputable strength, he managed to get the first place in the Machine Fields qualifiers. He is the Machine Fields' pride, the might of the realm. Hearing these praises, Zhao Hai couldn't help but bitterly smile. He didn't expect the Machine Fields television program to be so polite while talking about him. Laura and the others were looking at the monitor with great interest, but after hearing the discussion for some time, they finally got bored. Zhao Hai looked at them and then said, "Are you done picking what I should wear?" As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, Laura and the others immediately took out a laptop and then faced it towards Zhao Hai. Of the thousands of clothes present, they were finally able to settle on one. Zhao Hai inspected the clothing. It was a black robe with silver embroidery. It was gorgeous but not flamboyant. Moreover, its style was different than normal mage robes. Inside was a long gown that was like a robe but was divided into a top and a bottom. It was covered by a buttonless robe that had a sort of windbreaker. It looked very charming. Zhao Hao nodded and said, "That looks very good." "Margaret, how about you?" "It's a party to celebrate my win, so it's natural that you're going to be my female companion." Margaret smiled and said, "I'll be wearing this." Then she showed her dress. It was also a black mage robe with silver embroidery on the upper part. Its style was very novel and attractive. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Alright, it's a pity that you can't go out in public yet, otherwise, I'll be taking all of you outside. People will surely envy me to death. Zhao Hai looked at the other clothes on the computer as he smiled towards Laura and the others. When she heard this, Laura smiled and said, "It's fine. There will be time later on. Brother Hai, you should prepare. The party is happening soon." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he changed the image on the monitor to Kajo and the others. The party would be held in the large hall of the Ashley family's building. This place was big enough to host a party. The preparations were already complete. Only some finishing touches were being done. Zhao Hai looked at the time and said, "Alright, I think I need to leave. Boss Zhuang and the others will be arriving soon. It's possible that they'll look for me first." Then at this time, Zhao Hai saw Zhuangli and the others walking over. Zhao Hai and Margaret left the space. Zhao Hai's robe already changed to the design they decided on. As for Margaret, her robe was still being made by the processing machine. Laura and the others would send it to her in her room. As for other things like jewelry and makeup, everything had already been taken care of. Margaret's hair didn't need too much work since her natural hair already matched her robes. And after all, Zhao Hai was the star of the party. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai immediately opened the door to his room. Zhuangli and the others were already waiting outside. Zhuangli, Dongfang Yu, and Li Kuangren all changed into new warrior clothing. Zhuangli also made an exception and put away his huge hammers. Sunf was also wearing new mage robes which made him look quite handsome. When the group saw Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Zhao Hai's robes were very well designed. It gave him a noble and charming aura, and at the same time, it gave people a bright feeling towards him. Zhuangli laughed and said, "Little Hai, good. Good. I didn't expect you to know how to dress well. You look like another person. You look very good. How could a kid like you look so charming?" Upon hearing this, Dongfang Yu and the others laughed. Chapter 1195, Viper Ba Dong. The night silently came. However, Machine Field Planet was a planet that never sleeps. The planet's nightlife was very rich. This was even more so today since the qualifiers just ended. Families held parties to commemorate their achievements, and the most eye-catching party of them all was of course hosted by the Ashley family. The Ashley family wasn't considered to be that big of a family in the Machine Field. Before this, it can be said that their name was unknown in the vast territory of the realm. Although the Ashley family was in good terms with other families before, these families were just medium to small-sized families. They weren't that influential in the Machine Field. In the past, whenever the Ashley family held parties and sent written invitations to powerful families, they didn't even expect them to respond. Those who participated in their parties were those from medium-small-sized families who they had good terms with. Moreover, besides those who they have a really good relationship, the other families would just send in representatives to attend. They didn't place great importance to the party. However, this time, it was different. Now that Zhao Hai had gained first place in the realm qualifiers and brought the Ashley family great benefits, the great families of the Machine Field had to give them face. This was because everyone knew that the Ashley family was on the path to becoming powerful. Having the Ashley family as a friend was much better than being their enemy. Because of this, a lot of people expressed their desire to attend the Ashley family's party. In the parking lot of the Ashley family's building were a lot of cars passing in and out. There were men and women dressed in their best attire holding crystal glasses and drinking wine inside the building's lobby. Once in a while, women's laughter could be heard in the halls. The melodious music as well as the light breeze that sent coldness to everyone, and also the absence of the sweltering heat of the day, made those present very comfortable. Kaja shuttled back and forth in the crowd to meet and talk with people he was both familiar and unfamiliar with. Dispars and Luke were the same. At this time, the three of them were the faces of the Ashley family. Zhuangli's group of four were standing in the lawn. Zhuangli looked around him and then snorted as he said, "I hate these kinds of parties the most. These are just people wearing masks and talking nonsense. It's very boring." Li Kuangren nodded and said, "Right. You can see that their laughs and smiles are all fake. It's better if we take Brother Zhao Hai out and then have some drinks and meet ourselves." Dongfang Yu looked at them and then he smiled and said, "Alright, stop complaining. It's already very good that we managed to attend this kind of party. Look at everyone here. Some are from powerful influences, There are also honored and famous people here. It's only because of our relationship with Little Hai that the Ashley family gave us invitations to this party. Do you really think these kinds of parties would invite people from external halls like us? Sunf nodded and said, Boss Zhuang, don't be too sad. Also, we can use this as an excuse to take Brother Hai out drinking later. Upon hearing Sunf, Zhuangli stared for a moment. Then he said, right. We can do that. I like that plan. Then it's decided. The group laughed, causing them to attract attention. However, the looks directed at them had despise mixed in. It was clear that the natives of the machine field were still looking down on ascenders. Zhuangli and the others didn't care about it. They were people who could summon wind and rain back in the lower realms. They had seen everything. Even if their status in the machine field wasn't as good as back in the lower realms, they were still geniuses that were highly valued in their respective external halls. They wouldn't care about minor matters like these. At this time, the clock struck 8. Those who were going to come had already arrived. It was also at this time that Zhao Hai and Margaret showed themselves to the guests. When the two appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Zhao Hai and Margaret were both wearing black robes that weren't too showy. However, one could see that these robes were specially made. There were places that were unique compared to other robes. Most importantly, the designs of the two robes were specially made so that when they stood together, their clothes would blend in with each other. At this point, even blind people could see that they were a couple. Seeing Zhao Hai come out, everyone came to give him their greetings. Zhao Hai also received each person with great politeness, and to everyone's surprise, Zhao Hai was able to say their names casually as if they had met before. Achieving this feat wasn't easy. This was because everyone present here could affirm that this was their first meeting with Zhao Hai, and when the Ashley family handed over their invitations, their families didn't even say who would be coming. In other words, Zhao Hai being able to know who they were was very remarkable. Zhao Hai had participated in a lot of parties back in the lower realms. Although the environment has changed, the courtesy needed for such events didn't change much. Therefore, Zhao Hai was able to comfortably conduct himself well in this situation. Although this party was held to celebrate his victory, Zhao Hai knew that he was just an expert of the Ashley family at this time. If it wasn't for giving the Ashley family some face, then these people wouldn't have been enthusiastic in meeting him. This party's star was Zhao Hai, but the truth was actually different. He was only the face of the party. This party was a ground for powerful and influential people to mingle with themselves in both an open and covert way. Zhao Hai's purpose in this party was no different than a vase being used as decoration. After greeting everyone that needed greeting, Zhao Hai led Margaret towards where Zhuangli and the others were. Seeing the two arrive, Zhuangli smiled and said, Little Hai, I didn't expect you to be this experienced in dealing with people. Did you attend a lot of parties before? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I had time to attend these parties before. In fact, the parties are the same each time. As long as you participate in one, you'll know what to do the next time. Zhuangli couldn't help but laugh. Like Zhao Hai, he had attended parties before, so he knew what Zhao Hai was talking about. The group proceeded to talk amongst each other. On the other hand, more and more people went to talk to Kajo. After all, those who came here knew that Kajo was someone that held the trust of the Ashley family's patriarch. Moreover, he was a very powerful character. The true star of the party was actually him. Zhao Hai knew about this, so after giving his greetings, he took Margaret with him and then went to where Zhuangli and the others were. He didn't try to approach any guest and try to build a relationship with them. Time passed in a moderate manner in this event. Unknowingly, it was already 9 o'clock. At this point, Kajo had established cooperative relationships with some families. It can be said that he had received a bountiful harvest. At this time, a blue light was seen from a distant place and before long it arrived at the Ashley family's parking lot. When Kajo saw this blue light, his expression couldn't help but change. This was because he recognized this blue light. In the machine field, only one group had this specific blue light in their vehicles. It was the Water Temple. The Water Temple was one of the top powers of the Mage Alliance. The power that they held was much more than the Ashley family. Originally, the Water Temple had no enmity with the Ashley family. Sending someone to this party was equal to the temple's support of the Ashley family. Kajo should be happy about this. However, One shouldn't forget that Streep was someone from the Water Temple. If it weren't for Zhao Hai, then Streep might have gained first place. But now, Streep has been defeated by Zhao Hai. This was akin to the Ashley family having developed enmity with the Water Temple. Naturally, not wanting to offend the temple, Kajo was polite and sent an invitation. However, the temple didn't send a response. This caused Kajo to think that nobody from the temple was coming. But now, an hour into the party, the Water Temple suddenly arrived. This caused Kajo to think about the possible reasons why. When the car stopped, the door opened and two people came out. Upon seeing who came, the eyes of those present couldn't help but shrink. This was because they didn't know who the other person was. Moreover, this unknown person wasn't wearing clothes normally worn in the machine field. Instead, the man was dressed as though he was from the cultivation realm. Kajo believed his own judgment. He knew that those from the cultivation realm didn't just dress differently than those in the machine field. They also carried themselves differently. Even if someone from the machine field wore clothes from the cultivation realm, they still wouldn't be able to gain the cultivation realm's special temperament. As for the other person, Kajo knew him very well. This was the reason why Kajo's heart jumped. This person was a bishop from the Water Temple. He was named Ba Dong. However, this Ba Dong had a nickname, Viper Ba Dong. Upon hearing this nickname, one would have an idea as to what kind of person he was. Just like his nickname, Ba Dong was as venomous as a snake. As long as someone enters his sights, they wouldn't have any lucky day. When this person decides to be vicious, nothing would stop him from chasing after his enemy. He was a very hard to deal with character. It can be said that Kajo wouldn't be nervous if any other person from the Water Temple came. But after seeing Ba Dong, Kajo's heart couldn't help but tighten up. However, he still took a step forward. When he was a couple of meters away from Ba Dong, Kajo laughed and said, "I didn't expect Bishop Ba Dong to actually come. My Ashley family is incredibly honored." This Kajo expresses his gratitude. Ba Dong was tall, dark, and thin. He had no redeeming qualities. But once you look at his eyes, your body would no doubt turn uncomfortable. You could see a hint of coldness in his eyes. It was as though you were staring right into the eyes of a snake. Chapter 1196. Skyfrost Sword Li Chachan. Ba Dong looked at Kajo and slightly nodded as he said, "Kajo, congratulations on your achievement." "Right. Let me introduce you to this talented gentleman. This is Li Chachan from Extreme Cold City of the Cultivation Realm. He is also going to participate in the 6th Realm Beginner Competition. In the Cultivation Realm's qualifiers, he managed to get the 10th place." Ba Dong saying that Li Chachan was just 10th place wasn't an insult, but actually a compliment. Becoming 10th place in the cultivation realm was much more significant than being first in the machine field. It must be said that it was extremely rare for a 10th placer in one realm to be equal to a 10th place to other realms. Kajo immediately felt angry due to Ba Dong talking to him like he was talking to a junior, but after hearing Ba Dong's introduction, Kajo couldn't help but dissipate his anger. Although the machine field and the cultivation realm occasionally had friction, the two realms weren't without communication. And even if these exchanges were far and few in between, the cultivation realm always had the upper position during these events. They always took the lead. And since the 6th Realm Beginner Competition was about to begin, everyone began getting information about the talented newcomers from the cultivation realm. And Li Chachan's name was one of the names being passed around. A genius named Li Chachan, nicknamed Skyfrost Sword, ascended into Extreme Cold City 4 years ago. Although it has only been 4 years since he ascended, he was now a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Moreover, he was granted an advanced grade magic treasure by the Extreme Cold City's City Lord, an item named the Skyfrost Sword. Li Chachan relied on this sword to slowly increase his reputation. Extreme Cold City wasn't an unknown force in the cultivation realm. It was one of the more influential sects. Its disciples reached 10 million in number. Their inner disciples numbered 1 million and their core disciples were about 10,000, including their elders and other resident experts. They were no doubt one of the more powerful sects in the cultivation realm. One shouldn't look down on Extreme Cold City's 10,000 core disciples. Although they were few, They were very strong. The cultivation realm's core disciples were in a completely different level compared to the machine field's core members. Most core members in the machine field were people from the families themselves. It didn't matter if they were strong or talented, as long as they were from the family's direct lineage or members from extended families. They were allowed to become core members. Because of this system of not attaching great importance to a person's talent, the core faction of some families were very weak. But the cultivation realm was different. In the cultivation realm, everyone spoke with their strength. Before becoming foundation establishment, cultivators would be in the outer sect. Only once they reach foundation establishment would someone become part of the inner sect. If one could become gold core experts, then they would become core disciples. They would then have enough strength to face one machine field fleet. As for Li Chachan, he was able to reach foundation establishment and enter the inner sect only 4 years after ascending. This in itself was a great accomplishment. He was a rare genius. Because of this, even if Li Chachan was only in 10th place in the qualifiers, Kajo didn't dare underestimate him. He immediately gave Li Chachan a bow as he said, "So it is young hero Li. This Kajo has been disrespectful. I didn't expect young hero Li to visit our Ashley family. It's truly an honor to have you visit." Li Chachan didn't give Kajo even a little bit of face. He just snorted and said, "I heard that a genius has popped up from your family and became the champion of your qualifiers. Ha ha ha. The machine field has been getting more and more absurd. Ha 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 ha. Someone who ascended less than a year ago actually became the realm champion. You still have the face to host a party? Don't you think it's ridiculous?" Upon hearing Li Chachan, Kajo's face immediately turned ugly. Then he turned to Ba Dong and saw him just smiling and staying silent. Kajo wasn't actually angry because of Li Chachan's arrogance. The cultivators had always been like this. The reason Kajo was angry was because Li Chachan seemed discontented with Zhao Hai's achievement. If this was really the case, then he might challenge Zhao Hai. This would put Zhao Hai in danger. When he thought of this, Kajo couldn't help but get angry at the water temple even more. He didn't expect the water temple to be this malicious. Zhao Hai could use his strength to fight for the machine field in the 6 realm beginner competition. However, the water temple actually wanted to cut Zhao Hai's path prematurely. This was absolutely a short-sighted plot that didn't think about the bigger picture. Although he was seething, Kajo didn't dare show his anger. He remained polite as he answered Li Chachan, "Of course. The strength of the Ashley family can't enter the eyes of young hero Li. However, the Ashley family hasn't achieved any decent accomplishments recently, so we couldn't help but celebrate this one. I apologize for making young hero Li laugh." This wasn't because Kajo was submissive. If this was any other event, he would be impolite towards Li Chachan. After all, even if Li Chachan was a disciple of Extreme Cold City, he was still in the center. Moreover, he's from the cultivation realm. Even if Li Chachan was offended, he still couldn't do anything. In the end, this was the machine field and he was an outsider. The reason Kajo was polite was because he wanted to shift Li Chachan's attention so that he wouldn't challenge Zhao Hai. Kajo was an old fox who had been swimming in rivers and lakes for a long time. What he heard from Li Chachan wasn't good. Although Li Chachan was from the cultivation realm and that the cultivators wouldn't dare to easily wage war with the machine field, if Li Chachan used the excuse of challenge to kill Zhao Hai, then the Ashley family wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, the Ashley family couldn't declare war against Extreme Cold City. Li Chachan wasn't the fearful one. What was scary was the influence behind him. Extreme Cold City was very powerful. When the time comes, not a lot of people would support the Ashley family in going against the city. After all, nobody was willing to offend a huge power like Extreme Cold City. It can be said that the Water Temple's move was quite ruthless. Since they couldn't act against Zhao Hai, they used Li Chachan. If Li Chachan challenges Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai would have no choice but to accept. This was the custom in the machine field. The machine field had been pressed down by the cultivation realm. However, the machine field's people had their own dignity. If a cultivator killed Zhao Hai, then the machine field would certainly make a move. This was because they could claim that the cultivators were bullying the weak. However, if Zhao Hai was challenged, then Zhao Hai had to agree. If Zhao Hai refuses the challenge, then he would be bringing shame to the machine field. Because of this, Zhao Hai had to agree to Li Chachen's challenge. The machine field would rather have Zhao Hai be killed in a challenge than to have Zhao Hai bring shame to the realm. This was the pride of the machine field. The Water Temple had already settled the event. They wanted Li Chachen to step forward and challenge Zhao Hai in order to seek revenge. It seems like the Water Temple really wanted to snatch the first place position away from Zhao Hai. The Water Temple didn't get what they want, so they had to resort to these means. It was pure coincidence that Li Chachen, a disciple from the extreme cold city and a participant of the Sixth Realm beginner competition, happened to visit the Water Temple. This was because there was something he needed there, and this thing was called Heavenly Divine Water. Heavenly Divine Water was also a treasure in the cultivation realm. However, the quantity of this item wasn't a lot. This divine water was very useful for Li Chachen's cultivation. Additionally, Li Chachen was currently in a bottleneck, so he decided to go out for experience and personally get the divine water from the Water Temple. Heavenly Divine Water was also very important for the Water Temple. However, they wouldn't deny Li Chachen's request. This would make Li Chachen owe them a favor, and if Li Chachen gets stronger and achieves great results in the Sixth Realm beginner competition, Extreme Cold City would owe the Water Temple. There was no reason for the temple to refuse Li Chachen's request. Li Chachen had a similar situation to Lazy Ocean. He grew up receiving constant praise from others. Therefore, he was very proud. Ba Dong could see this, so he brought Li Chachen to the Ashley family's party so that Li Chachen would challenge Zhao Hai. Ba Dong also knew that he would bring trouble to the temple by doing this. After all, this was colluding with an outsider to deal with someone from the machine field. However, he couldn't help but do it. He really wanted to kill Zhao Hai. The reason Ba Dong was like this was because Streep became strong under his tutelage. He paid a great price so that Streep could become strong as soon as possible. Ba Dong did this so that Streep could gain first place in the qualifiers. In turn, Ba Dong's position in the temple would increase and maybe he might become an archbishop of the Water Temple one day. However, all of his efforts were destroyed by Zhao Hai. Therefore, Ba Dong hated Zhao Hai so much that when he saw Li Chachen he immediately thought of it as an opportunity. As long as Zhao Hai was removed, then everything else would be worth it. It was said that a dead genius wasn't a genius at all. As long as Zhao Hai was dead, the Ashley family wouldn't be able to do anything in the Sixth Realm beginner competition. It would then be impossible for the Ashley family to rise up. Meanwhile, Streep would still be alive, and as long as Streep could get a good score in the competition, then the Ashley family's allies would turn their heads towards the Water Temple, and Ba Dong wouldn't be in any trouble. Chapter 1197, The Covenant of Three Swords. Since he had thought of all of these consequences, Ba Dong decided to have Li Chachen take action. This explains why he was here. Although Kajo wasn't aware of the thoughts going on inside Ba Dong's mind, he knew clearly why Ba Dong was here. He was here for Zhao Hai. Because of this, Kajo had to lower his head in order to shift Li Chachen's focus away from Zhao Hai. At this time, the guests of the party also noticed the conversation between Kajo and the guests from the Water Temple. All of them looked at Ba Dong with despise. However, it seems Ba Dong didn't even notice their gazes. To Ba Dong, this was a path to no return. He didn't ask Li Chachen to deal with Zhao Hai. Instead, he took a shot against Zhao Hai's achievement. Now, even if he stopped Li Chachen from challenging Zhao Hai, Li Chachen wouldn't listen to him. Kajo's plan was good. However, Li Chachen wasn't easily deceived. Although Kajo adopted a low position, this didn't remove Li Chachen's intention to challenge Zhao Hai. Li Chachen snorted and said, "I heard that this Zhao Hai is quite arrogant. I even heard that he's looking down on cultivators. I always wanted to compete with the experts of the machine field. Since I'm here, I might as well teach him that the world is much more profound than he thinks." Upon hearing Li Chachen, everyone's vision changed from Ba Dong to Zhao Hai. Those who came here weren't fools. All of them knew that Li Chachen's presence here was certainly incited by someone, and there was no need to ask as to who this person was. since it was clearly Ba Dong. Ba Dong was from the Water Temple and Zhao Hai just snatched the qualifier's first place from Streep, who was also from the temple. Everyone felt that Ba Dong's behavior was shameless. It was clear that he wanted to kill Zhao Hai. Ba Dong was shameless enough to collude with people outside of Machine Field in order to kill someone from the same realm. However, they had to admit that this plot was quite venomous. Nobody would reject a challenge in the Machine Field. If you declined, then you would be losing face for the Machine Field and showing weakness to the other realms. Nobody in the Machine Field would want to associate with you anymore. Moreover, all of your benefits would be cancelled and your qualifications for the 6th Realm Beginner competition would be withdrawn. Because of this, despite everyone looking at Kajo with despise, people were looking at Zhao Hai in pity. However, there were even more people who looked at Zhao Hai with looks of schadenfreude. It was as if they were looking at someone who was already dead. As soon as Kajo heard Li Chachin, his body slightly shook, then his face paled. He knew that he could no longer change the situation. Not only Kajo, besides Zhao Hai and Margaret, the faces of these spars, Luke, as well as Zhuangli and the others paled in an instant. They all had the same idea as Kajo, that Zhao Hai was finished. Zhao Hai naturally knew what was going on, so he took Margaret and went to Kajo. Then he looked at Li Chachin as he smiled and said, "Is it young hero Li? He. This Zhao Hai is very honored to be able to meet you." Li Chachin looked at Zhao Hai, then he coldly snorted and said, "You're that arrogant one?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I haven't said anything like that." It seems like young hero Li has misunderstood. I had always been impressed by the power of the cultivation realm. And how can I be so stupid to say such a thing? Young hero Li is smart. You should be able to differentiate between right and wrong. And since this is the case, young hero Li should already be careful against villains who use you as a tool for their malicious plans. As soon as Li Chachin heard Zhao Hai, he immediately understood what he meant. He turned to look at Ba Dong and coldly snorted. However, he turned back to Zhao Hai and said, "You're not worthy of lecturing me. If you don't want to fight, then just tell it to me straight." This Li Chachin wouldn't want to dirty his sword with the blood of a coward. When he heard Zhao Hai's appropriate response, Kajo couldn't help but feel hope. However, Li Chachin's response quickly extinguished this hope. Kajo's face suddenly sank. He didn't expect Li Chachin to be this overbearing. Even in such circumstances, he still insisted on going after Zhao Hai. At the same time, Zhao Hai didn't expect Li Chachin to be this unreasonable. His eyes narrowed slightly. Then he smiled and said, "Since young hero Li wants to do it, then there's no reason for this Zhao Hai to disagree. Young hero Li, please decide on a time and a place." Li Chachin coldly snorted and said, "There's no need to decide on a time and place if it's a lesson. We'll do it now. As long as you can take 3 of my swords and survive, then I will let you go and wait for you in the 6th Realm Beginner competition. But if you die to my swords, then you're just getting what you deserve." Zhao Hai looked at Li Chachin's face. Then he smiled and said, "Since that is the case, then allow me to receive the power of the Skyfrost sword." Li Chachin coldly snorted. Then he waved his hand. A short sword appeared. It wasn't very long, at only about 1 meter in length. Both the blade and the handle were white. At the hilt of the sword was a sword knot. It was a sword knot that was similarly white. The moment this sword appeared, the temperature of the surrounding area immediately dropped, and after some time, the air became icy cold. Li Chachin confidently smiled as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you ready?" Zhao Hai looked at the people around them and then he said, "Young hero Li, there are too many people here. If you and I fight in this place, then innocent people would be affected. How about we find another place?" Li Chachin was also aware that the people in the party were distinguished and famous people of the Machine Field. It wouldn't be good if he injured one of them. So he coldly snorted and said, "All right. Let's go." Then he flew up and headed towards a forest nearby. Machine Field Planet had always been a large planet that was scarcely populated. Therefore, its ecological situation was very good. Despite its huge cities, each building was actually at a distance from each other. Some were even separated by several li. Therefore, there were quite a few forests nearby. This forest wasn't far away from the Ashley family's building. Actually, This forest was purposefully planted by the Ashley family. It was composed of incense trees. The seeds of these trees were known to emit bursts of pleasant scent. This scent wasn't strong, but it can calm someone's mind. It also had an effect of repelling insects. The construction cost of this forest wasn't cheap. However, nobody cared about it right now as Li Chachan and Zhao Hai flew inside it. Those among the visitors who had the ability to fly took to the skies. As for those who were unable to fly, they got into their vehicles and then hovered at a distance away from the forest. Zhuangli and the others had ugly faces as they approached the forest. Margaret also went with them. Zhuangli and the others looked at Margaret and discovered that she didn't seem to be worried at all. This caused them to feel strange. Isn't Margaret too confident in Zhao Hai? Li Kuangren couldn't help but ask Margaret, sister-in-law, aren't you worried about little Hai? His opponent is a cultivator from the cultivation realm. Margaret looked at Li Kuangren. Then she smiled and said, third brother, rest assured, Brother Hai will be fine. Have confidence in his abilities. Even if he faced a native from the cultivation realm, he still wouldn't fall. Right after Margaret said that, a cold snort was suddenly heard at the side. Margaret turned her head to see Ba Dong. Margaret's eyes couldn't help but narrow as she quickly ignored him and proceeded forward. This narrowing of the eyes was Zhao Hai's habit. He does this whenever he was dissatisfied with something. Margaret seems to have obtained it from him. Li Kuangren and the others also heard Ba Dong's cold snort. They all glared at the water temple bishop, but Ba Dong seems to be unable to notice them. Zhuangli and the others didn't do anything in retaliation. Even the impulsive Li Kuangren didn't berate Ba Dong. This was because despite his plots, Ba Dong was still a bishop of the water temple. However, they already took an oath that no matter what the outcome of Zhao Hai's battle was, they would definitely take revenge against the water temple. Zhuangli and the others haven't known Zhao Hai for a long time, but most of them were temperamental people. It can be said that it was fate for these brothers to meet. Fate was truly wonderful at times. Although they hadn't been friends for long, it was like they had been brothers for their entire lives. For Zhuangli and the others, Zhao Hai was their brother, and now, their brother has been placed in a bad situation. They couldn't get angry because their strength was still not enough. Because of this, they can only endure. At this time, Zhao Hai and Li Chachan had arrived at a spot inside the incense tree forest. They didn't step on the ground but instead hovered above. The two were separated by 100 meters. Li Chachan looked at the spectators before he tauntingly smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "It looks like your achievements hasn't been well regarded." Zhao Hai just smiled and said, "I only think about what I can deal with." Young hero Li, please begin. Li Chachan looked at Zhao Hai's expression before he coldly snorted. He held his Skyfrost sword in front of him before he waved it and announced, "Severing the mountains and rivers, first sword." Along with his declaration, the Skyfrost sword increased in size. The originally 1-meter sword became meters long. The sword also got thicker as it extended and cut towards Zhao Hai. This sword seems like an ordinary chop. However, Zhao Hai knew that this attack wasn't so simple. The Skyfrost sword chopped down from the sky, its body gently trembling. However, one shouldn't look down on this gentle shaking. This wasn't because of Li Chachan's lack of control of his sword. On the contrary, Li Chachan's mastery of the Skyfrost sword was very good. The reason the body trembled was because it was blocking Zhao Hai's routes of escape. No matter which direction Zhao Hai dodges, the sword would still be able to hit him at the shortest amount of time. It can be said that Zhao Hai would have no other way to deal with this attack other than going at it head-on. When Zhao Hai saw this, his expression changed. Then he waved his hand, taking out a silvery white mage staff. When the spectators saw this staff, they couldn't help but stare. This was because Zhao Hai never took anything out during the qualifiers. Everyone thought that this was because Zhao Hai had yet to find a staff that was compatible with him. They didn't expect Zhao Hai to actually reveal his staff at this time. This was to say that Zhao Hai hadn't used his true strength during the competition. Naturally, the staff that Zhao Hai took out was liquid silver. Zhao Hai saw the might of the Skyfrost sword and knew that it was impossible for it to be a threat to him. However, if Zhao Hai used his body tempering fist to counter the attack, then he would be showing an important aspect of his strength. Because of this, he chose to take liquid silver route instead. After taking liquid silver route, Zhao Hai immediately waved it as a layered formation appeared in front of him. This magic formation set quickly turned into a shield. At this time, Li Chachen's sword chopped down. The huge Sky Frost sword carried with it a might that could shake the heavens and the earth. It didn't take long before it hit Zhao Hai's 100-layer formation shield. Boom! A loud explosion entered everyone's ears. When the Sky Frost sword came down, everyone's heart rate increased. This was because the sword kept falling towards Zhao Hai. However, just as the sword managed to break the shield, another smaller shield took its place. The sword broke the shield again but was blocked by another smaller shield. It was at this time that people discovered that the Sky Frost sword hadn't actually broken through the first shield. Although it looked large, it was actually a formation set that produced layers upon layers of shields stacked one after another. As the sword chopped through each layer of Zhao Hai's shield, its momentum began to slow down. Some quick-minded people counted and saw the Sky Frost sword breaking through more than 60 shields. This feat was actually very amazing. It was a large shield composed of 100-layer shields stacked one after another. It wasn't easy to break even one of them, yet the Sky Frost sword managed to go through 60. After going through approximately 90 shields, the Sky Frost sword finally stopped. Everyone let out a long breath. Some couldn't help but cheer. They didn't expect Zhao Hai's formation set to block Li Chachen's formidable sword. Li Chachen's expression slightly dropped. He looked at Zhao Hai as he coldly snorted and said, "Good job. I didn't expect you to block my sword. However, you still have two more to deal with." After he said that, Li Chachen held his sword once more and chanted, "Pierce the skies, second sword." Along with his voice, the Sky Frost sword transformed into its normal form. Then Li Chachen stabbed towards Zhao Hai's direction. The sword quickly shot out as though it was going to stab the entire world at its tip. Chapter 1198, The Third Sword That Never Misses. Zhao Hai stood still as he watched the sword. It wasn't that he doesn't want to move, it was that he couldn't. Li Chachen's second sword was very formidable. It completely locked into Zhao Hai. If he moved, then the sword would follow behind him. The sword doesn't only fly in a straight line, it could also turn. Therefore, dodging would only be a waste of time. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a 100-layer formation appeared in front of him. When the formation appeared, a large sword began to materialize out of it. The sword wasn't any smaller than the first sword. The sword's body was entirely golden, glistening as it appeared. This golden sword faced the Sky Frost sword, tip to tip. Boom! The large sword and the Sky Frost sword collided. Two different swords clashing caused an unbelievable amount of energy to burst out. The explosion caused a wave that started at the center of the collision and spread outward. Whenever a tree was hit by this wave, they would immediately be uprooted. The spectators outside the forest immediately erected their shields. But since they knew that the energy that would remain when it reached them had decreased by a lot, ordinary shields were enough for protection. When the large sword collided with a Sky Frost sword, it froze over before turning into fragments. But in turn, it managed to stop the Sky Frost sword from going forward. Now that its momentum was quenched, the Sky Frost sword lost all of its imposing power. At this point, even if Li Chachen himself was to fly forward to attack Zhao Hai, the force he would add would still be insufficient. Knowing that his second attack has been rendered useless, Li Chachen's expression sank even more. Although he was used to having his attacks being blocked, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to be able to do so. He knew that the machine field's 100-layer formations were strong. However, he still didn't pay any attention towards Zhao Hai. In his mind, he only needed one sword to kill Zhao Hai on the spot. But unfortunately for Li Chachen, Zhao Hai was able to survive two swords in a row. This caused Li Chachen's face to turn ugly. Cultivators from the cultivation realm were rarely defeated by the machine field's mages and warriors. Even if the opponent wasn't a level 4 but instead a level 5, Foundation establishment experts would still be able to survive, even killing the enemy. This had something to do with how both sides cultivate. When cultivators practice, they would take in energy into their own body and then digest it in their danshan to be absorbed by their sea of energy. This would give them a supply of energy during fights, and once this energy reaches a certain level, they would liquefy. Upon successful liquefaction of energy, one would then become a foundation establishment expert, and once one's energy becomes a solid core, they would then reach core formation. As for the machine field, they practice differently than the cultivators. Warriors in the machine field mostly practice battle chi. Battle chi gave importance to tempering one's body. They would frantically exercise their body, then produce battle chi. Once battle chi was produced, they would store it in their bodies to slowly transform their physique. However, this battle chi wouldn't form a donjon. Therefore, battle chi was much more difficult to utilize compared to the chi used by the cultivators. Meanwhile, mages practice spiritual force. However, practicing spiritual force wasn't easy, and in addition, items suitable for mages were too few. Cultivators, on the other hand, had a lot of tools they could use. Mages in the machine field would generally have only a mage staff and also their own formation sets. Their families might provide them with additional protection, but that was it. Warriors were in the same state. Besides their weapons and defensive equipment, they weren't able to use any other thing. Cultivators were able to forge all kinds of artifacts, from portable flying swords to peculiar items that had unique effects. It can be said that they had tools for everything. Because of this, cultivators would win most of the time when up against mages and warriors from the machine field. And today, Li Chachan declared that as long as Zhao Hai survived 3 of his swords, then he would let Zhao Hai go. Therefore, the only weapon he could use now was the Skyfrost sword. He was too arrogant in making his declaration. Li Chachan had become arrogant, not only because he was a genius, but also because he was a cultivator from the cultivation realm. Of the entire world of cultivation, there was without a doubt that the strongest group hailed from the cultivation realm. Because of this, no matter where they went, cultivators would always think that they were a cut above others. Naturally, Li Chachan wasn't an exception, let alone here in the machine field. Because of this arrogance, Li Chachan wanted to kill Zhao Hai in a flawless manner in order to show his power and prestige. However, he didn't expect Zhao Hai to block 2 of his swords. This caused Li Chachan to be caught in a tight situation. A Foundation establishment cultivator unexpectedly couldn't deal with a level 4 mage. If this went out, then people would certainly laugh to death. Li Chachan's face would be dragged into the mud. Not only his face, he would also pull down the face of Extreme Cold City as well as the entire cultivation realm. Therefore, Li Chachan needed to make his last sword succeed. Li Chachan looked at Zhao Hai with a cold expression on his face. He didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this hard to deal with. Although he hadn't fought against mages before, he still knew something about them. Mages in the machine field rank their strength based on how many layers of formations they could support. The more layers, the stronger the mage. However, this didn't mean that a level 6 mage could send out 1,000 layer formations all the time. This was impossible. It was like how a cultivator couldn't use his unique skill all the time. If such a skill was that easy to use, then it wouldn't be called unique. Because of this, cultivators held an advantage when going up against a mage. Cultivators could use all kinds of artifacts in order to fight at 100% of their strength. Meanwhile, mages would need to reduce their strength. This was because if they sent out a strong formation, then they would need a long time to prepare it. The enemy would never give them this much time. In actual combat, using instant cast formations were the norm. The fact that Zhao Hai could cast 100-layer formations instantaneously and repeatedly actually surpassed Li Chachan's estimates. Li Chachan might understand if Zhao Hai could send a 100-layer formation shield the first time since it could just be stored inside his staff. However, where did the large sword come from? Li Chachan's attacks weren't just randomly sent out. His severing the mountains and rivers sword was actually meant to test Zhao Hai's strength. That move would generally have no problems dealing with level 4 mages since that move blocked all of the opponent's escape routes. Even if Zhao Hai was able to block it, Li Chachan could also use his second sword to exploit Zhao Hai's weakness. Sure enough, when Zhao Hai used a layered formation to form a shield, Li Chachan immediately saw Zhao Hai's weak point. Because of this, Li Chachan's second move was his Pierce the Sky sword. His first sword was a cutting move, so its power was somewhat scattered. Since it needed to take into account a lot of things, it was impossible for it to concentrate all of its power into a single point. It wasn't surprising for it to be blocked by a thick shield. As for the second sword, pierce the sky was a very overbearing attack. It locked onto the enemy as it stabbed towards them. There was no need to doubt its penetrating power. Li Chachan intended to use this attack to puncture through Zhao Hai's shields. However, Li Chachan didn't expect that Zhao Hai would use another formation and had a huge sword block the Sky Frost Sword's attack. Li Chachan looked at Zhao Hai for a moment before he smiled and said, "Good. Good. It seems like the machine field's newcomers this time have some skills. I didn't expect you to be able to block two of my swords. However, my third sword will certainly cut you." Zhao Hai gripped liquid silver before he returned the smile and said, "Young hero Li, please proceed. If I die by your hand, then that only meant that I haven't practiced enough. Nobody will complain on my behalf." Li Chachan coldly snorted and said, "So what if there's a complaint? Nobody will listen to a dead person's grievances. Take my move, Flowing Clouds, third sword." Just as his voice fell, Li Chachan's Sky Frost Sword flew up and made unnatural movements. It didn't fly in a straight line and instead hovered slowly. Moreover, as the sword flew up, mists began to appear on the surroundings. This mist traveled faster than the sword and before long Zhao Hai was covered by it. Zhao Hai felt that this sword wasn't as overbearing as the last two. However, it was very flexible. It was like water that silently crept on. Naturally, murder in this way would happen silently. Zhao Hai discovered that the white mist that the Sky Frost Sword produced wasn't simple. Not only was the mist producing very cold air, it was also suppressing spiritual force in a large scale. This limited the distance his spiritual force could travel. Upon seeing this situation, Zhao Hai decided to take the bull by the horns. He quickly released fire dragons. As fire dragons appeared, they immediately surrounded Zhao Hai's body. This scattered the white mist. However, the mist couldn't be underestimated. It also consumed the fire dragons at a very fast rate. Zhao Hai didn't care as he casted another formation. This formation set produced winds and ice blades that eventually formed into a tornado. This formation set was initially used for offensive means, but Zhao Hai used it this time to defend. He stood in the center of the tornado as it expanded bit by bit. The two magic formation sets extended the range of Zhao Hai's spiritual force. But at this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly felt that something had entered the area covered by his tornado. If it weren't for the Zhao Hai's formidable spiritual force, then he wouldn't have sensed it. Chapter 1199 to 1200. Chapter 1199, Mutual Probing. When he detected this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare, but he immediately concentrated his spiritual force and explored the surrounding area. Soon, he was able to discover something abnormal in the tornado. Zhao Hai knew that in this tornado filled with ice blades, there were 360 ice blades altogether. These ice blades were coordinated with each other, forming a large net inside the tornado. All those who enter would be shredded. But when Zhao Hai's spiritual force searched inside the tornado, he actually felt that there were 361 ice blades inside. What made it 361 was precisely Li Chachan's Sky Frost Sword. The attacking method of the Sky Frost Sword was actually very strange. It could even enter Zhao Hai's magic and become part of it. With the Sky Frost Sword becoming one with the ice blades, it was akin to a fish returning to its school. It advanced alongside the tornado and didn't resist. This wouldn't only make it undetectable to Zhao Hai, it could also hide its aura using the tornado as a cover. Li Chachan's previous two attacks were very overbearing, but the attack this time was actually as supple as running water. However, Zhao Hai didn't dare to underestimate this attack. If Li Chachan's last two attacks were sword and spear meant for clashing, then this third attacking was simply meant to kill. The Sky Frost Sword was now akin to a silent assassin. Only when it was the opportune time would it reveal itself and make a sudden attack. This was very dangerous. If Zhao Hai's spiritual force wasn't formidable, then it would be impossible for him to discover the hidden sword. And even if he knew about it, it was still very difficult to deal with this attack. Zhao Hai was well aware that having the Sky Frost Sword this close to him was too dangerous. Even if the Sky Frost Sword had integrated itself into the tornado, there was still a trace of Li Chachan's soul inside it. If Zhao Hai used any means other than magic, then Li Chaochen would certainly find out. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but flash a cold light. Then he waved his hands and cast a 50-layer formation from each one. Once these formations materialized, they immediately became ice dragons. These ice dragons shook their bodies before charging towards the wind blade-filled tornado. When the Skyfrost sword detected the approaching ice dragons, Li Chaochen knew that his plan was most likely discovered by Zhao Hai. In an instant, the Skyfrost sword exploded with incomparably powerful might. One ice blade sprang out from the tornado as it headed towards Zhao Hai. However, this action didn't seem like an attack. It was like a stream of water that arced towards its target. This time, the attack was more complex and unpredictable. Moreover, its speed was anything but slow. Zhao Hai's expression turned heavy. He lifted his mage staff as he whispered some incantations. A 100-layer formation appeared in front of him and soon formed a huge hammer. Once this metallic hammer appeared, it immediately locked into the Skyfrost sword. With the might that could destroy the heavens and the earth, the hammer pounded towards the incoming attack. As the trajectory of the Skyfrost sword changed, the hammer did as well. Since the sword was locked into him, there was no need for Zhao Hai to purposefully command his hammer. It didn't take long before the hammer and the sword came in contact. Boom! A loud sound was heard as Zhao Hai's large hammer vanished. However, the Skyfrost sword didn't slow down. Instead it became faster as it stabbed towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai felt his heartbeat going quicker. He didn't expect the Skyfrost sword to use the strength of the explosion to propel itself forward. It truly was very difficult to deal with. With this thought in mind, Zhao Hai waved his hand as huge magic formation appeared in front of him. Once this formation appeared, the ice and wind tornado vanished as it gathered around the magic formation. Even the white mist was being sucked by the formation. This allowed the spectators outside to have a clearer view of things. The formation set rotated, and in the process of rotating, all magic formations slowly fused together forming a huge formation plate. This formation plate revolved around Zhao Hai before stopping in front of him, restricting the approaching Skyfrost sword. The Skyfrost sword wanted to avoid the formation plate but was unsuccessful. If the Skyfrost sword was a car, then the formation plate was a roadblock. However, the plate just rotated in place and didn't attack the Skyfrost sword. It just guarded Zhao Hai. The sword was at a deadlock. The spectators couldn't help but have their hearts stuck in their throats. But at this time, Li Chaochen's expression changed. This was because he knew that it wouldn't be good to drag on. He knew that there was no way for his attack to break Zhao Hai's magic formation. Zhao Hai's magic formation was strange. Although it was just a 100-layer formation set, it could actually absorb the surrounding energy to strengthen itself. This caused the formation to be more and more solid and increasingly hard. At this point, it was impossible to break through this formation using the Skyfrost sword. This isn't to say that Li Chaochen couldn't break this formation, but it was impossible for his third attack to do so. His third sword was akin to flowing water that changes its direction silently as it approached the enemy before making a sudden attack. Although this attack was very hard to defend against and was the best for killing, there was no denying that the power of this attack was much worse than the last two attacks. This was an attack that sacrificed offensive strength in exchange for unpredictability, and if the Skyfrost sword was met by another attack, then it could use that to strengthen itself. Zhao Hai discovered this characteristic back when he sent his hammer out. Because of this, he changed his tactic and instead used the rotating formation disc. Moreover, he controlled it in a way where it wasn't attacking. Instead, the magic was used to protect. This way, the Skyfrost sword wouldn't be able to make use of it. Zhao Hai was dragging on since he knew he could. However, Li Chaochen wasn't in the same situation. His identity didn't allow him to make a compromise. Either he withdraws his sword or continues on with his attack. Receiving his sword meant that Zhao Hai blocked his 3 attacks, and with his arrogance, Li Chaochen would no longer attack Zhao Hai, which meant that Zhao Hai had passed his test. Also, Zhao Hai had the confidence to block Li Chaochen's attack. This meant that Zhao Hai had won since he could block Li Chaochen's third sword if even Li Chaochen decided to continue on with his attack. Naturally, Li Chaochen taking his sword back held a different meaning compared to him continuing with his attack. These choices would show Li Chaochen's character. If Li Chaochen receives his sword, then this meant that he knew that he had failed, and has decided to give up. This would show that he was a very dangerous person. Those who had the patience to retreat were dangerous enemies. If Li Chachan carried on with his attack, then this meant that he was a person who couldn't accept losing. He would insist on doing what was impossible just to save face. Such person was equally dangerous since he might become a villain that would take any opportunity for revenge. It wasn't late for a gentleman to take revenge after 10 years, while a villain would be a threat from morning to night. This didn't mean that a gentleman wouldn't retaliate. On the contrary, a gentleman's revenge would be calmer. He waited for 10 years for an opportunity, so when this opportunity arrives, he would make sure that the enemy would never recover. A villain's revenge lacked the patience to endure patiently and calmly. He would retaliate from dawn to dusk and would use all means to achieve his goal. This would make him very annoying, but in the end, it was still difficult to know which of the two had a more effective method. Zhao Hai was now waiting for what Li Chachan would do next. He wanted to see what kind of person Li Chachan was. Li Chachan looked at the stalemate with a cold expression. He knew that continuing would be futile. Although he was reluctant, he needed to make a decision. Li Chachan turned his head to Zhao Hai, who was controlling his formation disc, and couldn't help but give a cold snort. His 3 attacks were meant to test Zhao Hai's strength. The first sword tested his ability to respond. That sword wasn't easy to deal with, yet Zhao Hai was able to block it. The second sword was to test Zhao Hai's offensive capability. Not only was the sword so simple, it also represented Li Chachan's confidence, and once again, Zhao Hai passed the test. As for the third sword, it was meant to test Zhao Hai's ability for magic. Magic control wasn't an easy matter. The move Flowing Clouds wasn't a simple move. This sword required an intense amount of concentration. In order to block this strike, Zhao Hai would need a similar level of control over his spells. Although it seems like he made a bit of an effort, Zhao Hai still blocked it regardless. Li Chachan knew that he didn't have the means to kill Zhao Hai in 3 swords. Therefore, he coldly snorted and then took his Skyfrost sword back. He knew that he was in the machine field, and that it wouldn't be good to continue fighting with Zhao Hai. If he wanted to deal with Zhao Hai, then he needed to do it in the 6th realm beginner competition. Upon taking his Skyfrost sword back, Li Chachan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Very good, Zhao Hai. You're quite strong. I'll be seeing you in the 6th realm beginner competition." Then he turned his head towards Ba Dong for a moment before flying away. He didn't even spare a word towards the water temple bishop. Seeing Li Chachan fly away, the environment became alive once more as applause began to break out. Almost every single person present were smiling. The machine field has been suppressed by the cultivation realm all these years. In one-on-one battles, there was almost no way for the machine field to win. But now that Zhao Hai managed to block 3 swords from Li Chachan, they couldn't help but feel that it was a victory for the machine field. There was only one person present who had a very ugly expression, and it was Ba Dong. Ba Dong didn't expect Zhao Hai to be able to block Li Chachan's 3 swords. Now, he was someone who tried to steal a chicken only to lose the rice used to lure it. Everyone knew that he brought Li Chachan to deal with Zhao Hai. This meant that he would no longer be received well in the machine field. At this time, Kazhou's voice sounded out from beside Ba Dong. "Bishop Ba Dong, I apologize for the Ashley family's poor treatment of your companion. Please accept a glass of wine from me as an apology." Kazhou's words didn't have any shred of sincerity in it, and it even held a bit of chill. Chapter 1200, Instant Fame. Kazhou's expression showed his current mood very well. He was both cheerful and murderous. He was happy because Zhao Hai was alright, but he felt like he wanted to kill Ba Dong on the spot. When Ba Dong heard Kazhou's words, he couldn't help but look at Kazhou. The Ashley family manager was looking at him with a cold stare. Ba Dong's heart turned cold. Then he said, "I'm afraid I can't. I've already disturbed you for long enough. I'll be taking my leave." Then after he said that, he turned around and went to his car before it sped away. Seeing Ba Dong vanishing in the distance, Kazhou couldn't help but coldly snort. He will remember this and make sure that Ba Dong wouldn't have any good days to come. Being called the Smiling Demon wasn't a joke. At this time, Zhao Hai flew back from the forest. Then he received his magic staff before looking at Kazhou and said, I've been unfair to General Manager. I caused the family to lose money by destroying the incense tree forest. When Kajo said this, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, all right, I'll ask the higher authorities to excuse you. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and didn't say anything. At this time, people from the party went to talk to Zhao Hai and Kajo. The two stayed there and handled the courtesies. However, this time, people's attention weren't on Kajo. Instead, they were more interested in talking with Zhao Hai. He just managed to block 3 swords from Li Chachan. This was enough evidence that he had true strength. Looking at these people, Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel a bit of sorrow. The machine field and the cultivation realm was supposed to be on equal grounds. He was the first place in the realm qualifier while Li Chachan was 10th. Yet these people see it as a miracle that he was able to block Li Chachan's 3 swords. This showed how pitiful ascenders were in the machine field. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't show his emotion at this time. He just smiled as he talked with the people who approached him. Zhao Hai not being arrogant made everyone feel very good about him. Zhuangli and the others weren't able to squeeze in, but they didn't seem to care. They just stood aside and looked at the smiling people surrounding Zhao Hai. Zhuangli even said, how famous do you reckon little Hai would be? I think the entire realm will know about this by tomorrow. Sun's face showed his excitement as he looked at Zhao Hai and said, too strong? Brother Hai is too strong. He is my idol. Li Kuangren laughed and said, very good, but this way, he'll have to treat us for drinking tomorrow. Ha ha ha. That cultivator fellow had an ugly face when he left. Zhuangli smiled and said, I think Ba Dong had the ugliest expression. When he left, he almost seemed like he was running away. He plotted against Little Hai but failed. Now, Little Hai will be seen by the machine field as a hero while he would be seen as a traitor. I wonder how he'll fix his reputation now. Margaret, who didn't join the crowd, smiled and added, he'll have a very hard time doing that. Don't forget that Uncle Kajo is also known as the Smiling Demon by the machine field. He would only plot against another person if provoked, and now that Ba Dong offended him, he wouldn't be able to leave it at that. Ba Dong will surely have a hard time. Upon hearing Margaret, everyone present unconsciously nodded. It has been a few years since Zhuangli and the others ascended, so they were familiar with Kajo's title of Smiling Demon. They also knew what this name entailed. Therefore, they agreed to Margaret's words. Dongfang Yu looked at Margaret and asked, Sister-in-law, why are you here instead of being beside Little Hai? Margaret smiled faintly and said, I don't like dealing with such crowds. Actually, Brother Hai dislikes it as well. However, he has no choice but to face them now. If he wasn't thinking about the Ashley family, then he would have already went drinking with you. He said that it's very exhausting dealing with such people. Dongfang Yu and the others laughed. They had some understanding of Zhao Hai, and he did indeed dislike such crowds. If any other ascender were placed in Zhao Hai's position, then they would have already been shining with joy. Being able to gain connections with such famous and influential people was something that was very important for ascenders. Therefore, most ascenders would definitely flatter these people if they were in Zhao Hai's shoes. Dongfang Yu and the others couldn't help but think about what would happen if they were in Zhao Hai's position. They wondered if they were still able to be as calm as Zhao Hai, but after inspecting themselves, they knew that they couldn't be sure. Kajo's party was held not so late, so when people found out about what happened, they immediately drove over to the party in order to inquire about the situation. In the end, the party had to extend beyond its schedule. The party finally ended very late into the night. When everyone had gone back to take a rest, Margaret and Zhao Hai returned to the space. Zhao Hai didn't feel anything when he was fighting against Li Chachan. However, he found himself to be very exhausted when dealing with the crowd. After going to the hot spring with Margaret, he returned to his room and slept. What Zhao Hai didn't know was that when he was asleep, the entire machine field erupted. Video of his fight with Li Chachan had spread. Nobody knew who spread it around, but it didn't take long before it reached all corners of the realm. This caused a stir in the machine field. The machine field had always been at a disadvantage when it comes to one-on-one. Not to say about the same levels. Even those who were a level or two above their cultivation realm counterparts wouldn't dare challenge cultivators. Yet now, Zhao Hai, who was a level 4 mage, managed to block 3 swords from a 10th place beginner cultivator. He didn't even look frazzled after receiving the 3 swords. Zhao Hai was already famous for being a dark horse, and this event made him even more well known. Countless people faced their computers that night, watching a recording of Zhao Hai and Li Chachen's battle on repeat. They were unable to restrain themselves from feeling excited. They were unable to sleep. The fight was too beautiful. The attacks were splendid, and even more so Zhao Hai's defense. From the video, Zhao Hai's defense was flawless. He didn't even press wind one time. No distress was seen on his face. Beautiful. It was too beautiful. This was the most beautiful battle between a mage from the machine field and a cultivator. Zhao Hai's popularity sharply increased. Zhao Hai wasn't aware of any of these since he was sleeping inside the space. He had a very good sleep. He was aware that Li Chachen was a cultivator at foundation establishment stage. His fight with Li Chachen made him realize how strong he was in relation to his peers. Being able to fight with Li Chachen like that without exerting much effort gave Zhao Hai a boost of confidence. Zhao Hai knew that Li Chachen didn't use all of his strength. However, this was natural. Li Chachen had a lot of magical artifacts that he didn't use. But Zhao Hai was in the same position. He still had his astral chi, but he didn't use it. This was because he was afraid that Li Chachen would find out about it. The cultivation realm's people were very sensitive when it came to special chi. Astral chi was one with very overbearing strength. If Li Chachen felt even a hint of astral chi in Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai would certainly have bad days ahead. After resting the entire night, Zhao Hai ate his breakfast the next morning before leaving the space along with Margaret. Then the two returned to their room in the Ashley family building. Just as they returned, Kajo sent for someone to call them over. Upon entering Kajo's office, the two couldn't help but stare. There were only 3 other people inside: Kajo, Luke, and Despars. However, their eyes were very red. They looked like they hadn't slept since last night. Zhao Hai looked at the appearance of the 3 as he confusedly asked, "General Manager, Camp Lord, what happened? You didn't sleep last night?" Kajo looked at Zhao Hai. Then he suddenly laughed as he said, "Little Hai, sit, ha ha ha. You really did great this time, ha ha ha. You're famous now. There's nobody in the machine field who doesn't know your name." Zhao Hai looked puzzled at what Kajo said. He couldn't understand what was going on. From the time he slept last night up until now, he didn't access the internet. The same was true for Laura and the others. Because of this, he didn't know anything that happened online. After Kajo had Zhao Hai sit down, he said, "Last night, someone uploaded a video of your battle with Li Chachen to the internet. This caused a sensation online. Everyone is talking about you, saying that you are a hero of the machine field." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "They're exaggerating. I just blocked 3 swords from Li Chachen. Cultivators have far more means than we can imagine. If we really fought each other, then I can't guarantee if I can win against him." Kajo waved his hand and said, "It's useless. The moment you blocked Li Chachen's 3 swords and won the duel, you've already become a hero. Besides you, nobody can do something like that at the same level. Not to say all 3 swords, they wouldn't even be able to block one." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I know, but I can't get anything out of this fame. Being famous isn't that big of a deal." Kajo looked at Zhao Hai as he shook his head and said, "You idiot. This doesn't benefit you directly, but this is a huge advantage for the Ashley family. You're now like a living billboard of the family." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he waved his hand and said, "All right, but I don't want to participate in those parties anymore. If anyone wants to invite me to a party, please tell them that I'm busy. I'll leave everything else to the family." Kajo looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. He didn't know what else to say. However, Despars smiled and said, "All right, you also need to show yourself less. People would surely come over to challenge you so that they could elevate their own fame. So before the 6th realm beginner competition begins, you need to be in seclusion." Zhao Hai knit his brows and said, "Camp Lord, didn't you say that other participants aren't allowed to challenge anyone before the 6th realm beginner competition? Then why would I need to close up?" Despars smiled faintly and said, "Of course, no other participant would want to challenge you. However, this news wouldn't only spread in the machine field. What if some cultivators come here and challenge you? What do you do now? It's better for you to close up immediately. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, then I'll close up. But I already promised Brother Zhongli and the others to drink. If they came to see me, just have them go to my room. Despars nodded and said, alright, I'll take care of it. Don't worry. Zhao Hai nodded before leading Margaret back to his room. When the two returned to their room, Margaret immediately opened up her computer and went to a video website. And just as she opened the site, she saw the huge headline, newly crowned machine field champion Zhao Hai fighting against the cultivation realm's top 10. The headline linked to the video. Margaret went to the link and then saw a video viewed billions of times, and that number was still going up. Margaret couldn't help but giggle as she turned to Zhao Hai and said, Brother Hai, it seems like you're very famous now. Zhao Hai just smiled faintly as he watched the video. The footage was clearly taken by someone who attended the party. The quality of the video wasn't good, but it was because of this that it was more authentic. And even if the quality wasn't good, it had shown everything that happened. It even managed to record every word they spoke. Zhao Hai looked further down on the page and saw that there were comments below. First comment, beautiful. Fantastic. Our machine field finally managed to face a cultivator and win. Support. Supporting Zhao Hai, the pride of the machine field. Second comment. I support the first comment. Support Zhao Hai, the pride of the machine field. Third comment. I didn't expect our mages to face a cultivator. Powerful. Too powerful. Why didn't anybody do this before? It's too strange. Fourth comment. The commenter above isn't a mage, so he doesn't know that Zhao Hai is far more powerful than most level 4 mages in the machine field. As long as one could use 100 layer formations, then they would be level 4. Casting 100 layer formations instantaneously is something that cannot be done by any other mage. Zhao Hai is just too powerful. Fifth comment. Don't get your hopes up. Zhao Hai only managed to block against the enemy's 3 attacks. Moreover, cultivators have a lot of magic treasures. Those 3 swords isn't their only means to attack. Moreover, Zhao Hai is going full defense. It isn't unusual for him to block 3 swords. Sixth comment. The fifth comment is talking fart. Even a plant could see everything clearly. Although Zhao Hai is on the defensive, it's clear that he wasn't in distress. His clothes aren't even ruffled, nor did he take a step back. This shows that Zhao Hai still has more strength than this. His strength should be on par with Li Chajun. Fifth comment. If you don't know anything, then keep your mouth shut. Chapter 1201 to 1202. Chapter 1201. Stir between 2 realms. Zhao Hai was famous, very famous. Everyone in the machine field was discussing Zhao Hai, and it wasn't only the average people who were talking about him. Even the huge powers of the machine field had him as a topic of conversation. Zhao Hai underestimated the hatred that the people of the machine field had against the cultivators. This wasn't just because of the cultivation realm's various invasions towards the machine field. This hatred started at a spiritual level. People from the cultivation realm always looked at the people of the machine field with an arrogant attitude. They conducted themselves as though they were emperors looking at beggars. It was this attitude that made people from the machine field hate the cultivators to the core. This hatred only got stronger and stronger to the point where the people from the machine field prayed that someone would get strong enough that it made them equal to the cultivators. However, no mage, warrior, or mech soldier managed to achieve this goal. None of them were able to defeat a cultivator of the same level. This caused people to hope more and more. Although Zhao Hai only blocked 3 swords from Li Chajun, the significance of this result was actually more than expected. It was a breakthrough for the machine field. Because of this, everyone was happily talking about it. Nobody in the machine field believed that Li Chajun was holding back. This was because the cultivators were always impolite towards people from the machine field. If they ever dueled someone from the machine field, they would certainly go brutal. It was simply impossible for a cultivator to hold back. With this in mind, people believed that Zhao Hai was strong enough to block Li Chajun's 3 swords. These reasons made Zhao Hai a very famous individual in the machine field. He was now seen as a hero of the realm. While everyone was talking about Zhao Hai, The subject in question suddenly announced that he was closing up for practice. It was still unknown as to when he would show up again. Upon hearing this information, everyone in the machine field were startled. Then rumors began surfacing everywhere. Some people said that Zhao Hai was seriously injured after fighting Li Chachan. He just restrained his injury and was now feeling the backlash. They say that Zhao Hai was dying. There were also some people who said that Zhao Hai was closing up in order to practice a secret technique. This way, he could defeat more cultivators in the Sixth Realm beginner competition. All kinds of rumors appeared and the machine field fell into confusion. At this time everyone wanted to see Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai was already out of sight. After things slowly went out of control, the Ashley family decided to have a press conference. They announced to everyone that Zhao Hai wasn't injured. The reason he was closing up was because he needed to prepare for the Sixth Realm beginner competition. Originally, people were dissatisfied with the Ashley family's response. However, what happened afterwards made them understand why the Ashley family did it. Just like what D-Spars said, the battle between Zhao Hai and Li Chachan didn't only cause a huge reaction in the machine field. The machine field and the cultivation realm were connected in a way. Because of this, any important matter in the machine field would quickly be made known in the cultivation realm. With Zhao Hai and Li Chachan's battle being the biggest matter in the machine field, it was natural for the cultivation realm to be aware of it. Upon hearing about this information, the people in the cultivation realm were in an uproar. One must know that in the entire world of cultivation, the machine field was the weakest of the six realms. This was also one of the reasons why others looked down on the machine field. And now, the cultivation realm's 10th place qualifier wasn't able to kill the machine field's first placer in 3 swords. This was absurd for those in the cultivation realm. It didn't take long before the people from the cultivation realm found a recording of the battle and watched it. Although the quality of the recording wasn't good, those who knew something were still able to make sense of it. They knew that the result wasn't because Li Chachan was holding back. It was because his opponent wasn't weak. Because of this recording, the cultivation realm's people didn't blame Li Chachan for losing. Instead, they were startled by Zhao Hai's strength. Naturally, those who didn't blame Li Chachan weren't those of the general public. The high-level beings in the cultivation realm didn't blame Li Chachan since they knew that he was strong. On the other hand, Zhao Hai wasn't weak either. Li Chachan didn't hold back and yet his 3 swords were still blocked by Zhao Hai. There was no reason for Li Chachan to be blamed for this outcome. Those in higher positions didn't say anything about it, but things were different for the others. After all, competition exists everywhere, especially in the cultivation realm. Although the cultivation realm was very rich in resources, this advantage was being negated by its huge population. In this case, those who gets to use these resources were limited. Therefore, competition was brutal. Every cultivator had a dream, and that was to achieve immortality and live alongside the heavens and the earth. However, becoming immortal needed a lot of resources such as cultivation methods, weapons, pills, and other things. The more important something was, the more scarce they were. So in order for a cultivator to get closer to this dream of immortality, they would have to fight for it. And the top 10 newcomers were the top existence among the lower levels of the cultivation realm. They were above others and enjoyed resources much better than most people. They also practiced the best cultivation methods and were generally envied by a lot of people. In the past, these experts were very famous because of their strength. Even if other people say anything to them, these words were often said in secret. In the cultivation realm, the right to speak depended on one's strength. If that expert heard it, then it would be a problem if they killed the one who talked. Nobody would go to the trouble of talking bad about these top 10 experts to just be killed in the end. However, this matter gave those at the bottom level an opportunity. Li Chachan was one of the cultivation realm's 10 great experts and was enjoying the best of treatments. But despite these benefits, Li Chachan was still not able to take care of a kid from the machine field. There were quite a few talks like these in the machine field. Naturally, most experts wouldn't care about this since they saw Zhao Hai's strength. However, those who had been suppressed by Li Chachan didn't care about how strong Zhao Hai was. They just clung on the fact that Zhao Hai was from the machine field, and that Li Chachan was putting mud on the cultivation realm's reputation. There were also people who had strength worse than Li Chachan that decided that it was a good idea to kill Zhao Hai. In their eyes, Li Chuchen wasn't able to kill Zhao Hai because of the Three-Sword Covenant. If this Three-Sword Covenant wasn't in place, then Li Chuchen would have easily killed Zhao Hai. And since Li Chuchen failed to kill Zhao Hai, the others saw this as an opportunity to elevate themselves. If they could kill Zhao Hai, then they would be regaining a huge face for the cultivation realm. There were quite a few cultivators who had the same idea. They immediately went to the nearest transmission formation and went to the machine field. All of them were planning to challenge Zhao Hai. Naturally, the movement of such numbers of people couldn't be hidden from the people of the machine field. Seeing a sudden influx of cultivators, the machine field couldn't help but turn vigilant. They quickly investigated the reason why these people came. Before long, they got their answer. All of these people were here to challenge Zhao Hai. Moreover, it seems like they had no intention of hiding their plans, as all of them went to look for the Ashley family. However, the Ashley family only gave a single answer. Zhao Hai was closing up and was unavailable. It can be said that this excuse was the most effective one. Closing up to practice wasn't only done in the machine field. Every single cultivator did this at some point of their lives. When someone was closing up, it was taboo to disturb them. Therefore, since Zhao Hai was closing up, nobody was allowed to issue him a challenge. When this information was sent to the machine field, people finally found out why Zhao Hai suddenly closed up. To be honest, people became relieved upon knowing about this. Then almost at the same time, the top 100 beginners of the machine field decided to close up as well. After that, a large number of experts decided to close up. Closing up had become a trending topic in the machine field's online world. Due to the machine field's roguelike practice, those experts from the cultivation field had no way to challenge anyone at all. Some of them thought that since there was no way to challenge Zhao Hai, they would challenge others in order to give themselves a boost in fame. However, it seems like everyone was closing up. They couldn't find anyone to challenge. This caused them to be annoyed. These cultivators also knew that they can only challenge famous experts. There was no significance in challenging small fry. Killing these weak mages and warriors was useless. Once they go back, they wouldn't be able to gain any face. Because of this, the foreign challengers found themselves in a very awkward situation. If they remained, then they would have nobody to challenge. Most of them were also unwilling to go home. They were in a dilemma. Just like the challengers, the high-level figures of the machine field were also having headaches. Although they had protected their experts by having them close up, they ended up shouldering all of this stress and pressure. No matter what the higher levels say, the people of the machine field believed that everyone closing up was just a reason to evade the challenge. This was the action of a coward. Therefore, there were a lot of people cursing online. In their opinion, they would rather have Zhao Hai die in battle than seeing everyone acting like cowards. They had lost face. Chapter 1202. Heading out. Those in high positions in the machine field considered these public clamorings as though they didn't exist. They knew clearly that they shouldn't listen to this public outcry. If they caused the machine field to lose all 100 of their participants, then the machine field would no longer be able to fight for benefits in the 6-realm beginner competition. And once the machine field couldn't fight for benefits, they would get weaker and weaker. Then they would be bullied even more, and then lose more in the future. This wasn't something that the higher-ups of the machine field wanted to see. Actually, both the public and the higher-ups of the machine field don't see ascenders as someone on their own side. To them, ascenders were merely tools. But the difference between ordinary tools and ascenders was that there were some ascenders that were useful while there were some that were useless. Naturally, Zhao Hai and the other participants were useful tools in the eyes of the machine field's higher-ups. Therefore, they couldn't just be sacrificed like that. Zhao Hai was also aware of the troubles happening outside, but he didn't care. For him, those cultivators outside weren't worth his time. If he went out now, he could easily kill all of those people. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't do that. There was no need to. For Zhao Hai, murder was something he would only do whenever it benefits him. There was no need for senseless slaughter. Zhao Hai was currently practicing his spells inside the space. After he practiced with liquid silver, he proceeded to use his body tempering fist while inside the sandy region of the space. Zhao Hai knew that his own strength still wouldn't allow him to run amok in the machine field. Therefore, he needed to strengthen himself as soon as possible. and the body tempering technique was a good method to reach that goal. Since the machine field were acting cowardly, most cultivators left. Only a small number of people stayed in the machine field. They were still looking for that opportunity. Peace began to return to the machine field as the cultivators retreated. It was impossible for these people to focus on this matter for too long, especially if it didn't matter much to their lives. The winds in the machine field gradually calmed down, which was something that the higher-ups of the machine field wanted to see. They don't want the participants of the competition to be disturbed. This was because they were looking forward to this particular six-realm beginner competition. This time, the machine field's representatives included Zhao Hai, Streep, Zhuangli, Dongfang Yu, Zhu Chen, even Lazy Ocean. Compared to the past dozens of years, this was the machine field's strongest lineup. In the past six-realm beginner competitions, there would be 600 participants overall. The machine field would have participants among the top 500 or 400. This was a complete loss of face for the machine field. They weren't able to get any good benefits by these rankings alone. But this time, Zhao Hai was able to block 3 swords from the cultivation realm's 10th place. This was a good sign for the machine field. This was because, most of the time, the top 10 experts of the cultivation realm would be the top 10 experts of the entire world of cultivation. Although Zhao Hai only blocked against 3 swords from Li Chachen, the higher-ups of the machine field still held hope for Zhao Hai. They wanted him to fight for benefits for the realm. Days passed as the date for the 6th-realm beginner competition approached. Cultivators that kept waiting for an opportunity were finally able to realize that the whole machine field was turtling up, so they just gave up and returned to the cultivation realm. After all, the machine field doesn't have resources that they need. Staying here for long wasn't favorable for their cultivation. Once all of the cultivators left the machine field, the higher-ups were finally able to relax. The machine field returned to its former calm as everyone waited for the 6th-realm beginner competition. Zhao Hai didn't leave his seclusion just because the cultivators had left. He still declared that he would continue with his closed-door cultivation. This caused everyone who had their eyes on him to believe that he was truly injured. After all, Li Chachen's swords weren't that weak. This time, the Ashley family didn't bother to clarify the matter. In their opinion, there was no need to do so. Although there were people who kept monitoring Zhao Hai, their number wasn't as great as before. After 1 month, Zhao Hai finally decided to head out. It wasn't that he could no longer endure closing up, it was that he had no choice but to head out. It was time for the 6th-realm beginner competition. Although the 6th-realm beginner competition was still a month away, they still needed to prepare beforehand for their departure. When Zhao Hai announced that he was going out, Zhuangli and the others quickly visited him. Zhuangli and the others were mainly there to see if Zhao Hai was indeed injured. After all, he wouldn't have been in seclusion for that long. But after seeing how well Zhao Hai was doing, they felt relieved. Once Zhuangli and the others left, Kazhou immediately called Zhao Hai over to his room. Kazhou looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, how is your practice?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "General Manager, rest assured, there's no problem whatsoever. This time, I'm sure that I can enter the top 100 of the competition." Kazhou smiled and said, "Don't put yourself into too much pressure. If it's disadvantageous, then don't show your power. The Patriarch is already satisfied with your performance." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Rest assured, General Manager, I know what to do." "Right. How do we leave the machine field? Do we use a spaceship? When do we depart?" Kazhou shook his head and said, "There's no ship. This time, we'll be using a transmission formation since you need to be in the cultivation realm for 1 month. This is also the way it is done." Upon hearing Kazhou, Zhao Hai couldn't help but ask, "We need to stay in the cultivation realm for 1 month? What kind of rule is that? Isn't that just sending us to the tiger's mouth? What if those cultivators challenge us?" Kazhou shook his head and said, "You don't need to worry about this. The cultivators wouldn't challenge you. You need to stay in the cultivation realm because the concentration of spiritual chi there is different from the machine field. You would need a month to adjust to their level. It has been decided to no challenges will be made in this period." Zhao Hai was still frowning. He doesn't believe the words of the cultivation realm. The machine field was a very weak existence among the 6 realms. This meant that they don't have much diplomatic influence. Although the cultivation realm said that nobody would make a challenge, there were innumerable means for people to accept a challenge. This was reality. Kajo looked at Zhao Hai and knew that he was thinking. He sighed and said, "I know what you are thinking about. Don't think too much about it. This is the rule, but just be careful once you leave." Zhao Hai looked at Kajo and said, "You aren't going with us this time?" Kajo nodded and said, "Right. I won't be going." Those who will be going to the cultivation realm would only number 150. There's you 100 participants, and then 50 leaders. Leading the 50 team leaders is a very famous individual from the Three Powers, Skybreaker Blade Ma Yulong. When Zhao Hai heard Kajo, he couldn't help but gawk. He knew who Skybreaker Ma Yulong was. Ma Yulong wasn't an ascender and was a machine field native. Only a few machine field natives would want to practice martial arts. However, Ma Yulong loved martial arts ever since childhood. Moreover, the family he belonged to was an ancient warrior family of the Warrior Association. It was a tradition in his family to practice martial arts, but it wasn't a priority for them to practice it. However, Ma Yulong put his entire heart into practicing martial arts. In the end, he was able to become a master of fighting. Ma Yulong established his fame using his ghost head sword. At this time, he's already become a level 7 warrior. His strength was formidable. He wouldn't have any problems facing a core formation expert of the cultivation realm. But unlike his fellow natives, Ma Yulong doesn't have any prejudice against ascenders. It may be because of his love for martial arts. Because of this, he looked favorably towards ascenders. He also wasn't afraid of offending anyone from the cultivation realm. Zhao Hao nodded and said, "I didn't expect Senior Ma Yulong to be our escort." "Then there's no need to worry about the travel." "General Manager, when will we depart?" Kajo answered, "You'll leave the day after tomorrow." Although Ma Yulong will take the lead, you still need to be careful. There will be times where Ma Yulong wouldn't be able to protect you. After all, the place you'll be going is the cultivation realm. That is the territory of the cultivators. We don't have much influence there. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "General Manager, feel relieved. I know what to do. There's no need to worry." Kajo sighed. Then he went to Zhao Hai's side and then patted his shoulder as he said, "Remember that your own safety is most important. Think about Margaret. Even if you don't get good results, the family will not blame you for it. After all, you already became the realm's champion. You already surpassed our expectations." Zhao Hai nodded. "Rest assured, I'll make sure to be safe. Nothing bad will happen." Kajo nodded. Then he said, "Take time to go out for a walk. Let other people see you. We don't want them to think that you're really injured." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, I happen to have a desire to explore. I've been cultivating all this time. I haven't had much time to explore the entire planet." Kajo smiled and said, "All right, go. You're currently the richest man in the entire family. You won't have any money problems." Zhao Hai laughed and didn't say anything else. He cannot tell Kajo that he was heading out to sell things he had no need for. Everything that he needed was already in the space, and even if the space doesn't have it, he could still have it made by the processing machine. Things made by the space was always much better than items that can be bought outside. Chapter 1203 to 1204. Chapter 1203. Departure. 2 days quickly went by. Over the 2 days, Zhao Hai and Margaret explored the entirety of the machine field planet. This brought attention to a lot of people in the machine field. However, nobody dared to cause trouble for Zhao Hai. With the 6-realm beginner competition on the horizon, nobody would disturb any participant, especially Zhao Hai. But even so, whenever Zhao Hai was exploring with Margaret, a lot of people would stare at them. This made the two feel quite uncomfortable. Zhao Hai was a high-profile individual, and his sudden appearance caused people to be taken aback. They always thought that Zhao Hai was injured, but judging by his current state, he looked very healthy. Was he really injured, or was he just suppressing his injury? Zhao Hai decided to ignore these people. Although there wasn't much in the machine field planet that caught his attention, he still made the effort to get gifts for Laura and the others. These things didn't need to be expensive. It was the thought that counts. What Zhao Hai brought for Laura and the others were trivial gadgets that weren't worth their money but was instead beautiful. This was something girls liked. Zhao Hai actually felt sorry for Laura and the others. They had been with him for a long time, but they could only stay inside the space at this moment. They observe and understand the machine field only through the monitor. They can't come out and play in the machine field. This caused Zhao Hai to feel very guilty. After Zhao Hai played around with Margaret for 2 days, the time for departure finally came. Zhao Hai got up in the morning before going with Kazhou towards the place where they would depart. The machine field planet has 2 huge transmission formations. The first formation was something that can only be used by core members of the machine field. This formation could be adjusted to teleport towards more than 1,000 planets in the machine field. As for the other transmission formation, it was specifically guarded and shut off during normal times. This was done so that people from the cultivation realm couldn't use it. A secret technique was used to shut it off. The 2 formations were in 2 teleportation towers specifically constructed for their respective functions. They were heavily guarded structures, and now Zhao Hai and the others were heading there. Margaret sat beside Zhao Hai as she snuggled to Zhao Hai's bosom and whispered, "Brother Hai, you need to take care of yourself. Cultivators aren't easy to deal with, especially that Li Chachan. You made him lose face last time. He will surely retaliate." Actually, there was no need for Margaret to say those words. After all, she could just say them to Zhao Hai while inside the space. However, if Margaret didn't say anything, Kazhou and the others would get suspicious. Because of this, Margaret had to perform. This was also something that Laura and the others taught her. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Rest assured, nothing bad will happen. I'll come back safely." Margaret nodded gently. Her eyes were somewhat red. The hand that she held Zhao Hai with couldn't help but tighten. Although they could talk to each other inside the space, being able to talk in person was different. Inside the space, Zhao Hai doesn't only belong to Margaret. He belonged to everyone. Only in the machine field would Zhao Hai belong to her alone. Margaret was actually half worried and half acting. She loved Zhao Hai and she doesn't want anything dangerous happen to him. Therefore, she acted thus. Zhao Hai held Margaret near his ear and then whispered, "It's fine. Don't worry about not seeing me. I won't be in any trouble." Margaret buried herself deeper into Zhao Hai's embrace. Zhao Hai could even feel his clothes getting wet with tears. Zhao Hai sighed. This was another debt that he couldn't pay off in his lifetime. The only thing he could do right now was to treat his women well. Kazhou saw Zhao Hai and Margaret's state and didn't say anything. Thunder already instructed the Ashley family to allow Zhao Hai and Margaret's relationship. In other words, he agreed to their union. Because of this, Kazhou didn't react. Actually, Kazhou was hoping that Zhao Hai would end up together with Margaret. Zhao Hai's strength has already been proven. Moreover, Kazhou and the others were convinced with Zhao Hai's character. They believed that Margaret would be happy if she ended up with Zhao Hai. Marriage was a fuzzy concept in the machine field. If the feelings between 2 people were good, then they can be together without any need for a ceremony. Ordinary people would just live together without much fuss. Only unions between great families would require a wedding ceremony. When he first found out about this, Zhao Hai was somewhat surprised. However, this made Zhao Hai a bit happy. This meant that there was no need for a flashy ceremony. In any case, Margaret loves him and he loves Margaret too. It didn't take long before the car arrived at the transmission tower. There were already a lot of cars parked beside the tower. When Zhao Hai and the others got out, they immediately entered the structure. The first floor of the transmission tower was a hall. This hall was huge with thousands of square meters of floor area. There were a lot of people standing inside this hall. When Zhao Hai entered the hall, he immediately captured the attention of everyone. The looks directed towards him were mixed with envy, provocation, and hostility. However, Zhao Hai didn't care. This was because he managed to spot Zhuangli and the others. Zhao Hai quickly walked over to them. In the 2 days that he had been playing around with Margaret, he didn't go and look for Zhuangli and the others. Therefore, when Zhuangli and the others saw Zhao Hai, they quickly welcomed him. Zhuangli looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, I heard that you've been married these past 2 days, but you've been too happy that you forgot about your brothers." Without waiting for Zhao Hai to speak, Margaret pouted as she said, "Big brother Zhuang, Brother Hai is accompanying me. Is there any problem? Zhuangli smiled and said, there's no problem, no problem. Ha 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 ha, brother. Sister-in-law is angry. I'm just joking. Zhuangli's excuse caused everyone to burst into laughter. Zhao Hai smiled and said, ever since ascending to the machine field, I have either been on missions or in seclusion. I haven't gone out with Margaret that much. It just so happened that I have 2 days of free time. So of course, I took the chance to get to know Machine Field Planet. Once we arrive at the cultivation realm, it'll be us brothers who will drink together. Li Kuangren laughed. Then he patted shoulder and said, good, good. But little Hai, the wines that you take out tastes so good. I can't drink any other wine now. Everyone continued to talk with each other. This caused other people to look at them. The identities of the people present weren't ordinary. These were the top 100 beginners in the machine field. Moreover, behind these 100 people were powerful groups. This caused everyone else to be pushed to the side. At this time, the hall suddenly turned silent. Zhao Hai and the others paused as well. Then they turned to look at the person coming in from outside. This man had blue hair and appeared nonchalant. When Zhao Hai saw Streep, his eyes couldn't help but flash with despise. He wasn't looking down on Streep's strength, but instead he was looking down on Streep's conduct. Zhao Hai didn't give up on monitoring Streep in the past days. Almost every day, Streep would change for another woman. No woman stayed by his side for more than 2 days. Zhao Hai was aware that this action was part of Streep's cultivation. This was certainly the harvest he gained from that lucky encounter. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this serious in changing from woman to woman. This also explains why his attacks were strong. His cultivation methods definitely had something to do with the yin aspect. Streep also noticed Zhao Hai as he gave Zhao Hai a smile and a nod, as if he was very familiar with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai saw Streep's gesture. He just gave a strong nod before turning around and ignoring him. Seeing Zhao Hai's actions, a flash of anger appeared in Streep's eyes. Then he turned around and approached the other participants. After Zhao Hai turned his head, he saw that Zhuangli and the others' faces were somewhat ugly. Li Kuangren coldly snorted and said, that fellow is really not pleasing to the eyes. Zhao Hai looked at Li Kuangren and the others. He knew that they were still angry about the injustice that happened back in the Ashley family's party. After all, Li Chachen's challenge only came about due to Ba Dong's provocation. There were also a few people in the room whose face darkened, clearly directing hate towards Streep. Zhao Hai looked at his brothers as he smiled and said, brothers, are you prepared? We're about to leave soon. Zhuangli slightly smiled and said, I've prepared everything. What I'm worried about is you, kid. You've been accompanying Ms. Margaret for 2 days. Did you manage to prepare anything? Zhao Hai smiled and said, of course I've prepared. I have high-grade wine, seasonal dishes, and other delicious snacks. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhuangli and the others couldn't help but stare. They looked at each other before Dongfeng Yu looked at Zhao Hai and said, little Hai, didn't you prepare anything else? Weapons? Defensive items? Zhao Hai just gave them a smile as he answered, rest assured, I prepared everything I need. I'm just used to bring food whenever I head out. This way, I'll have something to eat and drink during downtimes. He. Zhuangli laughed and said, I know about this. Back in the elimination round, while we were fighting, this fellow actually took out a recliner, an umbrella, and some drinks. He's the only one who looks relaxed and free. Zhao Hai was about to reply, but footsteps were heard coming from the transmission tower. Zhao Hai looked up and saw a group of people going down. Leading this group of people was a warrior. This warrior was tall and big, but he was actually very thin. His skin was a bit dark and he had a scar on his face. He had inch-long hair while his eyes were ghastly cold. One could see that he wasn't an affable person. Zhao Hai knew that this was Skybreaker Blade Ma Yulong. This person was a true killer. From his debut to the present, he has entered battle thousands of times. There were times where he was injured, but that was after he killed hundreds of characters. He was a true menace of the battlefield. Following behind Ma Yulong were the respective team leaders. These leaders were mages and warriors. They were clearly from the 3 huge powers. These people were arranged to manage and protect Zhao Hai and the others. After Ma Yulong got down, his eyes swept through Zhao Hai and the others before saying, is everybody here? His voice was extremely low and seemed to carry his imposing aura. Just as his voice fell, A person wearing mage robes went to his side before bowing and saying, answering to Sir Ma, everyone is here. Ma Yulong nodded. Then he said, all participants will follow him to the room over there. Everyone else should say their goodbyes. After Ma Yulong said that, he no longer gave everyone his attention as he walked towards the room. This was the room where the transmission formation was. Zhao Hai and the others needed to head there. Upon hearing Ma Yulong, Zhao Hai turned his head to Kazhou and said, General Manager, we're leaving. You take care. Camp Lord, you take care as well. Then he gave the two a bow before turning to Margaret and giving her a gentle nod. After all the goodbyes were said, he turned and proceeded towards the room that Ma Yulong just entered. At this time, Zhuangli and the others were also done saying goodbyes to their families. The group walked towards the transmission room shoulder to shoulder. Upon entering the room, they saw that the other participants were already inside. Ma Yulong was also inside. Because of Ma Yulong's presence, everyone's voices were in hushed tones. When Zhao Hai entered the room, he couldn't help but look at the floor. A magic formation was drawn into the floor. The formation was very complex. Moreover, it was very large. It spread out to all corners of the room. The formation was also filled with incomparably abstract symbols. It actually gave the room an aesthetic feel to it. Everyone continued to speak in quiet tones. Before long, everyone was inside the room. The same mage from before went to Ma Yulong's side and reported, Sir, everyone is present. Ma Yulong nodded. Then he looked at the participants and said, I'll be leading our trip to the cultivation realm. Therefore, you need to listen to my every word. The cultivation realm isn't like the machine field. Nobody is allowed to wander about without my consent. Otherwise, I won't be able to save you if an accident happens. Understood? Everyone gave a sound of understanding. Ma Yulong nodded. Then he turned to a mage and said, Let's begin. The mage nodded before he took out wrist computers from his storage item. These computers were as big as one's palm. These computers floated towards Zhao Hai and the others. Upon receiving the gadget, the participants curiously inspected it. As the participants were inspecting the computer, a voice was heard. These devices are mainly used for communication and location. Contact information of the team leaders are already saved inside. If you come across something while strolling in the cultivation realm, you can use this device to contact a team leader. This device also has a positioning system, allowing us to find you in the shortest time. Because of this, you need to keep this device on yourselves at all times. Don't store it in your spatial items. Zhao Hai and the others didn't have any problems with it. They quickly placed the device on their hands. This gadget was made like a wristband. Although it appears like it was made out of bright silver, it wasn't heavy at all. Instead, it was very soft and very comfortable to wear. After seeing that everyone had equipped their computers, the mage went to a corner of the room to start the formation. He went over and pushed a button on the wall. Before long, a flash appeared and everyone vanished from the room. Chapter 1204. A single word causing public execution. Zhao Hai only felt a flash of light in front of him before he was blinded. Once his vision returned, he looked around and found out that he was now in another place. This wasn't the transmission tower. The place where Zhao Hai and the others in was a broad platform. This platform was quite huge. Zhao Hai looked around and estimated the platform to be tens of thousands of square meters. There were dozens of magic formations that were constantly flashing, and every time it flashed, people would immediately appear. They seemed to be very busy as they quickly went out of the formation and continued on. Just like Zhao Hai, Zhuangli and the others were inspecting where they had ended up. Everyone had curious expressions on their faces. Although it has been some years since they had ascended, they haven't actually been to the cultivation realm. The machine field and the cultivation realm wasn't that far from each other. However, it was very difficult for Zhuangli and the others to leave the machine field. Most of the time, they were either at missions or were practicing. The other times, they would head out and socialize with others. Due to this, it was understandable why they haven't gone to the cultivation realm. There were also only two ways to go from the machine field to the cultivation realm. The first method was to use a spaceship. However, Most ships that were used for this method were freighters. These were ships used to transport goods between sects and families. It was almost impossible for normal people to get on board those ships. The second method was to use a transmission formation, which was also not for everyone. And even if a transmission formation was available to go to the cultivation realm, the price to use it would be steep. If one wanted to use the transmission formation to go to the cultivation realm, then they needed to first explain who they were and then the reason for their travel to the cultivation realm. After that, a record would be kept before a background check would be done. Only after those troubles were finished was one allowed to visit the cultivation realm. It can be said that if it weren't for the 6-realm beginner competition, then Zhuangli and the others wouldn't have been able to go to the cultivation realm. It was just like back on Earth where some Chinese wouldn't be able to go abroad for their entire lives. Because of this, Zhuangli and the others were very curious about the cultivation realm. But at this time, a voice was heard. "Hey, you idiots, don't just stop there. You're delaying other people." Zhao Hai and the others immediately looked around and saw a young man dressed in a black robe and a cap standing not far away, yelling at them. He had a look of contempt in his eyes and didn't even bother to hide it. Zhao Hai stared. They were wearing mage robes and warrior clothing, very different to what people in the cultivation realm wear. This young man should be able to recognize that they weren't from here. So why was he being impolite? Doesn't he know who they were? At this time, a cold snort was heard nearby. Zhao Hai turned his head and saw that it came from Ma Yulong. Ma Yulong looked at the young man and said, "Who do you think you are? Why is a servant shouting here? Are you too impatient for your job?" The young man actually craned his neck as he sneered and said, "I'm from the Seamount faction of this city." "What? It's you who is impatient, isn't it?" Ma Yulong's expression changed. He asked once more, "Seamount faction? You're from the Seamount faction?" When the young man saw Ma Yulong's response, he couldn't help but proudly declare, "Correct. This one is from the Seamount faction. Now, you better leave 10 crystal stones to this grandfather. Otherwise, I'll have to be impolite." At this time, Ma Yulong suddenly laughed and said, "Little Seamount faction kid, daring to neglect the face of the machine field. You're quite brave. Let's see how the Seamount faction responds after I kill you." After he said that, Ma Yulong took out his 1.5-meter-long ghost head blade and then gave it a wave. A blade chi flew straight towards the young man. The young man screamed for a moment before he was bisected in half. Ma Yulong didn't even spare the young man's corpse a glance as he said, "Let's go." Then he stored his blade and then proceeded towards the city. Zhao Hai and the others were somewhat startled by what happened. Back in the machine field, although various families were very rampant, it didn't reach to the point of public murder. There were some cases before, but it wasn't prevalent. But now, Ma Yulong just took his weapon out and killed someone. This caused Zhao Hai and the others to be shocked. But after seeing Ma Yulong proceeding forward, Zhao Hai and the others didn't stay for long and just followed behind. However, there were some people who looked towards the corpse of the young man. Ma Yulong's methods taught these newcomers a lesson about the cultivation realm. Ma Yulong and the others quickly left the platform. As for the other people inside, almost nobody spared any effort to look at the young man's corpse. In the cultivation realm, a dead person was as good as trash. This was especially true if the deceased was someone with no status. After some time, another person wearing black clothing arrived. With a relaxed manner, he stored the young's corpse before taking the young man's job of maintaining order. It seems like nothing ever happened. Ma Yulong proceeded to lead Zhao Hai and the others to the city. Upon entering the city, Zhao Hai was suddenly hit with a wave of nostalgia. This was because the city was constructed in a very familiar manner to him. The architecture of this city looked very much like ancient China, but much more exquisite. As they walked the cyan stone street, Zhao Hai thought that he had been sent back to the time of ancient China. The clothes worn by people were also ancient robes, making Zhao Hai feel even more reminiscent of his home. Before long, Ma Yulong arrived at a courtyard. Zhao Hai looked at the courtyard and saw a small plaque. Written on the plaque were 3 characters that read, "Machine Field Headquarters." As Zhao Hai was reading the plaque, Ma Yulong pushed the door and walked in. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhao Hai saw two mages busying themselves. In front of them were two robots. It was clear that these two mages were servicing these robots. When the two mages noticed someone coming in, they immediately turned their heads to see Ma Yulong. They couldn't help but stare. Then they placed their tools down as one of them greeted, "Sir Ma, we didn't expect you to be here personally. Excuse us for our lack of manners." Ma Yulong waved his hand. He glanced at the robots and said, "Forget it, you're busy." "Are the rooms prepared?" The man quickly replied, "Sir Ma, rest assured, the rooms have been prepared. Please follow me." Then after he said that, he led Ma Yulong and the others further in. Upon entering the courtyard, Zhao Hai and the others discovered that there were several buildings and even more courtyards inside. Moreover, there were a lot of rooms. It wouldn't be a problem if more than 100 people stay here. Ma Yulong walked past the second courtyard and then walked into the third courtyard. Then he looked at the participants and said, "This courtyard can house 30 people. The first 30 people according to ranking will stay here. As for the rest, you will be staying at the previous two courtyards." The mage who repaired the robot said, "Mr. Ma, rest assured, I'll take care of the others." Ma Yulong nodded before turning to the team leaders and said, "The first and second team will live with me in the second courtyard. The last team will live inside a courtyard of their own." The team leaders nodded before proceeding to take care of their things. Zhao Hai and the others remained in the third courtyard. Among them were the top 10 great experts as well as those ranking up to 30th place. A team leader assigned a room to Zhao Hai. The rooms weren't divided according to ranking. Because of this, Zhao Hai, Zhuangli, and the others had rooms next to each other. The features of the rooms were more magnificent than those from the machine field, however it didn't have any special appliance inside. Zhao Hai and the others looked at their rooms from inside out. There were no notable things inside their rooms. It just had all required furnishings. It didn't take long for them to get familiar with the room. Each courtyard had its own small garden. There were trees as well as stone tables and benches there. When Zhao Hai and the others went out of their rooms, they went to the courtyard and took a table for themselves. Zhuangli looked at the other people in the courtyard before turning his head towards Zhao Hai and the others. Then he forced a smile and said, "So, the cultivation realm is really that brutal. Senior Ma actually killed someone in broad daylight." The group nodded. They didn't expect Ma Yulong to kill someone that quickly. This surprised them. Dongfeng Yu added, "It's possible that Senior Ma did that in order to put out a warning. I also think that the actions of the young man are quite suspicious. It seems like someone had instructed him to do it. They want to demonstrate their authority. If Senior Ma wasn't overbearing, I'm afraid we wouldn't have any good days ahead." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I think so too. However, I think that this isn't the end. Other people will certainly come here looking for trouble. It seems like the people from the cultivation realm really wants to get ugly." Sunf smiled bitterly and said, "It's not just this time. I checked for information a few days ago. It seems like whenever the 6th realm beginner competition happens, people from the cultivation realm always find ways to make us suffer. They would often start a fight before the real competition began. At the worst, the machine field lost more than 20 people even before the start of the competition." Zhao Hai and the others' expressions changed. They forgot to take note of this. They thought that since they were now in the cultivation realm, people would leave them alone. After all, they were here to attend the competition. It wouldn't be great for the cultivation realm to be too excessive. But now, upon hearing Sunf, they discovered that they had been naive. The cultivation realm's people were more arrogant than they thought. Even those who were a stickler for the rules in the cultivation realm looked down on the machine field. In their minds, killing a few unremarkable people from the machine field was nothing. The reason the cultivators were rampant against the machine field's participants was because they knew that the families wouldn't dare wage war against their sex. Therefore, they held nothing back. And now, Zhao Hai and the others were in the domain of the cultivators. It wouldn't be strange if the cultivators were going to be impolite. It was hard to guess what kinds of things they would do. Chapter 1205 to 1208. Chapter 1205. Demonstration of Authority. While Zhao Hai and the others were speaking, they suddenly heard someone's shout outside, "Machine field thieves, Come out here." Zhao Hai and the others were stunned. The loud voice had a hint of imposing aura in it, obviously coming from an expert. The expression on everyone's faces changed. Then they stood up and went to the front courtyard. When a team leader saw Zhao Hai's movement, he immediately said, "Don't move. You don't have any business with this. Be good and just stay put." The team leader didn't go to the front courtyard and just looked at Zhao Hai and the others. Upon seeing this person, Zhao Hai and the others paused, and since this was the rule, they just sat back down. At this time, Ma Yulong's voice was heard. "Who's yelling here? Don't you know that this is the machine field's courtyard?" The person outside loudly replied, "Is the machine field that prestigious? You actually dared to kill someone from the Seamount faction for no reason? Come out here and give me an explanation." "Ha ha ha. Who does the Seamount faction think they are? You're not worth explaining to. This grandpa can kill whoever he wants." Domineering. Too domineering. As soon as Zhao Hai and the others heard Ma Yulong say this, they knew that a fight would happen soon. The other side needed to save their face. Zhao Hai quickly released his spiritual force, and before long his expression changed. He discovered that the courtyard has actually been surrounded. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the team leaders whose expressions were the same. Naturally they also discovered the issue. Zhao Hai turned his head to Zhuangli and the others and said, "Boss Zhuang, get ready. Those people from the Seamount faction has us surrounded. It seems like that young man earlier wasn't really the end. They're going to attack us." As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, Zhuangli and the others' faces changed. But since they had considered this possibility, they nodded before they took their weapons out. Sure enough, just as they were armed, the person outside shouted, "Good machine field. Good. But this isn't your realm. You can't just kill anyone in the cultivation realm." "Everyone, I want these people from the machine field to know that we cannot be bullied. Attack them. Make sure that not even chickens or dogs survive." Just as the man's voice fell, a war cry was heard all around the courtyard. Then soon after that, the attackers began flooding in. When the team leaders saw this, they knew that the situation wasn't good. The other side was really prepared for this attack. It didn't take long before the team leaders began to fight back. When Zhao Hai saw the situation, he coldly snorted and then waved his hand. Liquid silver appeared and then a 100-layer formation materialized. The formation turned into over 10,000 golden red arrows and then shot towards the attackers. This move was the 10,000 fiery arrows. However, this was different to Zhao Hai's usual 100-layer formation spell. This specific one had more arrows and held more power. The attackers didn't expect to meet a rain of arrows just after entering the courtyard. They were immediately caught off guard. The explosion caused by Zhao Hai's 10,000 arrows quickly injured several people on the spot. At this time, the other people in the courtyard responded. They were all skilled and experienced people, so their combat sense was very rich. Since people came to cause trouble, then they would have to be impolite. It didn't take long before various attacks flew towards every direction. Zhao Hai's group of 5 composed one team as they attacked the enemies together. Once the exchange began, Zhao Hai and the others found out that their enemies weren't weak, and most of the attackers were a bit stronger than them. At this time, Ma Yulong moved to the front and then attacked their uninvited visitors. Explosions were soon heard, officially starting the clash between the two sides. Zhao Hai looked around and found out the possibility that these attackers weren't all from the Seamount faction. There must be other people joining in. It was impossible for the Seamount faction to have this much experts. Although Ma Yulong's previous behavior looked crude, Zhao Hai believed that the man wasn't stupid. If the Seamount faction was a huge sect, then Ma Yulong should have endured. However, he didn't, which explains the strength of the faction. But now, it seems like the Seamount faction was itself being incited by another group. It might be everyone in this place planning to use this ruse to demonstrate their authority. As Zhao Hai continued to observe, he discovered that Ma Yulong and the others had been tied down. Meanwhile, the people that Zhao Hai and the others were fighting seems to be holding back. Otherwise, the casualties here should be very huge. Instead, the machine field group had yet to suffer some losses. Once he saw this, Zhao Hai was certain that the Seamount faction had been incited by someone. However, it seems like they cannot act too excessively. They just want the machine field's people to know their place. Besides this, It was possible that they were also here to probe the machine field's participants. After having thought through this point, Zhao Hai felt relieved. If they wanted to probe, then let them probe. Zhao Hai dealt with every attack coming his way, but he didn't kill anyone. He understood that once he got ruthless, then the other party might return the gesture. This means that the machine field would suffer losses even after the competition began. And just like what Zhao Hai thought, after the two groups clashed for about an hour, someone arrived. A long howl was first heard before a voice said, "Stop, everyone." "Friend, this one is a member of the Sixth Realm Beginner Competitions Preparation Committee, Fan Yi." "Is this the residence of the machine field's representatives?" Ma Yulong knew that more trouble would come if this continued on, so he didn't make another move as he replied, "This one is Ma Yulong. I lead the participants from the machine field." When Fan Yi heard Ma Yulong, he quickly said, "So it is Master Skybreaker Blade Ma Yulong. This one has been disrespectful." "People from the Seamount faction, stop immediately. We're all friends here." At this time, the person leading the attackers opened his mouth and said, "Brothers, stop." The people from the Seamount faction also stopped. As for the team leaders, they proceeded to stop the participants from attacking. After that, they went to where Ma Yulong was in order to discuss something in secret. Zhao Hai and the others went back to the ground. They looked all around them and saw that the fight destroyed the courtyard. Fortunately, the damage wasn't that severe. Moreover, there weren't many casualties. Only very few participants died. There were also many people who were injured, but they wouldn't be dying from their wounds. After looking around him, Zhuangli coldly snorted and said, "Good, Seamount faction. Good. I will not forget this. Just wait and see." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The actions of the Seamount faction seems to be directed by someone. They came here to show their power and also probe our bottom line. Hee. That person from the preparation committee came at a very good time. I think he's just waiting, only coming out when it is time." Zhuangli and the others thought about it and immediately understood what Zhao Hai was saying. Their expressions turned difficult. Dongfeng Yu coldly snorted and said, "Shameless. I didn't expect the cultivation realm's people to resort to these methods." "Too shameless." Li Kuangren huffed angrily, but he didn't rush out in order to fight the Seamount faction. At this time, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "It looks like the cultivators had found out that we're quite strong. Therefore, they came here to see how strong we really were. HMPH. If they want to probe, then let them probe. When the competition begins, I'll clean them up properly." Zhuangli and the others bitterly smiled. Of those present here, it seems like only Zhao Hai could say those words. During the earlier fight, all of them were exerting great effort to fend off the enemy. On the other hand, Zhao Hai accomplished this task with ease. They were once again reminded about their strength gap with Zhao Hai. Although the fight was over, many people were still very alert and were prepared to fight against the Seamount faction once more. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai and the others returned to their stone table. Zhao Hai took out some wine and food as the group proceeded to drink and eat. Zhao Hai's actions caused everyone in the courtyard to stare. Not only the participants, but even the team leaders were shocked. They didn't expect Zhao Hai and the others to be this nonchalant about the current situation. And just like what Zhao Hai thought, everything was just an act. Both sides wouldn't dare to go all out. The Seamount faction withdrew their troops while Ma Yulong and his group sent for people to repair the courtyard. Nothing noteworthy happened after that. When Zhao Hai entered the space that evening, Laura and the others immediately led him to the living room and showed him the video of Ma Yulong and Fan Yi's conversation. There was nothing special about the recording. Just Fan Yi being an ordinary peacemaker. He mediated for both sides and urged them to let matters go. Although Ma Yulong knew what was exactly going on, the only thing he could do at this time was to swallow his anger. After everyone left, Ma Yulong smashed the table as he said to the mage next to him, "Every time the Sixth Realm beginner competition happens, those bastards always come causing trouble. Aren't they tired of using the same tricks? Damn. They are really looking down on us." The mage beside him bitterly smiled and said, "Those cultivators are used to being arrogant. They would never change their methods. To be honest, it's good for us if they repeat this trick every time. This way they wouldn't come here and give us a direct challenge." Ma Yulong coldly snorted. Then he calmed down and said, The participants of the machine field this time is the strongest we've had. There must be no incidents. Especially Zhao Hai. You need to make sure that he's safe at all times." The mage nodded, but then he said, "Or make sure that Zhao Hai doesn't leave the courtyard. Just let him practice here." Ma Yulong shook his head and said, "No need. Just send for people to protect him in secret. It wouldn't be good if we restrict him. Think about what others would say if we did that." Not to say Zhao Hai's own thoughts. Zhao Hai's strength is good. He will certainly get a good ranking in the competition. The machine field relies on him to get good resources. The mage nodded and said, "All right, but what about Streep and the others? Should we send people to protect them as well?" Ma Yulong shook his head and said, "Streep's strength can't reach even half of Zhao Hai. I don't know if it's me going crazy, but I feel that Zhao Hai isn't any weaker than me. We need to protect him." The mage was startled. "Are you sure? Is Zhao Hai that strong?" Ma Yulong sighed. "Let's just hope I'm right. If he is really that strong, then he would be a blessing for the machine field." Chapter 1206. Asking a favor. Zhao Hai didn't really expect Ma Yulong to have this high of an appraisal for him. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems like the machine field is truly placing their hopes on him. They wouldn't have done this if Zhao Hai didn't have any real skills. Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai and quickly knew what he was thinking. Laura smiled and said, "Brother Hai, it seems like you're being treated as a precious gem by the machine field." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "The more they do that, the more in danger I will be. It seems like I'll be in for quite some trouble. However, I must say, this place is really good for cultivation. The energy here is very abundant, much more than in the machine field." Margaret nodded. "I heard that the cultivation realm has a lot of spirit veins. Places with spirit veins have more abundant spiritual chi, sometimes 100 times more than other places. If you can cultivate there, then you'll be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Rest assured, we'll have an opportunity later on. I believe that there are other places other than the cultivation realm that has spirit veins. We just don't know where these veins are in the machine field." Margaret forced a smile and said, "The machine field has some spirit veins. However, they are very scarce. I'm afraid the amount can be counted using one hand. Moreover, the density in those veins falls short compared to veins found in the cultivation realm. If not for this, then the cultivators would have already taken it from us. We will never be able to enjoy such luxury." Zhao Hai couldn't help but bitterly smile. After learning about the machine field's situation, he couldn't help but recognize how much worse it was compared to the cultivation realm. In the cultivation realm, the strength of each major sect wasn't any weaker than the entirety of the machine field. For those in the cultivation realm, the machine field was a huge wasteland, a useless place. But even if the machine field was quite weak, once it retaliated, then it would bring forth heavy losses to the cultivators. Because of this, nobody took control of the machine field. If the cultivation realm really decided to end the machine field, then the machine field would have been destroyed 800 times over. The machine field's strength was equal to a sect in the cultivation realm. Yes, the machine field controls a bigger territory than the cultivation realm's sects, but its territory had nothing of significant value. After he thought of this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but knit his brows. Then he turned his head to Margaret and said, "If, say, I win first place and get a large number of resource planets, then wouldn't the cultivation realm go to war with the machine field? If this really happens, and the cultivation realm and the machine field goes to war, then we might be bringing a calamity instead of a gift." As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, Margaret and the others immediately frowned. Their expressions turned difficult. They haven't thought of this before. Now that Zhao Hai pointed it out, they couldn't help but feel that there was a possibility of this happening. Margaret turned anxious as he said, "Then what do we do, Brother Hai? Will the cultivation realm really attack us?" Zhao Hai smiled bitterly, then he patted Margaret's hand and said, "All right, thinking about this at this time is useless. And even if this is the case, we wouldn't have any ability to change anything. Then only thing we can do is take one step at a time." Margaret and the others nodded. Although their moods had turned heavy, it was just like what Zhao Hai said, they needed to do what they can. Currently, They don't have any ability to change anything. The machine field wouldn't listen to anything they say. The group turned silent for some time before Margaret said, "Brother Hai, I want to ask for a favor." Zhao Hai stared. He looked at Margaret in confusion as he asked, "What's the problem? Do you really need to ask?" Margaret didn't smile and instead turned serious as she said, "Brother Hai, if the day comes where the cultivation realm really eliminates the machine field, then I hope that you can move the Ashley family to the space and give them their own background to settle in." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but frown. To be honest, this request made him feel awkward. The space was Zhao Hai's biggest secret. Upon arriving at the world of cultivation, Zhao Hai's main goal was to keep the space as secret as possible. But if he made the Ashley family enter the space, then this secret would be discovered. Who knows what would happen then? Margaret waited for Zhao Hai's response. She was also aware about how important the space was for Zhao Hai. The space was truly strange. It allowed Zhao Hai to develop his strength bit by bit. But if others were to know about it, then it would be troublesome for Zhao Hai. This would make it very difficult for him to gain a foothold in the world of cultivation. Margaret was afraid that Zhao Hai would decline. However, she didn't force him, so she just sat there silently as her eyes began to tear up. Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai and knew that he was currently feeling embarrassed. Actually, they didn't want Zhao Hai to let the Ashley family in, but everything depended on Zhao Hai in the end, so all of them were waiting for him to respond. Zhao Hai looked at everyone before he turned to Margaret, who was tearing up, and then said, "Margaret, I can only promise to help the Ashley family as much as I could. However, I cannot let them know that the space exists." When Margaret heard Zhao Hai, her face lit up. Then she immediately said, "All right, Brother Hai, rest assured, I won't reveal anything. When the time comes, I'll tell them that you want to relocate to another planet. Is that okay?" Zhao Hai nodded. Then he turned to Laura and said, "Laura, in the next few days, take note of any special planets in the machine field, especially around Rainbow Meteorite Field and the Quicksand Star Field. Even if their environment is bad, we can just terraform it later on. We'll make a base of operations there. This way, we can guarantee that the space's existence wouldn't be leaked." When Laura and the others heard Zhao Hai, they paused for a moment before immediately agreeing. A flash of delight was seen in their eyes, as though they had just found something amusing to do. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai could only force a smile. Meanwhile, Margaret's heart was moved. She didn't expect Zhao Hai to actually help her. Actually, looking for a planet suitable for a base wasn't an easy thing to do. The next morning, Zhao Hai went out of the space and returned to his room. It must be said that his room was very neat. It was enough for a single person to live with and not something made for multiple people. It was very cozy. When Zhao Hai came out, he discovered that Zhuangli and the others were already sitting in the stone bench and chatting. Zhao Hai walked over and said, "Brothers, you're up early." Zhuangli smiled and said, "We just got up. Little Hai, we're planning to head out to explore. How about we go together? We can find a place to drink along the way." At this moment, Sunf chuckled as he said, "Boss Zhuang, it seems like you don't know much about the cultivation realm. If we talk about shops, then they have a lot. But as for restaurants, there's actually very few of them around." Zhuangli asked, "Why is that?" Sunf smiled and said, "People in the cultivation realm believe that consuming food produces impurities and isn't helpful in cultivation. Therefore, a lot of people don't eat food. Instead, they eat something called a fasting pill. This pill is very interesting. It allows you to not eat for several days. Naturally, this thing is flavorless and is just like any other pill. Since people from the cultivation realm like to use these fasting pills, restaurants became rare, especially in a big city like this. Only places where commoners live can we find restaurants. However, the cultivation realm has a rule that forbids commoners from living inside big cities. Because of this, it would be very difficult for us to find somewhere to drink in this city." Upon hearing Sunf, Zhuangli couldn't help but stare. Then he angrily responded, "Your mother, what kind of rule is that? If they don't like to eat and drink, then what is there to enjoy in life? The people in the cultivation realm are really weird." Li Kuangren laughed and said, "Boss Zhuang, Those who desire immortality will no longer drink. They also couldn't eat large amounts of meat. Living like that is more painful than death. Such people will suffer for tens of thousands of years. Even if I have only 10 years left to live, I would still be happier than them. Zhuangli and the others laughed. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, let's head out and explore. However, we need to be careful. We're currently inside the territory of the cultivators. If those cultivators wants to deal with us, then they would have a lot of methods to do it with. We need to endure. Let's just wait for an opportunity later on." Dongfeng Yu nodded. Then he sighed and said, "I just have to say, the ascenders in the cultivation realm are just the same as us when they arrived here. But in the cultivation realm, the cultivation methods they use are much better than ours. This allowed them to be stronger. If we learn the same methods as them, I reckon we'll be able to face them on equal grounds." When Zhao Hai looked at Zhuangli and the others, he saw them nodding in agreement. He couldn't help but smile faintly before he leaned his head forward and then whispered, "Actually, if you want to practice cultivation methods, there's a way to do that. In fact, right now is the best opportunity to do so." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhuangli and the others stared. Then their eyes shone as they moved their heads in as well. After that, Sun asked in a hushed tone, "Big brother Hai, what do you mean?" Zhao Hai replied, "Don't forget, the beginning stage of the 6-realm beginner competition is an elimination round. In this round, we can kill anyone we want. Some cultivators will certainly bring their cultivation methods along with them. As long as we kill a few of them and grab their cultivation methods, then wouldn't we be able to practice?" Upon hearing what Zhao Hai said, everyone nodded. But then Zhuangli said, "That's a good plan if it succeeds. But little Hai, you need to think more into it. It's useless. Those cultivators have storage belts on their bodies. Moreover, their cultivation methods are inscribed inside jade slips with spiritual restrictions. If we aren't masters in using spiritual force, then that jade slip will shatter. If what you said is that simple, then the machine field would have already been practicing cultivation methods." Dongfeng Yu and the others heard this and nodded. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Naturally, I have a solution for this. Brothers, don't worry about it. As long as we get a cultivation method, I'll make sure that we can practice it. What do you think?" When they heard Zhao Hai, the others couldn't help but feel excited. Dongfeng Yu immediately replied, "Are you telling the truth, little Hai? You must know that the cultivation realm's spiritual restrictions aren't easily broken through. You might even injure yourself." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Brothers, don't worry, I can do it." Because of this, we need to kill as many cultivators as possible in this elimination round. As long as we get their cultivation methods, then we can begin our practice. Everyone's eyes shone. They saw the power of the cultivators, but they don't think that they were any worse than those people. Those cultivators had also ascended in the last 5 years. Thinking that those cultivators would be used as stepping stones for their future, Zhuangli and the others couldn't help but feel excited. Hearing that there was a possibility for them to practice the cultivation realm's methods, Dongfeng Yu and the others felt energized. They believed that they weren't any different in caliber compared to the cultivation realm's ascenders. Zhao Hai looked at his brothers and then said, "Actually, the machine field's method is also very good. However, the machine field focused on meshs and battleships. Because of this, research towards magic formations as well as training mages and warriors weren't given priority." Sun looked puzzled at Zhao Hai. He asked, "Brother Hai, are you sure? Can the machine field's methods really compete against the cultivation realm's methods?" Zhao Hai nodded. "Of course it can. Didn't I just block Li Chachen's 3 swords, little f? Don't you wonder why the formations I use are much better than ordinary formations?" Sun nodded and said, "Of course I wonder. Your 5-layer formations seem to be stronger than most 10-layer formations." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "There's actually a reason for that. First, I have very strong spiritual force. Spiritual force is the foundation of a mage. If you have strong spiritual force, then your formations would be stronger as well. The second reason is the formation set that I use. The formation sets I use are mostly my own creations. These formation sets don't only contain offensive and defensive formations, I also put in supporting formations that are usually used in mechs and battleships. A lot of people think that mixing supporting formations to formation sets would cause that formation set to become weaker. In fact, this isn't the case. If you can use supporting formations the right way, you could vastly improve your formation set. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone's minds turned blank. Especially Sun. His face was looking at Zhao Hai in disbelief. He couldn't wrap his head around what Zhao Hai just said. Chapter 1207, Not Today. Sun looked at Zhao Hai with his mouth open. He couldn't say a word. It took a while before Sun was able to return to clarity. He suddenly exclaimed out loud as he stood up. His two eyes were completely fixed on Zhao Hai. His mouth was moving up and down, mumbling incomprehensible sounds. Dongfang Yu, who was sitting beside Sun, patted him on the shoulder and then led him back down to take a seat. Then he said, "Little F, calm down. Little Hai told you this because he wanted to teach you, but don't tell it to other people, or else Little Hai will be in trouble." Upon hearing Dongfang Yu, Sun completely recovered. He let out a long breath, then he looked at Zhao Hai as he nodded and said, "Rest assured, Brother Hai, I will not tell anyone, even the people from the temple." Zhao Hai smiled faintly as he patted Sun on the shoulder. Then he said, "It's no big deal. In fact, I would announce this discovery sooner or later. This is a huge benefit to the machine field's mages and warriors. Presently, there are a lot of magic formations in the machine field. If we add them all up, nobody would be able to count them. This caused a problem where we don't know which formation is compatible with which, and if we add supporting formations to the mix, then things would become more confusing." Everyone nodded. Even a warrior like Zhongli agreed. In the machine field, whether they be warriors or mages, they would have some understanding regarding magic formations. After all, the machine field relied on formations to support their way of life. It didn't matter if it was a mech or a battleship, or it was an electric lamp or a computer. All of these things had magic formations inscribed in them. It would be very difficult if one doesn't know anything about magic formations. Zhao Hai then said, "Other than me, the only other person that is well versed in magic formations in Little F. Since Little F is a fire mage, I will use a normal 5-layer fire shield. Little F, take a look and find out what's different about my formation." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and a 5-layer formation appeared in front of him. And when it appeared, it didn't absorb any fire element in the surroundings, causing the formation to look like a child's toy. Sun was called Fire Saint because of his deep understanding with regards to fire element formations, so there was no need to wonder about his mastery about the 5-layer formation fire shield. Because of this, Zhao Hai showed him this basic magic formation to let him see what's special about it. A level 1 fire shield consists of 5 magic formations: a solidifying formation, a spirit formation, a fire element formation, a reinforcement formation, and a directional formation. The solidifying formation would be next to the reinforcement formation. The first formation would fix the formation into a shield shape while the latter would strengthen its form, making it stronger and defensively better. Meanwhile, the spirit formation had the most important function, which was to connect and help the formation in absorbing the surrounding spiritual chi, allowing the formation to truly materialize. As for the fire element formation, it was there to provide the elemental aspect of the formation. Naturally, if the fire element formation was changed to, say, a water element formation, then the formation would become a water shield. But if this part of the formation was swapped, the formation set wouldn't be able to be used by fire element mages. The directional formation had a simpler function. It didn't facilitate in the energy consumption of the formation, nor did it assist in the elemental aspect. Instead, it allowed the shield to be moved around. Otherwise, the fire shield would just stay in place. However, Zhao Hai's fire shield was somewhat different. It still had the same 4 formations: the solidifying formation, the spirit formation, the fire element formation, and the directional formation. What it didn't have was the reinforcement formation. Instead, what Zhao Hai had was a formation that Sun didn't recognize. Zhao Hai pointed at the new magic formation and said, "This magic formation isn't something that is used by mages. Instead, it is often seen on defensive formations in battleships. This formation is called the ship scale formation. Since this formation can be seen outside the ships and looks like the scales of a fish, its main function is to increase the defensive capability of a battleship. This formation is much better compared to the reinforcement formation. It can increase defense by about 3 points. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Sun F couldn't help but stare. 3-point increase in defense? What kind of logic is that? This was almost equivalent to a 7-layer formation set. However, 7-layer formation sets demand more spiritual force from a mage. Increasing defense while still keeping the spiritual force requirement the same was a godsend to mages. Zhao Hai waved his hand and the fire shield immediately started to attract the energy around it. But since Zhao Hai was just demonstrating, the shield was very small, only about the size of his palm. It was at this time that Sun F saw the clear difference in Zhao Hai's fire shield. Ordinary fire shields used fire to cause an imposing image. However, Sun F and other mages knew that these flames were the exact weakness of the formation. The burning of these flames dispersed the energy of the formation and thus preventing it from achieving the best defensive effect. Zhao Hai's shield looked very defensive, but not as imposing. Zhao Hai's fire shield just lit up with red light and didn't emit any flame. This meant that it used most if not all of its energy in defense. This caused the formation to be more defensively effective. Zhao Hai waved his hand once more as the shield disappeared. Then he said, a lot of new formations had appeared in the past few years. The reason why people thought that supporting formations couldn't be used alongside offensive and defensive formations was because past tests showed them that adding supporting formations reduces the power of formation sets. But after so many years of development, whether it be offensive, defensive, or supporting formations, there are now a lot more of them in existence. Take this ship scale formation as an example. It has only been developed in recent years and it is now starting to replace commonly used formations and is even being used by meshs. I believe it's time for us to revisit the idea of adding supporting formations to our formation sets. This will certainly give us great benefits in the future. Sun vigorously nodded. His expression showed that he was moved by Zhao Hai's words. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, please give me that formation. I want to study it. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, alright, I'll give it to you. But not now, it's already late. We still have to go out and play, right Boss Zhuang? Zhuangli shook his head and said, let's not head out today. Little Hai, I'm more curious about your magic formations. How long has it been since you ascended? How could you know more than Little F? Zhao Hai had already thought the answer for this. So when he heard Zhuangli he smiled and said, you might not know, but back in the lower realms, I was already researching magic formations. However, the research of magic formations in the lower realms isn't as comprehensive as the machine field. So after arriving at the machine field and learning about magic runes, my magic formation research leveled up. Zhuangli nodded. Then he looked around them and then said, let's head indoors. We won't be heading out today. Little Hai, let's talk more about your magic formations. Have you researched about magic formations in weapons? Upon hearing Zhuangli, Zhao Hai knew where the conversation was heading towards. He nodded and said, I have, as long as it's about magic formations. I've researched it. Boss Zhuang, your 2 sledgehammers have about 70 formations inside them. Yes. Zhuangli was shocked when he heard Zhao Hai. He immediately replied, correct. Fantastic. I didn't expect your research to reach this point. Let's go inside and talk more about these formations. It would be great if you could improve our weapons. Zhao Hai gave a slight nod. For Zhuangli and the others, weapon magic formations are very handy. Like in meshs and battleships, these formations were mostly comprised of supporting formations. The formations inside warrior weapons all had something to do with offense. The most important role of these formations was to amplify the attacks made by their users. Because of Zhao Hai's relationship with liquid silver, he was able to conduct research on formations used in weapons. And with Karen and the others as well as the universal scanner, Zhao Hai's understanding of weapon magic formations wasn't any less than his knowledge about formation sets. Therefore, he was happy to help Zhuangli and the others. Once everyone had entered Zhuangli's room, Zhuangli immediately took his chain sledgehammers out and then placed it on the ground before saying, Little Hai, take a look. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he squatted and inspected Zhuangli's hammers. The workmanship of the hammer was very good. The materials used in making it was also well selected. Zhao Hai could see in these hammers how much the Wu family cares about Zhuangli. He used his spiritual force to inspect the hammers and saw the formations carved inside. These formations were small and mithril was used as a conductor for spiritual qi. If others inspected Zhuangli's hammers, then they might think that it was a perfect product. However, in Zhao Hai's eyes, there were some flaws here and there, ranging from the arrangement of formations to the actual formations used. Zhuangli and the others were anxiously looking at Zhao Hai. After some time, Zhao Hai got up and then said, "Boss Zhuang, the materials used for your hammers are very good, everything is high grade. Moreover, the way it was forged was skillfully done. However, there is still room for improvement. I can't do it here, but after we return to the machine field, if you trust me, I can help you refine your hammers. I believe that after we are done, your offensive strength would increase from 3 to 5 points." 1. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone took in a breath of cold air. Increasing offensive strength by 3 to 5 points? Wasn't that an increase of 50%? This figure was too astonishing. Zhuangli looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, are you sure? Do you want me to ask the family to give you the blueprint of the weapon? I really don't know what these points are." Chapter 1208, Secret of the Axe. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he shook his head and said, "It's useless. I probably already know about the magic formations in your hammer. If others see them, then they may think that there's nothing wrong. However, I can guarantee that my formation sets would definitely perform better. And Boss Zhuang, sorry for this, but your hammer isn't allowing you to exert all your power." Zhuangli nodded and said, "That's true. My strength has improved a bit, so this hammer is no longer suitable for me. The family is making me a new one, but it isn't ready yet." Zhao Hai nodded. "That's good. After we return to the machine field, I will make a better weapon for you. I believe it wouldn't be any worse than the one your family made." Zhuangli laughed and said, Of course, ha ha ha. I believe you, or I can tell the family to stop making my weapon." Upon hearing Zhuangli, Zhao Hai immediately said, "No, don't do it. Boss Zhuang, don't do that. You should know that a lot of formations used in your hammers are secret formations of the Wu family. If they find out that you allowed me to make a weapon using their formations, then they might not be happy. We don't want them to misunderstand and think that I stole their secret formations." Zhuangli nodded. "All right, but when the new weapon comes, they will have to take this weapon away." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Just return it. When the time comes, I'll just modify your new weapon. Don't worry about it." Zhuangli nodded. "All right, then we can only do it like that." At this time, Dongfang Yu went forward as Zhuangli retreated. Then he took his fire dragon sword out and then handed it to Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, take a look at mine." Zhao Hai smiled faintly before taking Dongfang Yu's fire dragon sword. But just as Zhao Hai tried inspecting it with his spiritual force, he didn't expect the fire dragon sword to emit a fierce flame to block his spiritual force. At the same time, the flame also proceeded to attack. Zhao Hai stared, then he quickly released a defensive magic formation to block the fire. At the same time, he also withdrew his spiritual force, causing the fire dragon sword to calm down. Dongfang Yu and the others stared at Zhao Hai. They didn't know what was going on. Zhao Hai looked at the fire dragon sword before he turned to Dongfang Yu and said, "Second brother, your fire dragon sword isn't simple. It blocked my spiritual force. I didn't expect it to be this great. There's no need to modify it. It's a divine weapon. I reckon you still couldn't use all of its power?" Dongfang Yu nodded as he took the fire dragon sword that Zhao Hai handed over. Then he sighed and said, "This fire dragon sword has been obtained by the Yan family. Everyone who uses this sword needs to give it a drop of blood before they can be recognized as an owner. Because of this, no one else could use the sword before the owner dies. I always felt that this sword had a lot of abilities, so I wanted you to see them. However, I didn't expect the sword to have the ability to defend itself. It's unfortunate." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The sword is truly wonderful. If there's an opportunity, I'd like to research it in the future. This way, I'll be helpful to second brother." Then after he said that, He turned to look at Li Kuangren. Li Kuangren didn't hesitate and quickly handed over his axe. Zhao Hai took the axe and immediately scanned it using his spiritual force. This time, there was no accident. His spiritual force penetrated smoothly and allowed Zhao Hai to see everything inside. But after a few moments, Zhao Hai was stunned before his expression changed. Then he looked up at Li Kuangren and said, "Third brother, have you offended anyone from the Song family?" Li Kuangren stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Offended anyone? I don't think so." Seeing Zhao Hai's expression, Dong Fengyu knew that a problem had come up, so he immediately asked, "Little Hai, what is it? Is there a problem?" Zhao Hai let out a long breath and then said, "Third brother's axe has a fatal weak point. Once the axe is under great pressure, it will have a risk of exploding. Moreover, the power of the explosion is no less than a small nuclear bomb." "What?" Zhuangli and the others called out in alarm. They looked at the two-handed axe in Zhao Hai's hands in disbelief. It seems like they saw a calamity or a savage beast. Small nuclear bombs, to people of their level, was akin to an ultimate weapon. Even cultivators would see an explosion of this magnitude as fatal. They would be very lucky if they were able to escape. And now, Li Kuangren's axe actually held a small nuclear bomb inside. This was too absurd. Li Kuangren was also stunned. Then with blood-red eyes, he said, "Those bastards, no wonder they took my axe back when I managed to get a place in the qualifiers. They told me that they would upgrade it." "Shit, what an upgrade, those bastards." When they heard Li Kuangren, Zhuangli and the others also had difficult expressions on their faces. If Li Kuangren's axe explodes, then it would be impossible to escape from it. They looked at each other and could see a hint of shock in their eyes. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and then said, "We aren't sure if this is meant for all of us or just third brother. This might mean that the Song family has some spies in their internal circle. Moreover, it isn't a low-status spy." Things like what happened to the Zhang family caused the machine field to be very sensitive. So when Zhao Hai discovered the mystery inside Li Kuangren's axe, he immediately thought of this. During the qualifiers, everyone in the machine field knew that Li Kuangren and Zhao Hai were close, and almost inseparable at times. Just like the realm qualifiers, the first round of the 6th realm beginner competition is an elimination round. But unlike the realm qualifiers which didn't allow the formation of teams, the 6th realm beginner competition allowed it. Being able to form teams in the elimination round was very advantageous to Zhao Hai. The brothers can form a team and move together. In this situation, if Li Kuangren's axe explodes during a fight, then they may all be killed. Because of this, Zhao Hai thought of the possibility that the rigging of the axe was aimed at their group, not just Li Kuangren. Upon hearing this, Zhuangli and the others nodded. They understood what Zhao Hai was implying. Their expressions couldn't help but turn ugly. Dong Fengyu appeased Li Kuangren before turning to Zhao Hai and saying, "I think it's best if we tell our families about this as soon as possible. But third brother shouldn't tell the Song family. It might alert the spy inside." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "We still don't know how many traitors the machine field has. If we pass this information to our families, then a spy might be able to pick it up. We should keep it a secret." Dong Fengyu frowned and said, "So what should we do?" Zhao Hai looked at the axe in his hands and then he turned to Li Kuangren and said, "Third brother, I'll need to deal with your axe. I'll guarantee that I can give you a new one in a couple of days. Moreover, it's an axe that suit you the most. What do you think?" Li Kuangren nodded and said, "Take them. I believe you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he sent the axe to the space. After dealing with the axe, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Let's return to our rooms. Don't tell anyone about this. We'll slowly investigate this matter." Zhuangli and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai left the room along with Dong Fengyu and the others. Their expressions were difficult to look at. This matter caused their hearts to burn with anger. When Zhao Hai returned to his room, he immediately entered the space. Then he took out Li Kuangren's axe to have it go through the universal scanner. Laura and the others also went out and joined Zhao Hai beside the scanner. Once he arrived at the scanner, Zhao Hai placed the axe on a magic circle. The scanner started up and then swallowed the axe. A short while after that, the manufacturing method of the axe was printed out. Then after a flash of light, a pile of materials appeared on a formation on the other side. These materials weren't metallic in nature. It seems to be a pile of powder. Zhao Hai knew that this pile contained the components of the nuclear bomb. He let out a long breath before taking the materials. Then he turned to look at Laura and the others and then said, "I didn't expect something like this to come up." "Interesting, very interesting." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, you should remake the axe first. Will you add more materials?" Zhao Hai read the manufacturing method for Li Kuangren's axe. He shook his head and said, "There's no need to add more. Third brother's axe is already made with good materials. Let's head inside and discuss what magic formations to put inside." Laura and the others nodded and then walked indoors with Zhao Hai. Upon entering the living room, Laura and the others quickly took their computers up and made some analysis. Li Kuangren's offensive characteristics was akin to a tornado. He uses the enemy's strength against them by using rotational motion. Because of this, the axe cannot be too light but cannot be heavy either, or else it would be difficult to control. Moreover, the requirements for compatible magic formations was quite high. After some time, a plan was finally made. Then they took these plans and then had it run under the universal scanner. The scanner would arrange the most suitable formation set for Li Kuangren's weapons. Before this, Li Kuangren had 70 formations inside his axe, the same as Zhuangli's sledgehammers. The difference between the two lies on the axe's preference for sharpness and speed, compared to the sledgehammer's preference for size and weight. Once the scanner was done, Zhao Hai saw that the axe could be engraved with 80 formations, 10 more than before. This would make Li Kuangren's attacks more powerful while reducing the energy he needed for combat. Chapter 1209 to 1212. Chapter 1209. Weapon shattering. Zhao Hai secluded himself inside his room for 3 days. Zhuangli and the others also didn't disturb him. Conversely, they were defending the door to Zhao Hai's room. They wouldn't permit anyone to disturb Zhao Hai. Naturally, their actions attracted Ma Yulong's attention. Ma Yulong was the leader of their delegation and was very concerned about every participant. Moreover, Zhao Hai was a person he has been keeping tabs on. So after seeing Zhao Hai secluding himself in his room for 3 days without going out, Ma Yulong couldn't help but worry. He went to Zhao Hai's room and then saw Zhuangli and the others sitting outside. They were whispering to each other and failed to notice him. Ma Yulong stepped towards the group. Once Zhuangli and the others noticed Ma Yulong, they hastily stood up and bowed as they greeted. "We've seen Senior Ma." Ma Yulong nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai's room and said, "What's wrong with Zhao Hai? Why hasn't he come out? Is there a problem?" Zhuangli shook his head and said, "Senior Ma doesn't need to worry. Little Hai is fine. There's just something he needed to do, so he secluded himself. I believe he will come out in a day or two. There's no problem." Ma Yulong looked at Zhuangli and said, "Is he really alright? You can tell me if something happens." Zhuangli nodded and said, "Senior Ma can rest assured. If something happens, we will certainly inform you. There's no need to worry." Ma Yulong nodded. Then he looked at Zhuangli and the others and said, "Alright, try to stay in this place in the next few days. There are people who went out and got forced to accept a challenge issued by the cultivators. They have a lot of methods to make you accept. Some even came back injured. So if you do go out, be extra careful, especially Zhao Hai. There are a lot of cultivators who see him as a threat." Zhuangli and the others nodded. "We will. Senior Ma can rest assured. We'll pay attention." Ma Yulong nodded. Then he left. Just as Ma Yulong left, Zhuangli turned to the others and said, "It seems like those cultivators really aren't leaving us alone, right? Do you think we can go out when Little Hai is done?" "Go out? Of course we'll go." Just as Zhuangli said his words, Zhao Hai's voice was suddenly heard. Zhuangli and the others turned around and saw Zhao Hai smiling as he walked out of his room. Seeing that Zhao Hai was out, Zhuangli and the others immediately surrounded him. All of them were looking at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Come in." Then he went back inside his room with Zhuangli and the others following behind. Upon entering the room, Zhao Hai closed the door before he waved his hand, taking out a two-handed axe. The axe didn't look any different than the one Li Kuangren used. It was completely identical to his previous weapon. Zhao Hai handed the axe to Li Kuangren and then said, "Third brother, try it." I managed to refine the axe. Although I didn't add any materials to it, I managed to modify the formations inside. Li Kuangren nodded and took his axe. He tossed his axe in his hands before he nodded and said, "Good. It's as heavy as before." Then he began to input battle chi. Just as battle chi entered the axe, it immediately shone. Li Kuangren stared before quickly withdrawing his chi. The radiance also vanished as he did that. Li Kuangren began to funnel in battle chi once more and saw the axe light up. Li Kuangren's eyes shone as he said, "Nice. This is very good. Fantastic. The amount of battle chi I need is less than before, and it seems like the effect is the same." Little Hai, am I right? Zhao Hai nodded. Then he smiled and said, "Correct. What you feel is right. Your axe now needs only 70% of what you used before in order to achieve the same effect. So what do you think?" Li Kuangren laughed and said, "Fantastic. Fantastic. This will be very good for me." "Thank you, Little Hai." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Not only that, I also added a magical effect to your axe. Once it clashes with an opponent's weapon, it would vibrate and shatter the enemy's weapon." Li Kuangren stared. Everyone's expressions changed as well. Then at the same time they asked, "Shatter the enemy's weapon?" Zhao Hai nodded as he smiled and said, "Right. It can shatter the enemy's weapon. This feature used to only be found in mech weapons. This is due to the large amount of energy required to do it. Since mechs have energy batteries, this allowed them to have this feature. Battle chi is also a type of energy, so why can't warriors use this ability? Therefore, I researched magic formations and ended up with the one I put inside Third Brother's weapon." "Third Brother, try it." Li Kuangren nodded. Then he looked around the room, probably finding something to test this ability on. Seeing Li Kuangren, Zhongli said, "Third Brother, the things in this room can easily be cut off even if you don't use battle chi. How about you try this?" After he said that, Zhongli took out a weapon from his storage equipment. In his hand was a heavy sword. It can be seen that it has been excellently worked on. Zhongli smiled and said, "This is from a level 4 warrior I killed before. To be honest, this weapon isn't any worse than my hammers. Try attacking this one." Zhongli gripped the sword hilt and then lifted it up. Li Kuangren nodded before funneling battle chi into his axe and then attacking the sword. Zhongli quickly detected his weapon shaking. He immediately poured in battle chi when the crash happened. A bang was heard before the axe cut through the sword as though it was a piece of paper. A clang was then heard as the top half of the blade fell to the ground. Everyone in the room looked at the sword in Zhongli's hand. Whatever Zhongli was holding now could no longer be described as a sword. The only remaining part was 10 centimeters of blade besides the hilt. As for the other half that hit the ground, it was less than 10 centimeters long. Only this much remained. The other materials of the sword was vaporized. Not wrong, vaporized. It wasn't broken to pieces or smashed to bits. It was vaporized, turned into very fine metallic powder. Upon seeing this result, Zhongli and the others couldn't help but breathe in cold air. Li Kuangren stared at his axe. It seems like he saw a monster. Hiss. The sucking of air was audibly heard as Zhongli and the others finally recovered. Zhongli held the sword up and looked at the fractured part. The portion of the blade looked like it has been dissolved, leaving a very neat cut into the sword. If he hadn't tried this sword before, then he would have thought that he had taken out the wrong weapon. Ha ha ha. Li Kuangren was beyond happy with his axe. His laughter lasted for some time, causing Zhongli and Dongfengyu to be envious. After some time, Li Kuangren finally calmed down before storing his axe. Meanwhile Zhongli and Dongfengyu turned their heads towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai saw their expressions. He smiled faintly and said, "I can also transform Boss Zhuang's weapon. As for second brother Dongfeng, I don't think the fire dragon sword needs to be modified right now. Let's wait until the secret of the sword becomes clear." Zhongli nodded and said, "Alright, give it the weapon shattering ability as well. It's very good." Dongfengyu was somewhat depressed. However, after thinking that even Zhao Hai couldn't read the fire dragon sword, he couldn't help but feel hope. It must be said that Sunf was the most depressed. He was a mage so he couldn't use any warrior weapon. Zhao Hai looked at Sunf's expression as he smiled and said, "Alright, little f, there's no need to be sad. I'll organize a few formation sets for you in a couple of days. I believe they will be helpful to you." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Sunf repeatedly nodded and said, "Alright, then it's settled." "Brother Hai, you need to hurry up." Zhao Hai laughed and said, I know, right? How about we go out to play now? As soon as they heard Zhao Hai, Zhuangli and the others paused. Zhuangli frowned and said, Little Hai, do you really want to head out? You should know that there are a lot of cultivators waiting for us outside. They're especially attentive towards you. If you leave now, they will certainly bring you trouble. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Of course I know. However, we need to teach those fellows a lesson. Do they really think that the machine field is full of herbivores? Rest assured, if they dared to look for trouble, I'll happily accommodate them. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhuangli and the others knew that persuading him otherwise was useless. Therefore, they just agreed to it before heading out of the courtyard. As soon as they were out, Zhao Hai quickly felt someone following behind him. However, he wasn't worried. He knew that the person behind him has been arranged by Ma Yulong. Therefore, he just ignored it and the group of brothers continued to walk down the street. Ever since they came to Seamount City, they haven't had the proper opportunity to explore the place. But even if they hadn't come out, Zhao Hai was already familiar with the city's streets. The moment Zhao Hai and the others entered Seamount City, Laura and the others had already begun mapping the entire place. At this time, the entire city has already been mapped by the space. In the last 3 days, besides practicing, Zhao Hai also took the time to familiarize himself with the city. Because of this, he knew every street in the city. Zhuangli and the others were completely clueless about the place, so they just followed Zhao Hai as they proceeded to window shop. Zhao Hai wasn't just randomly wandering around. His main target was Seamount City's market. Seamount City's market area was actually their business district. In this business district, not only were there shop fronts, there were also people who put up stalls. These people were cultivators, but they were mostly rogue individuals. As for the shop fronts, they were mostly under the control of major powers. It's a custom in the cultivation world that only cultivators could enter a major city. No person who hasn't cultivated was allowed to enter a major city. Not everyone in the cultivation realm cultivated. At the current moment, people who haven't cultivated still account for the majority of the population. However, the lives of practitioners weren't as good as those back in the machine field. The machine field's science and technology was very advanced. The average person in the machine field had a home to stay in and entertainment to kill time with. As long as they were willing to work, then even if they didn't practice, they would still live quite well. Things were different in the cultivation realm. Almost all of the non-practitioners in the machine field were controlled by a major sect. These people couldn't farm whatever they wanted. If a family has 10 mu of land, then they would have to use 5 mu for plants that the sect needs and the other 5 for food. Naturally, the sect wouldn't rob them of their harvests. There would be monetary rewards. Moreover, these rewards were often big. However, if they didn't look after their land, then they would be punished by the sect. Moreover, this punishment was heavy. Besides this, all non-practitioners would pray to the sect, providing the sect with faith power. If a sect discovers that a non-practitioner hasn't been praying enough, the non-practitioner would be punished. Unlike non-practitioners in the machine field, non-practitioners in the cultivators were like pigs in a pen that lives only a tad bit better than slaves. Non-practitioners in the machine field only think of cultivation as a way of life. If one can practice, then they would be congratulated. Not only the person, but their family would also benefit. Their living environment would be greatly improved and many others. But in the cultivation realm, not everyone can practice. In order to become a cultivator, one needed to have a spiritual root. Spiritual roots were like mage talents or innate skills for warriors. If you don't have talent for magic, then you won't be able to become a mage. If you don't have any innate skills, then you couldn't learn strong martial techniques and reach a high level. Spirit roots were the same. If one didn't have a spiritual root, then they wouldn't be able to cultivate. However, not everyone who can practice could enter sects. Take a small sect like the Seamount faction, for example. Their selection for disciples was very strict. If their talent for cultivation wasn't good, and they didn't have much potential, then it would be impossible for them to enter the sect. There were low-level cultivation methods that were circulated for free, but it can be said that these methods weren't enough. People who practiced these methods were called rogue cultivators. Rogue cultivators who managed to enter a sect were limited to a few lucky fellows. If a rogue cultivator wanted to join a sect, Then they needed to successfully arrive at Qi condensation stage, and by then, only small sects would accept them. But in order to cultivate, one would need pills and better cultivation methods. These things can only be bought in the city, and in order to buy these things, they would need crystal stones. To gain crystal stones, rogue cultivators would hunt and kill beasts, collect medicinal plants, mine for precious rocks, and so on. They would then go to markets to trade their stuff for crystal stones. In turn, these crystal stones would allow them to buy the cultivation materials they need. Chapter 1210, Country Bumpkins. There's a saying in the cultivation realm. It goes, there are always treasures everywhere, but everything depends on your eyes being in the right place. The sentence might sound ridiculous, but it was somewhat true. Nobody in the cultivation realm would dare underestimate these stalls. This was because treasures were often seen on them. This treasure might not be a weapon or a magic artifact, it may be a plant or a piece of ore. After all, these rogue cultivators weren't as informed as sect disciples. Although they were also cultivators, their knowledge about various treasures couldn't compare to sect disciples. Because of this, there would be times where they get a treasure but were unable to identify it. In the end, they would just sell these items in their stalls. This caused the stalls of the rogue cultivators to be a special sight in the cultivation realm. People in the cultivation realm would have no objection to rogue cultivators pitching up some stall on their own. On the contrary, they strongly supported them. The more stalls there were, the more treasures would appear in a certain city. For the people in the cultivation realm, treasures were one of the most important things in cultivation. Zhao Hai's trip to the marketplace was mainly in order to pick up a treasure for himself. At the same time, he would also hunt for valuable plants and ores. It has been some time since the space got some new plants. Because of this, Zhao Hai plans to send a batch of new plants to the space. The group of brothers chatted as they proceeded forward. Zhuangli and the others were excitedly looking at the scenery. The clothing of the machine field and the cultivation realm was different, making Zhuangli and the others extremely eye-catching. Everyone they passed by looked at them with expressions that was anything but friendly. Sun looked at the cultivators in the surroundings before whispering to Zhao Hai, "Brother Hai, these guys don't look very friendly. What do we do?" Zhao Hai just smiled and said, "Don't worry. If they dared to make a challenge, I'll clean them up." Sun looked at Zhao Hai's confidence and didn't say anything. He was well aware that Zhao Hai was strong and that the two of them weren't on the same level. Zhao Hai managed to block 3 swords from Li Qiaojun. Because of this, Sun didn't see any problems from what Zhao Hai said. The group walked for about half an hour before they could finally see a bustling marketplace in the distance. Moreover, the sound of bargaining was already audible. Upon seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai. They weren't familiar with Seamount City, so they just followed Zhao Hai as he led them to take a few turns. Zhuangli unwittingly asked, "Little Hai, what's that?" Zhao Hai already became the center of the group. Although he was ranked 4th according to seniority, he was the strongest among them all. In this world that spoke with strength, the strongest would naturally be the center. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "The marketplace. This is where people from the cultivation realm buys their items. Let's go. Maybe we can see something good." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhuangli and the others couldn't help but smile bitterly. Dongfang Yu looked depressingly at Zhao Hai and said, "There's certainly things that are good here. However, this isn't the machine field. They don't accept machine coins, and we don't any crystal stones." Zhao Hai just smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. If you fancy something, I'll buy them for you. I have enough crystal stones for all of us." The space was able to make crystal stones. With the amount already mined inside the space, Zhao Hai could be considered as a wealthy man in the cultivation realm. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Zhuangli and the others couldn't help but gawk. Zhuangli confusedly looked at Zhao Hai as he asked, "Where did you get crystal stones?" "Those things are strategic resources in the machine field." "Don't tell me the Ashley family gave some to you? Are they that rich?" Zhao Hai just smiled and said, "There's no need to worry about where I got them. In any case, it's good that we have crystal stones. It's time to let the cultivation realm know that we're filthy rich." Zhao Hai looked very much like a rich young master right now, causing Zhuangli and the others to laugh. However, Their actions caused the surrounding cultivators to get angry. People from the cultivation realm looked down on the people from the machine field. In their opinion, those from the machine field held lower status than them, even inferior compared to non-practitioners who were living like pigs in a pen. They felt disgusted to see these people from the machine field in their city laughing and being wild. Actually, talking out loud wasn't a problem. There were no rules disallowing loud chatter in the streets. After all, this was a normal occurrence. However, if those being loud were from the machine field, the cultivators seemed to find fault in it. Zhao Hai didn't care about them as he led his group towards the market. Upon entering the area, Zhuangli and the others gawked. There were stalls everywhere, much more than what they expected. Shop fronts in this place seemed to disappear due to the sheer volume of stalls being set up in the streets. Zhao Hai didn't care about the spectacle as he just proceeded to go forward. Zhuangli and the others immediately went and followed behind. However, their arrival became the focus of attention in the market. Everyone looked at them while whispering. Naturally, these people knew who Zhao Hai and the others were. Zhao Hai didn't mind this kind of attention. As long as someone was wearing mage robes in the cultivation realm, this situation would always happen. This was because there were very few people from the machine field here. There were quite a few cultivators who would go to the machine field in order to look for something. On the other hand, not a lot of people from the machine field could go to the cultivation realm. First, it was because the transmission formation couldn't be used at will. Only spaceships could permit their travel, and even then it was very difficult to get into one. Secondly, people from the machine field would get discriminated once they go to the cultivation realm. Therefore, only an extreme few from the machine field would go to the cultivation realm. It can be said that the cultivators wouldn't see someone from the machine field for years. But now, there was a group of people from the machine field. It was no wonder why the cultivators were somewhat curious. Zhao Hai didn't mind it as his eyes proceeded to sweep the stalls. But disappointingly, there were nothing special in the stalls. Majority of those displayed were beast skins or beast bones. These things were completely useless for Zhao Hai. What Zhao Hai needed was a live beast, not parts of a dead one. Then suddenly, Zhao Hai discovered a stall in the corner, and unexpectedly, the stall was manned by a small child. The child looked more than 10 years old and was quite mature for his age. There were some items in his stall that looked very simple, but on a rag on the ground lay a plant. This plant was in a small tile pot. However, the plant's trunk looked dry. It also had a few leaves left. It can be said that the plant was half dead. Zhao Hai proceeded to walk to the stall and examine the potted plant. Although the plant looked half dead, Zhao Hai could sense a strong life force coming from it. Because of this, Zhao Hai decided to buy the plant. Zhao Hai looked at the child and said, "What plant is this? How many crystal stones for it?" The child stared at Zhao Hai, but after he heard his question, the child immediately answered, "I don't know what plant it is. I dug it from the foot of a mountain. If you want it, I can sell it for 10 crystal stones." To be honest, 10 crystal stones wasn't cheap, especially for a half-dead plant. And even if Zhao Hai can feel the life force inside this plant, other people couldn't. Zhao Hai had the space that had an affinity for plants. This also explained why this child has been here for days not being able to sell the plant. But without hesitation, Zhao Hai took out 10 crystal stones and handed it over to the child. Then he carefully inspected the plant. This plant was a small tree about a meter high. It still had a few scattered leaves remaining. Its trunk was very dry, looking much like the face of an old person. It wasn't attractive at all. However, this feature made the plant special. Generally, plants of this size wouldn't have a lot of cracks on their trunks, but this specific plant seemed to have weathered through life for countless years. It was truly strange. A short while after Zhao Hai began inspecting the plant, an arrogant voice was suddenly heard. "I want this tree. How many stones?" Zhao Hai turned around to see a young man dressed in cultivator clothes. The young man had an extremely arrogant look on his face. The cultivator robes he wore was very well made. His hair was in a ponytail while a fan was held in one of his hands. The young man looked like a son of a wealthy family. The child looked at the young master as he awkwardly said, "I'm sorry. This tree has been sold to this gentleman. He has already given me his payment." The cultivator turned his head to Zhao Hai when he heard the child. He coldly snorted and then said with disdain, Machine Field Bumpkin, state your price. I want that tree. Zhao Hai looked at the young cultivator as he smiled faintly and then sent the plant to the space. Then he calmly replied, I'm sorry, it's not for sale. When the young man saw Zhao Hai putting the plant away, his eyes couldn't help but shrink. This slight reaction couldn't be hidden from Zhao Hai. This caused Zhao Hai to confirm that the plant was certainly special. Otherwise, this young man wouldn't have been so adamant to buy it. Upon hearing that Zhao Hai was not willing to sell, the young man's expression changed. Then he gave out a strange smile as he asked once more, You're really not selling it? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I'm not selling. The young man suddenly laughed and said, Machine Field Bumpkin, you actually dared to come to the cultivation realm to steal our treasures. I don't know if you're dumb or you just want to die. You better surrender that tree to me today, or else, I will let you know that the cultivation realm isn't for people like you. Chapter 1211, Ghost Dao Cultivator. As soon as Zhuangli and the others heard the young man, they quickly knew that it was impossible for this interaction to turn friendly. Zhao Hai looked at the young man as he smiled and said, What? You can't buy it from me. Now you plan to snatch it? You think you can do that? The young man laughed and said, You're asking me if I can do it? You really think I can't take it away from you? Do you Machine Field Bumpkins really think that you're on equal grounds with cultivators? Give me the plant now and I'll keep your corpse intact. Goodness, they would still kill the person, but they would keep their corpse intact. This was probably the craziest statement that one could make. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator as he smiled and said, Mister, please tell me who you are. Maybe I can look at your background and decide to let you go. Otherwise, you can't blame me for being impolite. The young man looked at Zhao Hai as though he was an idiot. He suddenly laughed and then coldly looked at Zhao Hai as he said, You're dead country bumpkin. I'll tear you to shreds. Zhao Hai just smiled and then said, Then please. Then he flew towards outside the city along with Zhuangli and the others. The cultivators saw this and also followed behind. Seamount City wasn't a big city and the Seamount faction that was in charge of this city wasn't a big influence. It can be said that if it weren't for the support of the big sects in the cultivation realm, then they wouldn't have dared to provoke the delegates from the machine field. Zhao Hai and the others quickly flew to a barren hill just outside the city. The group stood on the sky atop the hill. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and then sneered, You're quite good in choosing a place to be buried in. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator, then he coldly smiled and said, Rest assured, after you die, I will turn you into a good and obedient undead. Being able to fight for me is an honor. The cultivator coldly snorted and said, Courting death. He waved his hand as the fan flew out and then spew out black gas. As the gases got out of the fan, they quickly formed into malicious ghosts that threw themselves towards Zhao Hai. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai and said, I'll make you taste the might of my 10,000 ghosts fan. I will make you understand the difference between the cultivation realm and the machine field. Then I will refine you to become a living soul for my fan. Zhao Hai coldly smiled as he waved his hand and then released a 50-layer formation. This formation immediately exploded and became several hundred white arrows. Zhao Hai waved his hand once more, causing the arrows to fly towards the malicious ghosts. The cultivator smirked. He didn't take Zhao Hai's magic seriously. In his opinion, magic cannot compare to his skill. Because of this, he had the malicious ghosts continue flying towards Zhao Hai. However, what happened next surprised the young man. Once Zhao Hai's white arrows hit the ghosts suffered an extremely heavy injury. The ghosts wailed pitifully as their bodies continued to shrink. They became more and more transparent as their yin energy was cut short. Any cultivator that knew about malicious ghosts would quickly know what was happening. This was a sign that the malicious ghosts were heavily injured and was quickly losing their strength. First-level malicious ghosts were called ghost servants. Their attacking strength was small and they were quite weak. If one wanted to use first-level malicious ghosts to deal with an enemy, then they would have to depend on numbers to do so. Without thousands of first-level malicious ghosts at your command, then one wouldn't be able to properly fight. Second-level malicious ghosts were slightly stronger, but not substantially. No ghosts were very useful alone before the 5th level. There were a lot of methods to upgrade malicious ghosts. Besides making them absorb yin energy, malicious ghosts could also devour other malicious ghosts to get stronger. This way, one would be able to train higher-leveled ghosts. However, this method would cause the user to lose a lot of their ghosts. One method for malicious ghosts to level up quickly was providing them with blood meal. Blood meal, as the name suggests, was food composed of flesh and blood. This was a very special method that works very well in improving the power of malicious ghosts. However, those who used this method weren't good people. Users of these methods tend to be the worst individuals. There are two types of blood meals. The first type was blood meals made from beasts, while the other type was blood meals made from people. These two types were very different. Blood meals made from beasts could also increase the strength of a malicious ghosts, but it also reduces their wisdom. In other words, malicious ghosts fed with the flesh and blood of beasts would get stronger quickly, but in turn they would become stupid. They would become wild beasts and act according to their instincts. They would only be able to understand simple orders. On the other hand, malicious ghosts fed with blood meals made from people would not only get stronger fast, they would also become smarter. This was especially true if a ghost was fed with blood meals made with a cultivator's flesh and blood. Feeding ghosts with blood meals made from monster beasts was the most common practice in the cultivation realm. There were a lot of places in the cultivation realms where beasts were kept just for this purpose. This was also very normal practice for ghost cultivators. However, there were some evil cultivators that would use the other method to make their malicious ghosts stronger. They would feed their malicious ghosts with living people. There was a rumor that the devil realm had pens with living people in it. These pens would breed people for the consumption of the ghosts. The cultivator that Zhao Hai was fighting right now used the second method to rear his malicious ghosts. Therefore, he had spent quite a lot of effort in his ghosts. If the people from the cultivation realm were to find out about his practice, then he would no doubt be executed. Because of this, upon seeing that his precious ghosts were being heavily injured, the cultivator was quite distressed. If the level of these ghosts fell, then how long would it take for them to regain their strength? With this thought in mind, the cultivator quickly put away his fan as his face turned ugly. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Good, good. You actually dared to hurt my ghosts. I'll turn you into blood meal." Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator. Then he shook his head and said, "Why do cultivators talk too much? It's incredible. Before you fight, do you invite your enemies for a glass of wine, then have a tea party before you quarrel for an hour and then fight? If that's the case, then I really admire you people." Zhuangli and the others laughed. Hearing that he was being ridiculed by Zhao Hai, the cultivator's face turned dark. Then he coldly snorted and said, "You have a sharp tongue? Now, go die." He waved his hand, taking a sword out. He pinched his hand as he performed a sword dart to attack Zhao Hai. The sword was made very strangely. The sword body was like a snake and its handle was its tail. Its whole body was black. It looked terribly gloomy. Zhao Hai discovered that this cultivator's strength was much less compared to Li Chajin. Although the sword looked aggressive, it actually failed to seal up all of Zhao Hai's escape routes. If Zhao Hai didn't want to face this attack, then he could just easily avoid it. Zhao Hai waved his hand as a 50-layer formation appeared in front of him. Then the formation opened up as a giant light sword appeared. This light sword proceeded to welcome the cultivator's sword. The cultivator coldly snorted. Then he activated his secret art. The sword elongated and was also wrapped with a layer of dark mist. The sword looked ethereal as thought it became the dark mist itself. Its form was now akin to a ghost. Zhao Hai didn't care about the young man's sword changing into yin energy. Zhao Hai was using light element magic, an element that specifically targeted yin energy. In this clash, Zhao Hai had the upper hand. Therefore, he held no fear. As the light sword and the yin sword clashed, a bang was heard as an explosion occurred. The cultivator's expression changed. When the dust settled, Zhao Hai's light sword vanished. Although the cultivator's sword was still there, the dark mist surrounding it was gone. It had returned to its previous form. The cultivator had an ugly face as he retrieved his snake sword. The sword was a medium-grade artifact. These things were quite rare in the cultivation realm. Being able to clash with a light element sword was not a problem. However, the piece of soul that he attached to the soul has been heavily damaged. At this point, it was already impossible for him to control the sword as smoothly as before. The cultivator didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this formidable. Even after the snake sword appeared, The other party was still alright. This was very surprising. The cultivator quickly moved as a banner appeared in his hand. As he swung the banner, the skies quickly turned dark as dark mist surrounded Zhao Hai. Then he waved his hand, causing 5 black flags to appear. Another wave of his hand made 4 of the flags shoot out in all directions. The young man then waved the remaining flag in his hand. The flag became larger and then the dark mist proceeded to attack Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. Then he waved his hand causing a 100-layer light element formation to appear. Then with him at the center, a blast of light erupted outwards. This light element formation composed 100 layers, not 50. As the white light exploded outwards, the dark mist cast by the cultivator quickly vanished. The cultivator let out a miserable grunt. His expression turned very ugly. Zhao Hai knew that the other party's soul has been damaged, so how could he let go of this opportunity? He quickly sent over a wind-assisted ice blade. Then he sent his 10,000 flying arrows, then another barrage of metal arrows, then a stealthy darkness arrow. Zhao Hai's barrage of attacks caused the cultivator to be caught off guard. The cultivator practiced the ghost Dao, so when the dark mist dissipated, he quickly took out a ghost face shield to defend. The defensive capability of this shield was quite high. It blocked 3 of Zhao Hai's spells. However, it failed to see Zhao Hai's darkness arrow. The arrow broke through the defense and then shot towards the cultivator's throat. Chapter 1212 Primal Universe Spirit Root. As the cultivator died from the arrow through his throat, his face had an expression of utter disbelief. His face turned dark before he finally blacked out. Before the cultivator's body fell to the ground, Zhao Hai quickly let out a clump of black gas that wrapped the cultivator's body. Then when the black gas vanished, the cultivator was nowhere in sight. He had already become an undead in Zhao Hai's army. Seeing that Zhao Hai had killed the cultivator, Zhuangli and the others cheered. But at this moment, a person was suddenly seen flying